I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1102. The Five Princes are an era. Lin Huang stepped into the dimensional portal after disguising as Lin Xie with a demigod-level mask. He arrived at First City in Division 1. He arrived at the southwestern side of Union Square immediately and found the Starbucks coffee that he had been once before. After ordering a cup of coffee, he found an empty table under a gigantic sun umbrella. He browsed through the Genius Union forum while drinking his coffee. Suddenly, he realized that almost all of the topics were about him. He opened a few trending threads and read the contents. Compared to the judgmental comments before, most of them complimented him. Lin Huang even saw a few familiar user names who used to condemn him frequently, but they were teasing themselves for having misjudged him now. As he was reading the threads, a man wearing black leather shoes walked straight to his table. Lin Huang lifted his head. He could not help but raise his brow upon seeing the guest. It was the vice president of Agency EA, Guan. "May I sit?" Guan asked. "Suit yourself." Lin Huang closed the Genius Union forum page while looking at Guan. "Master Emperor, I never thought you'd come to First City with this identity of yours." Guan exposed Lin Huang's identity as soon as he sat down. Clearly, Agency EA had already found out that Lin Xie was Lin Huang himself. "I'm just meeting someone here." Lin Huang took a sip of coffee while holding the cup with both hands. "You don't have to look at me like I'm a thief. I've heard about you breaking the record," Guan said while smiling. "Congrats. It's just a child's play." Lin Huang raised his brow. "Is there anything that you need from me?" "We've decoded most of God Bless's information. I'll send it to you within these 2 days after I've sorted it out," Guan spoke while smiling. "Did you come all the way here just to tell me this?" "I just happened to bump into you. I came here to have a cup of coffee." Guan smiled while explaining, "I'm a regular here." "All right then, is there anything else?" Guan thought about it and could not help but say, "I have a personal question that I'd like you to answer." Lin Huang roughly knew what he was going to ask right away. "Did you kill Zhuge Fifan, Master Emperor?" As expected, Guan asked what Lin Huang was expecting. "Why, are you going to take revenge?" Lin Huang asked while smiling. "No, I just want to know the truth." "The truth doesn't matter. Zhuge Fifan is dead now and you're alive. This should be the end of the story," said Lin Huang to Guan while staring at him. Guan was stunned to hear that and nodded in relief. "Thanks." He had already obtained the answer from Lin Huang. Apart from him and Qian Rui, nobody else other than Zhuge Fifan's killer knew that Guan made Zhuge Fifan show himself the other day. "Zhuge Fifan is dead now and you're alive." Lin Huang's answer was precisely what Guan wanted to hear. Guan stood up and left right after thanking Lin Huang. Just when he stood up, Jian Fei and the media representative doing the interview, Xianxia, arrived at the same time. Xianxia recognized Guan right away. A shocked expression flashed through her eyes when he saw Lin Huang, who was sitting there nonchalantly drinking his coffee. Seeing Guan leave with his takeaway coffee, Xianxia and Jian Fei walked straight towards Lin Huang. "Hi, Mr. Lin. My name is Xianxia. I'm the reporter from the Pioneer." Xianxia walked to the table and introduced herself. "Please take a seat." Lin Huang lifted his head and observed her in silence. Xianxia had neat, short hair. She looked very experienced. She did not dress very formally or too casually. It was just right. Jian Fei, on the other hand, dressed in a formal suit. He looked like he was getting married. Lin Huang would definitely tease him any other day, but he thought about it and said nothing since Xianxia was next to him. After Xianxia and Jian Fei took their seats, they ordered 2 cups of coffee and the interview began. "I'd like to start the interview by congratulating Mr. Lin for breaking the stairway tree record. Today is the biggest historical moment the Genius Union has ever had since it was founded." "Thanks." Lin Huang nodded courteously. "Mr. Lin, can you tell me your current combat strength?" Xianxia went into working mode. Immortal level rank -9. Many people in the Heaven Alliance know about this. Naturally, it was impossible that Lin Huang would say that he was on immortal level rank 10. Since he had immortal level aura anyway, nobody could tell if he was on rank 9 or 10. "You've gotten to immortal level rank 9 so soon?" "From what we know, Mr. Lin, You were only on Holy Flame level last year. Am I right? Xianxia had been wanting to ask that for a very long time. She could finally ask him face to face now. Indeed, my combat strength elevation speed is faster than the rest. If you want a solid reason, I can only say that I have rather good luck. Lin Huang created an excuse for himself. In reality, Xianxia was dissatisfied with the answer. However, since he clearly did not want to answer the question, she gave up instead of dwelling on it, figuring it might be his cultivation secret. Mr. Lin, since you're already on immortal level rank 9, you're close to imperial level now. When do you plan to elevate? I just told old Jian about this a few days ago. I'll take at least a month or at the most, 40 to 50 days. I'm almost done with the preparation, Lin Huang told her directly. Does that mean you'll withdraw from the Genius Union and the Heaven Alliance automatically a month later? Although Xianxia was not a Genius Union member, she had studied the system before. Yes, Jian Fei took over the conversation as soon as he heard that. Deputy Chief Lin did indeed discuss his elevation with us a few days ago. We've already come up with a new deputy chief candidate list together. However, even though he's leaving the Genius Union, Deputy Chief Lin will be a part of the Heaven Alliance forever. Chief Chan has said this before. Every Heaven Alliance member is family. It's a fact that will never change even if someone were to leave the Genius Union. I heard Mr. Lin and Mr. Chan are pretty close in private. Is that true? We're pretty close, Lin Huang confirmed while grinning. Boss Chan is a charming man with character. He's always cared for me. I'm fortunate to be working with him. Many people on the internet say that the 5 princes are out of date now. They say there's only one name among the most powerful young generation, and that name is Lin Xie. What do you think of that? First of all, I don't think I'm the #1 powerhouse of the young generation. All people see is the number of checkpoints I've broken through on the stairway tree. I don't think it means anything. Powerful is a word with broad meaning. Having powerful ability is just a part of it. Some people might be more powerful than me on the inside, some people might be more intelligent than me, some people might have willpower that's stronger than mine. Being called a powerful person is just a shallow title. About the 5 princes, I don't think the 5 princes are just about Boss Chan and the other 4. They're the sign of a new era, one that encourages us to look up and fight. This era is one in itself, irreplaceable. Chapter 1103. 10 billion points are still points. The interview with Xianxia went on for over 2 hours. The entire thing was more relaxed than Lin Huang expected. Opposed to what Lin Huang was expecting, although Xianxia was very young in her early 20s, she was careful with her words. The entire interview sounded more like a chat with a new friend. He had no idea that he surprised her even more. She initially thought that Lin Xie was all about theories and might not have deeper opinion on things. She took on this interview because Lin Xie was the trending topic in the entire cultivation world. However, throughout the interview, Xianxia realized not only did he have powerful abilities, but he also had deeper knowledge and more insightful opinions than she expected. Even Jian Fei's jaw dropped from the many things that Lin Huang said. At the end of the interview, Xianxia finally went back to the initial topic. Many people wondered on the internet if you have techniques for killing monsters. Can you share that with us a little? Techniques of killing monsters. Doesn't everyone do the same thing where we just annihilate them? Maybe I'm an imperial censor, so I've got the upper hand in this aspect. After all, I have very powerful imperial monsters and I can summon quite a number of them. How about your technique of breaking through checkpoints? Is there any strategy that you can recommend us? I really don't. Boss Chan and the rest know that I never look at the checkpoint breaking strategies. I almost never looked at the contents of the checkpoints before the 56th checkpoint, and I never looked at the strategies either since the 63rd checkpoint. However, figuring that it might be difficult to break through the checkpoint, I checked the contents from the 63rd to the 72nd checkpoint in advance. Why don't you look at the content and strategies? Because I think it's unnecessary. Breaking through the checkpoints itself is a process to test one's abilities. To me, breaking through checkpoints with strategies can't test my personal ability. Perhaps I want different things than the rest. I personally hope to enjoy the process instead of treating it as a challenge. If breaking checkpoints is no fun to me, I'd rather not do it. So, why did you quit when you got to the 75th checkpoint today? Is it because the 75th checkpoint is more difficult? No, the 75th checkpoint is a monster stage. I've already gotten the maximum points on the stairway tree today, so I'll have to do it tomorrow. After all, 10 billion points are still points. Lin Huang answered while smiling. So, you logged out when you were on 71st checkpoint earlier for the same reason too? Yes, Lin Huang said honestly. So, Mr. Lin, which checkpoint do you think you can get to? Is it possible that you'll surpass the stairway tree? Xianxia asked her last ultimate question. I'm not sure about that because of no idea about the checkpoint contents and difficulty after this, so I can't speculate. However, I personally hope to break through the stairway tree before I elevate to imperial level, Lin Huang responded while smiling. In reality, I'd really like to know what will happen after I've broken through the entire stairway tree. I'll congratulate you for breaking through successfully in advance then. Smash through the stairway tree. Xianxia extended her arm while grinning at Lin Huang. I've actually asked questions that I shouldn't have asked in the interview today. Nonetheless, your response has gone beyond my expectations. I've got a feeling that this might not be last time I'll be speaking to you. I hope to interview you again in the future for a nice chat. Thanks, I hope for that day to come too. Lin Huang extended his arm to shake her hand. He thought time had flown by quickly after the interview that lasted for over 2 hours ended. Watching Xianxia leave with Jianfei, he stepped into the dimensional portal and returned to Emperor City. When he arrived at the Emperor Palace, the 2 god figurines combat souls, the destructive divine mammoth and the Ninetails lynx had refined the god-level soul crystals completely and elevated to virtual god rank -1. Meanwhile, Lin Huang went into his godhead refinement mode again. The next morning, he logged into the Genius Union after breakfast. Lin Huang's body shrunk 1,000 times again at the monster stage of the 75th checkpoint. His divine telekinesis and territory were also blocked. The entire checkpoint looked like a peaceful, golden desert in his field of vision. He did not even see a single monster. In reality, the monster on this checkpoint was a type of desert spider. Lin Huang had never seen a completely golden desert spider in the monster guide before. Therefore, he had no idea what its exact name was. All he knew was that such a spider would usually hide under the gravel. They would attack whenever they sensed movement in the ground. At the same time while attacking, they would spit webs out to capture their prey. The reason why Lin Huang knew that was that he had been attacked when he stepped into the checkpoint yesterday. A spiderweb had gotten stuck on his face. However, the spider that was merely on imperial level white gold rank suffered even more than he did as he sliced it into 18 pieces with his sword. I can't fly onto the stairway tree, so I can only walk on the sand. I can't use my divine telekinesis and territory, so I can't predict if the spiders are hiding under the sand. This checkpoint is risky to most whereby they might fall right into the mass of spiders if they're reckless, but this is a totally easy one for me. Lin Huang summoned the divine sun tree this time. Although he could not use his territory, the divine sun tree stretched its branches out one after another hundreds of meters away. His tens of branches shot out like long whips, shooting golden sparks out in the desert wherever they passed by. The sparks were dense, and there was one almost every meter. As the sparks lit up, the spiders that were burned shrieked devastatingly. Some of them got out of the sand and rolled on the ground. They attempted to put out the fire, but their efforts were futile. Most of the spiders were burned to death before they made it out in time. The rest were obliterated to ash after struggling for less than 3 seconds upon getting out of the sand. Let's go all out today. Killing an imperial level white gold rank monster earns 10,000 points, so we have to kill 1,000,000 of them in order to obtain 10 billion points. Although not all the monsters are on imperial level white gold rank in this checkpoint, Lin Huang gave his order to the divine sun tree. The divine sun tree went all out hearing that order. One must know that each monster it killed would turn into spiritual energy for it to absorb. Lin Huang, on the other hand, followed behind the divine sun tree and waited for it to obtain the maximum points for the day on the stairway tree patiently. Chapter 1104. This girl is so tough. After approximately 2.5 hours, Lin Huang practically flitted through the 75th checkpoint to the 79th checkpoint. Realizing that the 79th checkpoint was a monster stage, he logged out again. Although it had been the second day that he broke the record, everyone in the Genius Union was still in a mad hype since he had passed another 4 checkpoints again. Due to his record-breaking feat for 2 days consecutively, the amount of members online multiplied. Even members who hardly logged in were online. Almost the entire forum was discussing Lin Xie. After logging out, Lin Huang checked the Genius Union forum. He wanted to see if there was any new topic apart from discussions about him. In the end, he realized that all the topics were related to him after scrolling through a few pages. The hottest thread of all was, exactly how many checkpoints can Lin Xie break through? People were guessing any number under the sun. Many even said he would pass a few thousand or tens of thousands of checkpoints. Some gave a detailed analysis whenever they commented. Lin Huang chose to ignore them after having a good chuckle about the responses that he read. Some threads were wordy as if the content was useful, but Lin Huang realized that some of the responses were not even about him. After logging out of the Genius Union forum, he then looked at the news page on his Emperor's Heart Ring. He realized that his photo was on the headline. To be exact, it was a photo of Lin Xia's face. The title of the news articles was, Lin Xia, The Five Princes Are in Era. Lin Huang knew who the writer was the second he saw the title. He clicked on the article. As expected, it was xianxia who had written it. In the article, she only wrote a portion of what they talked about. She wrote everything about him, saying the five princes were in era without changing a single word. Although she tried her very best to be objective throughout the entire article, she could not help but reveal the admiration she had for Lin Huang. Her article made many see the other side of Lin Xie, the number one genius that was lesser known to the people. Many people had the same impression as xianxia did. They thought that such a powerful man would usually be dumb and think he was the best. However, Lin Huang was humble throughout the interview, especially when it came to the comment on the five princes. Many were impressed by his humility. Naturally, many people condemned that xianxia had written all those just to butter Lin Xie up. Some even said some horrible things and tried stirring things up by saying that xianxia and Lin Xie were messing around. Lin Huang frowned a little when he read that, but he soon saw xianxia fire them back with her own identity. I didn't butter Lin Xie up. You'll find out about that in the video interview that I've just posted on my account. As for those malicious slander and rumors spread around affecting my reputation, just you wait for my lawyer's letter. I've already screenshot the evidence, so it'll be futile even if you guys delete your posts. This girl is so tough. Lin Huang smiled while shaking his head. He had somewhat seen the other side of xianxia. After turning off the news page, Lin Huang opened his social media app and soon found xianxia's account. He saw a video that she posted approximately half an hour ago. It was the raw video of her interviewing him for more than 2 hours interview. After playing it, Lin Huang fast-forwarded the entire video and realized that it was indeed unedited. He realized he performed pretty well in the video. Although the video had just been posted half an hour ago, there were positive and encouraging comments below it despite the fact that it was impossible for anybody to have finished watching the 2-hour video by then. Clearly, many of them finished the video by fast-forwarding it just like Lin Huang did. I was just a passerby, but now I've been converted to a fan. I thought Lin Xie was just a tough man. Never would I've thought he's intelligent on the inside too. Little sister posted the uncut interview to prove herself. She's very sincere about it. I support her. I knew someone was trying to stir things up. Is it so hard to admit that someone is outstanding? People, I urge you to be kind. I'm a converted fan right after watching this video. Master Lin Xie, you're the best. Little sister, you're the best. I support sending those jokers your lawyer's letters. Teach them a lesson. Lin Huang thought about it and liked xianxia's video using Lin Xia's account. He picked 9 pictures of the Sea King monster having icebergs stuck in its mouth that he had taken on the 72nd checkpoint of the stairway tree and posted a collage of 9 pictures. 8 of the 9 pictures consisted of the Sea King monster's various angles. Meanwhile, the other one was a picture of Lin Huang with the Sea King monster in the background with icebergs sticking out from its mouth. The caption of the collage picture was, 72. Since one's social media account was tied to their Emperor's Heart Ring, him doing that would mean verifying his identity. Lin Xie usually did not have any notifications on this social media account, but he gained more than 10 million fans that day. People started discussing as soon as the photo was posted. What does 72 mean? This special effect of the Sea King monster isn't too shabby. It looks so real. As a pro who has been photoshopping photos for 8 years, these 9 pictures are real. Believe me, this Sea King monster looks so embarrassed and innocent. Why do I feel like laughing? Did Master Lin Xie shove the 2 icebergs into its mouth? Why do I feel like he should have shoved them somewhere else? The commenter above, please mind your words. There are kids here. Merely a couple of minutes later, the picture Lin Huang posted garnered tens of thousands of comments and over 80,000 likes. After reading the comments for fun, Lin Huang turned off the app upon realizing there were more and more comments flooding in. He stopped checking the notifications. He then opened the notification page on his Emperor's Heart ring and looked at the record-breaking rewards after scrolling past the numerous notifications. Congratulations, Lin Xie, for breaking the stairway tree record. You've been rewarded with a set of God Relic telekinetic weapon. Congratulations, Lin Xie, for breaking the stairway tree record. You've been rewarded with a God-level Soul Crystal, Virtual God Rank 3. Congratulations, Lin Xie, for breaking the stairway tree record. You've been rewarded with a Godhead, Virtual God Rank 9. Lin Huang checked his storage space as soon as he read the notifications. Soon, he saw the set of telekinetic weapon rewards. It was a set of dark silver flying daggers. He played with it for a while, and took a fancy to it. He took out the God-level Soul Crystal after putting the flying daggers away. He thought about it and summoned the Nightmare Taper. He put the Soul Crystal into the Nightmare Taper's body while waiting for it to finish the refinement patiently. As for the two Virtual God Rank 9 Godheads, Lin Huang sensed clearly that the number of Godheads he could contain in his body was now at full capacity. He could only set them aside for now since he could not put any more in at the moment. After sorting out the few rewards that he had just obtained, he began a new round of refining Godheads. Chapter 1105. The 80th checkpoint. Stepping onto the 79th checkpoint on the stairway tree, Lin Huang's body shrunk to 1/10,000th his regular size. He was even smaller than the size he had shrunk to before. He had done a preliminary investigation when he entered the checkpoint yesterday. There were no Imperial level Black Gold rank and Imperial level White Gold rank monsters on this stage at all. All the monsters had a combat strength of Imperial level Purple Gold rank. Moreover, compared to other monster stages, this checkpoint had various monsters everywhere instead of only a single kind of monster. Lin Huang had already seen more than 10 different monsters from the simple investigation yesterday. Fortunately, this stage did not impede his territory or his divine telekinesis. Since my body has shrunk to 1/10,000th of my original size, it would mean that the initial 10,000 meters that I have to pass have now become 100,000 kilometers. In other words, I'll need to pass 100,000 kilometers that are filled with Imperial level Purple Gold rank monsters to break through this checkpoint. Furthermore, Imperial level Purple Gold ranks can sense my existence simply with their territory. Lin Huang was stunned by this round of assessment. I'll just have to bite the bullet then. Perhaps, the designer of this checkpoint doesn't want anyone to pass through his final assessment. I won't be able to break through if I've got no God figurines combat souls. Lin Huang's current combat strength was Immortal level Rank 10. Without his God figurines combat souls and Imperial monsters, his ability would be the equivalent of a normal Imperial level Purple Gold rank monster whereby nobody could tell who would win. However, he basically had to run away if he encountered a pseudo-mythical level monster. The success rate of passing 100,000 kilometers filled with tens of millions or even up to hundreds of millions of Imperial level Purple Gold rank monsters was almost zilch. All of the monsters here would be able to sense his existence easily. As soon as a fight started, the other monsters around would flood the place, and he would not be able to run by then. The settings of this checkpoint made it almost impossible for normal immortal levels to break through. It would be rare for even Imperial level Purple Gold rank powerhouses to pass. Lin Huang only grinned but said nothing after that. He then summoned the Divine Sun Tree directly and ran through the checkpoint without using any fancy tricks. The devilish ant tribe was burned to death. The golden-backed centipedes were burned to death. The flying grasshoppers were burned to death. The blood-striped toads were burned to death. Whatever encountered the Divine Sun Tree would be ignited and charred black. None of them even got the chance to get close to Lin Huang. Even though that was the case, he took a day to arrive at the destination after passing through the 100,000 kilometers. He only broke through the checkpoint when it was close to midnight. As he stepped onto the 80th checkpoint, he realized everything before him was different. This isn't the stairway tree. Lin Huang looked around and realized he was in a city now. People strolled on the streets. He spread his divine telekinesis and realized they were real humans. Is this an illusion? Lin Huang was confused. The first reaction he had when he saw the city streets and humans was that he might be in an illusion. However, divine telekinesis was always accurate unless the person who created this illusion was much more powerful than he was and deceived his own divine telekinesis. This checkpoint seems to be different from the earlier ones. Be careful, bloody that was in his sleeve reminded him. Don't tell me I have to kill people in this round of assessment. Lin Huang peered around and frowned a little. At that moment, a black crack appeared in the sky all of a sudden. Lin Huang sensed that something was off and lifted his head to gaze into the sky. He saw the crack was expanding at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Abruptly, his expression changed dramatically. Is that a virtual eye? It had been more than 3 years since Lin Huang came to the gravel world. He had seen news of various virtual eyes opening on the Heart Network, but he had only encountered them a few times himself. The people in the streets noticed the strange phenomenon that was happening in the sky. They began to panic. Although he was temporarily teleported to this city, Lin Huang flew into the sky and summoned the enchanted fairy as well as the divine sun tree at the same time. He had no idea where he was. Whether this city was a foothold in the gravel world or not, the people here were real. Lin Huang did not think too much about that. He just thought he should not ignore whatever that was happening. Before the virtual eye in the sky could completely form, the enchanted fairy moved according to Lin Huang's command. A gush of chilliness came out of her body and spread around. The water in the air froze wherever the chill passed by. Within merely some 10 seconds, the enchanted fairy created a giant ice barrier that was 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Although it did not cover the entire city, it protected the area that was closest to the virtual eye. Just when the enchanted fairy was done with building the defense, the virtual eye in the sky finished forming. There seemed to be a pitch-black pupil in the sky that was watching the world. As soon as the virtual eye was formed, a mission box popped out of Lin Huang's Emperor's heart ring all of a sudden. The Stairway Tree's 80th trial has officially begun. Trial mission: protect the foothold. Mission requirement: protect the foothold for 24 hours. The number of deaths must be no more than 80 million people. The mission will be deemed to have failed if the time is less than 24 hours or the number of deaths exceeds 80 million people. Lin Huang was stunned when he saw the mission box popping out. He did not expect the Stairway Tree to have a new model. Nevertheless, he read everything in the mission box carefully. Just when he was done reading the last word in the mission box, monsters came rushing out of the virtual eye like a torrent. There were monsters of all sorts, but all their combat strengths were on Imperial level black gold rank. Almost when the monsters came racing out, the divine sun tree shook its branches a little. In the next second, all monsters were lit in golden flames. They were soon drowned in the flames and turned into ashes. Although the divine sun tree did not miss out any monsters, Lin Huang looked rather grimly at the virtual eye. Usually, weaker monsters would come out of the virtual eye first and the subsequent monsters that came out later would be more powerful. However, the first batch of monsters that came as soon as the virtual eye opened was already on Imperial level. Although they were only on Imperial level black gold rank, Lin Huang had a hunch that there might be demigod level or even virtual god level monsters appearing later. Time was ticking. The virtual eye kept sending Imperial level black gold ranks out. This went on for 4 hours and Lin Huang finally saw the first Imperial level crimson gold rank monster advancing. Subsequently, the second, the third, more and more Imperial level crimson gold rank monsters were rushing out of the virtual eye, replacing the first batch of Imperial level black gold rank monsters. Upon seeing that, Lin Huang had a preliminary guess of the virtual eye's monster pattern. The Imperial level crimson gold rank monsters only came out 4 hours later. This pattern might continue later. If this is the case, demigod level monsters may emerge during the last 4 hours, which is about 20 hours later. Chapter 1106. Waiting for it to come out. Lin Huang's head was clouded with thoughts as he watched the monsters that were rushing out of the virtual eye like a flood. This round of assessment had reached a point where it was getting ridiculous. If monsters streamed out for 24 hours continuously, it would mean that he would have to protect the foothold round the clock without stopping. Judging from the current number of monsters and frequency, even a demigod-level powerhouse's life power would be drained in less than 10 hours. If not for the divine fire in his body that was supplying endless energy for his god figurine's combat souls, there was no way that he could bear it for 24 hours. Moreover, looking at the pattern of the virtual eye at that instant, there would be more than just one demigod-level monster emerging during the last 4 hours. Even if he had sufficient life power, a demigod-level powerhouse might not be able to push through the last 4 hours. Under normal circumstances, only virtual god-level powerhouses might have hopes of passing this checkpoint. This confirmed what Lin Huang was thinking earlier even more. Perhaps the person who designed this checkpoint on the stairway tree never wanted anyone to break through. Lin Huang looked at the sky again as he shook off all sorts of thoughts that were bothering him. Since earlier, he noticed that he had not been gaining any points despite the Divine Sun Tree killing the monsters on the checkpoint. However, this gave him another benefit. The Divine Sun Tree could slay monsters endlessly and replenish his spiritual energy. Moreover, the killing would give him complete monster cards and monster card pieces. In other words, apart from not obtaining any points on the stairway tree, he had at least 20 chances to kill monsters and receive the rewards. The deal was a great one for Lin Huang. After all, he could only obtain 10 billion points at the most each typical day. Time flew by, and another 4 hours passed. Just as Lin Huang expected, all of the monsters in the third batch were on Imperial level Yellow Gold rank. He was sure of his speculation earlier after seeing Imperial level Yellow Gold rank monsters swarm out of the virtual eye one after another. Just like I expected, the monster's combat strength will increase by a rank every 4 hours. If that's the case, demigod level monsters will definitely come out in the last 4 hours. Hundreds of monsters would come out of the virtual eye each second, but none of them escaped the Divine Sun Tree's flames. All the monsters began burning as soon as they stepped out of the virtual eye. They then turned into ashes within a few breaths. There was no exception. With Lin Huang supplying endless energy, the Divine Sun Tree was not tired of killing at all because it could clearly sense its spiritual energy being replenished every time he killed. It was getting closer and closer to breaking through his combat strength. The massacre soon passed for 4 hours, and the fourth batch of monsters finally came. The batch of monsters experienced an increase in their combat strength. After the Imperial level Yellow Gold ranks, Imperial level White Gold rank monsters now raced out. However, such a boost in combat strength was nothing to the Divine Sun Tree at all. It shook its branches lightly and the Imperial level White Gold rank monsters would be ignited without exception and turn into ashes. Perhaps, their time of death was merely 1 to 2 seconds slower than the Imperial level Yellow Gold rank monsters before. At that point in time, half of the 24-hour protection period had passed and the Divine Sun Tree never let any of the monsters go at all. However, Lin Huang had yet to relax. He was not worried about the first 20 hours. He was bothered about what would come out in the last 4 hours. Time flew by and 2 to 3 hours passed again. Just when Lin Huang thought they were steadily dealing with this monster horde, a tremor came from the Divine Sun Tree. Is it elevating to virtual god level? Lin Huang merely sensed it when he noticed something off and he knew what was happening. The Divine Sun Tree had killed so many monsters that it had accumulated enough spiritual energy to elevate to virtual god level. That was beyond Lin Huang's expectations. However, Lin Huang was delighted to see that. After recalling the Divine Sun Tree, Lin Huang glanced through the other 8 god figurines' combat souls apart from the enchanted fairy. He had his eyes fixed on the death butterfly, so he summoned it. The little blue butterfly that was smaller than half a palm flew slowly into the sky. It looked so harmless and even looked kind of cute. However, such a cute thing turned the Imperial level White Gold rank monsters into skeletons with merely a light flap of its wings. The skeletons then turned into ashes and disappeared. It seemed like everywhere it flew through became hell. Even Lin Huang was shocked and terrified every time he watched the death butterfly attack. It would take a life away each time it attacked, and death would always be the result. It was even more overbearing and ridiculous than the Divine Sun Tree's flames. At least, the Divine Sun Tree's flames would take some time to kill the opponents, but the death butterfly killed without anyone even seeing it advance. Every living thing would turn into skeletons and ashes. Seeing death butterfly attacking, Lin Huang recalled what the stone tablet had said before. The death butterfly had a weaker combat ability compared to the other true spirits that mastered the death rule. Lin Huang could not help but feel curious about how powerful the other true spirits that mastered the death rule were. Over an hour soon passed after he summoned the death butterfly. The 5th batch of monsters finally approached. As Lin Huang expected, this batch of monsters all had Imperial level purple gold rank combat strength. However, none of the monsters could do anything when the death butterfly was around. All the Imperial level purple gold rank monsters turned into skeletons as soon as they stepped out of the virtual eye. They turned into ashes completely less than a second later. The entire process was no slower than killing the batch of Imperial-level white gold rank monsters earlier. Lin Huang waited for the 4 hours to pass slowly. The wait was agonizing. He had finally come to the last 4 hours of the 24-hour protection period. He slowed his breathing down while looking at the changing virtual eye in the sky without blinking. Approximately half a minute passed. The monsters that were coming out of the virtual eye were all on Imperial level purple gold rank just like before. None of them were on demigod level. Lin Huang glanced down to check the time. After confirming that the time was right, he looked even more puzzled now. The time passed by on the 80th checkpoint of the stairway tree. Lin Huang waited for almost an hour. The monsters that were coming out of the virtual eye had Imperial level purple gold rank combat strength. It remained the same as it had been 4 hours before. So, I guessed it wrongly. Lin Huang mumbled to himself softly. Just as he said that, a powerful aura extended out of the virtual eye. He quickly lifted his head to look. This aura, it's clearly a demigod-level monster. A gigantic monster stretched one of its pitch-black claws out of the virtual eye. The claw was completely covered in a layer of black scales. The nail on the claw was 20 to 30 meters long. The death butterfly was going to attack it before it could get out of the virtual eye. However, Lin Huang stopped it from doing so. There's no rush. We'll wait for it to come out. It might retreat its claw immediately if you attack now. Chapter 1107. Do you agree to go to the last checkpoint? A pitch-black claw with black scales stretched out of the virtual eye. Subsequently, a giant head poked through. It was a massive dragon head that looked like it was made of black metal casting. It seemed cold and ferocious. It was a dragonkin. It had 6 screw-like horns on its head while its 4 eyes lit up like golden light bulbs. Before it crawled out of the virtual eye completely, its 4 eyes were locked onto Lin Huang. It snorted in disdain after realizing that Lin Huang's combat strength was only immortal level rank -9. The death butterfly landed on Lin Huang's shoulder slowly, glaring fatally at the dragonkin. It looked like it was staring its prey down. After more than 2 hours of killing, it realized that the spiritual energy in its body had been filling up. Meanwhile, this demigod-level dragonkin before them looked like it had an even more powerful spiritual energy than those Imperial-level monsters that it had destroyed. In other words, the dragonkin looked delicious to the death butterfly. Unfortunately, the dragonkin did not notice that it was practically being drooled over. After announcing its arrival with a roar, its entire body came out of the virtual eye slowly. From the looks of it, Lin Huang figured this monster was at least up to 10,000 meters long. It opened its jaws wide after getting out. Then, it released a roar that quaked the world as though it was announcing its arrival. The death butterfly looked at Lin Huang, seeming to ask whether it could attack yet. Lin Huang nodded tersely at it. In the next second, the blue death butterfly flapped its wings. An invisible wave seemed to ripple in the sky. The dragonkin's roar was cut short all of a sudden. Its 4 big, golden lightbulb eyes dimmed while its body that seemed to be formed of metal casting was rotting at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Merely 3 to 4 seconds later, its flesh vanished. Only a massive black skeletal frame remained. However, the frame lasted less than 5 seconds before turning into ashes and disappearing with the wind. The demigod-level dragonkin did not even have the chance to attack and was killed without even realizing what hit it. Lin Huang could only witness how terrifying the death butterfly was. After the demigod-level dragonkin came out, the virtual eye became normal again. Imperial-level purple gold rank monsters started coming out of it again. The monster horde came one after another like a flood. So, Imperial-level purple gold rank monsters are appearing again. Judging from the current pattern, the occasional demigod-level monsters will come out in the last 4 hours. I'm just not sure if an hour will be the right interval. Lin Huang was rather relieved to see that the monsters that were coming out were Imperial-level purple gold rank monsters. He was a little worried that many demigod-level monsters would appear. After all, demigod-level monsters were different from Imperial-level monsters. When encountered some with a unique ability, his god figurines' combat souls might not be able to kill them in one hit. Moreover, they had a higher chance of breaking Enchanted Fairy's defense with their divine power at full force. As soon as the defense was broke, a demigod-level attack alone could cause a major scale of death if it landed in the foothold. As soon as the number of deaths surpassed the mission limit, he would fail the stage. That was what Lin Huang was most unwilling to see happening. However, Lin Huang's concern was unnecessary since no more demigod-level monsters emerged. Time flew by, and another half an hour passed. A powerful aura came out of the virtual eye again. Lin Huang lifted his head and looked at the virtual eye's direction in the sky. He frowned slightly. This aura, he was wondering whether a demigod-level monster would come out every hour in the last 4 hours since the first one came out an hour later. However, that was not the apparent pattern at all because only half an hour had passed and a demigod-level monster's aura was coming out of the virtual eye again. What surprised Lin Huang even more was that the aura this time seemed to be coming from more than one demigod-level monster. A moment later, a dark purple head came out of the virtual eye. The dark purple body came out of the virtual eye completely before Lin Huang could take a good look at it. Lin Huang looked closely to see a giant indigo centipede. It was thousands of meters long with 3 pairs of barely there wings on its back. 2 indigo feelers at the top of its head moved in the air as it seemed to be sniffing out for aura. Brutality exuded from its 3 pairs of ruby-like bloody eyes on both sides of its head. Its mouth that looked like a scimitar below was twitching slightly, giving out chilling insecurity. After the centipede came out, a gigantic spider crawled out of the virtual eye slowly. The spider was bigger than any arachnid that Lin Huang had ever seen in his life. It was completely grayish-brown and had legs that were thousands of meters long. Its entire body seemed like a moving mountain supported by 8 pillars. Its head was filled with dense black eyes of all sizes. There were at least 30 to 40 of them. People with trypophobia would have goosebumps if they saw this creature. The 2 monsters' aurae were clearly demigod level. Lin Huang could not help but scowl when 2 of them came at once. It was not that he could not handle 2, but the pattern was unfathomable. The first time a demigod-level monster came out was an hour since the new batch of the monster horde. Now, there were 2 demigod-level monsters half an hour later. The interval and quantity were unpredictable now. Just when the 2 monsters locked their eyes on Lin Huang and the enchanted fairy as soon as they appeared, the blue death butterfly on Lin Huang's shoulder flapped its wings all of a sudden. In the next second, the 2 demigod-level monsters' bodies began to disintegrate while they stared at it in shock. They looked like corpses being dissolved by all sorts of microorganisms with a fast-forward button. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 demigod-level monsters turned into ashes. The enormous bodies left ashes all over the ground. After the second batch of demigod-level monsters came, the third wave rushed forward merely 10 minutes later. There were 3 of them this time. However, the fourth wave came merely a minute after the death butterfly killed the third batch of demigod-level monsters. Then, there were 5 monsters. Seeing the batch of monsters coming, Lin Huang could not help but frown again. If the intervals shortened and the number of monsters was growing like this, there was a possibility that he would really fail this time. Fortunately, Lin Huang's concern did not happen. The pattern finally stabilized whereby 5 demigod-level monsters emerged from the virtual eye every 1 minute. The pattern persevered and the last 4 hours ended. Lin Huang was finally relieved the moment when the virtual eye closed entirely. Before he recalled his 2 god figurines' combat souls, 2 notifications popped out from his emperor's heart ring consecutively. Congratulations, Lin Xie, for breaking through the 80th checkpoint of the stairway tree. Do you agree to go to the last checkpoint on the stairway tree? The last checkpoint. Lin Huang was stunned for a second but soon made up his mind almost without thinking. I agree, take me there. Chapter 1108. The last checkpoint. Lin Huang had no idea exactly how many checkpoints there were on the stairway tree before reading the notification about the last checkpoint challenge that the stairway tree system sent. After all, throughout the centuries, the highest checkpoint on the stairway tree anyone had ever arrived on was the 72nd checkpoint. However, now he knew that there were only a total of 81 checkpoints on the stairway tree and he had arrived at the last one now. Although it had been 2 days since he last slept, Lin Huang accepted the assessment without hesitation. Upon agreeing to the assessment, both of Lin Huang's god figurines' combat souls and bloody in his sleeve retreated into his body. Then, he shifted and appeared in the ruins. He looked around to see building remnants everywhere. The land that he was standing on seemed to have been a bustling city back then. However, it was now a ruin where traces of war were left behind. After taking a simple observation of his surroundings, Lin Huang summoned Bloody and Lancelot immediately. Lancelot, use your territory skill to check if there are any living things around. Bloody, release your leech pods after confirming with Lancelot and construct a preliminary map. Lancelot checked through the area with his territory skill merely a moment later. There's no living thing within my territory range. Not only are there no humans, but there aren't even any monsters around. Just when Bloody was going to release its leech pods after hearing that, a crack appeared in the sky all of a sudden. The human and the two imperial monsters lifted their heads to gaze up immediately. Is the virtual eye opening again? Is it the same trick as before? Lin Huang was rather surprised. However, a second, a third, and a fourth crack appeared in the sky just when he said that. There were cracks almost everywhere in the sky. He was astounded to see at least hundreds of them. Furthermore, the cracks were expanding at an alarming rate that could be seen with the naked eye. This reminded Lin Huang of the story when the gravel world was attacked 800 years ago. It was said that 3,000 virtual eyes opened all over the world when the gravel world was attacked back then. Although that was way more than the number of virtual eyes he was looking at right now, the density of it then definitely could not compare with what was in front of his eyes. Alright then, I admit that I was wrong. This is a new set of tricks. Lin Huang felt like he had just received a resounding slap on his face, having thought that this checkpoint was the same as the previous 80. In the air, the cracks were expanding into the virtual eyes one after another at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. They looked like hundreds of pupils of all colors and forms in the sky, staring at Lin Huang, who was as tiny as an ant. Lin Huang dared not be reckless this time. He recalled Lancelot and God Bloody to hide in his sleeve. He then summoned all 10 of his god figurines' combat souls, including the destructive divine mammoth, the Ninetails lynx, the nightmare tapir and the divine sun tree that had elevated to virtual god level. A mission notification popped up on his emperor's heart ring just when he summoned his god figurines' combat souls. The 81st trial of the stairway tree has officially begun. Trial mission. Survive. Mission requirement. Survive the 24-hour monster horde. Remarks. The mission will be deemed to have failed if you die within the 24-hour monster horde. At the same time when Lin Huang finished reading the notification, a deep voice shook the entire sky. The trial has begun. Gigantic bug monsters began flying out of the virtual eyes that looked like pupils in the air. The bugs looked like airships. The bug monsters were over 10,000 meters in length, but they came in all forms. Some of them looked like enormous whales that had been enlarged by 1,000 times with thick bio-armors covering them. Others seemed like deep-sea jellyfish that had been enlarged by 10,000 times with countless tentacles that looked like strands of hair, making it chilling to look at. Some had turtle-like shells that looked indestructible. Those gigantic monsters exuded terrifying perfect stage demigod-level aura, and there were over 300 of them in his field of vision. Nonetheless, he found it weird that those huge monsters did not attack him directly. They just hovered in place after getting out of the virtual eyes and did not come any closer. Just when Lin Huang thought it was strange, a sea of bug monsters streamed out of the gigantic monsters one after another. There were so many of them that they covered the entire sky. *T. Are those bug tribe battleships? Lin Huang reacted right away and ordered immediately, fight. All of his 10 god figurines' combat souls joined the battlefield as soon as he issued the command. The divine sun tree went through a major change after elevating to virtual god level combat strength. Initially, it was merely a little sapling that was approximately a meter tall. Now, it had transformed into a 10-meter tall tree with lush leaves. It stretched his branches one after another. Everywhere the branches passed would turn into a sea of fire. The hundreds of gigantic bug monsters that resembled airships were burned and turned into ashes immediately. The destructive divine mammoth also had a change in its form after elevating to virtual god level. Its black armor was thicker now, while there was even armor growing on its trunk. At 10 meters tall, it lost all of its cuteness it had before this. It charged into the monsters and clashed with them all the way. Wherever its metal legs passed, it crushed all of the monsters into mush. Since the Ninetails lynx elevated to virtual god level, it grew from a little white cat which was the size of a palm to a little white cheetah with slender limbs and a body just slightly longer than a meter. It was fearless as it stood among the monsters. All of the monsters were sliced into pieces wherever it sprinted. The nightmare tapir that had elevated to god level, on the other hand, did not experience many changes. Only the patterns on its body changed. It lifted his trunk and released soundless wave energy. The invisible wave spread out intensely at a speed that was 1,000 times faster than the speed of sound. All of the monsters were dragged into dreamland as the wave enveloped them. They fell into a deep sleep within a few seconds. Those monsters that had yet to elevate to god level were no less powerful. All the monsters turned into ashes whenever the death butterfly flapped its wings. Whenever the withered flower shook in the wind and spread its fragrance, the monsters grew old and turned into skeletons. A gush of chillness spread out whenever the enchanted fairy waved her sleeve, and countless bug monsters transformed into ice sculptures. The creation clock slowed down its second hand. Many of the monsters seemed like they had fallen into a swamp, whereby their movements were 100 times slower now. The life power in the monsters' bodies would stop working whenever the shackle serpent's eyes lit up, and they would fall from the sky. The undead stick smothered the sea of monster carcasses with its body. Then, the monster carcasses stood up again with their eyes pitch black. The tens of thousands of terrifying monsters in the horde were blocked by the 10 god figurines' combat souls forcefully. The battle was one-sided, and almost none of the monsters survived for more than half a minute. Chapter 1109. Jaw-dropping in the sky, the giant demigod level. Bug tribe airships flew out of the virtual eyes that resembled pupils one after another. Each of the giant airships had tens of thousands of bug tribe monsters which had imperial-level combat strength. As the giant airships containing countless bug tribe monsters entered this world that looked like ruins, they leapt and charged toward Lin Huang as if they only had one target in their eyes. Millions of monsters leapt from the sky almost every second. They were like a locust plague that blanketed the sky. Nevertheless, the 10 god figurines' combat souls were extraordinarily courageous, whereby they were almost suppressing the situation. However, Lin Huang was not optimistic about breaking through this checkpoint since the battle was so intense as soon as it began. One must know that the mission had begun for less than 3 minutes and there were already over 100 million of monsters coming out of the virtual eyes. Moreover, all of them were on imperial level and ranged from imperial level black gold rank to imperial level purple gold rank. According to Lin Huang's speculation, this checkpoint should be the same as the one before, whereby the longer the duration, the more difficult it would be. The monsters' combat strength would elevate later on and the frequency might increase. Whether he could break through the checkpoint or not, Lin Huang thought he must seize the opportunity since he had a little faith. Just like the checkpoint before, he crushed 24 double reward cards secretly, which resulted in the reward adding up to 24 hours. He also crushed a lucky card. Subsequently, a massive number of notifications about card pieces and occasional complete cards came through. Monsters did not stop coming out of the virtual eyes, so the 10 god figurines' combat souls did not get to rest for even a second. The bug tribe airships seemed to have a unique spatial technique installed in them. Even though the bug tribe airships were destroyed, the bug tribe fighters within them did not seem to be affected much. Instead, they shot out of the airships directly, saving their time of leaping out of the cabin door. The virtual eyes had been sending bug tribe airships out at the same frequency, so a new batch of bug tribe airships would arrive almost every 10 seconds. Again, the 10 god figurines' combat souls did not get to rest for even a heartbeat. Soon, 4 hours had passed. As Lin Huang expected, the frequency of the virtual eyes sending the bug tribe airships increased. One airship would be sent out of a virtual eye approximately every 20 seconds. However, after the 4-hour interval, the frequency shortened to 10 seconds. Furthermore, Lin Huang also realized that not only did the frequency multiply but even the combat strength of the monsters that were originating from the airships changed. There were monsters on imperial level black gold rank to imperial level purple gold rank initially. However, there were no longer any imperial level black gold rank monsters this round. The lowest combat strength of bug beasts that participated in the battle was imperial level crimson gold rank. The number of monsters from each airship was pretty much the same as before, but the minimum combat strength had increased. Nevertheless, such frequency and increase in combat strength did not affect the god figurines' combat souls at all. Most of the 10 god figurines' combat souls were attacking in a large range of area. However, they did not widen their attack range or increase their attack power. Only the frequency of the attacks multiplied. The battle remained one-sided. Although countless bug beasts were pouring like rain, they could not break through the divine sun tree and the rest whose killing speed would destroy a large area. However, the death butterfly experienced a tremor not long after the second wave of monsters came. The spiritual energy in its body had been filled, and it was elevating to virtual god level. Lin Huang recalled it back to his body without hesitation to allow it to complete its elevation. Without the death butterfly's contribution, the remaining 9 god figurines' combat souls became slightly busier, but it did not affect their winning streak much. Soon, Another 4 hours passed. There was a change in the third wave of the monster horde. The interval of the bug tribe airships being sent shortened again. From the initial 10 seconds, it was cut down to 5 seconds now. Moreover, the minimum combat strength of the bug tribe fighters coming out of the airships this time had increased again. It increased from Imperial level Crimson Gold rank to Imperial level Yellow Gold rank. Among the bug beasts that were rushing out of the giant airships, there were no longer any Imperial level Black Gold ranks and Imperial level Crimson Gold ranks to be seen. The lowest combat strength was Imperial level Yellow Gold rank. As soon as the third round of Monster Horde came, the Death Butterfly completed its elevation. Lin Huang summoned it again and sent it back to the battlefield. The blue butterfly that was initially only the size of half a palm had minimal changes to its appearance. It remained the same size, but its solid form had turned into a blue semi-transparent spirit form, appearing as magical as an illusion. Its ethereal form felt otherworldly. In fact, it looked like a lousy Earth-made film effect which seemed fake. However, the Death Butterfly experienced an obvious boost in its ability no matter what. A great number of demigod-level bug tribe airships turned into ashes from a slight flap of its wings. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. It was a few times faster than the killing speed of the Divine Sun Tree. The remaining 9 god figurines' combat souls were much more relaxed as soon as it joined the battle again. As usual, the third round of bug tribe attack went on for 4 hours. Subsequently, the same thing happened to the fourth and the fifth rounds of monsters. When the fourth round came, the enchanted fairy followed the Death Butterfly's footsteps as she had accumulated enough spiritual energy to elevate to virtual god level. When the fifth round of Monster Horde came, the interval of the bug tribe airships coming out of the virtual eye shortened to a second. Furthermore, the tens of thousands of monsters in each airship were on Imperial level Purple Gold rank. There was not even a single Imperial level White Gold rank monster. Soon after that, the fifth round came. The enchanted fairy successfully elevated to virtual god level and was summoned again. The enchanted fairy that had been upgraded had few changes to her body. She was still wearing a white dress, and her skin was as white as snow. She was beautiful as usual. However, her black hair was now a piercing icy blue. Furthermore, her ability was even more terrifying now. The air would turn into ice with a single glance of hers. Apart from that, the undead sticks had accumulated enough spiritual energy to elevate to virtual god level when the fifth monster horde came. Lin Huang recalled him back to his body. As the Death Butterfly and the enchanted fairy's combat strengths elevated, the pressure that was ever increasing from the virtual eyes did not cause any solid threat to Lin Huang. The battle still remained one-sided. One must know that Lin Huang's god figurines' combat souls were powerful existences made of Protoss's figurines as their base besides being visualized from true spirits. Each of them far surpassed quadruple mutated mythical level monsters. They could fight fairly. With virtual god rank 3 powerhouses given that they had Imperial level Purple Gold rank combat strength. Naturally, suppressing these Imperial level bug beasts was a piece of cake for them. Now that some of his god figurines' combat souls had elevated to virtual god level, their abilities were advancing intensely. They did not even have to use 1% of their abilities when fighting those Imperial level bug beasts. Another 4 hours flew by. The 24-hour period to pass the checkpoint was down to the last 4 hours. The sixth round of Monster Horde came as expected. Before the Monster Horde came, a low rumble echoed from the other side of the virtual eyes. Lin Huang looked at the sky in puzzlement when he heard the sound. His jaw dropped when he saw the first giant that emerged. FCK. How is this possible? Chapter 11:10. The arrival of the bug tribe. Immense things in irregular forms floated out of the virtual eyes in the sky. Each of them was at least 10,000 times bigger than the bug tribe airships earlier. Some of the giant forms were slightly rounder, resembling potatoes. Some seemed like human molars or front teeth that had fallen off, while some looked like peanuts. They had forms of all kinds. However, the similarity they shared was that all of them had dense holes on their surfaces. These holes had various shapes and sizes. Some were round, some were triangular, and some were even hexagonal. However, the shapes and sizes of the holes were the same for each giant. They were clearly not made by Mother Nature. In reality, Lin Huang could tell what were those at a first glance. The strangely shaped matters were all bug tribe hives from different tribes. Are they relocating house? They moved the entire hive here. The 300 over hives of all forms covered the entire sky like hovering giant cities. It was Lin Huang's first time seeing such a majestic scene in his life. If an ordinary person witnessed 300 beehives hanging above their heads, the first reaction would be to run. However, it was a different story for Lin Huang. He gave a command before waiting for any of the monsters to fly out the hives. There's no need to hold back. Do your best to attack the hives and see if you can destroy them or not. The Ninetails lynx was the first to attack as soon as he spoke. Its agile body turned into a white beam and shot through the sky. It pulverized tens of hives and returned where it was without anyone even seeing it. Then, it shook its head at Lin Huang. After a while, rumbles that sounded like mellow thunder came from the sky consecutively. Slices were made on the tens of hives consecutively. There were giant gullies that were hundreds of meters on the hives. However, the gullies were less than 10 meters at the most and could no longer go any deeper, so they made no solid damage to the hives. The Ninetails lynx has the most powerful attack ability among your 10 god figurines combat souls. If this is what it can do, it proves that the materials that are used to make these hives are pretty tough. Using other physical attacks shouldn't have much effect on them. Bloody, that had been hiding and observing the situation in Lin Huang's sleeve, provided him such an analysis immediately. Get the nightmare taper to try using his spiritual attack then. The destructive divine mammoth and the rest attacked when Bloody was done speaking. However, just like Bloody speculated, physical attacks did almost nothing to the hives. Even the divine sun tree and the enchanted fairies' elemental attacks could not penetrate the hives. The most they could go was a few meters into the holes. The nightmare taper attacked as well. Even though he had elevated to virtual god level, he could only drill some 10 meters in after penetrating into the hives with his psychic energy. He was blocked by powerful psychic energy and could no longer go any further. I tried, but I was blocked by a powerful psychic energy. The most I can go is 13 meters and I can't go any further. The nightmare taper spoke to Lin Huang and Bloody through voice transmission. A powerful psychic energy. Could there be virtual god level monsters guarding the inside of these hives? Lin Huang was stunned to hear that. The stone tablet's voice came slowly at the moment. Stop overthinking. The hives do not only have resistance against physical attack, but they're also invincible when it comes to resisting spiritual energy, because each hive is being protected by the bug tribe's will. Even a true god level or even heavenly god level powerhouse can't stick spiritual energy into the hives to try and damage it at all. The nightmare taper could penetrate more than 10 meters because there's only an oxidized protective shell on the surface of the hives. The shell isn't even the hive's real defense. It's not even included in the protection range of the bug tribe's will. Lin Huang came to a realization after hearing the stone tablet's explanation. If what you said is true, then attacking the hives must be a stupid thing to do, isn't it? You said that yourself. The stone tablet smiled and explained further. The standards of the bug tribe's construction are much higher than the standards you humans have when building your skyscrapers. Under usual circumstances, the hives with virtual gods inside are built with core construction material, which is the same material as a true god relic. Only a powerhouse with the combat strength of at least heavenly god level can destroy them completely. Even in hives with only a demigod inside, the core material used for the construction would be at least a god relic. They're basically indestructible if the opponent isn't on a minimum of true god level. I think there's no need for you to waste your efforts attacking the hives at all. Just wait for the bugs to come out. The hives are their base camp, so their queens will basically be in there. If I don't destroy the hives, the queens in those hives will produce more bugs to join the battle. It would mean that I'd have to clear the bugs that are created in the hives over and over again. Lin Huang told the tablet the reason he had gotten his god figurines combat souls to attack the hives. Why don't you just seize the opportunity to kill more bugs since there are only 4 hours left? No matter how many bugs these hives are producing, to you, it's merely 4 hours of battling. The stone tablet went completely silent right after saying that. Lin Huang realized that he was overthinking it. He kind of forgot that the 20-odd hours of battle was just a trial. He subconsciously treated this ruins as a place in the gravel world. His mind was so occupied on clearing the hives forever to prevent the bug beasts from coming out. He recalled that it was just a trial upon hearing the stone tablet's reminder. He would be teleported out of this place as soon as the time was up. No matter whether this place was real or fake, whatever happened after this was none of his business. Lin Huang shook his head to push the thoughts out of his head as he lifted his head to look at the sky again. In the sky, there was an insane amount of bugs in countless forms standing at the surface of the giant hives. Buzz, a low buzzing from more than 300 sources came almost at the same time. The noise seemed to be coming from deep in the hives. They sounded like a signal that had been lowered. Each hive would have a slightly difference in key, but they did not conflict with each other and even harmonized perfectly. The long and low buzzes echoed through the entire place. At the same time, the countless bug monsters seemed to have received their leader's order. They leapt out of the hives where they were queuing and charged at Lin Huang. Chapter 11:11. Suppressed by great power, bug beasts of all forms were rushing out of the holes on the surface of the hives. All of them had a combat strength of Imperial level purple gold rank, and there were over 300 hives. Among the over 300 types of bugs, the first thing that Lin Huang noticed was a batch of giant beetles. These giant beetles seemed like they had been enlarged up to 100 times. They looked like heavy armored vehicles with many legs, and one could tell that their defensive ability was terrifying by a glance alone. In reality, Lin Huang had seen such a beetle in the monster guide before. It was a monster called the gigantic armored beetle. Its defensive ability was so powerful that it could be ranked top 10 among all the monsters recorded in the monster guide. If their vitals were not attacked, the effort of killing such a bug monster might be futile even for an ordinary demigod. To kill them in one blow, only a demigod saber cultivator or sword cultivator who had compelling attack ability with a god relic fueled with divine power might be able to do it. The second type of monster that attracted Lin Huang's attention was a colorful flying bug that resembled a long-legged spider with butterfly wings. Not only were the two pairs of wings colorful, but so were their body and the hair on its legs that were as tough as steel nails. It looked like a painter had accidentally spilled 10 types of colors onto them. What surprised Lin Huang even more was that the colors on their bodies morphed, so it looked like it had a disco ball shining on it. I advise you not to let those colorful bug monsters get close to you. The stone tablet's voice came all of a sudden. Because they're poisonous. Lin Huang guessed why the stone tablet said so. This bug is called 10 colors, and it's a poisonous bug monster. They have up to 1,000 different toxins in their bodies which they're producing and releasing at all times. Some of the toxins can be spread through the air while some can even penetrate through the pores straight into one's body. You can never see it coming, the stone tablet explained. I suppose you saw that their bodies are always changing colors. The changing of colors is caused by the changing of toxin ratio in their body as they produce and release toxins. The third type of monster Lin Huang noticed was a bug beast with 4 wings that could not be found in the monster guide. It had 4 oval semi-transparent wings that it flapped thousands of times per second. It would accelerate every time it flapped its wings, lending a great boost in its speed. Although Lin Huang could fight fairly with Imperial level purple gold rank monsters now, he could only catch the flapping shadow of the bug beast's wings with his eyes. Although the speed of the bug monsters was incomparable with Kylie, who was on Imperial level purple gold rank, they could surpass most of the flying monsters in the monster guide. Among the 300-odd types of bugs on the battlefield, apart from the minority of them that were described in the monster guide, most of them did not have any record. Lin Huang looked far away and realized that he could not recognize over 90% of the bug monsters. A minority of them even had a structure that was beyond his understanding, which made him think they were ridiculous after observing them. For instance, there was a bug beast that was called the Ugly Thing. It had its ass on its mouth, and seemed to use the same part to eat and excrete. There was another bug beast that had no face on its head, but only had a mouth on top of its head and it lived on other bug monsters' bodies as a parasite. Neither did Lin Huang have any idea what were the names of most of the bug monsters there, nor did he know what kind of ability they possessed. However, none of those were important to him. His 9 god figurines' combat souls fought at full force without hesitation. Under the creation clock's slowing down of time and the shackle serpent's ceiling, the massive number of bug monsters became sitting ducks. It had been a few minutes since the battle started, but the undead Styx had completed his elevation to virtual god level. Lin Huang summoned him again to join the battlefield. Although the divine sun tree and the death butterfly did not leave behind any carcasses, the nightmare tapir, the enchanted fairy, and the rest left carcasses behind, which then became the undead Styx's undead puppets. Seeing the undead Styx's undead army growing to over 100 million, Lin Huang thought it was wasted effort instead of feeling happy. He had summoned the undead Styx to try turning the monsters on the stairway tree into undead puppets to see if he could bring them back to reality. Sadly, it was proven to be impossible. The monster carcasses on the stairway tree would disintegrate as soon as they left. However, although he could not bring them back, he could use them there directly. The undead sticks controlled the undead monster horde to collide with the monsters that were advancing from the hives fearlessly. Even if they were killed in the battle, the undead sticks would revive soon them. Moreover, he was turning more carcasses into his puppets, growing his undead army. Lin Huang was relieved to see the first round of hive attack being suppressed by his 10 god figurines combat souls perfectly. He was concerned even though he was confident in his god figurines combat souls, as he figured that the batch of the monster horde was just too big. However, he was relieved to see the performance of his god figurines combat souls. The hundreds of hives released monster hordes one after another. Countless bug monsters came swarming like waves, but they were suppressed by the god figurines combat souls again and again. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed. The hives went through a tremor almost at the same time, emitting a strange buzzing again. This time, it did not sound low. It sounded more like the finish of a ringing bell. Almost at the same time the sound came, all of the hives stopped sending bug monsters out. Lin Huang lifted his head to look at the sky. In reality, he figured that the last hour might not be easy. As expected, the hives experienced some changes. The strange buzzing noise lasted for 3 minutes and stopped completely. As the noise stopped, the hundreds of hives transformed almost at the same time. Lin Huang was shocked when he saw a hive that looked like a potato explode from its core. It looked like someone had sliced the potato into half and pulled the two halves of hive open slowly, exposing its center. It was like a potato that was sliced and pulled apart, then stuck with invisible tape. The other hives were also changing. Some of them were sliced into half directly while some had a giant hollow cylinder in the middle. The transformation lasted for less than a minute before being completed. At that moment, Lin Huang sensed the aura that was coming out of the hives. He could not help but appear rather grave now. Are they only on demigod level? Why do I feel like something's off? Chapter 11-12. Tough battle. The bug beast's aura in the hives were indeed only on demigod level, but Lin Huang thought something was off. Buzzing noise came again as soon as the over 300 hives had done with their transformation. Buzz. The over 300 hives released noises of different frequency as if they were announcing the battle again. This time, the buzzing only went on for approximately 10 seconds and stopped. Subsequently, Lin Huang saw bug beasts rushing out the cracks or holes in the middle of the hives. Lin Huang had only confirmed that the round of bug beasts only had a combat strength of demigod level when he saw the bug beasts officially. However, he soon saw a shocking scene. In the sky, the over 300 monster hordes seemed to be commanded by something whereby they gathered and formed gigantic, ferocious beasts after rushing out of the hives in sequence. The ferocious beasts were at least 10,000 meters long. Their aura was many times more powerful than the individual bug beasts. Is this a battle formation? Lin Huang finally knew why he thought something was off when he saw that. So the demigod level bug beasts had formed their battle formations in the hives earlier. That was why the 10,000 bug beasts gave out a strange vibe. To be exact, it's a bug formation. Of course, battle formation is correct too, since bug formation is also a type of battle formation. The stone tablet corrected him. A bug formation made of 10,000 bug beasts have an overall ability that can fight fair with virtual god rank -3. In other words, you're fighting over 300 virtual god rank 3 monsters now. Are these bug formations really that powerful? Lin Huang could not help but frown. You'll see soon. As soon as the stone tablet was done speaking, the gigantic beasts formed of the bug formations had collided with Ninetail's Lynx and the rest. Ninetail's Lynx turned into a white silhouette that was blinking as it mauled at a couple of bug formation beasts. Ninetail's Lynx was too quick. They did not have time to react with effective defense or dodging the attack. They were hit directly. Theoretically, Ninetail's Lynx, who was now on virtual god rank -1, should have an ability that was nothing weaker than virtual god rank -5. However, its attacks that landed on the bug formation beasts did not kill them directly. Even worse, none of the bug beasts in the bug formations was killed. Lin Huang found that puzzling. What's happening? The bug formation didn't disintegrate after being attacked by Ninetail's Lynx head-on. Ninetail's Lynx's maul alone should be able to kill a virtual god rank 3 powerhouse in one hit. The bug formation can transfer the damage. It's not that the bug formation beasts aren't hurt at all. They shared the damages with the 10,000 bug beasts that formed the bug formations, which weakened Ninetail's Lynx's attack effect. The bug formation beasts didn't disintegrate not because they're more powerful than virtual god Rank 3 powerhouse. In reality, these giant beasts are made of divine power. The divine power would be drained as soon as they attacked. The 10,000 demigod level bug beasts provide rather sufficient divine power to fuel the formations. What the stone tablet said calmed Lin Huang a little. In other words, I'll have to attack them a few more times if I can't kill them in one hit. I'll get rid of these bug formation beasts by draining the divine power in their bodies. That will work. Other collisions on the battlefield went on as Lin Huang chatted with the stone tablet. Destructive divine mammoth stomped his gigantic feet on the bug formation beasts' heads. However, the bug formation beasts were not crushed at all. Theoretically, destructive divine mammoth should have an ability similar to Ninetales Lynx. His stomp of feet should be able to kill a bunch of demigod-level bug beasts. However, due to the damage transfer and sea of divine power maintaining the bug formation beasts did not suffer any solid damages. The same happened to Death Butterfly. It could usually kill a bunch of demigod-level bug beasts with a single flap of wings. None of the demigod-level bug beasts could survive its attack. However, the many bug beasts that were formed into bug formations were doing good after the attack. The gods' figurines' combat souls that had elevated to virtual god level fell into an awkward position since they failed to kill those bug beasts. Undead Styx must be the most awkward one. His undead army only had imperial level combat strength. They had no ability to defend the bug formation beasts at all. Each time the bug formation beasts attacked, a bunch from the undead army would be crushed. Even though undead Styx managed to revive them repetitively, all that it did was to put the bug formation beasts' approach to a halt for merely a moment. They could not stop the bug formation beasts at all. The three gods' figurines' combat souls that had yet to elevate to virtual god level were even more awkward. Withered Flower retreated from the battlefield voluntarily after swallowing a bug formation beast. It seemed to be digesting the food that had just gone into its stomach. Creation Clock and Shackle Serpent retreated from the battlefield directly. Their ability could only work on living things that had no divine power in them. For instance, Creation Clock could only control the time flow to affect a person. However, it could not do anything to demigods with divine power in their bodies. The same applied to Shackle Serpent. Its sealing ability could only work on living things that had no divine power in their bodies. Moreover, both of them were not good at close combat. Lin Huang thought about it and figured it was unnecessary for them to stay on the battlefield any longer. The 7 virtual god level gods figurines combat souls felt helpless to be taking on the battle on their own. They were fighting among the over 300 bug formation beasts. The busiest one was Ninetales Lynx that had the highest speed. It was rescuing its comrades almost all of the time. There were just too many bug formation beasts, and they were hard to kill. Destructive Divine Mammoth and the rest had to handle over 40 bug formation beasts each to make sure that those bug formation beasts would not break their defense. However, there were bug formation beasts breaking the defense and headed where Lin Huang was occasionally when the gods' figurines' combat souls were stuck. Ninetales Lynx would have to stop what it was doing to block those bug formation beasts that had broken the defense whenever it happened. It would give them big slaps on their faces, smashing them back to where they were before. Although Ninetales Lynx and the rest knew very well that Lin Huang could solve it himself even if the bug formation beasts got to him, they were determined to stop the bug formation beasts from breaking the defense. The battle was the toughest one the bunch of gods figurines combat souls had ever encountered. They had always been suppressing the battles but they could not kill the opponents they encountered in one hit this time. Moreover, there were more opponents than the comrades they had on their side. The stagnant situation went on for over 10 minutes and Ninetales Lynx finally broke the formation with its mauling. Finally, the very first bug formation beast disintegrated due to the draining of divine power from Ninetales Lynx's mauling. Chapter 11-13. One more trial, please. The 300 over bug formation beasts were made of up to 10,000 demigod-level bug monsters each that contained powerful divine power. The battle lasted for over 10 minutes and finally, the divine power of one of the formations was drained as a result of the Ninetales Lynx's mauling. The bug formation disintegrated as soon as their divine power was drained. The formation that was made of up to 10,000 bug monsters disintegrated immediately. Before the Ninetales Lynx could attack, the divine sun tree swung its few branches into the sky, sweeping through the direction where the bug formation disintegrated. In the next second, the bug monsters that lost their formation protection were lit up by golden flames, and they became 10,000 fireballs in the sky. The fireballs merely burned for less than 10 seconds before turning into ashes completely. What a waste! Lin Huang did not expect the Divine Sun Tree to attack so quickly. He initially wanted to get the Nightmare Taper to attack so that he could keep the bug monsters, carcasses for the undead sticks to transform into puppets. A sea of spiritual energy rushed into Lin Huang's body and it was filtered by the divine fire since the 10,000 demigod-level bug monsters were killed. Under Lin Huang's control, the wave of spiritual energy was inserted into the creation clock. Without Lin Huang's control, the spiritual energy would usually go into the few god figurines' combat souls with the lowest combat strength and it would be distributed evenly. However, the spiritual energy in the creation clock's body was filled according to Lin Huang's control. It was on the brink of breaking through to virtual god level. Sensing the creation clock breaking through soon, Lin Huang recalled it back to his body immediately. The breaking of the first bug formation gave the destructive divine mammoth and the rest confidence in the battle. Initially, even Lin Huang was not sure how long would these bug formation beasts last. He was torn watching his 7 god figurines' combat souls in the battle fail to kill the opponents. Furthermore, there were so many opponents. However, the morale of the 7 god figurines' combat souls was boosted since the first bug formation broke. They were in high spirits now. The destructive divine mammoth stomped its feet one after another at an even higher frequency than before. Approximately less than 2 minutes since the first bug formation broke, the second one finally split. It was the destructive divine mammoth that crushed it with its feet this time. It stomped its gigantic pillar-like feet from the sky, killing 10,000 saber wings bug monsters completely. The saber wings bug monsters that had divine power in their bodies were drained immediately after they lost the protection from the disintegrated formation. Then, they were soon turned into ashes by the merciless death butterfly. Clearly, the god figurines' combat souls who'd been tolerating their failure to break the formations were releasing their rage on the bug monsters. They were using the first mover's advantage. You guys are attacking too fast. Lin Huang was confounded. After this round of harvesting, another sea of spiritual energy rushed into Lin Huang's body. He gave it to the shackle serpent this time. Lin Huang recalled it back to his body since the spiritual energy it needed to elevate to virtual god level was almost full now. After the second bug formation beast died, the destructive divine mammoth crushed the third one with its trunk in less than a minute. The 10,000 bug monsters that had lost their formation were crushed into a pile of mush as a consequence of the destructive divine mammoth's vicious stomping. The other god figurines' combat souls did not even have a chance of attacking. Another wave of spiritual energy rushed into Lin Huang's body, and he gave it to the last god figurine's combat soul, which was the withered flower. Lin Huang recalled it back into his body since it was on the brink of elevating to virtual god level. Although he could not obtain any stairway tree points, he was very pleased with the rewards he obtained from this checkpoint. Excluding the falling of the cards, the battle alone elevated all of his god figurines' combat souls, although 3 of them had yet to complete their elevation. Nonetheless, the result surpassed his expectations. He was considering purchasing many soul crystals after this checkpoint ended to push all of his god figurines' combat souls to virtual god level as quickly as he could. Before the checkpoint even ended, the plan was completed in advance. As the 3 bug formations were killed consecutively, more and more of them disintegrated after losing their divine power. In less than 5 minutes, at least 100 out of the 300-odd bug formation beasts were killed. They were destroyed by the destructive divine mammoth and the other 6 god figurines' combat souls. Another sea of spiritual energy rushed into Lin Huang's body, which he transferred into the Ninetails Lynx's body. The Ninetails Lynx's combat strength skyrocketed from virtual god rank -1 to virtual god rank -3. Since it was not an elevation as major as Imperial level purple gold rank to virtual god level, the elevation was natural to the Ninetails Lynx because there were no physical changes at all. It was smooth and was completed within merely seconds. As the Ninetails Lynx completed its elevation, it mangled the remaining 200 over bug formation beasts to death in less than a minute. The ability of the millions of demigod-level bug monsters that had lost their protection plummeted since their divine power was drained. Within less than 5 minutes, the destructive divine mammoth and the rest killed all of them. Lin Huang gave the sea of spiritual energy to the destructive divine mammoth and nightmare taper, elevating the both of them to virtual god rank -3. As for the remaining spiritual energy, Lin Huang gave them to the undead sticks, the shackle serpent, and the creation clock. It was sufficient to get them to virtual god Rank2. In less than half an hour, the bug formations coming out of the hives were crushed by the 7 god figurines' combat souls. It was clearly beyond the expectations of the person who designed the checkpoint. Despite there being millions of demigod-level bug monsters, Lin Huang eliminated all of them within less than half an hour. The mission of the checkpoint was set for the player to only survive in the monster horde. The designer never thought that anyone would possibly clear the monster horde to the point that there was not even a single monster left. Lin Huang, on the other hand, had no idea what the checkpoint designer was thinking. He was doubtful since nothing was happening to the hundreds of hives after waiting for 1 to 2 minutes. The entire trial space fell into silence for a moment before a man's voice echoed all of a sudden, "You've passed the trial. Please be patient and wait for the half-hour to pass. The trial result will only be revealed after the 24-hour trial period has come to an end." "So, is this the end of the trial? Don't I have another half an hour?" Lin Huang could not help but ask. He was not sure if the person could hear him or not. The man only spoke after a moment of silence. "This trial is fixed for 24 hours. You have an extra half hour before you pass it in advance. I'll be bored having to wait for half an hour. Can you extend the trial?" Lin Huang asked in anticipation. He had won sweet rewards from the monster hordes and did not want to waste the last half hour of killing monsters. Lin Huang seemed like an eager genius at school. "There are too few questions in the exam paper. Can I have a few more? 150% is insufficient to show my ability. Can you add more questions to the paper so that I can achieve 250%? More of the trial." Clearly, the man did not expect Lin Huang to come up with such an absurd request. He only spoke again after a moment of silence, sounding rather odd now. "If that's what you want, I'll fulfill your wish by giving you another round of trial. I hope that you won't regret it." Chapter 11:14. A massive galactic hive. The scene before Lin Huang changed dramatically as soon as the voice came from the sky. The ruins beneath his feet disappeared completely, and so did the virtual eyes and hives above his head. They were replaced by vast starry space. Lin Huang was hovering in the air without having anything to hold onto. To his utmost relief, the 7 god figurines' combat souls were still there with him. He was amazed to be in space for the first time. He had never left Earth before he traveled there. Apart from seeing how outer space looked like in films, he had never had any outer space experience at all. In reality, apart from professional astronauts, nobody else on Earth had the qualifications to explore space. After a fleeting moment of amazement, Lin Huang soon snapped back to his senses and recalled that he was still in a trial. "So, what's this additional trial going to be?" Lin Huang looked around skeptically. Apart from a few planets of various sizes not far away and some stars that had different levels of brightness in the distance, there was nothing else around. The entire space was quiet and peaceful. Although that was the case, Lin Huang knew something was up. Just when he was going to ask the voice a question, a nearby planet was orbiting slowly towards his direction. Since there were no stars around and the distance of the planet was not that far away, all Lin Huang could see was a giant silhouette ball coming his way. When the gigantic planet got closer, Lin Huang saw what it really looked like. He was in shock at that very moment. He could not estimate the size of the planet, since there was no standard reference around. However, he felt it was definitely bigger than Earth. However, the planet was actually a gigantic hive. Lin Huang could even see the dense holes which looked like brood boxes that filled the entire surface of the hive clearly. It was a little hard for him to imagine exactly how many bug monsters could such an enormous hive contain. There were 2 smaller hives like satellites that hovered on both sides of the giant hives. Lin Huang estimated they were similar to the size of the moon. "I've never thought that I'll see a galactic hive in such a trial." The stone tablet's voice came gently. A galactic hive. It was Lin Huang's first time hearing that name. A galactic hive is a giant hive that travels in the galaxy, the stone tablet explained, just like the one right in front of you. Apart from its gigantic size and the ability to travel in a galaxy, how is it different from an ordinary hive? Lin Huang asked. Most ordinary hives are built by bugs that have been given birth to and are led by a queen. Therefore, each hive is made of one type of bug monster. Even though they have different responsibilities in the hive whereby they even have different physical structures, they're the same type of monster by nature. However, it's a different case for galactic hives. The galactic hive is made of at least 5 types of bug monsters to carry out a detailed streamline to form a complete ecological system. This is also why the galactic hive can travel in space for thousands or even up to 10,000 years without any supplies. Each galactic hive is a mobile gigantic battle fortress. They even have military divisions specializing in setting battle strategies. They also have bug tribe generals who are experts in leadership, whereby even fighters of different tribes will work together instead of killing each other. Different tribes living in the same hive. Won't they fight? Lin Huang asked, feeling puzzled. Moreover, the tribe leaders such as the mothers and queens are usually extremely territorial. How could they allow leaders of other tribes to stay in the same hive? Fights are inevitable. It's allowed as long as they don't cross the line. After all, most bug tribe members are rough, and they need to vent when there are no battles for them to fight. As for the territorial nature you mentioned, all tribe leaders definitely have that, but these bug tribe leaders are smarter than you think. Not only is their intelligence higher than an ordinary person's, but it's even slightly higher. They know very well that working together brings great benefits. They also know the importance of collaboration, so naturally, they put their territorial nature aside. Moreover, the galactic hive is massive. Compared to before, their territory didn't shrink. Instead, it's bigger now. It's just that other tribes are closer to them. That's all. What about the smaller hives on both sides? Are those galactic hives too? Lin Huang had his eyes trained on the size of the mini hive of the moon now. Those are the affiliate hives. Galactic hives grow from going into battles of all kinds, and they fight each other sometimes. The tribes whose abilities are recognized can join the main hive and own a place there. Those that aren't recognized will be enslaved. The tribes that are enslaved can't be added to the main hive. They can only stay in the affiliate hives. In every battle, the tribes in the affiliate hives will be the leading soldiers sent to test their opponents' abilities. In other words, they are cannon fodders. They have social classes too. Lin Huang could not believe it. Of course, the bug tribe has very clear ranks and each rank is extremely solid. Their identities are made permanent almost as soon as they were born. Some are born mothers, some are born queens, some are fighters while some are born to be merely handymen. They're even crueler than humans. Lin Huang could not help but exclaim, at least, humans can learn from reading and personal development to remedy the deficiencies they are born with in order to improve their personal situations and destinies. However, the physical structures and intelligence of different social classes that the bug tribe monsters are born with are hard to change from their hard work that comes later. The stone tablet smiled and stopped dwelling on the topic of social class with Lin Huang. He proceeded to speak, the galactic hive is the ultimate mode of a hive. For such a hive, even the lowest level has at least virtual god-level powerhouses guarding it. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the bigger its size, the more tribes there are. The more affiliate hives they own, the more powerful the hive's overall ability is. Judging by the size of the galactic hive before you, it's just a mediocre level 1. The most powerful bug monster that's guarding it inside shouldn't exceed virtual god rank 9. Lin Huang and the stone tablet's consciousness seemed like they were discussing many things, but in reality, the conversation only took a second or two. Just when he was done talking with the stone tablet, the giant hive before Lin Huang stopped near him. The two moon-sized affiliate hives moved forward slowly, blocking the space between Lin Huang and the giant hive. As Lin Huang watched them calmly, a sea of monster armies rushed out of the two affiliate hives at an alarming speed. Author's note: the distance here is calculated by the relative distance between each planet in space. For instance, the distance between the Earth and the Moon is 384,400 kilometers on average. Chapter 11:15, Fight. Lin Huang saw monster armies being released by the two affiliate hives. All of them had a combat strength of imperial level, and there were at least 1 million of them. The standard of these cannon fodder is pretty high, Lin Huang hollered while watching the scene. The stone tablet had just told him that the affiliate hives were cannon fodder for the galactic hives. Every time when there was a battle, they would be the first batch of soldiers to fight, testing the enemy's abilities. However, the testing soldiers already had similar standards as the second-last monster horde on the 81st checkpoint. They were just fewer in quantity. Even Lin Huang had to admit that this galactic hive had a pretty terrifying ability as a whole. The two bug tribe armies that were sent from the affiliate hives had completely different bug monsters. One had mossy green heavy armor on their bodies, and they looked similar to stag beetles, but they were actually giant beetles that had been enlarged hundreds of times. The other was a rather mediocre size with a body that was less than 2 meters long. They had 2 pairs of translucent wings on their back and a slender body which looked a little like a hornet's. As the armies gathered, the heavy armored bug monsters were the first to attack. Up to 1,000,000 heavy armored bug monsters flapped their gigantic wings madly as they flew to Lin Huang ferociously. Meanwhile, the batch of 4-winged bug monsters stayed where they were. On Lin Huang's side, the Divine Sun Tree showed no mercy as it attacked the heavy armored bug monsters as soon as they moved. Up to 100 branches shot out like long whips, stretching tens of thousands meters away. A whole slew of heavy armored bug monsters was lit in golden flames wherever the branches passed by, and they turned into ashes later on. The Divine Sun Tree attacked so quickly that it rendered Lin Huang speechless. Before he became familiar with the Divine Sun Tree, he had always thought that plant monsters would have a relatively calmer character. However, the Divine Sun Tree was clearly an exception. It was practically the hottest-tempered one among Lin Huang's 10 god figurines combat souls. In each battle, it would always fight for the opportunity to attack first, including this fight. The Enchanted Fairy and the Death Butterfly did not allow it to have all of the fun as soon as the Divine Sun Tree attacked. White frost and invisible death waves spread and rippled all over. As soon as the 3 virtual god rank 3 god figurines combat souls attacked, half of the heavy armored bug monsters were killed. They had no ability to defend themselves at all. Clearly, the bug tribe's test run failed badly. The vast difference in abilities did not give the heavy armored bug monsters an opportunity to show their upper hand in their powerful defense before they were killed directly. Within less than 10 seconds, up to 1,000,000 heavy armored bug monsters were destroyed. It was so quick that even the Galactic Hive did not manage to react. After getting rid of their first round of targets, the Divine Sun Tree had its eyes on the other bunch of bug tribe army not far away. It initiated the attack before even waiting for the hive to react. Up to 100 branches penetrated the sky, piercing the bug tribe army's camp directly. Tens of thousands of 4-winged bug monsters were lit by golden flames immediately, and they soon turned into ashes. Perhaps even they did not expect that they would be hurt so badly before their army managed to get out. The bugs fell into chaos. Massive numbers of 4-winged bug monsters flapped their wings in the attempt to flee from the fire. A low buzz was emitted from the affiliate hive all of a sudden. It rippled like water, spreading through the bug tribe army. Up to 1,000,000 4-winged bug monsters seemed to have been injected with tranquilizers as they calmed down immediately and began retreating to the hive in sequence. However, the Enchanted Fairy and the Death Butterfly seemed to be reluctant to let the monster horde return. They joined the battle and attacked the bugs one after another. The Enchanted Fairy waved her white sleeves, forming white frost that turned into a towering ice wall before the hive, blocking the 4-winged bugs. A bone-piercing chill spread from the ice wall, transforming all of the bug monsters that were close to the ice wall into ice sculptures. On the other side, the Death Butterfly flapped its wings, turning a whole bunch of 4-winged bug monsters into ashes immediately. Seeing that it had assistance, the Divine Sun Tree was even more thrilled to dance with its 100 branches now. It turned into a golden sea of fire wherever the branches passed. Just like before, the 4-winged army was all annihilated by the collaboration of the 3 god figurines combat souls within 10 seconds. Perhaps they had a slightly weaker defense, resulting in this army being killed slightly faster than the heavy armored bug monsters before. The 2 troops of cannon fodder became ashes, making the Galactic Hive fall into a moment of silence. Approximately 5 to 6 seconds later, a low buzz came from the main hive. A sea of bug monsters rushed out of the 2 affiliate hives again. This round of monster horde was not considered numerous compared to before. There were only 30,000 to 40,000 of them, but all of them had demigod-level combat strength. As the 3 troops of demigod-level bug monsters swarmed out, they formed 3 massive bug formations. The gigantic bug monsters that formed one of the bug formations had a slender and red body. Its 2 front legs were sabers that looked like a scimitar while its 6 rear legs were long and powerful. One could tell that it was a monster that had an explosive attack from its appearances. Another gigantic bug beast was an enlarged spider. It had a black shell all over its body and 4 pairs of sharp saber-like legs. Its stomach was swollen like a pregnant mammal. However, what differentiated it from the previous one was that it had tens of black holes at the end of its abdomen. There was also a colossal monster with a human female body. However, Apart from its body that appeared human, the rest of it was different. Its head was oval-shaped like a football while its skin was a light blue color with many black spots. Its skin seemed to be striped across a bug's abdomen. Moreover, it did not have human fingers or toes at the end of its limbs. Instead, there were just two black scissor-like insect legs. Apart from the second beast that Lin Huang had seen in the monster guide, he had never seen the other two out of the three gigantic beasts in the bug formations. If I'm not mistaken, this giant spider has a controlling ability to stop the opponents from moving. Lin Huang had learned about the monster from the monster guide, so he roughly guessed the ability of the second monster, which was the spider. Judging by its body, the first one should be responsible for attacking. I can't figure out the third one though. The stone tablet said nothing this time. Nobody knew whether its silence was due to its laziness or some other reason. The divine sun tree attacked as soon as the bug formation beasts appeared. Up to 100 of its branches covered the three giant bug formation beasts entirely within the range of its attack, while its golden flames lit up all three formations. However, the three giant bug formation beasts did not die just yet. They worked together to attack before the other two god figurines' combat souls struck. The football head of the blue humanoid bug lit up in a red glow. Blue bubbles that were translucent appeared on the three giant bug formation beasts' bodies automatically, blocking the divine sun tree's flames. Until then, Lin Huang finally realized what the giant bug formation beast's ability was. So, this is a support system. He understood the team setting now. 1 controls, 1 supports, and 1 ADCs. Did they decide to give up on their tanks after realizing from the first test run that physical defense doesn't work? The Hive's decision to change the battle strategy made Lin Huang realize that the stone tablet was right about it. The bug tribe was more intelligent than he thought. Chapter 11:16. This must be gotten rid of. The divine sun tree's flame was being blocked by the blue humanoid bug's maximum defense. The spider beast attacked almost at the same time. Tens of white threads shot out at the end of its abdomen, becoming intersected webs in the air and charging at the three god figurines' combat souls like a trap. The divine sun tree stretched its branches out again, penetrating the spider webs directly. Golden flames spread on the web rapidly, burning it into ashes. Meanwhile, the death butterfly flapped its wings before the giant bug formation beasts attacked again. An invisible death wave spread through the three giant bug formation beasts like a ripple. The blue, translucent bubbles that were covering the three of them began to crack. The enchanted fairy also seized the opportunity to attack as she charged with her palm. A bone-piercing chill swept through the three giant bug formation beasts like an ocean wave. A layer of frost appeared on the blue, translucent bubbles, turning them all white now. Just when the blue bubbles were almost covered entirely by the white frost, the defense bubbles that were defending their bodies popped. The blue humanoid bug's formation collapsed directly as a consequence of the drained divine power. Then, the divine sun tree attacked before anyone else could move again. It stretched its few branches out, burning tens of thousands of bug monsters that had lost the protection of the formation. The giant bug formation beasts would not be broken so easily if they were to defend themselves at full force. They might even be able to bear the brunt of the three god figurines' combat souls' attack for a few minutes. However, the blue humanoid bug's defense bubble was a technique that drained its divine power tremendously. Although it had superb defensive abilities, it was extremely taxing on its divine power. Moreover, it used the skill to cover three giant bug formation beasts. As a result, it was taking on 3 attacks every time, which drained its divine power even more. That caused its divine power to be completely sapped after the divine sun tree and the rest continued their onslaught. It could no longer maintain the bug formation. The mistake caused it to be disqualified in the very beginning. Losing their powerful support, the remaining 2 giant bug formation beasts were at a loss. Without the blue humanoid bug's defense, each assault from the divine sun tree and the rest would drain a massive amount of divine power from the 2 giant bug formation beasts. That would spell the end of their battle techniques. The spider beast that was supposed to put their opponents under control would have its spider web burned entirely by the divine sun tree whenever it spat its threads out. On the other side, the red saber-legged monster that was responsible for attacking would be blocked by the enchanted fairy's ice wall whenever it wanted to fight. No matter which direction it was moving in, it would be blocked by an ice wall before it could attack, putting all of its attacks to a halt. It did not even manage to touch a strand of hair on the 3 god figurines' combat souls at all. Naturally, It was impossible for it to know that the three of them had true god-level physiques, so they would not be harmed at all even if they were to stand there and allow it to cut them. The cat-and-mouse game lasted for approximately 5 to 6 minutes before the divine power in the two giant bug formation beasts' bodies were finally drained completely. The three god figurines' combat souls struck almost concurrently. In the next second the bug formations collapsed. They slaughtered up to 10,000 demigod-level bug monsters. After the second test run ended, the galactic hive fell into silence again. Approximately some 10 minutes later, the two affiliate hives seemed to have received an order to retreat. They moved slowly to both sides of the galactic hive. As the two affiliate hives moved away, 3 bug monsters flew out of the 3 holes in the main hive. Lin Huang's expression looked rather grim as soon as the 3 bug monsters appeared. He could clearly sense that these 3 bug monsters had a combat strength of virtual god level. Besides that, their aura was no weaker than the destructive divine mammoth and the rest. If he was not mistaken, they should be on virtual god rank -3. One of them was etched in Lin Huang's mind despite him only taking a glance at it. The monster had tentacles all over its lower body, making it seem like an octopus. However, its upper body resembled a spherical, transparent glass vessel. There was a blob of tissue that looked like a human brain within the vessel. The second monster was a black bug monster. Its body looked like it was constructed of liquid metal as something flowed all over it slowly like spring water. It gave one the feeling that it was going to collapse into a pile of fluid anytime. The third monster was a humanoid bug monster. Although it had 4 lower limbs, apart from its head, its upper body resembled a human man with 8 packs and muscles bulging all over. It even had human palms with a black spear in each hand. Lin Huang had never seen the third bug monster in the monster guide before. However, he could roughly figure out that the monster that looked humanoid with spears in its hands should be the ADC of the battle. However, he could not figure the other 2 out. Nevertheless, it was the very first official battle and the Galactic Hive had chosen 3 virtual god rank 3 powerhouses to fight Lin Huang, which proved how highly it thought of Lin Huang. The 3 god figurines' combat souls seemed to have sensed how powerful the 3 opponents before them were as their aura rose to meet their rivals. The divine sun tree that had the hottest temper attacked first. It charged hundreds of its branches at the 3 bug monsters. Before the golden flames could ignite, the tentacle bug monster attacked. It stretched 3 tentacles from where it was, forming 3 translucent shield walls from thin air and blocking the divine sun tree's branches from extending further. Golden sparks lit up when the branches collided with the walls of the shield. However, the 3 translucent shield walls stood there without shaking, and they blocked the divine sun tree's attack just like that. Is that a telekinetic technique? It doesn't look like it though. Lin Huang could not help but mumble softly to himself upon seeing that. That's a divine skill. It's a special skill that's driven by divine telekinesis. The stone tablet's voice came all of a sudden. In reality, it's a little similar to witchcraft, but it's a completely different cultivation system. There are many types and genres of divine skills, including divine word, divine pattern, divine tone, and the normal elemental genre. The divine pattern genre is the most similar to witchcraft, but the biggest difference is that divine telekinesis is the core energy to drive the divine skill. Furthermore, no matter what divine skill type and the genre it is, possessing divine telekinesis is the fundamental condition of using divine skills because its nature is related to one's soul. So, what's the genre that the tentacle monster masters? Lin Huang asked rather doubtfully. He did not see the monster writing any words, drawing any patterns, or releasing any sound. This monster did not even have a mouth. It masters the divine tone genre. Most human ears don't recognize most of the divine tone frequency, and neither does it have to be released through a mouth. The stone tablet explained, it relies on its tentacles, rapid vibration and friction to release a specific divine tone frequency. So, I'll defeat it as soon as I slice its tentacles off. Lin Huang arrived at that conclusion right away. The stone tablet was dumbfounded. This assistant that possessed divine skill is a nuisance. I must get rid of it first. The black metal bug monster attacked even before Lin Huang was done speaking. As its body began shaking all of a sudden, tens of thousands of black metal chains formed. They were stretching towards all directions ferociously like black snakes that were alive. They covered the entire sky a moment later and charged toward the 3 god figurines' combat souls. When Lin Huang saw that, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. This is a nuisance too. It must be gotten rid of too. Chapter 11:17. Oh wow, you'll be killed soon. Tens of thousands of black metal chains were cast out of the metal bug's body. They were coming at the three god figurines' combat souls like a web. As they were about to be drowned by the sea of chains, the enchanted fairy acted before the chains got even closer. She charged her palm, spreading white frost out and freezing the black chains into ice sculptures one after another. The frozen chains seemed to have lost their mobility whereby they could no longer go any closer. A black beam of light shot over just when the enchanted fairy attacked. It appeared before her in the blink of an eye, targeting the space between her brows. It was the muscular bug beast that was responsible for attacking who struck this time. It initially held two spears in both hands, but it only had the one in its left hand now. It tossed the other one less than a meter before the enchanted fairy immediately. The enchanted fairy stretched her arm out before her body and pointed a crystal-clear finger into the air. A translucent ice mirror formed before her. In the next second, the black spear that was shooting out collided into the mirror. The black battle spear that was charging 100 times faster than the speed of sound came to a halt immediately. Time seemed to have stopped the second it collided into the wall. It was an attack that could kill a virtual god-level powerhouse, but it was blocked by an ice mirror that was the size of 4 palms. In addition to that, the black spear shot backward after a pause following the collision with the mirror. It turned into a black glow and shot towards the muscular bug beast at an alarming speed faster than before. Clearly, the muscular bug beast did not expect that to happen. The spear pierced through its body since it did not manage to dodge it in time. It had a hole the size of a bowl on the right of its chest now. Such a wound entry was nothing to the muscular bug beast at all, but it did drain its divine power intensely. However, the muscular bug beast did not expect a little blue worm to begin growing on the wound on its right chest. The worm was just about a millimeter long whereby one could not really see it with their naked eyes, but it began growing rapidly. While the worm was growing, the muscular bug beast's wound, that was supposed to heal quickly, began rotting. The decay seemed to be contagious as it spread about continuously. Within the blink of an eye, the right side of its upper body was rotten. Its flesh was decayed like a zombie's, and black, sticky blood was flowing out. Some parts were rotten so deep that its bones were exposed. However, what surprised the muscular bug beast was that it did not feel any pain at all. The rotten parts of its body had lost all senses. The muscular bug beast only realized something was not right upon seeing that its right arm had started rotting. It looked down at its right chest, but the worm had grown to the size of an adult fist. It stretched its arm out to grab the worm, but he grabbed thin air instead. The worm did not materialize. It was more like an illusory projection. Sensing that its host had the intention to capture it, the worm drilled deeper into the muscular bug beast's chest. A moment later, the muscular bug beast felt something drilled into its heart. Before it could react, all of its body parts where the blood was flowing began rotting rapidly. My heart, the muscular bug beast realized where the problem was immediately. It pierced the spear into its chest and ripped it open hard. It reached its hand in and grabbed its heart, then pulled it out by force. A massive maroon heart was exposed in the air. Just when the muscular bug beast was going to crush it, a blue wing emerged from the heart. Then, a second wing, and a third wing. A moment later, a blue butterfly fluttered out of the heart as if it was just its host. Just when the muscular bug beast was going to do something, it saw the blue butterfly flashing a humanly smile of disdain. In the next second, the muscular bug beast's entire body began rotting even faster. It turned into a pile of bones within almost less than a second, having lost its vitals completely. At the moment, the blue butterfly turned into blue stars which then floated towards the death butterfly. Within less than 10 seconds, the death butterfly killed the wounded muscular bug beast like a piece of cake. This skill that belonged to the death butterfly could be used on monsters with fresh wounds on their bodies. In reality, Lin Huang knew that it had such a skill since the beginning, but it was his first time seeing it use it. The effect was undoubtedly powerful. On the bug tribe trio's end, the main attack unit was killed, so the team's deployment was plunged into chaos. The threat level of the remaining 2 bug monsters was plummeting. However, the tentacle monster's defense technique imbued with divine skill caused some trouble for the 3 god figurines' combat souls. Nevertheless, the situation went on for less than a minute. The enchanted fairy seized the opportunity to freeze the monster's tentacles and sealed its divine skill techniques. Meanwhile, the divine sun tree used a branch to penetrate its head, which was a spherical vessel, and lit up the tissue that resembled a brain in it. The monster was killed instantly. The last black metal bug beast was rather difficult to deal with. Due to its body that could be liquefied, it was immune to many attacks. The divine sun tree burned it continuously and drained the divine power in its body. Then, the death butterfly turned it into ashes with a flap of its wings. The three god figurines' combat souls almost used up all of their techniques getting rid of the three opponents in this battle. This is only the first official attack. Lin Huang just realized that he was seeking death to have asked for an additional trial. His intention was just to kill more bug monsters to accumulate more spiritual energy for his god figurines' combat souls. However, the opponent was clearly not sending easy targets his way. Instead, they were going for a clever kill whereby the first official attack was by virtual god rank 3 bug monsters. Moreover, there were only 3 of them. The galactic hive fell into a moment of silence again since the first official battle ended. Some 10 seconds later, bug monsters of various forms flew out of the hive. There were 7 of them, and each of them had an aura much higher than the 3 virtual god rank 3 bug monsters earlier. 7 virtual god rank 6 bug monsters, the stone tablet's voice came slowly. I don't think you'll be killed this round, but judging from the scenario, you'll definitely die in the next round. Can you be more enthusiastic and not kill my confidence? Although Lin Huang knew the stone tablet was merely telling the truth, he thought it was rather hurtful. Oh wow, you'll be killed soon. The stone tablet's irritating voice enthused again. How was it? Was it enthusiastic enough for you? Did I boost your confidence? Lin Huang was annoyed to point of speechlessness. Chapter 11:18. Top-notch deployment. There were only 7 bug monsters in the second round of battle. Each of them had a combat strength of virtual god rank 6. Compared to the 3 virtual god rank 3 bug monsters earlier, this team of bug monsters had a substantial improvement in their deployment of members. Out of the 7 bug monsters, there were 2 assistants, 2 controllers, and 3 responsible for attacking. 3 of the god figurines' combat souls, namely the divine sun tree, the enchanted fairy, and the death butterfly, were on virtual god rank -1, but their abilities were enough to suppress virtual god rank 5, which was slightly weaker than this batch of bug monsters. With their powerful bodies, the 3 god figurines' combat souls could stall the 3 bug monsters responsible for attacking by force. The virtual god rank 2 undead Styx was caught in a fight with a control bug monster. Although he had the upper hand, he did not seem like he could destroy it within a short period. Meanwhile, the Ninetails Lynx, the destructive divine mammoth, and the nightmare tapir that possessed virtual god rank 3 combat strength had the abilities to suppress virtual god rank 7 powerhouses. They killed 3 bug monsters within 3 minutes one after another. The 7 bug tribe team members from the hive collapsed right away. Together with the Ninetails Lynx and the rest joining the battle, the remaining 4 bug monsters were soon cleared. This round of battle only lasted for less than 7 minutes. A sea of spiritual energy flushed into Lin Huang's body. He then sorted out the spiritual energy together with those that he had obtained from killing the 3 virtual god rank 3 bug monsters earlier. The Ninetails Lynx, the destructive divine mammoth, and the nightmare tapir elevated to virtual god rank -4. Meanwhile, the divine sun tree, the enchanted fairy, and the death butterfly elevated from virtual god rank -1 to virtual god rank -3. The undead Styx also advanced from virtual god rank 2 to virtual god rank -3. The remaining spiritual energy was given to the withered flower, the shackle serpent, and the creation clock, who had yet to complete their elevation to virtual god level. Fortunately for them, the spiritual energy was sufficient to elevate them to virtual god rank -3. Lin Huang was satisfied with this round of elevation. The hive fell into silence again as the second round of battle ended. A moment later, there was a low buzzing coming out of the 3 hives at the same time. This time, 5 bug monsters were flying out of the main hive while a bug monster flew out of each of the 2 affiliate hives. The 7 bug monsters had a combat strength that surpassed that of the second round. Lin Huang could faintly sense that almost each of them had a combat strength no lower than the God Bless, Master God's clone. Virtual God rank 9. I've told you since the beginning that you'll die. Now, it seems like you're going to be so dead. The stone tablet's teasing voice came again. Those aren't 7 ordinary virtual God rank 9 bug monsters. They have their own responsibilities specially delegated. Do you see that bug monster with a spiral shell? It's a control bug. Among all the control bugs, it belongs to the highest rank one. It can release an unnoticeable sonic wave that can hypnotize its target from far away. As long as one's soul isn't strong enough, one can basically be hypnotized. A physical defense such as a god relic armor is futile toward its attack, and only a spiritual defense relic would work. Do you see that worm with charcoal gray armor over there? It's a dragnet worm which is an expert at spitting threads to capture its enemies. The thread it spits from its mouth is immune to most elemental attack techniques. Moreover, it's extremely sticky, so it's a tough one to handle. And the multi-eyed worm over there is a master at illusions. Each of its eyes is hidden by a type of illusion. When you see its eyes turn red, that means it has activated its illusions. Sometimes, it even uses complex illusions when it encounters powerful enemies. You can't predict what you're going to see in the illusions. It's also a top-ranked control bug. How about the bug monsters that are hovering in the air like an egg? Lin Huang could not help but point at a bug monster. The bug monster that Lin Huang was gesturing at did indeed look like an egg with tentacles. It did not even have any features including eyes or a mouth. That's a superbrain worm. Judging from its physical structure, it shouldn't be hard for you to guess that such a bug monster has great brain capacity and high intelligence. It's an expert at divine skills. The first thing you should do is to get rid of it if you'd like to win this battle, because it's not only powerful support, but it should also be the core of the whole battle. It should be the one that comes up with all of the battle strategies in this battle. Sounds formidable, but it doesn't have any features, so what does it depend on to sense whatever that's happening around it? Its tentacles, Lin Huang asked rather curiously. The superbrain worm is born with powerful telekinetic power and territorial sensing ability. Even without eyes and ears, its sensing ability is just as strong as other living things. Lin Huang glanced at the remaining three monsters. He speculated looking at their body size and physical structure, so, I guess the remaining three of them are the monsters responsible for attacking. That's right, that green six-winged bug monster has an explosive ability as well as the ability to fly. Its wings are its weapons too. They can be used to cut and maim. The monster that looks similar to a toad is skillful in the long-distance attack. It can spit divine power arrows from a distance. It has a terrifying attack speed and ability. Plus, it can even shoot the arrows continuously like a gun. Almost every attack from it can harm a virtual god rank 9 powerhouse. And that six-armed bug monster with sword legs is one of the most powerful sword cultivator bug monsters among the bug tribe. Although it doesn't master the true meaning of Sword Dao, it's probably not far from it. It might have an even higher rank in Sword Dao than you do. This bug monster has top-notch standards among virtual god-level bug monsters no matter whether it's attack, defense or speed. It's almost invincible when it fights one-on-one with a powerhouse of the same combat strength. These 7 bug monsters are almost a top-notch team below true god level to be deployed, the stone tablet commented in the end after describing the bug monsters one after another. They're only on virtual god level no matter how powerful they are. Their attack abilities alone can't break the god figurine's combat soul's defense at all. Lin Huang looked down on his enemy, judging from their battle strategy. Don't you forget that they have spiritual type attack techniques, the stone tablet reminded again. I know. Lin Huang looked rather serious now. Although he looked down on his enemy's battle strategy, he chose to be careful when it came to battle techniques. He recalled 4 of his god figurine's combat souls, namely the Divine Sun Tree, the Enchanted Fairy, the Death Butterfly, and the Undead Sticks. Although they had elevated to Virtual God rank 3, their abilities were too far below Virtual God rank 9 powerhouses. They would drag the entire team down as soon as they were hypnotized or deceived by the enemy. On the other hand, the Ninetails Lynx, the Destructive Divine Mammoth, and the Nightmare Tapir had a combat strength of Virtual God rank -4. Their abilities were sufficient to suppress Virtual God rank 8 powerhouses, so they should be able to fight them within a short period of time. With their current abilities, they only needed a provisional combat strength upgrade card to suppress Virtual God rank 9 powerhouses, so they would not use up too many cards. Lin Huang did not plan to get the Destructive Divine Mammoth and the rest beaten up. He crushed 3 provisional combat strength upgrade cards which went into the 3 god figurines' combat souls, bodies respectively, elevating their combat strength to Virtual God rank -5. As the 3 god figurines' combat souls aura rose, the 7 Virtual God rank 9 bug monsters launched their attack. Chapter 11-19. It's too early to get excited. The control bug with a spiral shell on its back attacked first. Circles of invisible sonic waves spread towards the destructive dying mammoth, and the other two god figurines' combat souls were. It even reached Lin Huang. Fortunately, he summoned the bruised corpse at the same time that he recalled the four god figurines' combat souls to protect himself, so he was not affected by the control bug's attack. As for the three god figurines' combat souls, although their combat strength was only virtual god rank 5, the spiritual energy in their bodies were filtered with divine fire, which caused them to be extremely pure. They managed to take on the round the hypnotization by force. Almost at the same time when the control bug attacked, the multi-eyed worm attacked with its illusion skill together with the superbrain bug's divine skill. The superbrain bug did not use the divine skill to attack this time. Instead, it was using a technique to mess up its opponent's sensing ability. It attacked together with the multi-eyed worm's illusion to enhance the probability of their opponent of getting hit by the illusion. As expected, their collaboration worked exceptionally well. Apart from the Ninetails Lynx, who managed to dodge the attack by hiding in its alternate dimension in time, the destructive divine mammoth and the nightmare tapir were struck. Both of the god figurines' combat souls stood frozen, shocking Lin Huang. Even the nightmare tapir is hit. The 3 vs 7 battle turned into a 1 vs 7 battle right away. Although the Ninetails Lynx was rather anxious upon realizing that both of its comrades were hit, it was not worried. It knew very well that physical attacks could do little damage to the destructive divine mammoth and the nightmare tapir. Watching the 3 attack bug monsters strike the destructive divine mammoth and the nightmare tapir without hesitation, the Ninetails Lynx was traipsing quietly in its alternate dimension. Its eyes were locked on the superbrain worm. When the battle began, Lin Huang commanded the 3 god figurines' combat souls through voice transmission to get rid of the superbrain worm first. The Ninetails Lynx walked above the superbrain worm's head. It then barreled out of its alternate dimension all of a sudden while charging its claws at the superbrain worm's egg-like head. However, the Ninetails Lynx's attack was blocked by a layer of invisible bubble above the superbrain worm's head. A couple of pitch-black slices struck the bubble, creating ripples as if a pebble had been thrown into the water. The superbrain worm came prepared. Nobody knew when it had set a layer of defense with divine skill up secretly. While the Ninetails Lynx failed the attempt, the dragnet worm in black armor attacked. It opened its mouth that was filled with fangs, and tens of thousands of white threads shot out of its mouth wildly. The threads that were thinner than a strand of hair would connect with the threads around them to become thicker and tougher. They could be separated following the dragnet worm's demand to connect with other threads in order to form a web. The white threads coming out of its mouth soon formed a web that flew after the Ninetails Lynx. Although the Ninetails Lynx was rather surprised by its failed attempt, it reacted quickly and disappeared after giving the dragnet worm a vicious glare, returning to its alternate dimension again. The dragnet worm's web caught thin air. Meanwhile, the 3 attack bug monsters targeted the nightmare tapir. They chose to attack the nightmare tapir, which defense ability was clearly lower. After all, one could tell it was impossible to kill the destructive divine mammoth within a short period of time since it had a high defense ability judging from its size. Although the nightmare tapir looked ferocious too, its body size was obviously smaller and looked more like an easy target. It made sense for them to pick him as the first target. However, something strange soon happened. The 3 bug monsters' attack passed through the nightmare tapir's body. His body faded slowly later on. Even Lin Huang was surprised to see that. He knew very well that the nightmare tapir was definitely not killed by the 3 bug monsters in one hit because they could not break god figurines' combat soul's powerful body just like that. What he had no idea was that when exactly did the nightmare tapir created the illusion that even he did not notice at all. Just when the nightmare tapir's body faded, the destructive divine mammoth's body began disintegrating too. What surprised Lin Huang even more was that chaos erupted on the enemy's side. Out of the blue, the dragnet worm's web got tangled on the superbrain worm while a couple of the multi-eyed worm's eyes lit up in a red glow, targeting at the superbrain worm. Meanwhile, the destructive divine mammoth's gigantic feet and the Ninetails Lynx's sharp claws appeared above the superbrain worm. Taken unaware, the superbrain worm was killed by the 2 god figurines' combat souls' combined attack. Just when a great deal of spiritual energy rushed into Lin Huang's body, the control bug that snapped out of the nightmare tapir's illusion went into a frenzy. The spiral shell on its back released an ear-piercing high frequency. Its ability clearly ignored the rule of not having a medium to spread the sound in the air, whereby the noise filled the entire battlefield. The noise pierced deep into the remaining 5 bug monsters' brains and broke the illusion the nightmare taper built, waking all of them up. However, doing so made it weak. The Ninetails lynx seized the opportunity of its weakness and attacked. It mauled the control bug with its sharp claws and destroyed it. The destructive divine mammoth did not slack off either. It stomped its gigantic feet on the control bug too. The dragnet worm and the multi-eyed worm wanted to help, but the nightmare taper swung its trunk at that moment and released a loud hum, slowing the 6 bug monsters down. The control bug was pulled into dreamland as a result of the nightmare taper's hum due to its weak condition from earlier. It lost its ability to defend itself. The Ninetails lynx and the destructive divine mammoth's attack came simultaneously and killed the control bug in one hit. It was too late when the multi-eyed worm struggled its way out of dreamland. Not only was the control bug killed on the spot, but the remaining 4 bug monsters were also dragged into the nightmare taper's dreamland again. Within less than a minute, the nightmare taper's outstanding strategy turned the tables around completely. Naturally, it was not the nightmare taper who had come out with the strategy itself. It was Bloody that had taught it. They killed 2 of the bug monsters, which were the biggest threats, without them even seeing it coming. The Ninetails lynx's 1 vs 7 battle became 3 vs 1 now. The 4 bug monsters that were dragged into dreamland completely lost their abilities to fight. They were struggling in the dreamland. As the only fighter left, the multi-eyed worm remained conscious. A tragic sense of loss flashed through the multi-eyed worm's eyes. It could not understand how they got from having the upper hand to being in such a terrible position within a minute. Lin Huang was finally relieved when the battle came to this point. The results of the battle had basically been set. The stone tablet seemed to have sensed what Lin Huang was thinking as its voice came slowly all of a sudden again. It's too early to get excited. This battle isn't as simple as you think. The real battle has just begun. Chapter 11:20. The puzzling God rule power, what do you mean? The stone tablet's words shocked Lin Huang. You'll find out soon. As soon as the stone tablet was done speaking, the Ninetails lynx and the destructive divine mammoth were going to suppress the multi-eyed worm. 2 of the multi-eyed worm's eyes exploded, sending blood spurting everywhere. Lin Huang was confused to witness that because the multi-eyed worm was harmed before the Ninetails lynx and the destructive divine mammoth even surged forward. However, the confusion on his face turned into shock in the next second. The control bug and the superbrain worm that was initially dead disappeared into thin air. They were replaced by a perfectly fine control bug and a superbrain worm, as if the scene in which both of them were killed was just an illusion. Lin Huang looked into his body. The great spiritual energy that he had obtained when the 2 bug monsters died was still there. He then checked the card pieces record on Xiao Hei's side. The card pieces that fell out when the 2 bug monsters were killed were still there. That was enough to prove that the 2 bug monsters earlier were indeed killed. It was not an illusion. The death of the 2 bug monsters wasn't an illusion. So, does that multi-eyed worm have a resurrection ability? Lin Huang came up with such a conclusion while looking dumbfounded. Although your speculation isn't exactly accurate, it's not far from the truth, said the stone tablet while smiling. This multi-eyed worm is a quadruple mythical level monster. It'll transform to a 100-eyed worm as soon as it elevates to true god level. It'll then master the illusory rule. Some of the rule's abilities give it the power to turn something real into an illusion. Just like what happened earlier, in reality, the control bug and the superbrain worm were killed, but it distorted the reality into an illusion. It made it into something that has never happened before. That's how the control bug and the superbrain worm were resurrected. But it's not on true god level now, so how did it do that? This multi-eyed worm used its eyes as the price and used its blood as the link to perform that with the superbrain worm's divine skill. Since the multi-eyed worm, the superbrain worm, and the control bug have a combat strength of virtual god rank 9 as well as being born with powerful spiritual energy, they have those to fuel its abilities. It enabled them to activate the god rule power that it can only execute when it gets to true god level, which allows it to distort reality. I've told you since the beginning that this round of team deployed from the hive is the most top-notch one under true god level. I wasn't just talking about how powerful each of their ability is. It's more like their team members are pretty invincible. If one eye could resurrect one monster, judging from the number of eyes the multi-eyed worm has, wouldn't it mean we'd have to kill them more than 40 times to put this battle to an end? Lin Huang asked again. He was wondering if he could complete this round of additional trial within the next 10 minutes. Although he knew that this round of additional trial would not affect his result on the stairway tree, he hoped to complete the trial as extensively as he could. Not exactly. This is a rule power that exceeds its ability range after all. The price it has to pay is high for it to do this by force. I think 3 to 5 times is the most number of times it can perform this. Moreover, the more monsters it resurrects each time, the lesser it can use this ability. The stone tablet offered its speculation. It's great to hear that. Lin Huang was slightly relieved now upon knowing that the multi-eyed worm's specific ability could only be used a limited number of times. On the battlefield not far away, the control bug and the superbrain worm were resurrected. They did not seem to find it odd. Instead, they charged into the battle again. The 3 god figurines' combat souls, on the other hand, was at a blur. The superbrain worm performed its divine skill as soon as it was resurrected. It woke the 4 bug monsters that the nightmare taper had dragged into dreamland by force up. The tables turned once more, and it was a 3 versus 7 battle again. They'll be resurrected over and over again. No matter how many times they do that, you guys must watch that the superbrain worm. Try your best to kill it as soon as you can. It's the core of the entire team. It's even more dangerous than the multi-eyed worm that masters the rule power. Lin Huang put his consciousness into the 3 god figurines' combat souls, heads directly. The multi-eyed worm and the control bug are your second targets. Ignore the remaining 4 for the time being. In reality, it was not Lin Huang who said that. It was Bloody that got him to pass the message after they discussed among themselves. Bloody did not use voice transmission directly because it might be blocked. It then got Lin Huang to pass the message to the 3 god figurines' combat soul using his consciousness directly. The nightmare taper went into a frenzy when its dreamland was meddled with. Its eyes turned pitch black in the next second. However, it did not use its range attack this time. Instead, it stared at the superbrain worm that had interfered with his dreamland earlier. The superbrain worm looked at the nightmare taper's eyes unintentionally, unable to look away. It knew something was wrong as soon as it saw the color of the nightmare taper's pupils. However, it could not help but fall deeper. The entire thing took less than a second. The multi-eyed worm and the control bug next to it attempted to wake it up. Meanwhile, the Ninetails lynx and the destructive divine mammoth attacked without hesitation, suppressing the superbrain worm that had its guard down. At the same time that the superbrain worm's body turned into a pile of mush, a sea of spiritual energy rushed into Lin Huang's body. Notifications about card pieces came from Xiaohe again. Clearly, the killing took place in real life. After getting rid of the superbrain worm, the nightmare taper turned its head to look at the multi-eyed worm. It had his black pupils transfixed on the multi-eyed worm. Meanwhile, the remaining bug monsters were coming at the nightmare taper. However, the destructive divine mammoth blocked them with its body directly. The few bug monsters' attacks collided into the destructive divine mammoth's body. The clanking of metal rang out as sparks even flew from some of the collisions, but none of them harmed him at all. The destructive divine mammoth did not bother to be stuck with them. It whipped its long trunk at the few bug monsters but did not go after them. The order it had received was to watch out for the 3 bug monsters before it. Although the multi-eyed worm had a powerful soul, it only managed to hold on for less than 3 seconds before being dragged into the nightmare taper's dreamland. Just when it fell into sleeping mode and had its guard down, the Ninetails lynx took the lead to an attack. It turned into a white silhouette and flashed through the multi-eyed worm's body, slicing its body into a couple of pieces. At the same time, the Ninetails lynx was done with the shredding. The destructive divine mammoth stomped its iron feet, turning the multi-eyed worm into mush. Although the multi-eyed worm which possessed the rule power was dead, Lin Huang's instinct told him that it was not the end of the battle. As expected, the multi-eyed worm and the superbrain worm's carcasses vanished automatically as soon as the thought popped into his head. They were replaced by 2 perfect living things. Chapter 11:21. 7 versus 3 inches is expected, it's futile killing that the multi-eyed worm. Although what happened was expected, Lin Huang felt rather helpless upon seeing the 2 bug monsters, resurrected, perfectly. The battle became a 3 versus 7 one again as soon as the multi-eyed worm and the superbrain worm resurrected. It was like a cycle that could not be broken. However, the 3 god figurines' combat souls were still in high spirits. They did not lose their faith just yet because the few bug monsters resurrected again and again. Lin Huang had already told them secretly that the number of the resurrections was limited to 3 to 5 times at the most. The 7 bug monsters began learning their lesson from the battle that they had lost twice. They mainly targeted the nightmare tapir now because its dreamland was just too powerful. Even the superbrain worm, a monster with a compelling soul, was hit when it had its guards down. They had to be wary of the nightmare tapir's technique now. To defend themselves from the nightmare tapir's attack, the superbrain worm performed a few divine skill techniques as soon as it was resurrected. It covered all of the bug monsters including itself. Lin Huang was watching the battle aside. He faintly guessed that this should not be a defense technique, but was most probably divine skill techniques targeting the nightmare tapir. As expected, a layer of white glow appeared on the 7 bug monsters, bodies as if a fog was lingering around them while the nightmare tapir's pupils turned black. They were not dragged into the nightmare tapir's dreamland, and their movements were not affected at all. Instead, they attacked the nightmare tapir directly. The superbrain worm, the control bug, and the multi-eyed worm performed a spiritual attack on the nightmare tapir at the same time. They ignored the Ninetails lynx and the destructive divine mammoth completely. The Ninetails lynx went after the 3 bug monsters in the attempt to stop them from attacking the nightmare tapir. However, it was blocked by the dragnet worm's white thread web that it spat continuously. It mauled with its sharp claws continuously, hewing the web again and again. Unfortunately, it was slower than the rate of the dragnet worm spitting webs. Since there was no need to catch the Ninetails lynx's trajectory, all it needed to do was to protect the superbrain worm and the other 2 bug monsters. It dominated the battle against the Ninetails lynx. The Ninetails lynx began its long-distance attack since it failed to break through. Sharp air blades appeared with its mauling, but they were blocked by the threads the dragnet worm was spitting out. On the other side, the destructive divine mammoth was stuck with 2 bug monsters. One was attacking him from far away while another was attacking him at close range. The 6-winged bug monster that was entirely green attacked the destructive divine mammoth by relying on its upper hand in speed. The continuous attack that felt like a housefly buzzing around annoyed the destructive divine mammoth to no end. The other bug monster that looked like a toad attacked from a distance whereby it would shoot saliva like arrows. Although its attack could not harm the destructive divine mammoth, the impact of it surprised it. Moreover, the timing of each of its attack was perfect, which made the destructive divine mammoth retreat and fail to help the nightmare tapir. Meanwhile, the last 6-armed sword-legged sword cultivator bug monster did not participate in the battle. Instead, it fixed its eyes on the nightmare tapir far away from the battle. Its 6 sword arms were integrating at a speed that could be seen with naked eyes. They became a bloody red single arm. The single arm was also a sword arm. It was red as if it was soaked in blood. As a sword cultivator himself, Lin Huang sensed the change in the bug monster's aura. He could not help but have a grim expression now. That sword looks powerful. It's almost on the brink of level 6 sword Dao. Furthermore, this sword feels like it can attack one's soul directly. Lin Huang's pupils shrunk when he noticed that sword really might be able to kill god figurines' combat souls. Without much hesitation, Lin Huang sent a sea of spiritual energy into the nightmare tapir's body. The sword Dao in the sword cultivator bug monster was rising. On the other side, the nightmare tapir's combat strength experienced a continuous breakthrough from the sea of spiritual energy that Lin Huang sent. Within a short few seconds, it elevated from virtual god rank 5 to virtual god rank 6 and then proceeded to virtual god rank 7. The nightmare tapir swung its trunk and released a raging roar. The loud noise spread like ripples on water. The 3 bug monsters spat a mouthful of blood out while their spiritual aura plummeted. The nightmare tapir attacked the superbrain worm and the other 2 bug monsters as soon as its spiritual energy rose by 2 ranks. When it was on virtual god rank 5, its spirit was already no less than the superbrain worm and the rest. However, it was suppressed by the trio's combined attack. Its spirit surpassed the 3 bug monsters since its combat strength had been upgraded by 2 ranks. Naturally, it would not let go of the opportunity to fight back. It released a sea of spiritual energy out like a tsunami, suppressing the 3 bug monsters by force. The sword cultivator bug monster sensed the nightmare tapir's combat strength elevation from far away. It saw the superbrain worm and the 2 other bug monsters being hurt, but it did not panic at all because it was confident in its sword. Just when its sword was fully charged and it was about to swing it, the nightmare tapir turned its head all of a sudden and stared at it with its black pupils. The sword cultivator bug monster charged with its sword without hesitation. A crimson sword glow lit up like a bloody river flowing in the air. In the next second, the superbrain worm and the other two bug monsters were drowned in the river and crushed into mush. The sword cultivator bug monster stood where it was without moving in its previous stance. It resembled a sculpture now. That sword strike was really powerful. It was almost at the brink of level 6 sword Dao. Unfortunately, it encountered the nightmare taper. Lin Huang could not help but exclaim. No matter how powerful the sword cultivator bug monster's ability was, its spirit was still too weak. It was far below the superbrain worm and the rest, so it was hypnotized when it encountered the nightmare taper who could suppress the superbrain worm and the rest. It did not even realize that it was hypnotized the second the nightmare taper turned around. When it was hypnotized, it saw the three bug monsters as the nightmare taper. That was how Lin Huang witnessed it decimating the three bug monsters. After getting rid of the superbrain worm and the other two, he hypnotized the sword cultivator bug monster again and released a long roar with its head thrown back before the three dead bug monsters could be resurrected. A sound wave spread thousands of times faster than the speed of sound. It spread through the dragnet worm and the other two bug monsters' bodies. Without the ability to fight back, they turned into hypnotized puppets. Just when the nightmare taper was done with that, the superbrain worm and the other two bug monsters' carcasses had disintegrated completely and recovered. Lin Huang, who was watching the battle from far away, could not help but smirk when he saw the three beasts being resurrected again. He revealed a teasing smirk. It was 3 versus 7 before, but it's finally 7 versus 3 now. Chapter 11:22. The trial ends. The superbrain worm, the control bug and the multi-eyed worm noticed that the other 4 bug monsters were hypnotized as soon as they were resurrected. The superbrain worm sent its thought to the other 2 bug monsters' heads. In the next second, the 3 bug monsters released a spiritual wave at the 4 bug monsters that were being hypnotized at the same time in an attempt to wake them up. Under the superbrain worm's lead, the spiritual wave spread out like an ocean wave. It pierced through the 4 hypnotized bug monsters' bodies. However, the 4 bug monsters stood where they were without giving any response. Clearly, the round of attempt was futile. The nightmare taper's spiritual energy had surpassed so much compared to the superbrain worm and the rest since it elevated 2 ranks up. Its hypnotization could not be shaken even though the superbrain worm and the rest worked together on the attack. The nightmare taper did not give them a second chance to their attempt, whereby he controlled the 4 bug monsters to attack the superbrain worm and the rest. The dragnet worm and the rest of the 3 bug monsters that were hypnotized looked at the superbrain worm and the rest as if they were in a frenzy, just like how they saw the Ninetales Lynx and other god figurines combat souls before. They could not wait to tear them into pieces. The dragnet worm spat threads out one after another and constructed a web in the air. It went after the superbrain worm and the rest again and again. Although it did not manage to capture them, it brought great trouble too. The 3 of them, the bug monsters that looked like a toad, spat arrows out like a machine gun, forcing them to dodge its attacks without even stopping for a second. While the both of them were attacking at close range, 6-winged bug monsters and sword cultivator bug monsters were chasing after them. The superbrain worm and the rest looked extremely clumsy while they were attacked by the 4 bug monsters. Compared to the god figurines combat souls who had powerful bodies which were immune to those bug monsters' physical attacks, the superbrain worm and the rest only had mediocre bodies among virtual god rank 9 powerhouses. They could not handle the attacks forcefully. All they could do was to dodge clumsily and retreat. Before the destructive divine mammoth and the Ninetales Lynx joined the battle, the superbrain worm and the rest had already been suppressed and fell into defeat. However, the destructive divine mammoth and the Ninetales Lynx did not want to play the cat and mouse game. They soon joined the battle. The destructive divine mammoth performed its usual brutal suppression whereby it stomped its gigantic feet in the air one after another. Hovering in the air, the Ninetales Lynx appeared without anyone seeing it coming at the battlefield like a specter. Not long after the 2 god figurines combat souls joined the battle, the Ninetales Lynx caught the multi-eyed worm's weakness and mauled it, tearing the air. Pitch black slices scratched the multi-eyed worm's body, slicing it into half. As soon as the multi-eyed worm was killed, the other 2 bug monsters fell into an even more difficult situation. Within a minute, the superbrain worm and the control bug were crushed into mush by the destructive divine mammoth one after another. In less than 10 seconds after the 3 bug monsters were dead, their carcasses vanished and they were resurrected again. The superbrain worm changed its strategy when it was resurrected. It performed its divine skill immediately, and a white rune halo appeared before it. It combined the control bug and the multi-eyed worm's spiritual energy into it. As soon as the white rune halo lit up, the white glow that shot out of it was targeted at Lin Huang, who was outside the battlefield. Even Lin Huang figured its attack was aimed at him this time. The white glow was alarmingly fast. Lin Huang did not plan to dodge since he knew that it was too late for him to do that. Instead, he had his eyes on the Ninetails lynx that was not far away. The Ninetails lynx vanished from where it was and appeared on Lin Huang's shoulder. Lin Huang then vanished from where he was. Almost at the same second, the white glow drowned the spot where Lin Huang had been standing earlier. The Ninetails lynx joined the battle again after leaving Lin Huang in the alternate dimension. The Super Brain Worm's attack that was aiming for Lin Huang enraged the three god figurines' combat souls. In less than a minute, the Super Brain Worm and the other two bug monsters were killed once again. The destructive divine mammoth seemed to be still in rage after killing the three bug monsters. It stomped its iron feet on the carcasses and turned them into three piles of mush. A moment later, the carcasses disappeared again. The Super Brain Worm and the rest were resurrected again. This is the fourth time they've resurrected. They should have hit the limit anytime soon. Lin Huang had been keeping track of the number of times they resurrected. This time, the Super Brain Worm was still determined. It had its target on Lin Huang again. It moved its tentacles slightly and its divine skill was activated. Golden arrows shot out like a meteor shower. The Ninetails lynx saw that and glared at the Super Brain Worm in disdain before dragging Lin Huang into its alternate dimension again. However, the golden arrows went into the alternate dimension as soon as the human and monster entered it. That was out of Lin Huang and the Ninetails lynx's expectations. The Ninetails lynx brought Lin Huang out of the alternate dimension immediately. The up to 100 arrows pierced out of the dimension too. They were locking on Lin Huang. The Ninetails lynx decided to stop dodging. It turned into a white glow and charged. The white glow sparkled hundreds of times in the air within a split second. The golden arrows exploded almost at the same time. Golden sparks lit the air like fireworks, illuminating the sky. After the Ninetails lynx was done solving the crisis, the Super Brain Worm was the only bug monster that lived among the three. In a flash, the Ninetails lynx appeared above the Super Brain Worm's head. It mauled its egg-like head. The Super Brain Worm's plan failed again, and the three bug monsters were killed on the spot again. A couple of seconds later, the three bug monsters resurrected again. It was the fifth time the multi-eyed worm activated the skill. 13 of its eyes had exploded, and that was almost half of the eyes it possessed. However, the Ninetails lynx attacked the Super Brain Worm before it could do anything. Black slices appeared in the air as a result of its mauling that came without hesitation. They were going after the Super Brain Worm. To its dismay, it could not do anything as soon as they killed it. The Super Brain Worm did not expect the Ninetails lynx to not give it any opportunity to attack this time. It thought it could try other ways to kill Lin Huang, but it seemed impossible now. It wanted to get the other two bug monsters to attack Lin Huang, but the Nightmare Taper had already controlled the Dragnet Worm and the other three bug monsters to attack the Multi-Eyed Worm and the Control Bug. The destructive Divine Mammoth joined the battle almost at the same time. Since then, the Super Brain Worm did not get any opportunity to attack Lin Huang at all. The round of battle went on for less than 3 minutes. The Control Bug, the Multi-Eyed Worm, and the Super Brain Worm were destroyed one after another. Lin Huang and the rest waited for over 10 seconds, but the three bug monsters' carcasses did not vanish. They were sure that it was the limit to the Multi-Eyed Worm's skill. After getting rid of the three most troublesome bug monsters, the destructive Divine Mammoth and the Ninetails lynx soon killed the 4 bug monsters that were hypnotized. By then, the battle had finally ended. Lin Huang thought it should be the end of the additional trial. However, an inconspicuous charcoal gray bug monster came out of the main hive all of a sudden after some 10 seconds of silence. The bug monster popped its head out of the hive and looked at Lin Huang. Lin Huang felt he was being dragged into another dimension the moment they locked eyes. An eye that he could not see was watching him in the dark. He could sense the eye above his head, but he could not move at all, as if he was imprisoned by the dimension. However, a loud voice came out of nowhere at the moment, shaking the entire place. Lin Huang felt he was falling at an alarming speed. Soon, he realized he was back where he was when he snapped back to reality. The trial has ended. We'll send you the results later. The male voice from before echoed abruptly. Lin Huang looked at the time on his emperor's heart ring with his head down. It was still 44 seconds before the 24-hour trial period should have ended. Didn't you say I had to fulfill the 24 hours? Chapter 11:23. Club 1 should usually stay on the 81st checkpoint for full 24 hours, but Lin Huang was kicked out of the trial space 44 seconds earlier before the trial ended. Officially, he speculated that it was most probably related to that bug monster that had crawled out of the hive in the end. Lin Huang realized he was on the top of the stairway tree when he was kicked out of the trial space. Although he was on the top of the tree, it was as large as a massive plaza to him. He scanned through the plaza and soon saw a golden chest in the middle of the plaza not far away, so he walked toward it. He did not open it immediately when he arrived before the chest. Instead, he only observed it. The chest did not look huge. It was just a similar size to a shoe box. It was completely golden with special sigils carved on it. Lin Huang took a picture with his emperor's heart ring to take a record of the sigils. He then reached his hand to the chest. Full of curiosity, he opened the chest. There was no special effect such as a golden glow throughout the process of opening the chest. There was no strange background music either. It was just like an ordinary box that was not locked, whereby he opened it like a piece of cake. There was no treasure that he was expecting to find in the chest. There was only a golden card that looked like a greeting card lying at the bottom of the chest quietly. There was nothing else apart from that. Lin Huang raised his brow when he saw the card. He stretched his arm out to grab the card at the bottom. He took the effort to see if there was anything covered under the card. However, he found out that he was overthinking it. Full of doubts, Lin Huang unfolded the card in his hand. There was only a single sentence written in black on it. Lin Huang, congratulations for passing the club's trial. Would you like to be a part of the club? Lin Huang was stunned to see his real name written on the card instead of Lin Xie. Clearly, his fake identity was not a secret to the stairway tree system. Lin Huang put aside the matter about his identity being exposed and asked, "What's the club?" The sentence on the card disappeared the second he asked that. Another sentence was appearing. The club is a special, secret organization founded to explore the unknown and go for the extreme. There are two conditions for picking club members. Firstly, the member has to be human. Secondly, the member has to be a ridiculous genius. So, was it you guys who set the checkpoints on the stairway tree? And one would only be eligible to join the club after passing all checkpoints. Lin Huang could not help but inquire further. Yes, the words on the card changed again. So, how many members are there at the moment? Lin Huang was curious. After all, he had gone through the difficulties on the stairway tree and was the only one in the gravel world that he was currently in who had broken through all the checkpoints throughout the hundreds of years. Not many. We only have 359 members at the moment. Only over 300 members in the entire Great World. Lin Huang did not expect the number to be so low. Although he knew very well how hard it was to break through the stairway tree checkpoints, one must know that the Great World connected to up to 10,000s of complete mini-worlds. As for gravel worlds, there were millions or even tens of millions of them. No, it's in the entire universe. The answer on the card shocked Lin Huang. He had no idea how large was the universe exactly. He only knew that the Great World was a part of the universe. Are there only over 300 members in the entire universe? Lin Huang only snapped back to his senses a long time later. He asked immediately, so what are the benefits of joining this club? 1. You can trade with other members and exchange resources. 2. You can participate in the gatherings, exchanging things you've learned from cultivation. 3. You can get the members to help you whenever you encounter some troubles. Lin Huang jolted when he heard the third benefit and asked immediately, what's the highest combat strength a member has in the club? That's confidential. If I agree to join, what's my standard of ability in the club? Lin Huang proceeded to ask in a testing manner. He was playing with his words, asking about his ability instead of his combat strength. The weakest. Nobody is below you. Lin Huang was shocked for a moment. What do I need to do if I join it? You don't need to do anything. All members are definitely free to do anything they want. You never have to log into the club even if you join it. However, your name will be erased if you don't log in for 100 years. What if I don't join it? What will happen to me? Lin Huang asked again. Your memory about the club will be erased. Are there no consequences? No. Alright, I get it now. Lin Huang nodded and finally made up his mind after thinking to himself for a while. I agree to join. A sentence that was written in black appeared on the card again. Lin Huang, Congratulations for being an official club member. There was a X inscribed at the right corner. At that very moment, the greeting card he was holding in his hand turned into a golden glow just like stardust. It disappeared after penetrating his palm. Just when he wanted to look into his body to see what had happened, a special message was imprinted in his head automatically. He understood all sorts of information about the club now. As he was digesting the information in his head, an announcement came into his ears before he was done reading. Congratulations to the Deputy Chief of the Heaven Alliance, Lin Huang, for breaking through the 81st checkpoint on the stairway tree. He has broken the stairway tree's record and become the first person who has broken through all the checkpoints. The announcement was blasted on all the checkpoints on the stairway tree at the same time. All the online Genius Union members heard it loud and clear. As the announcement came, 3 notifications popped onto everyone's Emperor's heart ring once after another. Lin Huang's feat of breaking through the entire stairway tree struck discussions among many Genius Union members. Every checkpoint on the stairway tree became crowded as almost everyone was talking about Lin Huang's achievement. Holy moly, he broke through the entire stairway tree. Before today, I've always naively thought that nobody in this world would break through the entire stairway tree. Never have I thought I'd get a tight slap in the face so hard that you can hear the slapping sound. I thought I was dreaming just now. I was just wondering why would I dream about Lin Huang considering that I'm a man. It turns out that I'm not dreaming. I think I saw someone opening a bet this morning that the odds are 110,000 on Lin Huang breaking through the entire stairway tree. I'm wondering if the maker is still alive. Hey, commenter above, I'm the maker, and I'm still breathing. Indeed, I opened a 110,000 wager, but fortunately, nobody bet on that. Otherwise, I might have to pawn myself to pay the debts. Are you sure you want to pawn yourself? You're not some hot chick with big boobs. Look at my disgusted face. Chapter 11:24. Rewards for breaking through. Congratulations to the Deputy Chief of the Heaven Alliance, Lin Huang, for breaking through the 79th checkpoint and breaking the stairway tree record. Congratulations to the Deputy Chief of the Heaven Alliance, Lin Huang, for breaking through the 80th checkpoint and breaking the stairway tree record. Congratulations to the Deputy Chief of the Heaven Alliance, Lin Huang, for breaking through the 81st checkpoint and breaking the stairway tree record. Congratulations to the Deputy Chief of the Heaven Alliance, Lin Huang, for breaking the stairway tree record. You're rewarded with a Godhead, Virtual God rank 9. Congratulations Lin Huang for breaking through all checkpoints on the stairway tree. You're rewarded with a Soul Marrow, first rank True God level. Congratulations Lin Huang for breaking through all checkpoints on the stairway tree. You're rewarded with a World Tree Seed. Congratulations, Lin Huang, for breaking through all checkpoints on the stairway tree. You've won a treasure draw. Would you like to draw your prize now? Lin Huang was stunned to see the last reward and could not help but chuckle. A treasure draw, Did it learn that from Xiao He? However, he was very experienced at drawing prizes. He crushed a lucky card and only pressed the yes button after waiting for the card to integrate into his body entirely. A 3-dimensional question mark popped up on Lin Huang's Emperor's heart ring after he pushed the button. The question mark began spinning quickly. It was so quick that Lin Huang could not catch it as various items were being swapped. A red stop button appeared before his eyes abruptly. He stared at the projection for a long time. He only pressed the stop button after confirming that he could not tell what item was being swapped before him. The question mark turned into an item that looked like a giant hive the moment he pressed the button. What's that? Just when doubt popped into Lin Huang's mind, a notification popped up on his Emperor's heart ring again. Congratulations for drawing a galactic hive, Lin Huang. What? Lin Huang was stunned to see the notification. He had no idea that he could draw a galactic hive. However, the item looked more like a blown-up beehive. Its diameter was around a meter, and it was totally different from the galactic hive that he had seen before. Just when Lin Huang was thinking of putting it away, the beehive-like galactic hive turned into a black glow and penetrated his body directly. He gazed into his body immediately. As expected, the hive began growing rapidly after penetrating his body. Although it was not as big as the main hive that was comparable to Earth that he saw the last time, it was no smaller than the 2 moon-sized affiliate hives. I guess I can even kill people just by summoning this thing since it's so humongous. He then looked at the other rewards after snapping back to reality. Godheads were nothing new to him. He could refine it to elevate his combat strength. It was Lin Huang's first time hearing about the soul marrow and the world tree seed. Although he went over vast knowledge back in the Hunter College, he had no idea what those two items were. He took out the soul marrow, which was a blue crystal that looked a little like a cerulean precious stone. However, it contained liquid and resembled a starry night that was flowing slowly inside. Lin Huang could feel that this item contained endless spiritual energy. Stone tablet, what's this soul marrow? Asking whenever he had question had always been a good habit of his. This thing is similar to a soul jewel but is different. Soul jewels can only be consolidated after a spirit-type powerhouse is dead. However, the soul marrow is created slowly by the remnant of spiritual energy from a specific environment after the powerhouse has died. If you must tell them apart, a soul jewel's energy is more overbearing and the density of spiritual energy is higher. Meanwhile, the soul marrow is milder and has powerful healing effect when one's soul is damaged, explained the stone tablet after thinking about it. That means Sister Mo can use it. Lin Huang thought about Wu Mo as soon as he was done listening to the explanation. After putting the soul marrow away, he took the world tree seed out. It was an inconspicuous gray seed the size of his little finger. There was a layer of tiny scaly patterns covering it, and it looked like an ordinary seed. This is a world tree seed. The stone tablet's voice sounded a little shocked. Do you know about the world tree seed? Lin Huang asked immediately. Of course I do. Every human being in the great world knows this. The stone tablet felt its explanation was not quite descriptive enough, so it added, every living thing besides humans know this. It sounds like a very valuable treasure. Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he heard that. The world tree seed, obviously, is the seed of the world tree. In reality, the world tree isn't considered a plant, but a unique living thing created by time and space. It's similar to a heavenly god-level powerhouse's sequence chain. However, it's naturally made instead of having been refined. The main function of the world tree is to consolidate the world fruit. Each fruit is the equivalent of an ownerless gravel world. The fruit is a gravel world. Lin Huang thought it was ridiculous. So, what's the function of those gravel worlds? When one arrives on virtual god level and builds their god territory successfully, one can integrate their god territory with the gravel world to strengthen their god territory. The more gravel worlds are integrated, the more powerful the god territory becomes. Especially after god order level and god sequence level, the more gravel worlds are integrated, the more powerful one's god territory's rule power and sequence power would be. So, the world tree is like a hen that lays eggs, Lin Huang concluded. The god-level powerhouse is needed to eat the eggs it laid for nutrition. Yes, integrating the world tree would be equivalent to owning a hen that lays eggs, whereby you don't have to spend money to buy eggs, the stone tablet explained using the same metaphor. So, you'll only need to feed your hen and get it to lay eggs continuously. But in order for it to bear fruit that's like gravel worlds, I'll need a sea of resources to cultivate the world tree. Am I right? Lin Huang soon realized the key problem. Yes, that's the biggest disadvantage of the world tree. It needs endless resources to be cultivated, the stone tablet admitted that while smiling. But it doesn't bring any disadvantages for you to cultivate it. All you need to do is to toss the seed in for integration when you build your god territory. You won't need to feed it resources intentionally after that since it doesn't die or take your resources away on its own. It'll grow when you feed it resources. Otherwise, its growth will stagnate if you don't feed it. You can feed it resources when you really need to. As long as there are enough resources, it can grow a world fruit within a few days. Is it that magical? Lin Huang was a little motivated upon hearing that. The world tree isn't a plan, but a cosmic wonder that's created by time and space. Don't treat it as an ordinary plant. Of course, it depends on you whether to integrate it or not. You can also sell it if it's trouble to you. Then, you should be able to get a good price for it. I'll think about it. Lin Huang did not make up his mind right away since he was still far away from elevating to virtual god level. It would take way too much resources to cultivate this thing, but it would bring many benefits if the cultivation was successful. Overall, there were pros and cons. Chapter 1125. Lin Xie is famous again. After checking the rewards he obtained from the stairway tree, Lin Huang searched the entire plaza on top of the tree thoroughly. He only logged out after confirming there was nothing else there. Just when he logged out, a couple of messages popped up on his Emperor's heart ring consecutively. In just a glance, Lin Huang saw that they were sent by people he knew. Apart from Jian Fei and the rest from the Heaven Alliance, the siblings Yi Zheng and Yi Yeyu had sent him messages too. Clearly, all of them saw the notifications sent by Stairway Tree system. The messages were basically congratulating him for breaking through the Stairway Tree. He sent a short reply to those messages. The sense of exhaustion only kicked in when he was done replying. It had been over 60 hours since he last slept. Because he had to kill the monsters to break the checkpoints, he was in a tense mode all the time. Finally, he could relax now. Lin Huang did not fight the exhaustion that overcame him. Instead, he allowed himself to fall asleep. In his deep slumber, he had no idea that the entire Genius Union was stirred because of his feat of defeating the entire Stairway Tree. Not only did the number of online members on the Stairway Tree break the past record, but there were also countless topics created on the Stairway Tree forum. Almost all the topics on the first 10 pages on the forum were about Lin Xia's breakthrough. Even the forums including the Union Government, the Hunter Association, and the black markets were talking about Lin Xia. The headlines on the media for the next day were changed as soon as they got in the news. Lin Xia's name was the #1 topic on the social media sites that cultivators frequented. Lin Huang only woke up past 6 next morning. After washing up, he realized Mr. Fu had called him last night. After checking the time, he did not call back because he thought it was too early. He headed out for breakfast and went straight to the Emperor Palace. He only took the time to look at the news on the sites. As soon as he launched the news page on his Emperor's Heart Ring, he saw the photo of him disguising as Lin Xia on the headlines. The title was, "The No. 1 Genius of the New Era Lin Xia." When he noticed that the number of clicks had surpassed 300 million, he realized he was famous again. Had it been before, there would have been an aggressive debate about whether someone could be named the #1 genius. However, now that the title was used on Lin Huang, there was not much opposition on all the social media sites and forums. From divisions 1 to 12, most people knew about the Genius Union as long as they came from cultivation clans or major organizations. They knew what kind of organization the Genius Union was. Apart from the 3 core zones, the eligibility of entering the Genius Union was less than 1% even for those cultivation clans and major organizations' core members in the 9 safety zones. Most of the young talents who were somewhat popular in the safety zones had insufficient ability to join the Genius Union. Therefore, being a Genius Union member, even just a normal one, would prove a person's ability. As for the sock puppet named Lin Xia that Lin Huang had been using, he had been a celebrity before he had even joined the Genius Union. Many people doubted him in the beginning due to his low combat strength. However, most people in the Genius Union were confident in his ability since he dismissed many doubts along the way. Those who loathed him had to admit that he had ridiculously powerful abilities since he broke through the 70-second checkpoint. Some of the young talents in the safety zones who were not in the Genius Union were friends with the Genius Union members. Naturally, they would not dispute about Lin Xia since they basically heard the news about him from the Genius Union members. Most of those who opposed him did not know much about him. In fact, some had never heard of the Genius Union. Those who claimed to have broken through 100 checkpoints deleted their posts and went silent after seeing the content of the assessment. The cultivators who did not know much about the Genius Union found out about it through the content of the Stairway Tree checkpoints on the internet. Many people began discussing and wondering how many checkpoints they could pass if they were to enter the Stairway Tree. I'm on Immortal level rank 9, but I think the most I can break through on the Stairway Tree would be over 30 checkpoints. I must admit that those who managed to break through the 63rd checkpoint are the real bosses. I'm on Immortal level rank 7, but I don't think I can even pass the 29th checkpoint. That checkpoint is so difficult that I'm trembling. I'm on Immortal level rank 6. I don't think I can even pass the 23rd checkpoint, but I heard some of them from the Genius Union who have the same combat strength as me managed to pass more than 50 checkpoints. I'm on Immortal level rank -3. I don't think I can even pass through the worm stage on the 4th checkpoint. I'm sorry, I'm a loser. After looking at the Heart Network, Lin Huang looked at the other social media sites and forums. He realized that almost all the topics were about him. He only read the threads with the most clicks. By then, it was past 9 in the morning. It was 9:08 a.m. when he closed the Black Market forum page. Lin Huang looked at the time before tapping the communication page open and calling Mr. Fu. The call only rang for less than 3 seconds before the video call got through. Mr. Fu wore a black top that looked similar to a traditional Chinese shirt. There were pale blue patterns printed on it, and he looked a little like an underground boss. My dear disciple, I heard you've broken through the stairway tree, Mr. Fu asked while smiling. Yes, I did, Lin Huang confirmed as if he had done something insignificant. He thought Mr. Fu would ask him what kind of benefits he had obtained from his feat. However, Mr. Fu did not ask anything related to that. Instead, he proceeded to say while smiling, "You're worthy of being my disciple. You deserve the title as the No. One genius of the new era." Although Lin Huang had thick skin, he could not help but feel bashful when he was given such a direct compliment. Your combined ability is comparable to demigods since you managed to break through the stairway tree. So, what do you plan to do next? Mr. Fu asked again. I'm planning to go into closed-door cultivation to advance all the way to imperial level. I'll spend some time clearing what I have on my plate later on and head to the Great World. After that, I'll head back to the gravel world before disaster strikes. Mr. Fu fell into silence for a moment and only spoke again a long time later. Stay in the Great World if you can't find any solutions to end the disaster. He only opened his mouth when he wanted to say, don't come back seeking for death. However, he did not say it out loud as he was afraid that would backfire. I'll find a solution, Lin Huang promised with determination. If you're confident, then go ahead and do it. Mr. Fu nodded while smiling and subsequently added with all seriousness, but if you can't, don't force it. Chapter 11:26. Abundant card rewards. After hanging up the call with Mr. Fu, Lin Huang looked into his body again. Among the 10 god figurines combat souls, the shackle serpent, the creation clock, and the withered flower had completed their evolution whereby they elevated all the way to virtual god rank -3. Out of all the remaining 7 god figurines combat souls, the nightmare taper had the highest combat strength, which was virtual god rank 6. It was on virtual god rank 7 in the battle earlier because of the provisional combat strength upgrade card. The ones with the second highest combat strength were the Ninetails Lynx and the destructive divine mammoth that were both on virtual god rank -4. The divine sun tree, the enchanted fairy, the undead sticks, and the death butterfly were all on virtual god rank -3. Meanwhile, Lin Huang killed virtual god rank 9 bug monsters a total of 23 times on the 81st checkpoint. He only used his spiritual energy once to elevate the nightmare taper's combat strength from virtual god rank 4 to the peak of virtual god rank 6. Lin Huang took the 9 bug monsters' spiritual energy and gave them to the 9 god figurines combat souls apart from the nightmare taper. Within a short few seconds, the combat strength of the 9 god figurines combat souls skyrocketed all the way to virtual god rank 6. The spiritual energy from the bug monsters that were stored in Lin Huang's body was filtered by divine fire rapidly. It could be absorbed by the god figurines combat souls, and they did not even need to refine them like how they did for the soul crystals. Moreover, the god figurines combat souls completed their transformation as soon as they reached virtual god level. They did not need 4 hours of transformation whenever they were elevating their combat strength. They could absorb more spiritual energy like a piece of cake. They were like little pots that had been transformed into big buckets, whereby their capacity was upgraded tremendously. Seeing that all 10 god figurines combat souls in his body had elevated to virtual god rank 6, Lin Huang penetrated the spiritual energy from the remaining 13 bug monsters into the god figurines combat souls' bodies to elevate their combat strength once again. The nightmare taper, the Ninetails Lynx, and the destructive divine mammoth had achieved virtual god rank 8, while the divine sun tree and the rest got to virtual god rank 7. After giving out all of the spiritual energy that was stored in his body, Lin Huang looked into the sorcerer goddess's blood. Wu Mo did not respond to him. She was clearly still sleeping. Lin Huang took out the soul marrow and popped it into the sorcerer goddess's blood. Wu Mo's aura that was initially weak was now growing. He waited for a while, but she remained sleeping as he sensed her aura stabilizing. He did not disturb her and soon snapped back to reality. He looked into his body again and read Xiao Hei's notifications. Then, he began to calculate the rewards he had reaped from killing monsters on the stairway tree for the past few days. Although he was not given any points on the 80th and 81st checkpoints, killing monsters gave him complete cards and card pieces. Moreover, Lin Huang used lucky cards and double reward cards whenever he went through the checkpoints. He looked at the complete cards he had obtained first. The truth proved that many complete cards fell from the checkpoints throughout the few days to the point that he could not see the end of the line when he opened the system notification. Congratulations, you've obtained complete multi-eyed worm monster card mythical level by 2 inches. Congratulations, you've obtained complete superbrain worm monster card mythical level by 2 inches. Congratulations, you've obtained complete golden bug monster card mythical level by 2 inches. Congratulations, you've obtained complete lady black stripe monster card pseudo mythical level by 318 inches. Congratulations, you've obtained complete giant bellied spider monster card pseudo mythical level by 276 inches. Congratulations, you've obtained complete scarlet scimitar bug monster card pseudo mythical level x324. Congratulations, you've obtained complete gigantic heavy armored bug monster card legendary level by 26,512 inches. Congratulations, you've obtained complete swift wing bug monster card legendary level by 28,356 inches. Congratulations, you've obtained complete 10 colors bug monster card legendary level by 31,124 inches. Congratulations, you've obtained bug tribe airship mythical level by 12 inches. Congratulations, you've obtained bug tribe bio battle armor mythical level by 2 inches. Almost 2 hours later, Lin Huang finally read all of the records of the completed cards in the system. There were 6 mythical level cards and numerous pseudo mythical level cards. Altogether, there were over 30 types and up to 10,000 cards. There were also up to 1,000 types and over 30 million legendary level cards. Apart from that, there were all sorts of item cards. There were 18 mythical level items, over 1,000 pseudo-mythical level items, and close to 100,000 legendary level items. Those were just complete cards. Lin Huang knew very well that he might not have even gotten 1% of what he obtained if not for the lucky cards and double reward cards he used. He then looked at the card pieces that the system sorted out after going through the complete cards. You've obtained control bug card pieces mythical level by 12 inches. You've obtained 6 winged sword bug card pieces mythical level by 2 inches. You've obtained lady black stripe card pieces pseudo mythical level by 26,178 inches. You've obtained giant bellied spider card pieces pseudo mythical level by 24,652 inches. You've obtained gigantic heavy armored bug card pieces legendary level by 5,302,898 inches. You've obtained swift wing bug card pieces legendary level by 5,809,614 inches. Due to the insufficient mythical level and pseudo mythical level card pieces, he did lack enough to integrate them into monster cards. However, he had accumulated over 500,000 legendary level complete monster cards from the card pieces alone. Gawking at the sea of cards in his body, it was Lin Huang's first time being distracted by the insane amount of cards. The dream of building an army was lovely, but the problem was that Lin Huang's summoning authority remained at 15 monsters at the moment. Having 10 million monsters aside, even if he had up to 100 million monsters, it was useless if he could not summon them. Xiao, can't you release my summoning authority? No, in reality, this authorization exists to protect you. Even though the system is just a medium, the contract between the host and imperial monsters are tied to your soul. If the authorization is released, it would be a great burden to the operating system. Another reason is that your soul will collapse as soon you release the authorization, judging from the number of complete monster cards that you've accumulated. Lin Huang had never thought that the summoning authorization served to protect him. He fell into a moment of silence after hearing that and asked again, is there any way to realize my plan of getting an army whereby I can summon tens of millions of bug monsters at the same time? You'll need to find an item or living thing to replace you to bear the contract with all these bug monsters. I can transfer the authorization of these bug monster cards over. By then, you'll be able to control these bug monsters and create a real army as soon as you own the item or living thing that bears the contract. A bearer of the bug monsters contract. Something popped up in Lin Huang's head when he heard what Xiao said. He proposed immediately, can I use the galactic hive? Theoretically, it should be fine. Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao response. We'll try that then. Chapter 11:27. Army type Imperial Sensor. Considering that the galactic hive was so massive, Lin Huang did not summon it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Instead, he looked into his body again. The gigantic galactic hive hung in the air, appearing massive even in his body. Lin Huang initially thought it would be difficult for him to claim ownership on it. In the end, the contract was formed automatically when he stretched his hand out to touch it. A flood of information began gushing into his head automatically. This galactic hive was merely the lowest level -1 hive, whereby it could only contain 100 billion bug monsters at the most. He could sort out the hive's internal areas as he wished since he was the owner. There were also templates that he could use. People who did not know better would think that the bug hive was made of a massive metal combining silicon materials. Even Lin Huang thought so before this. However, he found out that it was far from the truth after getting the information transfer of the hive. The galactic hive was more like an intelligent spaceship, whereby its operation was very similar to a starship. It was even simpler than that. Moreover, the galactic hive even possessed a consciousness of its own. What surprised Lin Huang the most was that a human like him could connect with the bugs' consciousness through the hive, exploring the bug tribe's internal secrets. Naturally, since the hive was on the lowest level, he only had the lowest level -1 authority among the bugs. To avoid exposing himself, Lin Huang dared not explore further. He merely took a rough look at it and made the hive download the information. He then got his consciousness out of the hive immediately. He contacted Xianxia as soon as he completed the contract with the hive. "I've already completed the contract with the hive. Try transferring 20 bug monsters in and see if I can control them." "I'll try." Xianxia spoke again a moment later. As soon as he was done speaking, "The transfer is complete. I've also given the 20 monster cards, user authorizations, to the hive. There are 10 different types of bug monsters with 2 of them each, and all of them are on Imperial level yellow gold rank." Lin Huang peered into the hive immediately and soon sensed the 20 bug monsters that Xianxia had sent in. He tried giving his order through the hive, and the 20 bug monsters rushed out of the hive right away. The result surprised Lin Huang a little because it had exceeded his summoning authority. After the 20 bug monsters left the hive, Lin Huang tried giving them a new order again. As usual, the bug monsters did what he ordered without hesitation. After testing that in his body for a while, Lin Huang snapped back to reality and tried summoning them in the real world. The bug monsters appeared in the Emperor Palace in the next second. Lin Huang tried giving some other orders again. Once more, the bug monsters remained obedient and did what he ordered. The bug monsters were extraordinarily tame when Lin Huang did not order them to do anything. It seemed like they treated Lin Huang as their queen because he owned the hive. They would follow when Lin Huang gave his order verbally instead of giving his order through the hive. He only recalled all of the 20 bug monsters after testing some experiments Bloody suggested for more than 2 hours and confirming that the bug monsters were loyal. He looked into his body again. The bug monsters seemed to be loyal from all sorts of tests. At the moment, using the hive as the contract medium seems to be very successful. "Xianxia, you can transfer the authorization of the bug monsters over now." "Sure." Lin Huang saw purple cards transform into purple streams flowing into the hive as soon as Xianxia gave its short response. They were like meteors shooting across the sky. He would see streams of orange and purple intersecting each other occasionally. Those were the pseudo-mythical level bug tribe cards. After all of the streams penetrated the galactic hive, Lin Huang looked into the hive again and saw dense bug monsters in it. He got the hive to pick a template randomly and sorted out the bug monsters. 1,000 types of bug monsters became organized in the hive. Lin Huang, who had slight OCD, was at ease to see that. He tried summoning 100 bug monsters in his body, and his attempt was successful. He then summoned to 1,000 bug monsters, 10,000 bug monsters. All of his attempts were successful when he eventually summoned 10 million of them. Even when there were so many of them, each bug monster would carry out the order without hesitation as soon as the command was given. They did not slack at all. After confirming that everything was going well in his body, Lin Huang snapped back to reality and carried out experiments in the real world. He started by summoning 100 bug monsters to 1,000,000 bug monsters. Everything went well. Fortunately, the Emperor Palace had ample space whereby it could even contain 1,000,000 bug monsters. Lin Huang did not summon any more. It was not because he was worried that the Emperor Palace could not contain them, but he knew it was unnecessary. He put the entire bug tribe army away into the hive and released a long sigh. "I've finally completed the preliminary construction of my bug tribe army." Lin Huang became an army-type imperial censor after building the bug tribe army. Although it was just the preliminary stage whereby he did not put any mythical level cards in, and the bug monster cards were limited to imperial level yellow gold rank due to his combat strength, there were still more than 30 million of them. They were sufficient to create a monster horde. Lin Huang was unsatisfied with the fact that the bug monsters only had the upper hand in terms of quantity. He connected with the hive again and got it to transfer all of the bug formations that he had downloaded earlier into the bug monsters' heads. He scanned through the bug formations himself by approximation, but he was not exactly satisfied with the bug formations that the hive downloaded from its level -1 authorization. He shared the bug formations with Bloody. "Can you improve these bug formations?" Lin Huang only asked after waiting for Bloody to sift through them. "It shouldn't be too difficult. These were modified from battle formations anyway. They're just more suitable for a bug tribe's physical structure. If you provide me with the detailed bug tribe monsters information, I don't even need these bug formations as a reference and I can come up with bug formations myself." Bloody did not doubt its ability at all. "I'll give it to you after I've sorted them out. As for the bug formations that I shared, use them as a reference if you can. After all, those bug formations have still been in use throughout hundreds of millions of years. There must be something that's worth learning. Take those that are useful, and toss those that are terrible," said Lin Huang while smiling. "I'll study them. There are differences between theories and reality after all. The stuff that I come up with might not be useful in real battles." Bloody nodded. In reality, it was not looking down on the bug tribe's bug formations, but it was just trying to show its ability off. Lin Huang became busy after communicating with Bloody. He turned the bug tribe's monster cars around and began to memorize their information. He spent a full day to finally memorize up to 1,000 bug tribe monsters information and share them with Bloody. Chapter 11:28, Has his identity been exposed? After he was done sorting things out for a day, Lin Huang checked his Emperor's heart ring that he turned off for the whole day after delegating the remaining work to Bloody. A missed call showed on his communication page. He tapped it open and realized it was from Xianxia of the Heaven Alliance. There was also a message. It was also sent by Xianxia. There was only a short sentence: "Reply me when you see this." Lin Huang did not look at other things and called Xianxia's number right away. Soon, Xianxia picked up the video call and his chubby face appeared. "Is there anything you need from me, Chief Jian?" Lin Huang asked directly upon seeing the video call connect. "Deputy Chief Lin, have you elevated to Imperial level yet?" Xianxia probed immediately. "Not yet, but I'm doing the final preparations during these 2 days." "That's great. Can you take a half day to log into the Genius Union within these few days?" Xianxia did not beat around the bush and requested right away. He knew that Lin Huang preferred to communicate straightforwardly. "Since you broke through the stairway tree, many people in the Genius Union who didn't belong to any organization joined the Heaven Alliance. Some of the members from other organizations even withdrew from the organizations they joined initially and joined us instead. There are some good buds among them who we've already assessed. We hope that you can spend some time logging in before you elevate to Imperial level. Treat it as a welcome party for them. After all, those guys came for you, so I thought you could get together with them while you still log in." "Sure," Lin Huang agreed while nodding right away. Although he suspected that Xianxia was using his fame to recruit members, he wanted to see the Heaven Alliance grow. Chando shared the same wish too. "You guys can set the time, but it's best to do it within these 3 days because I'm almost done with my preparation to elevate to Imperial level." "Sure, I'll inform you as soon as the arrangements are made." Xianxia agreed right away. He then began to stutter. "There's something else. Many media representatives have been looking for me these past 2 days. They want to interview you." Lin Huang glowered. In reality, he was unwilling to be interviewed by the media. Most media would create topics and ask odd or sensitive questions. They would then exaggerate his words and stir things up just to attract attention. In reality, they did not care what kind of person he was exactly. They only cared about the attention they could get from his words and the number of clicks they could rack up. Figuring that it might be the last thing he could do for the Heaven Alliance, Lin Huang nodded and agreed eventually. "I can accept being interviewed, but get xianxia to do that. Let her be the one who interviews me for the second time, so those who missed the first interview can watch it when the second interview is released." "Sure, I'll arrange the time with xianxia and inform you by then." Lin Huang shook his head while smiling after hanging up the call with Xianxia. In reality, Xianxia was a benevolent person, but his intention of using one's fame was a tad bit too much. However, Lin Huang understood why he did that. As the acting chief, Xianxia was eager to prove himself since there was Chando, the charming fourth prince, before him and Lin Huang, who was a ridiculous genius. He wanted everyone in the Heaven Alliance to see that he had the ability to hold the position as the chief of the Heaven Alliance. In reality, Jian Fei had pretty impressive abilities. He had proven his ability since he managed to take the position of deputy chief when Chando was still there. However, it was difficult for any star to shine no matter what when there was Chando, who was like a brilliant moon, and Lin Huang, a scorching sun, shining over him. He could only admit that he showed up at the wrong timing. Lin Huang understood Jian Fei's mindset. If he did not achieve anything during his appointment as the chief, the members would condemn him. It would harm the Heaven Alliance's growth in the long run. Although he was not fond of Jian Fei using him, for the sake of the Heaven Alliance, Lin Huang chose to conform to his arrangement without much hesitation. Jian Fei sent him a message in the afternoon. The interview and the Heaven Alliance welcome party were set on the same day, which was the day after tomorrow. The interview would be in the morning while the welcome party would be in the afternoon. Lin Huang was satisfied with the arrangement because he would not have to spend 2 days doing both things. After lunch, he took out the bizarre seed and began activating it by inserting divine power into it. Since it was not convenient for him to refine godheads now, he found something else to do. However, this bizarre seed was just like the last one. No matter how much divine power he inserted, it showed no response. The next morning, Lin Huang was reading the news on the Heart Network and the other forums after breakfast. All of a sudden, he saw a thread about him on a black market forum. The entire forum was stirred because of this thread. The title of the thread was, "Exposing Lin Xia's Real Identity." Lin Huang could not help but frown when he saw the title. He clicked on it immediately and frowned even harder after he was done reading it. The author of the thread was anonymous. The person revealed that Lin Xia was also Lin Huang and that he was the Emperor of Dynasty. Although the author did not give any solid evidence throughout the entire thread, the author clearly knew the truth. Since he did not give any evidence, almost all comments below the thread were ridicule, saying that the person who posted the thread was just stirring things up for publicity. Meanwhile, there were tens of thousands of comments below. Less than 1% of them believed the thread. Most of them had the same opinion: "We will believe you if you give us solid proof." The first thing Lin Huang felt was doubt when he read the thread. Not many people knew about his identity, but the author who wrote the thread was clearly one of them. However, Lin Huang was not too sure who that was. The first name that popped into his head was Jian Fei, but he dismissed the guess right away. Although Jian Fei loved stirring things up for fame, exposing Lin Huang as the Emperor of Dynasty would bring negativity to the Heaven Alliance. It might even make the newbies think twice about joining the Heaven Alliance. After all, most people loathed the underground organization in the entire cultivation world. As the Emperor of Dynasty, Lin Huang was one of the top underground bosses. Apart from Jian Fei, he could not think of anyone else. However, Lin Huang did not dwell on the issue. Instead, he began thinking about how to deal with it. The first solution was to ignore it completely and pretend that he did not see it. Since many people did not believe it, the topic would soon pass if he ignored it. The other solution was to seize the opportunity to reveal his identity, whereby he would integrate both of his identities. Although it would not bring him any benefit to admit it on his own, if he did not do it now, he would be in trouble if someone found evidence of him having two identities in the future. Soon, Lin Huang made up his mind after some pondering. Chapter 1129. Live interview. The next morning, Lin Huang disguised as Lin Xia and headed to a cafe less than 2 kilometers from Dynasty's headquarters after breakfast. After thinking about it yesterday, he decided to change the interview location here. He was meeting xianxia at 9 a.m. but she arrived when it was only 8:30 a.m. She was dressed professionally as usual in a navy blue suit with a white shirt inside. She looked very cool. Xianxia was a little surprised to see Lin Huang arrive earlier than she did. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early, Mr. Lin. I thought I'd get here half an hour earlier and read the questions that I prepared yesterday again. I took a stroll here after breakfast since I've cleared my day. There's a welcome party at the Heaven Alliance this afternoon," Lin Huang replied with a smile. "Take a seat. The coffee here is pretty good." Xianxia put her bag down and sat across Lin Huang. She began the topic as if she was chatting with a friend after ordering a cup of coffee from the waiter. "Emperor City is so much safer than I imagined. In reality, I had the worst case scenario in my head before coming yesterday, but I realized I was overthinking when I got here. Most people have the same idea as you do, thinking that footholds run by underground organizations would be chaotic. In reality, the cities where most top underground organizations have a rather systematic order on the surface. They know that they can only attract residents and business investments if they run the footholds under their jurisdiction properly. If the city looks filthy, nobody would be willing to live there and invest. Of course, it might be filthy in the dark while seeming clean on the surface. It's best that you stay indoors after dark in most of the footholds that are run by underground organizations. After all, people who choose to live in cities run by underground organizations aren't exactly the kindest. The waiter served xianxia her coffee just when Lin Huang was done saying that. Lin Huang thought she would ask why he changed the interview venue at the last minute. Never had he thought that she would not ask about that. Instead, she asked about the normal residents which he mentioned earlier. She took a small sip and spoke again. Those normal residents who have no cultivation base and are living in the cities run by underground organizations that you mentioned earlier, Mr. Lin, what do they do for a living? Small businesses. In reality, they're similar to residents in other footholds. After all, underground organizations have businesses in all footholds whereby they need normal workers to run the businesses. Of course, there are those who do small businesses of all sorts as you said. So, what's the difference between the foothold where the union government and the hunter association are in? Xianxia proceeded to ask. The difference is that there are more people participating in illegal activities. Furthermore, the underground organizations in the footholds usually choose to turn a blind eye. As long as they don't stir things up and don't do any harm to the underground organizations, they can do whatever they want. This has to do with the structure of the population as well. Normal people who chose to live in such places either have criminal records with the union government or are really poor. These two kinds of people have a rather high possibility of committing crimes. The duo chatted about the residents for a while. Xianxia looked at the time when it was almost 9 a.m. and said to Lin Huang all of a sudden, I had a random thought when I was sorting the interview questions out yesterday and decided to ask you anyway. Are you willing to live stream the entire interview? Of course, you can say no if you're not comfortable with it. Just pretend that I've never said this before. Live stream. Lin Huang raised his brow and nodded without much hesitation. Sure, you sure are quick to agree to that. Don't you need to consider it? Xianxia said while grinning. The biggest issue of live streaming would be that what you say will be seen by the public. I can't edit it like I used to before. So be it. It's not like I've never been condemned before, Lin Huang responded. Do you need some time to get ready? Xianxia asked again. No need. You can begin now. Then, I'll turn the camera on now. Xianxia turned into a professional host as soon as she started the live stream. She got right to the first question after giving a simple introduction about Lin Huang. What are your thoughts about breaking through the entire stairway tree this time? I don't have any thoughts about it. In reality, it was just a normal trial, but the checkpoints are slightly more difficult. There's nothing impressive about breaking through it, Lin Huang replied and thought his answer was not exactly complete since he was on a live stream. He added, if there's really something that I need to tell you, it would be that I'm finally breaking through Imperial level soon. Not many people were watching the live stream at that moment. There were only some of Xianxia's fans who were watching after noticing that she had gone live. There were only 20,000 to 30,000 online viewers. Many people began commenting upon hearing Lin Huang's response to the first question. Lin Xie, no comment. Lin Huang and Xianxia saw the comments popping up, but they chose to ignore it. Xianxia proceeded to ask the second question. From what I know, apart from you, the highest checkpoint people in the Genius Union has gotten to at the moment is the 63rd checkpoint. Before you, the highest record on the stairway tree was the 72nd checkpoint. Do you think that the checkpoints after the 72nd were difficult? They were alright. Lin Huang thought his answer was rather perfunctory as soon as he said that, so he added, indeed, the 80th and the 81st checkpoints had challenges of its own, especially the latter. At the moment, there were over 200,000 viewers watching the live stream. Comments began popping up again. Lin Xie, it's alright. The next question is something that many Genius Union members are very curious about. Xianxia asked the third question while smiling. After you broke through the 81st checkpoint on Stairway Tree, did you make it to the top? Also, what exactly is at the top? Indeed, I made it to the top of Stairway Tree, Lin Huang confirmed with a smirk. but I choose to keep it a secret about what exactly is there at the top. If you guys want to know, try your best to get there and see it for yourself. I don't like spoilers, so I won't spoil it for you guys here. There were over 1 million viewers watching the live stream when the third question was finished. The same comments began popping up again. Spoiler, please. The dense comments popping up covered the entire projected screen. They could no longer see Xianxia and Lin Huang's faces. Xianxia followed the questions that she had prepared yesterday and controlled the rhythm of the live interview perfectly. She knew her boundaries in all of the questions that she asked, and those were questions that the viewers were eager to know about. Lin Huang could not get used to it in the beginning but became in sync with her gradually. He no longer gave the awkward answers that stifled the conversation like before. The live stream of the duo went on for over an hour, and there were more than 100 million viewers watching the live stream now. Many cultivators who kept seeing Lin Xia's name on their screens logged in with curiosity. They wanted to know who exactly this Lin Xia was. However, a disharmonious comment popped up when it was almost 10:30 a.m. as the live stream went on. Lin Xia's real identity is the Emperor of Dynasty Lin Huang. In the next second, thousands of the same comments popped up and covered the entire screen. Chapter 11:30. My name is Lin Huang, I'm also Lin Xia. Xianxia had a slight change of expression after seeing the comments on Lin Huang and her. She had been avoiding this topic since the beginning. Never had she thought that this would happen in the live stream. There are people who love stirring things up during live streams. Please turn off the comments. Out of sight, out of mind. However, Lin Huang waved while smiling as soon as Xianxia said that. Although he did not expect this to happen in the middle of the live stream, he was not exactly surprised. Since somebody brought it up, I'll seize the opportunity to explain it today. Xianxia was stunned to hear his response. She never thought Lin Xia would reply to the topic. In reality, ignorance was the best solution to handle such a thing. The more you attended to it, more people would talk about it. What happened next shocked Xianxia to the extent that her jaw dropped. Lin Huang turned to the direction of the video camera and said in all seriousness, in reality, my real name is Lin Huang, the very same Lin Huang who is the Emperor of Dynasty. Lin Xia is just my disguise. The comments exposing his identity stopped flooding the screen as soon as Lin Huang admitted that. Xianxia was completely shocked. The 100 million audience members who were watching the live stream were dumbfounded. None of them expected to see such a major revelation from watching the live stream. Wait, what? Did he admit it himself? Lin Xia is Lin Huang, the Emperor of Dynasty. Was that an illusion? I don't think it's April's Fool today, is it? Mr. Lin, Xianxia did not expect that at all. Although she was experienced, she had no idea how to go on with the live stream now. Meanwhile, Lin Xia removed his disguise and transformed into Lin Huang slowly. Xianxia was confused when she saw that unbelievably young face before her. I changed the interview venue to Emperor City last minute yesterday so that I could use this interview to reveal my real identity. Lin Huang turned to look at Xianxia. I'm sorry that I didn't discuss this with you prior to that. Xianxia adjusted her emotions quickly. Mr. Lin, since we're talking about your identity, I won't avoid the topic. I believe the thing that the audiences who are watching the live stream are most eager to know would be the reason you disguised yourself to join the Genius Union. Could you explain that? I didn't only start using the fake identity as Lin Xia when I joined the Genius Union. In reality, I've been using this identity from the first day I stepped into Division 3 and before becoming the Emperor of Dynasty. The main reason is that I got into some trouble when I was in Division 7. For my safety and my sister's, I got fake identities for her and myself. For the next few years, we could only use our fake identities to live an unbothered life. Can I ask what kind of trouble you are referring to? Xianxia proceeded to ask. I offended a few underground organizations directly and indirectly. They include the Purple Crow, the Saints, Lieb Lab, and God Bless that was a hot topic earlier. Many people should know about my history with the Purple Crow. I was forced to join their training camp and I escaped by faking my own death. Other than that, I've killed more than one of the Saint members. I unintentionally walked into one of Lieb Lab's biological modification bases and killed their people. As for God Bless, I killed a human trafficker who trafficked underage kids 3 years ago. I've only found out a few months before that the trafficker's mother was one of the 4 God Bless God's messengers. So, You've almost offended all of the top underground organizations that have business in Division 7. Xianxia was flabbergasted. You can say that. Lin Huang smiled while saying helplessly, I don't know why I always encounter them no matter where I go. The underground organizations have come to me more than once, but fortunately, they're always the ones who died. Before I left Division 7, my combat strength had just broken through to Holy Fire level. To be honest, I couldn't protect myself. However, the people from Lieb Lab came knocking on my door. They even went to Hunter College in the White Capital. To me, there's nowhere in Division 7 that's safe, so I had to change my name and leave Division 7 far away. I didn't even dare to bring Shin'er with me because I was afraid that I wouldn't have the ability to protect her if I encountered danger. Therefore, I got her to assume another identity and she stayed at Hunter College to study. Meanwhile, I headed to Division 3 with my new identity alone. I came to know people from the Yao clan a few days after I arrived in Division 3 and got invited to join the Genius Union later on. Most people from the Genius Union should know what happened to me after that. Lin Huang shared his past casually. Although he sounded calm, Xianxia knew that what he experienced was much riskier than he described. It was a little hard for her to imagine what kind of experience he had to have for underground organizations that killed mercilessly to come knocking at his door. Most viewers who were watching the live stream respected Lin Huang for his past since they had no guts to fight underground organizations. However, not only did Lin Huang kill an underground organization member, but he also offended many underground organizations and they came knocking at his door many times. Nonetheless, he managed to survive and even became the #1 genius of the new era and the top underground boss. Does your sister know about underground organizations knocking at your door? Xianxia could not help but ask. She does, but she pretends to be tough because she doesn't want me to worry. Did she advise you not to offend the underground organizations for your safety? Xianxia asked again. No, she knows me well. Firstly, she knows she can't stop me. Secondly, she agrees with what I'm doing. There are things that you can't ignore once you've encountered them. You guys might not have ever seen what those underground organizations are capable of doing. I've witnessed it more than once. I've seen people from the Saints severing a head and chopping off their genitals, then shoving it into their mouth. They then used a metal rod to pierce through the headless bodies from their lower body all the way to their necks like they're roasted ducks. I've seen God bless performing genetic modification on living people in their lab. They distorted the people's bodies, grow many eyes on their bodies, and sprout more heads and even fangs like monsters. They had scales and wings. They turned into monsters that had lost their minds and all they knew was to fight. Lin Huang's description made many loathe the underground organizations even more now. Xianxia could not help but raise a doubt that she had. Since you've seen so many evil doings of underground organizations, why did you agree to take the position as the Emperor of Dynasty, Mr. Lin? No matter how powerful a person's ability is, it's limited. I've been thinking of building an organization of my own when I realized that an dynasty happened to look for me. Of course, I actually had many concerns before agreeing to Dynasty being their emperor because I personally have a bad impression on underground organizations. However, Tianfu convinced me that although Dynasty is an underground organization now, it doesn't have to be one in the future. I've also considered that it would be a good thing if we can turn an underground organization into a neutral organization and stop the wickedness. I've been working towards this direction with Tianfu and the rest ever since I was appointed. We want to turn Dynasty into a neutral organization. I've even executed many members who've committed multiple felonies. For someone who has committed crimes before, I won't let them go on missions on their own every time. There'll be a supervisor with them. We even abolished all of Dynasty's original regulations and announced a brand new set. You can take photos of the new regulations after this interview has ended. I don't mind making it public. I personally hope that everyone doesn't deny Dynasty for our past mistakes. Whether Dynasty will really become a neutral organization or not, we welcome everyone to monitor us since so many are watching. We believe that time will tell. Chapter 1131. Debate X Attitude. Lin Huang admitted his double identities and answered many people's doubts during the live stream with Xianxia. Under normal circumstances, most people would be unwilling to accept that the #1 genius who reigned the entire era was an underground organization member since underground organizations always had a negative image to the outside world. Whenever something bad happened in some footholds, everyone would basically assume that it was done by an underground organization. Moreover, The things that Saint and God Bless had done throughout the years which were exposed were ridiculously evil. Nobody should be blamed for hating them. However, Lin Huang's honesty in the live stream won the hearts of many. Firstly, he did not use double identities to hide something for his own gains. Instead, he was forced to do that to avoid being killed by his enemies. Secondly, his proactiveness of setting new regulations to give Dynasty a makeover with a lot of effort since he became the emperor was worth respecting. Of course, not everyone bought his reasons. Some said Lin Huang was begging for sympathy while others insisted he set the new regulations just for show. It was almost a 50-50 divide among those who supported him and those who did not. A stir was created on the internet. Moreover, since the live stream, all the forums and social media sites became battlefields for both parties. All sorts of threads were posted to condemn each other, and it became a hot topic. It was even more popular than Lin Huang breaking the stairway tree record earlier. Xianxia accepted Lin Huang's invitation to be a guest at Dynasty headquarters after the live stream ended. Besides quickly snapping photos of the new regulations Lin Huang set, she even took numerous videos of the headquarters as well as interviewing Huang Tianfu and many other members. After leaving Emperor City, she posted the video on her personal social media account after some editing. She wrote a caption before she posted, "I know that I might be condemned for posting this, but as a news journalist, I must convey what I've heard and felt to all of you objectively. This video wasn't rehearsed. I popped some of the questions without preparing ahead. I randomly picked people to interview, and there was no script to follow. That's all I'm going to say. I won't give any conclusions. You guys watch and judge." In the video, Xianxia interviewed more than 10 people randomly. Apart from Huang Tianfu, everyone else was normal members. Xianxia almost asked all of the interviewees this question over and over again: why did you join an underground organization such as Dynasty? The few answers that were included in the video made many viewers fall into silence. "I'm a sinner. Where else can I go for apart from an underground organization? I killed a nobleman out of impulse and I've got a record with the union organization. If I turn myself in, the clan will kill me. The only thing I can do for the sake of living is to join an underground organization. The union government and the Hunter Association can't give me a second chance, but Dynasty can. I was a member of a union organization before. The department that I was in was responsible for assassinations. I've killed at least 100 people before joining Dynasty. I still clearly remember that the youngest person that I killed was only 5. She was a pretty little girl. The reason she was killed was that her father was a spy and he had some evidence that would harm our organization, so the organization ordered us to kill the entire family, sparing nobody's lives. Since then, I began questioning myself if what I did was right. I've always thought I did the right thing, that those that I killed deserved it. However, since that case, I began to realize that those that I killed had done nothing wrong at all. The upper echelon gave the order, maybe because he was a political enemy and might have also known some secrets that he shouldn't have. I escaped from the organization and joined Dynasty. Since then, I've never been assigned any missions forcing me to kill anyone. Personally, Dynasty is far more righteous than those so-called union organizations." The last image of the video were the new regulations that Lin Huang had set after the interviews ended. The emotions of many of the viewers were stirred for a long time after watching the video. Many of them knew that the union organizations were not completely righteous and might be filthy inside. However, none of them were willing to look at the issue directly because if they were to deny the union organizations, it would mean that there were no benevolent organizations in this world. Many of them fell into silence after watching the video. A minority of them remained to condemn it, claiming that Xianxia accepted Dynasty's bribe to make up the story to clear their name. However, there were many who supported her, saying that she was brave enough to tell the truth. There were 3 categories of people on the internet in the topic of Lin Huang and Dynasty. The first group of people were supporters. They chose to believe in Lin Huang and they thought he could change Dynasty. The other group was the judgmental ones. They said Lin Huang and the people from Dynasty were acting and putting up a show to win sympathy, so they were not to be trusted. The last ones were the silent fence-sitters who chose to stand in the middle and waited for time to tell the victor. After the interview ended, Lin Huang did not check what was happening on the internet. He logged into the Genius Union when it was time. He promised to be there. The first thing he did after logging in was to edit his personal details. He changed his name from Lin Xie to Lin Huang and updated his age to 19. Apart from that, Lin Huang got the stairway trees system to scan his face again and changed his profile photo to look like himself. He only got to the 46th checkpoint on the tree after he was done with that. Considering that many newbies could not get to the 63rd checkpoint, Xianxia and the rest discussed and eventually decided to set the welcome party at the Heaven Alliance foothold, which was on the 46th checkpoint. The 46th checkpoint was a human foothold, so there were many online members as well. Many people noticed Lin Huang as soon as he appeared. Most of the people from the Genius Union had seen his live stream in the morning and recognized him right away. The entire 46th checkpoint became crowded all of a sudden. Lin Huang ignored the people gawking at him and walked straight to the Heaven Alliance. There were many newbies in the meeting room when he walked in. Everyone was shocked to see him. Basically, everyone had seen the live stream in the morning. Naturally, they recognized him right away. However, never had they thought that he would log in without disguising himself, even changing his name and profile picture. Clearly, he was completely burying his fake identity as Lin Xie. A few seconds after Lin Huang walked into the meeting room, the acting chief, Xianxia, strolled in. He was stunned to see Lin Huang, but he regained his normal expression again immediately. He knew about Lin Xie's real identity much earlier and had seen Lin Huang's face before. He told Lin Huang to sit down and they began chatting while waiting for the rest to come patiently. Chapter 1132. He'll pay to fix the door. It was 2 in the afternoon when Xianxia and Lin Huang decided to have the welcome party. However, all of the seats were not filled. There were only some 60 people in the meeting room that could accommodate 100 people. Xianxia, Yufei, and the other upper echelons did not look very comfortable. Lin Huang figured what happened roughly and said to Xianxia through voice transmission, "How many of them aren't here?" "Over 30. I've invited 100 people to this meeting." Xianxia did not hide the truth. "Let's not wait. Let's start right away," Lin Huang spoke through voice transmission. Xianxia nodded and walked to the podium in the middle. He spoke after glancing at the people present. "I'd like to say something that has nothing to do with the welcome party first. I, Xianxia, the acting chief of the Heaven Alliance, would like to officially announce that the newcomers who didn't make it to the welcome party will have their names removed from the list." Even Lin Huang was a little surprised when Xianxia said that. The rest of the upper echelons had disbelief written on their faces. The 60-odd newcomers below the podium were discussing among themselves. Xianxia ignored the buzz down there and proceeded, "Firstly, we've already sent out the notice 2 days ago that the meeting is at 2 p.m. today. Those who can't make it at the last minute could have informed me, but now that they didn't show up when the welcome party has started or inform me in advance, it shows that they're irresponsible. The Heaven Alliance doesn't welcome people like that. Secondly, these people refused to come to the welcome party at the said time. It also shows that they have no sense of belonging to the Heaven Alliance. Since they've no sense of belonging to us, let's send them off happily to other organizations in order for them to find their sense of belonging. These are the 2 things that I wanted to say. Next, let's start our welcome party officially." Xianxia began his speech as the acting chief of the Heaven Alliance after he was done talking about removing the members from the list. The speech included mostly about the history of the Heaven Alliance and some important incidents. He passed the podium to Deputy Chief Yufei after he was done with the speech. Yufei's speech was very simple, and she was done within 5 minutes. She then passed the podium to Lin Huang. The newcomers started clapping as soon as Lin Huang appeared. They hollered and cheered loudly. "Hey, everyone, my name is Lin Huang. Perhaps you guys are more familiar with another name of mine, Lin Xie. However, to me, Lin Huang or Lin Xie is just a name. I'm the Deputy Chief of the Heaven Alliance, and I'm also the Emperor of Dynasty. I am me, and I won't change regardless of my title or identity." The people cheered again after Lin Huang's self-introduction. "That's all I'm going to say about myself. I'm not the star today. You guys are. As the Heaven Alliance new members, all of you are the hope of the Heaven Alliance's future." Lin Huang began his speech after he was done with his self-introduction. "I welcome all of you here to be one of the Heaven Alliance members. Officially today, all Heaven Alliance members will forever be the Heaven Alliance partners no matter whether it is now or when you have left the Genius Union in the future." His speech was not very long either. He only took 7 to 8 minutes including the self-introduction at the beginning. Just when Lin Huang was going to pass the podium to the acting chief of the Heaven Alliance, Xianxia, after he was done with his speech, the meeting room door was kicked open all of a sudden. A bunch of young men rushed in. Lin Huang glanced to see that there were over 20 of them. The leader was a young man with long, dark red hair who stared at Lin Huang ferociously. Lin Xie, I had always admired you. I even treated you as my role model. You've disappointed me. You fell so hard and become one of the underground organization members. I can't believe I've always treated you as my idol this past year. I must be blind now that I thought about it. I would have really be deceived and joined the Heaven Alliance if I didn't see the live stream this morning. Who is that? Lin Huang asked Jian Fei through voice transmission, feeling ridiculous. He's the general of the Union Government's Immortals, Li Hongfei, Jian Fei replied through voice transmission in a disdainful tone. I thought people from the Union government are prohibited from joining the Genius Union. Lin Huang was surprised to hear that. They prohibited that in the past, but they've abolished that rule after the new year this year. Those who pass the assessment can join as they wish. Throughout the half-year, up to 100 people joined the Genius Union successfully from all the military groups and the agency EA from the Union government. After hearing Jian Fei's explanation, Lin Huang roughly figured that the Union government must have taken the abyss disaster that would happen in the near future into consideration for them to be abolishing the rule. The people behind him are basically from the Union government's 3 elite troops, Jian Fei added. Li Hongfei, am I right? Lin Huang glanced through the 23 intruders and had his eyes on Li Hongfei, who eventually emerged as leader. It's great that you guys aren't joining the Heaven Alliance. Your names have been removed. Although Jian Fei had announced removing those who were absent from the list in the meeting earlier, he had yet to do that since the welcome party was still going on. Naturally, Li Hongfei and the rest had yet to receive the notice that they were removed. The 23 of them were clearly stunned to hear what Lin Huang said. What makes you think that you can remove our names? You're just a deputy chief. Only the real chief or the acting chief has the right to remove our names. Li Hongfei, it was I who removed your names, not Deputy Chief Lin. Jian Fei stood up at that second and told them the reason for removing their names again. I've stated the reason that I did that to the 67 new members earlier. You lack of responsibility and have no sense of belonging to the Heaven Alliance. We don't need people like that. I get it now. So, the Heaven Alliance is on the same line with Dynasty now. Li Hongfei scoffed after hearing that. The remaining 22 of them glared at Jian Fei and the rest as if they were their enemies now. The Union government's 3 elite troops have such low recruitment standards. Are they now recruiting people who can't understand basic logic? Ji Yufei could not take it and finally spat out. Woman, stop your slandering nonsense. Li Hongfei and the rest of the people from the 3 elite troops glared at Ji Yufei. Did I get it wrong? According to your logic, we're being bribed by Dynasty just because we trust Lin Huang. There are up to 100 million people on the Heart Network who support Lin Huang. Are you saying that all of them were bribed by Dynasty? You don't even have basic logic. How dare you say that I slandered you with your filthy mouth? You, Li Hongfei was speechless at the moment. Li Hongfei, I've told you guys the reason your names are removed loudly and clearly. Moreover, we know Lin Huang better than you guys rather than from just rumors. He has joined the Heaven Alliance for almost a year and a half now. We've been watching everything he's done, the hardships he's experienced and the doubts that he went through throughout his journey. This is the reason why the Heaven Alliance is still standing by him, because we know he's worthy of our trust, Jian Fei said. Only people who don't understand underground organizations would say sh*t like trusting Lin Huang. Do you guys know what kind of position the Emperor of Dynasty is? He is one of the biggest underground organization leaders. He's almost equivalent to our Union government chief. Do you guys believe that a person who has such an identity is a good person? I think you guys should really feed your brains to swine beasts. It's just an act no matter how friendly and how trustworthy he is. You guys are being deceived. Li Hongfei, let me ask you 2 questions, Lin Huang finally spoke again. There are at least millions of people in the Union government in all the 12 safety zones including the staff. Can you say you're 100% sure that there's nobody who deserves to die at all? Can you say that none of them are corrupted, have taken bribes, abused their power, used people for their personal gains? Do you dare to say that? Li Hongfei was speechless at the moment. He knew very well that such a thing was being practiced by many. Let me ask you again. There are at least tens of millions of underground organization members in the 12 safety zones. Can you say you're 100% sure that there's none of them who don't deserve to die? Li Hongfei fell into silence again. After a moment of silence, Li Hongfei lifted his head again and looked at Lin Huang defiantly. I won't argue with you about silly things like that. I challenge you. Do you dare to accept it without summoning your monsters? Li Hongfei, it's not fair for you to challenge him like this. He's an imperial censor and you're skilled in close-range battle. Wouldn't you be tying his hands to challenge him if you challenged him to not use his summoning beasts? Ji Yufei could not resist mocking. However, Lin Huang smiled when he heard that. Why wouldn't I dare to accept that? All 23 of you can come at me at the same time. You can't summon your monsters. Li Hongfei emphasized again. I don't have to, Lin Huang responded while smiling. The newcomers discussed among themselves upon seeing that. This guy has such thick skin. 23 versus 1, and he asked Lin Huang not to summon his monsters. This guy is too much. But it's not a challenge if Deputy Chief Lin really summon his monsters. Lin Huang shoved both his hands in his pockets and looked at Li Hongfei with a smirk. Are you guys ready? Go. Li Hongfei shouted. The 23 of them moved almost at the same time. However, Lin Huang removed his right hand from his pocket almost at the same time. In the next second, 23 silver glows shot out from his sleeve like lightning bolts. Li Hongfei and the rest did not see the trajectory of the silver glows at all. Their heads exploded instantly and their bodies disintegrated rapidly. In the next moment, the silver glows retreated back and vanished into Lin Huang's sleeve. He shoved his right hand into his pocket again as if he had never moved before. Everyone was stunned to see the 23 silhouettes disappear out of nowhere. Apart from a minority of them who managed to see the sparkling silver glows in the air faintly, most of them could not see anything at all. After all, Lin Huang's ability was comparable with an imperial-level purple-gold ranks. It was too advanced from their abilities. Until then, they realized that they had been underestimating Lin Huang. Everyone thought that Lin Huang managed to break through the stairway tree because he was an imperial censor who had powerful summoning beasts. Now, it seemed like his personal ability was so powerful that it was terrifying. Many of them knew that half of the 23 people who just had been killed in one strike were on immortal level rank -9. Li Hongfei did not only have immortal level rank 9 combat strength, but he was also a supreme genius. His ability would rank top 10 even if he were to be compared with the top genius unions alliances such as the Heaven Alliance and the Hong Alliance. However, such a powerhouse was like an ant before Lin Huang as he was killed on the spot. He did not even manage to survive the first round. Lin Huang could not help but speak upon seeing that the people were still stunned for a long time. Clean it up. Let's proceed with the welcome party. Lin Huang turned his head to look at Jian Fei after that. Chief Jian, send Li Hongfei a message. He'll pay for the points that will be used to fix the meeting room door. Ask him to look for me if he has something to say about that. I welcome him to visit me both online and offline. Chapter 1133. Alien. It was already past 8 p.m. when the welcome party ended. Just when Lin Huang was ready to log out of the Genius Union, he saw a newcomer walking to him before speaking to him through voice transmission. I'm Peng Qing from EA. 2. The chief wants me to pass you a message during this welcome party. Chief, you guys have elected a chief. Lin Huang was not too sure if he was referring to Guanzhong or Qian Rui. We just did 2 days ago. It's Master Guanzhong. Peng Qing nodded and walked to Lin Huang. It's inconvenient to speak here. Let's go to the small meeting room, Lin Huang said and left with Peng Qing after bidding goodbye to Jian Fei. Lin Huang asked after locking the door in the small meeting room, what message did Guanzhong ask you to pass? Our tech department has found out who exposed your identity during the live stream this morning and on the forum. Lin Huang did not ask who the culprit was immediately hearing that. Instead, he fell into silence for a moment before speaking again. What does Guanzhong want? This isn't a business, but a collaboration. We don't need you to do anything. All we're hoping is that the Union government and dynasty can develop harmoniously in the future without treating each other like enemies. Peng Qing passed Guanzhong's message. I've been saying that dynasty will be a neutral organization from now on. Tell Guanzhong that he doesn't have to worry about that. Lin Huang did not plan to overthrow the Union government. Even if dynasty became much more powerful than the Union government one day, he never thought of replacing them before. He walked out of a grade D foothold in Division 7, so he was thoroughly familiar with the Union government's management system throughout his journey here. Although the Union government was imperfect, it was doing pretty well overall. Lin Huang did not think that dynasty could do better. Furthermore, He had no interest of becoming the chief of the Union government. The people who posted the comments and thread on the forum are from the same group of people. Am I right? Lin Huang asked. Yes, they're from the Divine Alliance. Peng Qing finally revealed the answer. The Divine Alliance. The Divine Alliance of the Genius Union. Lin Huang was surprised. Do you have solid evidence? Our tech department got the positioning of the thread sender's addresses and found the monitor bird and the surveillance mosquito around during the time the thread was posted. We eventually found 2 suspects. Both of them are Divine Alliance members. How do people from the Divine Alliance know about my identity? Lin Huang mumbled softly while frowning a little. A few days ago, we just found out that the Divine Alliance has a rather big issue, stated Peng Qing, ignoring Lin Huang. What issue? Lin Huang asked immediately. We got a portion of memory out of the brain of the Master God clone of God Bless, and there's something about the Divine Alliance in it. Peng Qing paused before continuing. Looking at that part of memory, there's an alien species behind the Divine Alliance. Moreover, the Master God clone came to some agreement with them, whereby they have a certain level of collaboration. According to the Master God clone's memory, God Bless would capture supreme geniuses occasionally throughout the hundreds of years to provide the existence behind the Divine Alliance. This included Chan Do's being captured earlier, which was for this purpose as well. Lin Huang fell into deep thought as he listened to this point. He used the bruised corpse to read the 4 gods' messengers' minds. However, the Master God's clone was killed by Wu Mo and he died before they could read his memory. In the 4 gods' messengers' memories, indeed there was something about capturing Chan Do and himself. Furthermore, according to the god messengers' memories, they were capturing supreme geniuses for some sort of sacrifice. He had not thought much about it at that time as he thought it was to sacrifice to the Master God himself. However, now that he thought about it carefully, indeed, it was never clear who they were sacrificing in the god's messengers' memories. If it were meant to be sacrificed to the Master God, the memory should have included that clearly. To make sure that he did not remember it wrongly, Lin Huang sifted through the memories in his head again. He realized that that specific part of memory was really blurry, proving that even the 4 gods' messengers had no idea who Chan Do and the rest were being sacrificed to. So, have you guys found out who exactly is behind the Divine Alliance? Lin Huang asked Peng Qing immediately after realizing that this part of the information in his head was missing. No, the chief said that the Master God clone's combat strength was too high, so it's very difficult to read his memory. At this point, we've only managed to retrieve a small part with everything we can. This portion of memory happens to be related to the Divine Alliance, so Master Chief asked me to inform you about it. Ask your chief if he needs me to help to retrieve the memory. If he does, I'll take the time to drop by the Union government these 2 days. Lin Huang said that because the undead sticks had elevated to virtual god rank 7 now and had sufficient ability to capture the Master God clone's soul remnant to read his memory. Unlike before, he could only use the bruised corpse's clone to hypnotize a person to retrieve one's memory. Moreover, the person had to be alive. Peng Qing was stunned to hear that, but he reacted quickly. I'll check with the chief when I log out later. Sure, is there anything else? Lin Huang asked again. The chief asked you not to alert the Divine Alliance just yet. We'll discuss what to do after we manage to retrieve more information. We're still not sure how many people in the Divine Alliance are involved or how powerful the person behind the Divine Alliance is and where he's hiding. If we don't execute a clean-cut first attack, it'll be very difficult for us to tackle them later on. Peng Qing shared Guan Zong's message again. So, don't you guys plan to give me the 2 people's coordinates? Lin Huang raised a brow. I'm sorry, we can't give it to you, Peng Qing replied. In reality, the chief didn't give it to me as well. I understand. Lin Huang nodded. Is there anything else? Peng Qing thought about it and shook his head. I've told you everything that the chief wanted me to tell you. Sure, thanks for doing that. Lin Huang patted Peng Qing's shoulder. Seeing that Peng Qing had logged out, Lin Huang looked at the Genius Union's organization leaderboard and clicked on the Divine Alliance page. He took screenshots of the Divine Alliance chief, deputy chief, and more than 10 core members' personal details before logging out. As soon as he logged out of the stairway tree, Lin Huang opened his communication page and sent the screenshots over with a message included. The screenshots are of the Genius Union's Divine Alliance chief, deputy chief, and other core members' personal details. Check their current locations for me. Huang Tianfu replied within 3 seconds, got it. He peeped at Huang Tianfu's reply and turned the communication page off. His eyes traveled over the 16 screenshots he projected before him again. I won't show mercy since they are aliens. Chapter 1134. The bug tribe invasion that man has yet discover. On the next day, Lin Huang received the coordinates Huang Tianfu sent in the afternoon. All 16 Divine Alliance members' coordinates were marked clearly. Lin Huang looked at the first screenshot while smirking slightly. It was a tall, big hunk with muscles bulging all over. He had rather tan skin while his face was crude and fierce. He had a buzzcut that made him look like a prisoner. His hair was so short that one could see his shiny scalp. He wore a black shirt in the picture. If he wore a thick gold necklace on his neck and a gold watch on his wrist, he would totally look like an underground boss. Zhongli Yan, Lin Huang called out softly. In reality, Lin Huang was familiar with the man's face and name. Almost everyone in the Genius Union knew the chief of the Divine Alliance, Zhongli Yan. Moreover, this guy always ranked highly in the annual leaderboard. He was almost always in the top 5, sometimes even ranking top 3. If the Divine Alliance had secrets, as the chief, Zhongli Yan would definitely know about it. That was the reason why Lin Huang targeted him first. Zhongli Yan was currently at number 1A21 foothold, the Golden Light City in Division 1. Lin Huang walked out of the Golden Light City dimensional portal around 1 p.m. and headed northwest. The dimensional portal in the foothold was situated in the south of the Golden Light City while the Zhongli clan was located on the northwestern side from the city center. Lin Huang only spent some 10 minutes to get to where the Zhongli clan was. He summoned the nightmare taper when he arrived at the door. Then, he walked into the house with it. Everyone including the security guard at the entrance, the gardener who was trimming the plants in the courtyard, and the cleaning lady who was cleaning the house seemed not to notice Lin Huang and the nightmare taper at all. Lin Huang walked past them one after another just like that. None of them lifted their heads to look where he was. Using the nightmare taper's detection, Lin Huang soon found Zhongli Yan's current location. He was working on something in the study room on the second floor of the loft. Lin Huang passed through the courtyard directly and entered the loft. He ignored the 2 family members on the first floor of the loft and headed straight to the second floor. The 2 people on the first floor did not seem to realize Lin Huang and the nightmare taper's existence at all. Lin Huang pushed the study room door open. When he got to the second floor, Zhongli Yan, who was sitting at the desk, glanced at the door, feeling strange. However, he was looking at the door behind Lin Huang. His vision penetrated Lin Huang's body directly to his surprise. Just when he was going to get up to close the door, Lin Huang closed the door casually. Zhongli Yan was shocked to see the door closing by itself. At that very moment, Lin Huang showed himself slowly. "Hi, Chief Zhongli." Lin Huang's sudden appearance shocked him. However, he soon calmed down. "Lin Huang, I think it's inappropriate for you to invade a private property. You wouldn't dare to see me if I didn't trespass, right?" Lin Huang walked to Zhongli Yan with a grin. He sat on the desk and looked at Zhongli Yan in a condescending way. "I'm very busy. I've no time to deal with your nonsense. Say what you want directly, but please leave after you're done and I'll pretend this never happened." Zhongli Yan still attempted to take control of the situation. "Since you say that, I'll ask you directly then." Lin Huang smiled and subsequently asked, "You were the one who got someone to expose my identity on the internet. Am I right?" "That's right, that was my doing," Zhongli Yan admitted right away. "I exposed the truth and didn't spread any rumors, so what's wrong with that? I think the people who you've deceived have the right to know about you hiding your identity." "Are you a reporter? I can't believe we're even talking about this." Lin Huang chuckled when he heard his demand. "Since we're on the topic of people having the right to know the truth, let's have a chat. I believe everyone should be surprised that the so-called the chief of the Divine Alliance isn't human at all." Lin Huang stared at Zhongli Yan while grinning. Clearly, Zhongli Yan did not expect his identity to be exposed. He only managed to calm down after a shift in expression. He denied stiffly, "That's such a cheap and low rumor." "Is it?" Lin Huang asked while smiling. "Everybody knows that only human beings can log into the Genius Union," Zhongli Yan argued, providing reasoning. "Not exactly. There may be some aliens that can break through the stairway tree system," Lin Huang said while smiling, "but don't you worry, I've my way to determine whether you're a human or alien." The nightmare taper revealed itself slowly as soon as Lin Huang was done speaking. "This pet of mine has hypnotization abilities. I'll be able to tell if you're a human or an alien as soon as you agree to be hypnotized by him. Lin Huang, this isn't the Heaven Alliance or Dynasty. I won't show mercy if you go on with your nonsense. Perhaps I'm no match for you, but the Zhongli clan has 2 demigods. Zhongli Yan knew very well that he might not be in the same league as Lin Huang, so he used the 2 old demigods in his family to threaten him. Seems like you're not going to conform. Lin Huang raised his brow. Fortunately, I knew this would happen. Ah well, you'll have to conform today whether you want it or not. The nightmare taper's eyes turned pitch black as soon as Lin Huang was done speaking. Zhongli Yan's eyes became lost in the hypnotization too. Lin Huang began the interrogation after hearing the nightmare taper's voice transmission that the hypnotization was a success. What kind of species are you exactly? Bug tribe. I'm a demonic magic bug. Zhongli Yan's voice became strange when he answered that question. It sounded like the buzzing when insects flapped their wings as though his voice was overlapping. The bug tribe. Never had Lin Huang thought that Zhongli Yan was from the bug tribe. The various bug monsters in the gravel world were just distant relatives of the bug tribe branches. Although he had fought many types of bug tribes on the stairway tree, he had never seen a real one before. He had always thought that this gravel world was not invaded by the bug tribe. However, it seemed like the bug tribe might have penetrated the world completely. How many members are there in this gravel world? Lin Huang asked again. Not many. There are currently only 31 that survived. Lin Huang was slightly relieved to hear that answer. How long have you guys invaded this gravel world? It's been 763 years. So, only 31 survived throughout the over 700 years. Why is that? Lin Huang was rather puzzled. The Queen Mother is severely injured, so we can only carry out the Ultimate Elite Breeding Program. The Ultimate Elite Breeding Program? We only pick other Supreme Genius species as breeding material and boost the quality to the max during each breeding season. Lin Huang finally understood why these people took Chando away. They wanted to use Chando as breeding material and use his genes as the template to breed bug tribe's descendants. How come you guys can log into the Genius Union? Lin Huang raised another doubt of his. All ultimate elites have 2 forms. One is the form as breeding material, another is the bug tribe form. All of our breeding materials are human supreme geniuses. They have almost the exact same genes as humans when they turned into human forms. They can cheat the stairway tree system like a piece of cake. Alright then, Lin Huang asked a few more questions subsequently and ended it after the nightmare taper was done reading Zhongli Yan's mind. Chapter 1135. A Woman's Instinct. The nightmare taper retrieved tons of useful information from Zhongli Yan's mind. The Zhongli clan had no relation to the bug tribe at all. In reality, the real Zhongli Yan was dead. He was just the bug tribe's ultimate elite that the Queen Mother made out of Zhongli Yan as breeding material. The benefit of using a supreme genius as breeding material was that these bug tribe's ultimate elites could mirror the original supreme genius's genes completely and carry on one's memory and inheritance perfectly to blend into the human foothold seamlessly. Moreover, these ultimate elites were born pseudo-quadruple mutated. Some of them were even born mythical level quadruple mutated directly from breeding materials that were powerful when they were alive. Throughout more than 700 years, although the Queen Mother only gave birth to 31 bug tribe descendants, 2 of them were mythical level while the remaining 29 of them were pseudo-mythical level. One could say that they were of the best quality. Among them, the one that had the highest combat strength was virtual god level while the lowest was immortal level rank -9. In the entire Divine Alliance, only Zhongli Yan and the other 3 deputy chiefs were bug tribe members while the rest were human. The main responsibility of the 4 of them was to search for information in the Genius Union to find suitable target materials for the Queen Mother. The information in Zhongli Yan's memory eliminated Lin Huang's initial 16 targets to only 4 now. Since the Queen Mother would sense if Zhongli Yan was killed, Lin Huang did not destroy him to avoid alerting the enemy. Instead, he got the nightmare taper to perform long-term hypnotization on him. After leaving the Zhongli clan, Lin Huang spent almost the entire afternoon traveling to 3 footholds consecutively to hypnotize and read all 3 of the deputy chiefs' minds. Among the 3 deputy chiefs' memories, the information he got was basically the same as the information in Zhongli Yan's memory, which again proved the credibility of that information. However, what rendered Lin Huang speechless was Zhongli Yan and the other 3's cluelessness about where the bug tribe Queen Mother was currently hiding. Apart from the 4 of them, it had been close to 100 years since they came in contact with other bug tribe comrades. All they knew was that the Queen Mother had 2 guards on virtual god level, but they had no idea what their exact combat strength was. Lin Huang did not even know how his identity ended up exposed. According to Zhongli Yan and the rest's memories, they had retrieved the information from a stranger's message despite not having any idea who the sender was exactly. They only knew that the person who had exposed that was their Bug Tribe comrade because the Emperor's Heart Ring's code through which the message was sent was only known to Bug Tribe comrades. It was past 6 p.m. when Lin Huang returned to Emperor City. He looked for Bloody in the Emperor Palace. Bloody had already completed the analysis and modification of the bug formations. It created over 1,000 sets of bug formations with battle formations as the foundation. After sharing the bug formations with Lin Huang transferred everything to the Galactic Hive, which then conveyed the information into all the Bug Tribe members' heads. When he was done with everything, Lin Huang began discussing the matter with Bloody. At the moment, Zhongli Yan and the other 4 have no idea where the other 27 bugs' coordinates are at all, let alone the Queen Mother. Sadly, the investigation on my side has come to a dead end. Bloody fell into a moment of silence and only spoke after digesting what Lin Huang had just told it. Since we can't find them, why can't we just get them to come to you on their own? Their collaboration with God Bless is over now, so they'll have to do it themselves if they encounter suitable breeding materials. Meanwhile, you're definitely the sort of breeding material that they want most eagerly. Do you mean that I should use myself as bait and lure them out? Lin Huang understood what Bloody meant. You're in a safe zone because nobody is willing to invade Emperor City when there are 2 virtual gods guarding it. However, if you step out of the safe zone of Emperor City, you should be desired by many. After all, your combat strength is only immortal level rank 9 on the surface while your ability is limited no matter how powerful you are. All you need to do is to use Zhongli Yan and the rest to spread the news of you being outside Emperor City. According to my calculations, there'll be a 120% chance that the Bug Tribe will attack then. Looking at the information Zhongli Yan and the rest have provided, they definitely won't let go of any chances to capture you as soon as the opportunity arises. Lin Huang thought about it carefully after hearing what Bloody said. Why not I pretend to hunt for Imperial-level life-base monsters at the Abyss Brink? Many people know that I'm going to break through Imperial level now, so I can use this reason to set things up. I think that's doable, Bloody agreed. The duo soon confirmed all the details after some in-depth discussion. The next morning, Lin Huang left Emperor City alone publicly after breakfast. He then walked around the black market at the foothold near the entrance of the Abyss Brink. He only left after buying some unnecessary toys and made sure that people saw him. He even got Bloody to release leech pods and only told the Ninetails Lynx to send him in after seeing a large tour of 100 people entering the Abyss Brink. He entered before the tour group did. Naturally, he seemed very cool whereby he walked away right after peeping at the tour group. He leapt into the entrance of the Abyss Brink with his fluttering clothes. The tour group went nuts when they saw his appearance. It would be forgivable if it were someone that they did not know. However, it was impossible for them not to know about Lin Huang, who had been the #1 search person for the past few days. That guy who leapt in, was he Lin Huang? It really was him. I thought I made a mistake. He's going into the Abyss Brink. I guess he's going to break through to Imperial level. Lin Huang headed straight to the second layer as soon as he arrived on the first layer of the Abyss Brink. The reason why he chose to enter from the first layer instead of going straight into the second layer was to let more people see him. He summoned the Nightmare Taper in an empty corner when he arrived at the third layer after passing through the first and second layer. Get Zhongli Yan and the rest to inform the Bug Tribe that I've arrived in the Abyss Brink. Lure everyone to capture me now. In a tall building in a foothold of Division 3, a man in a white shirt peeped at a message on his Emperor's Heart Ring. He walked to a majestic ceiling-to-floor window after a moment of silence before dialing a number. Lin Xie, the Class S wanted target, has left the safe zone. His current coordinates are in the second or the third layer of the Abyss Brink. Arrange 2 Imperial-level powerhouses to get him in the Abyss Brink. It would be best if they're both on Imperial-level purple gold rank. The target should have more than 1 Imperial-level summoning beast. A deep voice soon came from the other side of the communication device. Understand. I'll make the arrangements right away. A lady's voice came behind the man after he hung up the phone. You're quick. I've just read about Lin Xia's whereabouts on the internet. It was a lady in her early 20s with a lollipop in her mouth. She wore a denim jacket and a t-shirt with beige patterns together with a black leather skirt. Her drawl made her sound lazy. The man turned around and answered meticulously, "The Divine Alliance sent a notice." "I think you're underestimating Lin Xie. This kid might be scarier than we imagined. I think the first attempt might be a failure." She removed the lollipop in her mouth and used it to point at herself. "It's a woman's instinct." "Well, excuse me, just like me, you were born a male bug guardian. Your breeding material is simply a female human," the man corrected her. Chapter 1136. Bug Tribe Invasion. Congratulations, you've killed the Titan Alligator, demigod level, and obtained pseudo-mythical level Titan Alligator monster card pieces X2. Lin Huang turned his head to look at the gigantic monster carcass not far away after peeping at Xiao Hei's notification that popped up. The Titan Alligator that was up to 10,000 meters long was currently covered in a layer of black goo. A moment later, the goo disappeared from the surface of the carcass like it had penetrated its body entirely. The giant alligator's 3 pairs of eyes opened all of a sudden while the 6 pupils turned pitch black. In the next second, the Titan alligator's body melted and turned into a black stream of liquid, returning to the undead Styx's body. It was the 16th demigod-level monster that Lin Huang had killed. He had killed all the demigod-level monsters on the 3rd layer of the abyss brink once again. Since he had the Ninetails links to bring him around, the round of slaughtering only took 1 morning. His reward throughout the morning was pretty handsome. Apart from the undead Styx obtaining 16 demigod-level undead puppets with a lucky card and a double reward card, Lin Huang got 4 complete monster cards, 2 demigod soul crystals, 6 demigod relics, 32 demigod souls, and 32 broken godheads. The 4 complete monster cards were 2 soul-assimilating beasts and 2 white-haired swordfiends. The 2 soul-assimilating beasts were both pseudo-mythical level evil spirit type of monsters. They were immune to most physical attacks and were experts in spiritual attacks. On the other hand, the 2 white-haired swordfiends were also pseudo-mythical level evil spirit type of monsters. They had powerful close-range combat ability whereby they were on par with Lancelot, who shared the same combat strength. Compared to Lancelot as a whole, the 2 white-haired swordfiends had fewer defense techniques. Their skill slots were filled with powerful battle skills, although their battle style was limited to attacking with 0 defense. Lin Huang was pretty satisfied with the probability of 4 complete cards coming out of the 16 demigod-level monsters. After killing the 16 demigod-level monsters, Lin Huang was not interested in the remaining Imperial-level monsters. He was too lazy to go on, so he stayed where he was, waiting for his attacker to come patiently. When it was close to noon, 2 Imperial-level purple-gold rank powerhouses entered the 3rd layer of the abyss brink. One of them was fat while another was skinny. The fatty had jowls of flab on his greasy face. His tummy was like a ball that measured half a meter in diameter. He was only approximately 1.7 meters tall but weighed at least 300 pounds by the looks of it. The other skinny guy had a yellowish, skinny face. The cheekbones on both sides of his face were sunken while his arms were so gaunt that there was only skin. They were only the length of a third of the fatty's arms. Although he was around 1.9 meters tall, he looked like he weighed less than 100 pounds. Skinny monkey, don't you think that they're overreacting? It's just an immortal level rank -9. I can't believe they're asking the both of us to catch him. HMPH. The round fatty harumphed, underestimating their target. Don't be reckless. I heard that the target this time is the #1 genius of the era in this world. You definitely can't measure such a guy's ability with his combat strength. The skinny guy, on the other hand, was cautious. It's just an incomplete gravel world. So what if he's the #1 genius? His ability is definitely nothing compared to our bug tribe's monarch-level talents, the fatty scorned. Even if he's a monarch-level talent, it's impossible for him to fight Imperial-level purple-gold ranks with his immortal-level rank 9 combat strength. A monarch-level talent is comparable with a Protoss's mythical level, and it's equivalent to a quadruple-mutated monster. A human who has such quality is a top genius in most great worlds. Indeed, it's quite impossible that such a person would exist in a gravel world. However, the target that we're hunting this time is an Imperial censor. I heard he has Imperial-level Imperial beasts with him. We'd best be careful, the skinny guy reminded. It's even easier since he's an Imperial censor. Imperial censors have poor abilities and they depend on their Imperial beasts to fight. To handle such a guy, all we need is to capture him before he summons his Imperial beasts. With his immortal level rank 9 combat strength, I'm afraid he can't even capture our movement. If he has already summoned his Imperial Beasts, either of us would just need to put his Imperial Beasts under our control. Even if we're only able to control them for a second, it's a piece of cake to capture him. Moreover, he's just on immortal level rank -9. How is it possible for his Imperial Beasts to be our match no matter how powerful they are? Evidently, the fatty was overconfident in himself. The skinny guy thought about it and agreed that he might be overthinking. Alright, we're on the 3rd level now. Let's get down to business. The fatty nodded and closed his eyes, standing where he was. He began performing complicated sigils with both his hands rapidly. Soon, a giant red eyeball which was approximately a meter in diameter appeared above his head slowly. The eyeball looked half real, half fake, as though it was a 3D projection. However, it was clearly not a human eye. It was more like a fly's compound eye. There were dense, mini eyes all over it. If someone who had trypophobia were to see it, the person would definitely have goosebumps immediately. Circles of red light spread like ripples on the water around the gigantic eyeball. The fatty opened his eyes all of a sudden approximately 5 to 6 minutes later. He spun his head to look in his 2 o'clock. I found him. In the next second, the eyeball on his head disintegrated rapidly. Meanwhile, he leapt and flew toward the direction he pinpointed. The skinny guy went after him and followed him closely. The duo flew 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers with the fatty leading ahead. After a while, the fatty said to the skinny guy through a voice transmission, "He's just over there before us." His heavy body descended quickly as soon as he said that. The skinny guy followed him and entered the valley close behind him. The contrasting silhouettes flew at a low altitude with one in front and one behind. Soon, they arrived deep in the valley. The duo saw a young man sat with his legs crossed in a lush, green field. Meanwhile, there was a monster that resembled a tiger with sharp fangs lying next to him. The odd thing was that the monster had a trunk that looked like an elephant's. Meanwhile, the young man lifted his head to look at them at that second. He had a smile on his face as if he already knew that they would come to kill him. The duo faintly sensed that this young human was strangely looking at them. His gaze did not seem like it contained the anxiety and insecurity one would feel when he was getting killed. Instead, it looked a little like disdain. "Is this guy Lin Huang?" questioned the skinny guy as he frowned, feeling unsure. "It's him." The fatty nodded in determination. It seems like he knew we'd come. Just when the skinny guy said that through voice transmission, Lin Huang, who was beneath them, spoke, "You guys sure are slow. I've been waiting for you for the entire morning. So, is it just the two of you?" Lin Huang corrected himself all of a sudden just when he was done speaking. "Sorry, I made a mistake. I should have asked, is it just you two bugs?" The duo had a dramatic change of expression when they heard his haughty response. Never had they thought that their identity would be exposed by Lin Huang. They looked into each other's eyes and saw the terror reflected. However, they attacked Lin Huang at the same time without hesitation in the next second after locking eyes for a moment. Chapter 1137. Doing it himself. The skinny and the fat men had a completely different attack model. The skinny guy pounced like a leopard, arriving before Lin Huang in a flash with his 10 fingers turning into metal claws. Meanwhile, the fatty's eyes turned blood red and he shot up to 1,000 telekinetic flying daggers from his sleeve. He was shooting them at Lin Huang like a storm. One was responsible for close-range combat while the other was responsible for long-distance combat. Such collaboration remedied both of their weaknesses to its peak. However, the tiger monster with sharp teeth and a long trunk next to Lin Huang lifted its head slightly and glared at the duo. Both of them paused all of a sudden. They seemed to be locked by space, whereby they froze, losing their ability to move. The telekinetic flying daggers that shot out from the fatty's sleeve seemed to have lost their power and clattered onto the ground one after another. A moment later, the duo fell and they lost their vitality. Lin Huang waited for Bloody to sort out the memories after the nightmare taper shared the information it had retrieved with Bloody. A while later, Bloody nodded at Lin Huang after it was done sorting the memories out. "They got an order from a bug guardian to capture you. There's no more useful information apart from that. They've no idea where the Queen Mother and the bug guardian are hiding. So, where would they have brought me if they managed to capture me?" Lin Huang asked immediately. "If they managed to do that, they would have contacted the bug guardian to confirm the location to pass you over," Bloody explained. "Unfortunately, the bug guardian seems to have figured that they might have failed their mission and even took the possibility of having their minds read into consideration. He didn't reveal more information. The Queen Mother should be able to sense their death, shouldn't she? What will the bug tribe do next after this mission has failed? Lin Huang asked again. Looking at their memory, capturing you is a top priority. You're practically their #1 target in this gravel world. If I'm not mistaken, they'll send more powerful bug monsters for a second capture within 24 hours. We can't rule out the possibility that they might even send bug guardians. Let's wait patiently then. Lin Huang raised his brow. I hope that they send bug guardians so that we don't have to wait for the third round. In a tall building in a foothold of Division 3, a man in a white shirt frowned all of a sudden. A lady in a denim jacket appeared in the room almost at the same time. I guess you sensed it too, The lady pulled the lollipop out of her mouth with a loud pop. That two useless Doomba S's. The man in a white shirt could not help but yell furiously. They couldn't even capture an immortal level. I've already reminded you that Lin Xie isn't as simple as you thought. The lady shoved the lollipop into her mouth again while crossing her arms before her chest before speaking again. Based on the time they departed, they should have arrived at the third layer of the abyss brink at least half an hour ago. In other words, their time of death is right after they arrived at the third layer. I'm guessing they might have been killed by Lin Xie in one blow not long after finding him. Do you mean he's even more powerful than our bug tribe's monarch-level talents? It was clearly a rhetorical question. He did not believe that Lin Huang's ability surpassed a bug tribe's monarch-level's talents. You must understand that this is just a gravel world. So, is it that impossible for a ridiculous genius to surpass our tribe's monarch-level talent in a gravel world? The lady asked him back while smiling. The lady spoke again upon seeing the man keeping silent. Moreover, this is a human world. The tools that are available surpass most species. In this gravel world, items such as a god crasher can easily help an immortal level to kill imperial levels. The man in the white shirt was slightly relieved to hear that. If Lin Huang really used tools such as a god crasher, it was indeed possible to kill imperial level purple gold rank powerhouses in one hit. So, what do you plan to do next? Give up, or are you sending demigods over? With a grin, the lady stared at the man in the white shirt scarily. It's rare for him to have finally left Emperor City. If we give up now, I've no idea when we'll have the chance again. I'll do it myself this time since I don't trust anyone else with this, said the man in the white shirt, and he took a jacket out from his storage space. He put it on and summoned a dimensional portal right away. Lin Xie has just been attacked for the first time. He'll definitely have his guard up now. It would be more difficult to capture him. Moreover, since he was attacked earlier, he'll most likely return to Emperor City after breaking through to Imperial level. He might even be on his way back to Emperor City now. I must seize every second. I've no time to let other people get to him. He opened the door and stepped into the dimensional portal right after he was done speaking. What an impatient man, the lady smiled lightly. As the dimensional portal disappeared, her body began to fade away and she vanished. A couple of minutes later, a man in a dark blue suit appeared at the entrance of the third layer of the abyss brink. The man closed his eyes lightly and opened them again a moment later. His gaze was locked in a particular direction. He then disappeared from where he was in the next second. Meanwhile, Lin Huang, who was thousands of kilometers away, sensed the person's existence immediately by scanning the area with his divine telekinesis. However, he did not panic at all. Instead, he smirked lightly. Soon, a dark blue silhouette entered deep into the valley. The dark blue silhouette stopped and hovered less than 20 meters above Lin Huang. He looked at Lin Huang in a condescending way. The man in the dark blue suit demanded, despite knowing the truth, "Are you, Lin Xie? You're so quick to come." Lin Huang did not respond to the silly question the man asked. Instead, he took his time observing the man. The man in the dark blue suit looked pretty handsome. He had the type of skin that most young girls would envy. However, Lin Huang knew very well that the real creature under the smooth skin was just a bug from another world. "You knew I was coming." The man in the suit was taken aback. "Of course, the senior comes after the junior has lost. Isn't that the common plot we see in novels?" Lin Huang teased. The man in the suit was relieved to hear that. Just when he thought Lin Huang had not seen through his real identity, Lin Huang spoke all of a sudden. "You must be one of the Queen Mother's 2 bug guardians, am I right? Now, it seems like I can finally find out exactly where the Queen Mother is hiding." The man's expression turned grim after merely a moment of shock. He knew what happened roughly. You read their minds, you're much smarter than I imagined. Lin Huang gave him a thumbs up while grinning. The man did not bother carrying on with his nonsense after knowing that his identity was exposed. He sped tens of meters ahead and arrived directly before Lin Huang. Then, he charged his claws at Lin Huang's neck. Chapter 1138. Your attack is very disappointing. Busby's goal was not to kill Lin Huang but to catch him alive. As the Queen Mother's bug servant, he knew very well that to breed ultimate elites, the material had to be a living person. Although the Queen Mother could breed bug tribe descendants through all kinds of dead bodies, compared to breeding with a living person, the memory and inheritance left behind would be limited. It was also quite impossible to breed ultimate elites via that method. To Busby, Lin Huang was undoubtedly the best breeding material in the entire gravel world. Although he was enraged that his identity had been exposed, he had never thought of killing Lin Huang. Since all he needed to do was to capture him alive and bring him to the Queen Mother for breeding, the secret would naturally die with him. His attack seemed quick and ruthless, but it was meticulous. It was done just to capture Lin Huang. The claws were coming at Lin Huang. From a couple of meters away, they locked onto him. He could not move at all, as if the entire space was frozen solid. One must know that although Lin Huang's current combat strength was only on immortal level rank 10, his ability was comparable to an imperial level purple gold rank powerhouse. Even though that was the case, he had no ability to fight back at all. The distance between an imperial level and a virtual god level was like a massive moat that one could not simply cross. After locking Lin Huang with his 5 fingers spread wide, Busby stretched his huge hand out and headed towards Lin Huang. At that very moment, a yellow glow charged in the air and collided into Busby's huge hand. The gigantic hand exploded from the one blow alone. Busby's pupils shrunk as he recalled himself and retreated a few kilometers away. He looked at the monster close to Lin Huang with fear in his eyes. The monster that looked like a tiger and had a trunk that looked like an elephant's was a species that he had never seen before. What shocked Busby even more was that the monster's combat strength was the same as his, which was virtual god rank -8. It's rare to hear an immortal level imperial censor controlling a virtual god level imperial monster, and this brat is controlling a virtual god rank 8 monster. Busby studied Lin Huang. Clearly, he did not recognize the nightmare taper as a god's figurine's combat soul. He thought it was Lin Huang's summoning beast. However, he finally understood why the 2 imperial level purple gold rank underlings that he had sent earlier were killed by Lin Huang in one blow after seeing the nightmare taper. Having a virtual god rank 8 summoning beast like that, imperial level purple gold ranks aside, even a virtual god that was slightly weaker would be killed in one hit too. After the first attack failed, Busby did not attack the second time right away. Instead, he began observing his opponent carefully. Looking at his size and physical structure, he should be great in close-range combat. Judging by his body, he should be fast in close-range combat as well as having explosive charging speed. One must say that a person's first impression was usually very subjective and was not necessarily accurate. The nightmare taper's size, including its slim body and sharp claws, clearly caused Busby to make a silly assumption. Naturally, he was not the first person who made such a mistake. It was normal for people to make that mistake, judging from the nightmare taper's appearance that made it seem like it was born lousy in close-range combat. Soon, Busby changed his battle plan after some analysis. I won't have the upper hand if I fight such a quick close-range combat monster face-on. Even if I might win, I might be beaten and drained. My target is Lin Xie. It's unnecessary for me to kill that summoning beast. A new set of battle strategy soon came out in his head as he thought about this point. As soon as the new battle strategy was formed, Busby carried it out without hesitation at all. He stretched both arms out at Lin Huang and the nightmare taper from far away. In the next second, his 2 arms turned into inky black liquid. The liquid looked sticky like goo but had a faint, metallic glow. It was rumbling and boiling intensely. Lin Huang and the nightmare taper watched the strange phenomenon happening from far away. They saw the black liquid consolidating into 2 mini cannons before Busby at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. The 2 cannons were approximately 2 meters high, like 2 mini towers. They pointed at Lin Huang and the nightmare taper with thousands of barrels of all sizes stretching out. The only similarity the thousands of barrels had was their color. They were all black. The nightmare taper did not do anything to interrupt the process while Lin Huang was watching the transformation with great interest. This should be the bug tribe's ability. It's pretty interesting. I wonder how's the power like. Golden sparks lit from the two cannons as soon as Lin Huang was done mumbling. Countless dazzling sparks lit up the entire sky all of a sudden. Dense, black, bullets of various sizes came raining down like a storm, coming for Lin Huang and the nightmare taper. The thousands of barrels in all sizes had different speeds and trajectories when they were shot out. They even had different levels of power too. Each bullet came with different attributes. Some were so fast that it would reach a person within a breath. Some were helix-shaped with great penetrative ability. Some were as thin as a needle that could be hard to capture with the eyes, while some exploded like a bomb with nuclear power. Soon, Lin Huang and the nightmare taper were drowned in the endless fire. Busby remained shooting calmly. He was not worried that Lin Huang would die because although this round of attack was dense, it did not have powerful intensity. As long as the nightmare taper gave Lin Huang divine power defense, they could block the attack easily. However, such a shield would be draining for the nightmare taper. Draining the life power from the nightmare taper's body was the main goal of Busby's attack. Apart from that, he attacked to force the nightmare taper to use other techniques than close-range combat techniques. The firing went on for some 10 minutes. The nightmare taper and Lin Huang were covered in the smoke from the shots since the beginning. Although Busby could not see what was exactly happening in the smoke, he sensed with his territory skill that the nightmare taper and Lin Huang had not moved from where they were. Busby frowned slightly. He could not really understand exactly what was happening. He clearly sensed that his attack did not miss its aim from the sound of the bullet collision. However, the nightmare taper did nothing else apart from being in defense mode while standing where it was. That puzzled Busby. Why isn't this guy attacking me to interrupt my attack? It's protecting himself and Lin Xie at the same time. The draining of its divine power should be at least twice or more than mine. Although it will drain its divine power even more for a short period of time if it attacks, the draining is definitely less in the long run. Or maybe he's doing this on purpose so that I'd give up attacking. Then, he'll attack me with a deadly charge the second I give up. All sorts of thoughts flashed past in Busby's head, but he could not figure what the nightmare taper was plotting against him. However, a young voice chirped out of the smoke under the dense firing, "Your name is Busby, am I right? I was anticipating what you'd do next, but your attack model remains the same after 10 minutes have passed. It's very disappointing." Chapter 1139. The Battle in a Dreamland. Lin Huang challenged Busby fearlessly because everything was happening in the nightmare taper's dreamland. He was not there at all in reality and had only inserted a sliver of his consciousness to watch the battle. Busby was enraged to hear the challenge. Never had he thought that an insignificant immortal-level person would ever dare to tease him like that. "Lin Xie, I don't want to kill you, but please don't test my limit. You're not the only one on our wanted list, so killing our targets is pretty common. I didn't mean to challenge you. I was just telling you how I really feel," Lin Huang spoke up. "Also, if that's all your ability is about, you can get your partner to collect your body soon. Please tell them to come quick, because you'll die here in less than 5 minutes. Lin Xie, you're looking for death." Busby was completely furious. "I advise you to give your best if you're trying to kill me. I'm not joking." Lin Huang walked out of the smoke slowly while the nightmare taper appeared on his left subsequently. Busby saw the gravity on Lin Huang's face crystal clear as if he was telling the truth. However, Lin Huang's words calmed him down. He could feel that Lin Huang was serious. Without the smoke, he also saw the layer of transparent membrane covering Lin Huang's body which blocked all of the bullets that he fired. None of them got to him. Meanwhile, all the bullets that were aimed at the nightmare taper hit it. However, it suffered no injuries at all. Busby stopped his attack without hesitation upon seeing that mind-blowing scenario. The 2 mini cannons before him turned into black, metallic liquid again and soon disintegrated. Then, a giant cannon formed at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The giant cannon was over 30 meters long. It was completely black and the diameter of the mouth was almost a meter wide. As usual, the nightmare taper did not interfere with the transformation. Lin Huang and the nightmare taper watched Busby making the giant cannon from far away. As soon as the giant cannon was formed, a white glow which was the size of the tip of a needle lit up at the mouth of the cannon. It was growing steadily. At first, it was so minuscule that it could hardly be seen like the tip of a needle. Then, It expanded to the size of a rice grain. It proceeded to grow to the size of a green bean, the tip of a finger, an apple, a football. In less than a second, the tiny white glow grew to a giant sphere over a meter in diameter. From a distance, Lin Huang sensed the great energy that the sphere contained. He was not surprised. Instead, he was excited. This is finally getting interesting. The white spherical glow seemed to explode before the mouth of the cannon all of a sudden. A white glow that looked like a waterfall shot out at a speed close to lightning and was targeted at the nightmare taper. It reminded Lin Huang of the Kamehameha energy attack in an animation that he had seen back when he was on Earth. The nightmare taper vanished from where he was in a flash after realizing that the attack was aiming for him. In the dreamland, he could use any skills that he had seen before. He was clearly using the Ninetails Lynx's teleportation skill at the moment. Almost immediately after the nightmare taper disappeared, it appeared hundreds of meters away again in the next second. However, the white waterfall-like glow deviated and swept towards the nightmare taper. It's futile to run. The white glow will follow you wherever you go until it hits you. Of course, you can hide and wait for it to fade in an alternative dimension, but that would take up to 3 to 5 days. Busby charged forward as soon as he was done saying that. This time, he aimed for Lin Huang. It only took him a second to arrive before him. Just when he was going to catch him with his hand, the silhouette of a golden whip came in the air and smashed hard against Busby's chest. Naturally, it was the nightmare taper that attacked. Its trunk turned into a whip and lashed out at Busby, who did not even see it coming. Busby's body shot out like a cannonball, flying out of the cannon from the attack. However, to Lin Huang's shock, his body began to disintegrate and fade in the middle of the sky. At the same time, a shadow was forming before Lin Huang at an alarming speed. It was Busby. The one that was shot out was not himself, but a substitute. Before his body consolidated completely, Busby stretched his arm out and attempted to grab Lin Huang again. Seeing that Busby was getting a hold of Lin Huang, the nightmare taper showed itself again. It mauled its sharp claws in the air, creating a couple of black crescent air slices. They shot through the sky and went after Busby. Busby's body would have been sliced into a few pieces if he did not manage to dodge the attack. However, a gleam of determination flashed through Busby's eyes. He ignored the nightmare taper's attack. Without dodging at all, his 5 fingers that were going after Lin Huang deviated and he closed his claws to form a palm, aiming for the nightmare taper. He held almost nothing back in this attack, whereby he charged with all of his divine power. The blow landed on the nightmare taper's chest. Although the nightmare taper had a powerful body, so the attack did not harm it at all. Instead, the impact shot him thousands of meters away. Just when Busby's palm landed on the nightmare taper's body, the air slices that came from the nightmare taper's sharp claws penetrated his body. Busby's body disintegrated directly after the attack, just like what happened with the substitute he used earlier. Just when the substitute disintegrated, a silhouette appeared behind Lin Huang. It was Busby himself. I made it. Busby stretched his hand out at Lin Huang in excitement. At the moment, the nightmare taper was a few kilometers away while he was being chased after by the white glow. He could not come rescue Lin Huang at all. Busby spread his 5 fingers wide and pressed them behind Lin Huang's head. However, he had a dramatic change of expression on his face at that very moment when his hand penetrated Lin Huang's head directly. It's just an illusion. Busby spun his head to look around after seeing that Lin Huang's body was fading away before him. Eventually, he set his eyes on the nightmare taper a few kilometers away. A young human man was standing over there. That brat. Busby glared viciously at the nightmare taper. He knew it was definitely not Lin Huang's technique. Otherwise, he would definitely have seen through it. Therefore, it was definitely the nightmare taper's doing. He had no idea that everything he was seeing it was just an illusion. Lin Huang, who was outside of the dreamland, observed Busby, who was hovering midair motionlessly. He said to the nightmare taper while grinning, "This guy doesn't seem to have realized that he's not in the real world even until now." Chapter 1140. Molted Busby in the nightmare taper's dreamland. Busby carried out the strategy that he planned one after another. However, he failed to capture Lin Huang eventually. He knew it was the nightmare taper who prohibited him from doing that the moment he failed. Nonetheless, he had yet to realize that he was not in reality at the moment. He should be able to do it again and again since he managed to take Lin Xie away by using teleportation. Busby did not attack right away. Instead, he began thinking about his next strategy. In other words, I'll have to find ways to break that technique to be able to capture Lin Xie. I should either test him again and figure out exactly what kind of technique is he using, then find the solution to break it, or fight him head on to kill that bastard that's interfering with me. Busby frowned even deeper as he came up with that conclusion. He seemed to finally make up his mind a moment later. He glared at the nightmare taper was from a distance. His body that was hovering midair became distorted strangely. The distortion went against the human body's musculoskeletal structure. Even Lin Huang thought it was extremely strange while watching on from far away. Busby looked like a zombie that was moving in all sorts of unusual manners with his last ounce of will, whereby his joints and body were extremely warped just like what TV shows depicted. Soon, his body began to transform even more. Most of the bones in his body seemed to have softened while the skin on his flesh lost the support from his skeletal structure. He looked like an inflatable doll that was half deflated. Not long later, many odd, deformed bones grew beneath the skin. The bones supported the body and constructed a strange form that did not look like a human at all. As Lin Huang was watching on in astonishment, a sharp bulge appeared on Busby's chest. In the next second, a bloody wound ripped open on his chest. Half a bug's leg that looked like a dark gray sword penetrated out of his chest. In the next moment, the bug's leg tore Busby's entire chest and abdomen open like a paper cutter. A dark gray bug beast finally crawled out of his body that was ripped open. As the bug beast came out, Busby's original human body turned into a pile of mush and fell onto the ground. So, he's molting. Although Lin Huang knew Busby's species had two forms, it was his first time seeing a bug tribe monster transforming from human to bug form. However, he could not help but wonder how a bug tribe monster would look like transforming into a human. The changing Busby was covered in a layer of dark gray insect shell. He was approximately 3 meters long and had 4 strong and explosive rear legs supporting his entire body. There were 2 pairs of semi-transparent wings on his back that seemed as thin as cicada's wings. They were sprouting from the second pair of front legs. Among the 3 pairs of front legs, the lowest pair was made of swords, which was the one that he used to tear his body open. The middle pair was made of sharp spears that looked like canine teeth. They were so sharp that nobody dared to doubt their penetrative ability. The pair in front extended from his shoulders. They were 2 bio guns with muzzles that were approximately a meter wide. His head perched above his 6 front legs. It was covered in a layer of dark blue shell and was sharp like a triangle. There was a huge mouth at the lowest part of his head which was filled with sharp teeth that looked like stainless steel needles. The apex of the triangle was a compound eye that was made of countless little eyes. It stretched to the left and right. Apart from his compound eye and huge mouth, no other organ could be seen on his entire head. If one were to judge him by human standards, one must say that this was tens of thousands of times uglier than his human form. Having turned back to his original form, Busby seemed to have experienced a boost in his aura. He looked at Lin Huang and the nightmare taper that from far away. The 2 pairs of wings on his back were flapping intensely, emitting an ear-piercing buzz. At the same time, his 4 rear legs loaded with energy and faded while his body turned into a shadow. Busby appeared before the nightmare taper almost in the next second. He aimed his 4 front sword legs at it like a storm. Busby began fighting the nightmare taper before Lin Huang managed to catch his movement. He went for the most direct plan in the end, which was to kill the nightmare taper. The reason he came up with this decision was that the attacks earlier had drained close to a third of the divine power in his body. He was not sure if the remaining divine power he had allowed him to figure out the nightmare taper's secret of taking Lin Huang away. Although he was unwilling to fight the nightmare taper who was obviously great at close-range combat, he bit the bullet anyway. In reality, Busby's close-range combat ability was not weak. One could even say he was very strong at that. He chose not to fight close range because he assumed that the nightmare taper was an expert in that in the beginning, so he had no confidence to fight it head-on. Even if he could win, he was afraid he might have to pay a hefty price. Meanwhile, his objective was just to capture Lin Huang in the beginning. It was unnecessary for him to fight the nightmare taper head-on. However, he would not be able to capture Lin Huang if he did not kill the nightmare taper first, so he had no other choice. In reality, the nightmare taper was lousy in close-range combat. However, the nightmare taper could do anything in Dreamland. He could copy all the skills that it had seen before. Besides the skills of Lin Huang's remaining 9 god figurines combat souls, it could copy 100% of the skills that all of Lin Huang's summoning beasts had as long as it had seen them before. It could even copy skills that it had picked up from other monsters that were unrelated to Lin Huang. One could say that the nightmare tapir was invincible in the dreamland. The bug and monster collided in the air again and again. Busby's close-range combat ability was compelling indeed. His sword and spear skills had almost reached the peak of level -6. He was one step away from comprehending the true meaning. Each time his sword legs and spear legs attacked, they would be close to the peak performance of sword and spear skills. It was so perfect that there was nothing to pick on. The two gun legs on his shoulder were extremely agile and performed expert-level gunfighting technique from some odd angles occasionally, so nobody saw it coming. Even though that was the case, the nightmare tapir was toying with Busby. It was using the close-range combat abilities it had copied from other monsters all the way. The battle was intense, although the nightmare tapir was just fooling around. One could imagine the impact that was caused by the close-range combat of two virtual god rank 8 powerhouses. Not only did the ground and mountains collapse, but the oceans rumbled and even the sky was trembling from the impact of the collisions. Lin Huang could not capture their movements at all. All he could see were the sparks that were flickering in the air as a result of the explosions that came from the divine power collisions from the duo. Lin Huang asked the nightmare tapir outside the dreamland, "Roughly how long more do you need to retrieve his memory completely?" "I need around another half an hour. Record this battle and share it with me later. I'll watch it in slow-mo, so I should be able to learn some great stuff." Lin Huang smirked at the nightmare tapir mischievously. Every time he saw a powerhouse using a sword, he could not help but study the person's swordsmanship. Even though the person who was using a sword was a bug tribe monster this time, he was very interested in the sword skill and sword Dao. Chapter 1141. The forces that put one in awe in the dreamland. Busby attacked the nightmare tapir again and again. The two silhouettes collided repetitively, lighting golden sparks in the sky continuously. The sparks almost drowned out the sun in the sky. Although each of their collisions only took place for a split second, Busby gave his all and released his divine power in the short bursts of attack. Moreover, he would attack at least 100 times within that short period of time with each charge. The sparks caused by the duo's collisions were 100 times brighter than the sun. One could not look at them directly. In reality, it was because sparks combined with the hundreds of collisions would explode during each strike. Almost every blow, Busby's sword arms would swing at odd angles one after another. Meanwhile, his spear arms would pierce mercilessly without anyone even seeing them coming, while he seized every moment to perform his gunfighting technique perfectly. He collided with the nightmare tapir at least 10,000 times during the battle that took place for close to half an hour, while he attacked him millions of times. Intense energy waves spread out again and again as a result of the battle. The ground within thousands of kilometers turned into a mess, while the areas within hundreds of kilometers collapsed and became a bottomless abyss. However, no matter how fiercely Busby was attacking or what kind of attack techniques he used and how much he changed his attack frequency, the nightmare tapir caught up with his rhythm eventually and performed at ease. The thousands of collisions and millions of attacks were blocked by the nightmare tapir. None of the attacks Busby performed managed to leave a single mark on the nightmare tapir's body. At first, he thought the nightmare tapir would have similar standards with him regardless of how powerful his close-range combat ability was. However, throughout the half an hour of intense battling, he realized none of his attacks worked. He was in despair now. He also finally realized that the nightmare tapir's close-range combat ability was much more terrifying than he imagined. It was not on the level that he imagined at all. However, he had no idea that the nightmare tapir was not fighting Busby himself but just a projection in his dreamland. This projection had every human and monsters, skills and battle techniques that the nightmare tapir had seen before, including some techniques from Busby himself. In the dreamland, learning others' abilities was a piece of cake for the nightmare tapir. It did not even need a second to learn them. Busby felt like he was fighting tens of supreme powerhouses who had battle experience and abilities that were on par with him. One could figure out what his ultimate ending would be. Now that the battle had come to this point, the ending was pretty clear. Although Busby had his pride, he was not ignorant. He knew he had no chance of winning at all. Because he did not have much divine power left, he did not plan to prolong this. He peeped where Lin Huang was secretly. After hesitating for a second, he soon made up his mind to choose between escaping directly or trying to capture Lin Huang again. He was not retreating, so he charged toward the nightmare taper again and collided with it head-on. He swung his sword arms continuously as he maintained the frequency of his spear arms attack as if it were a matter of life or death with the nightmare taper. However, the nightmare taper sensed something was off as soon as it retaliated. He mauled and broke the momentum of Busby's attack, even ripping his body open. At that very moment, Busby appeared quietly not far behind Lin Huang. He charged a sword arm out like a lightning bolt at Lin Huang. This time, the nightmare taper did not seem to have made it in time. The dark gray tentacle arrived before Lin Huang in the blink of an eye. In the next second, a strange thing happened again. The tentacle penetrated Lin Huang's body directly. Busby's pupils shrunk while he thrust the tentacle out again, feeling immensely dissatisfied. He attempted to grab Lin Huang with it, but Lin Huang's body would turn into thin air wherever the tentacle passed by. Since the capture failed completely, Busby did not hesitate at all. He retreated the tentacle directly and flung it toward another direction like a madman. However, two silhouettes blocked his way less than a second after he began running. Lin Huang and the nightmare taper appeared at the same time. "You won't be able to run," Lin Huang told him the truth in a calm tone again. Busby ignored them and accelerated the flapping of the two pairs of wings behind his back. With his four legs, he leapt and deviated toward another direction. Lin Huang and the nightmare taper appeared in the next second again, blocking his way abruptly. Busby did not even sense any wave of motion from the teleportation at all. He turned around to run again, beginning to wonder how the nightmare taper and Lin Huang managed to move like that. When the duo blocked his way for the third time, Busby seemed to realize something all of a sudden. He did not run this time. Instead, he stared at the nightmare taper. "I think I know what's happening. The way you move and the way Lin Xie disappeared didn't cause any motion waves at all. Therefore, I've always thought it was some special ability of yours. Now that I think about it, the reason there's no wave motion is that you guys didn't move at all. Lin Xie managed to vanish and you could block my way faster than I did because this entire area is your territory. I've stepped into the trap that you set since the beginning. It seems like you're not entirely dumb." The nightmare taper did not deny Busby's speculation. "I've thought about it. My only shortcoming is that my spirit that's rather weak. Since I fell into your trap without even realizing it at all, it shows that you should be an expert in spiritual techniques. It could be abilities such as illusion or hypnotization. However, if your spiritual ability is so powerful to the extent that I was trapped without even realizing it, theoretically, you shouldn't be able to suppress my close-range combat ability. If I'm not mistaken, you might not be that skilled in close-range combat at all. This might not be what you look like. Perhaps you transformed into this to make me think that you're good at close-range combat. You got the first part right, but this is how I really look like," insisted the nightmare taper rather helplessly. Its appearance indeed misled many. "The reason why I failed to capture Lin Huang twice was that he's just a projection, am I right?" Busby turned his head to look at Lin Huang. "You finally got it." Lin Huang grinned while spreading his arms wide. He did not deny it. "I've only used a sliver of willpower in this projection to watch the battle. I never thought I would be blinded by my enemy like that," Busby said while sighing helplessly. "I know what you're doing. Quit thinking about buying time in the attempt to break away." Lin Huang busted Busby's plan. "Your spirit is much weaker than the nightmare taper, thus you won't be able to escape even if you know this is just an illusion." Busby fell into silence after realizing that his plan had been busted. He began thinking of other strategies quickly. However, Lin Huang's voice came then. "It's almost time now. Kill him." Almost the same time when Lin Huang said that, Busby jolted and tried his very best to implode himself with the very last fizzle of divine power he had in his body. However, he realized he could no longer move all of a sudden. Black shackles began clamping down onto his body. The tenth of his divine power that was left in his body could not be used as if it was locked. Meanwhile, the nightmare taper appeared before Busby out of the blue. He lifted a claw and pointed it at Busby's forehead lightly. Busby could not fight back at all. His body began to rot and fade from his head. It spread throughout his entire body in less than 2 to 3 seconds. Soon, he turned into dust completely. The Ninetails Lynx's space god rule, the Shackle Serpent's ceiling god rule, and the Death Butterfly's death god rule, the effect of the combined abilities of the three god rules is so terrifying. Seeing the powerful Busby being killed without being able to fight back, Lin Huang was secretly in awe by the three forces. Chapter 1142. Putting it aside, Congratulations, you've obtained a complete bug servant monster card, mythical level X1. Lin Huang was surprised to see the notification that popped up from Xiao He. The effect of his lucky card and double reward card should have worn off a while ago. Never had he thought he would obtain a complete monster card, which was a pleasant surprise. Moreover, this bug guardian named Busby was on mythical level. Lin Huang was elated to have obtained a mythical level monster card out of the blue. He returned from dreamland to reality. In reality, Busby's body that was hovering midair fell onto the ground. He was killed in the Nightmare Taper's dreamland, but his death was projected to reality. His human form that had lost its vitality completely began fading after falling onto the ground, and it soon turned back to his original bug tribe monster form. It was also the final form of a bug tribe ultimate elite when they died. Lin Huang did not let the carcass go to waste. After taking his emperor's heart ring away, Lin Huang summoned the undead sticks. The undead sticks then spent approximately 5 minutes to turn Busby's carcass into an undead puppet. Now, he owned a virtual god rank 8 super fighter. Lin Huang only turned his head to look at the Nightmare Taper after recalling the undead sticks back to his body. How is it? Do you know where the Queen Mother is now? In Loner City in Division 3. The Nightmare Taper added after he said that, but it's a little complicated. Share his memory with Bloody. Bloody slithered out of his left sleeve at that juncture. In less than half a minute, Bloody retrieved Busby's memory from the Nightmare Taper. Bloody then spent 2 to 3 minutes sharing the useful information with Lin Huang. He always got Bloody to sort the information out, not because he was lazy, but Bloody could help him save time browsing through tons of information in his head. One must know that even an ordinary person who lived until 70 to 80 years old would have their memory loaded throughout their life. Over 90% of the information in most people's memories were redundant. Browsing for useful information in the sea of information was a task that drained a lot of time and effort. Moreover, the memory Lin Huang obtained were mostly from cultivators and old monsters that had lived for centuries or even up to 1,000 years. One could imagine how large a capacity his brain had. Retrieving useful information from cultivators' memories was undoubtedly much more difficult than doing so from ordinary people. Therefore, it was necessary for Bloody to take up the task. With its jaw-dropping computing ability, the information sorting that would merely take a few minutes might save countless hours of Lin Huang's time. Lin Huang frowned a little when he received Busby's memory from Bloody. It was true that the Queen Mother and the other bug guardian was in Loner City in Division 3. However, only a bit of consciousness was left behind in the Queen Mother's body to maintain the physical operation and communication. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother's main consciousness was no longer in that body that was breaking down. Even Busby, her bug servant, and the other bug guardian, Vivian, had no idea where the Queen Mother's main consciousness was hiding. It's futile even if I find her. Even if I destroy the Queen Mother's body, she's not considered really dead as long as her consciousness exists. Lin Huang thought he could get rid of the issue of the bug tribe's Queen Mother once and for all after luring the bug guardian out and reading his memory. He never thought such an unforeseen situation would arise. Let's put the Queen Mother's matter aside for now, Bloody suggested. If we head over to Loner City to kill her body and the other bug guardian, she'll hide her consciousness even deeper. As soon as the bit of consciousness she's connected in the body to her main consciousness notices something is off, she can destroy the brain cells in her body and the bit of consciousness completely. The entire process will take less than 0.01 seconds. Then, the Nightmare Taper and the undead sticks won't be able to retrieve any useful information from her remaining body to find out where her consciousness is hiding. We can see from Busby's memory that this Queen Mother's body is breaking down since earlier. Even if they obtain breeding materials for her, the number of bug tribe monsters she can breed is very limited. This is also the reason why she carried out the ultimate elite breeding program instead of breeding a bug tribe army to conquer the world. Now that the Queen Mother's main consciousness has left the body, her breeding ability will be a few times weaker even if she takes over other female bodies. The bug tribe's Queen Mother is born to breed. She has a quality that no other species can compare to. Judging from the current condition, this batch of bug tribe is unlikely to regain their normal breeding quality and they're a very minimal threat to the gravel world. Do you mean we should forget about her entirely? Lin Huang tilted his head and asked Bloody. I mean we shouldn't waste more time and effort here since we can't find her main consciousness within a short period of time. Let's put it aside, not ignore it forever, Bloody explained, there are priorities. The bug tribe's queen mother isn't something that we must solve for now. Compared to that, you actually have many more important things at hand to handle. Furthermore, I believe this bug tribe should be lower key within a short period of time since one of their virtual god-level bug guardians has been killed. It's unlikely that they'll come to you. Lin Huang fell into silence for a moment and nodded eventually. Forget it, let's do what you said. The reason why he made such a decision in the end was that it would be pretty meaningless to head to Loner City to kill the Queen Mother. Her body was breaking down and even her main consciousness had escaped. She would not die even if her body was killed. Instead, they would just be alerting the enemy. On the other hand, like Bloody said, he had too much on his plate at the moment. Going after the Queen Mother's main consciousness was something that would drain his time and effort. If he insisted on dwelling on this, it would mess up his initial plan. Another reason Bloody pointed out was that killing the Queen Mother was not something that he had to do now. In terms of priorities, it was behind many other things. Due to the three reasons, Lin Huang chose to accept Bloody's suggestion, which was to put the Queen Mother matter aside. Lin Huang had no idea that in Loner City of Division 3, the bug guardian, Vivian, sensed Busby's death as soon as he was killed. The Queen Mother's consciousness that was in an unknown region sensed it at the same time. She contacted Vivian through her body. Busby is dead. This foothold is no longer safe. Arrange the migration within half an hour. Vivian nodded immediately as soon as she heard the Queen Mother's voice transmission. She then asked, Queen Mother, which backup foothold should we move to? Foothold number 7. No, 7. Don't we only have 5 backup footholds? Vivian was surprised. You and Busby only know there are 5. Vivian was stunned to hear that and reacted subsequently. I get it now, Queen Mother. You're afraid that someone will read Busby's mind. Busby has abilities close to virtual god rank -9. The person who managed to kill him is not to be underestimated. In my current condition, we shouldn't offend such a person. We can only avoid him at the moment. The Queen Mother's weak voice came slowly again. Oh yeah, why did Busby leave the foothold this time? I guess you should know, don't you? He went after Lin Xie, that number 1 genius. Vivian thought it was odd after saying that out loud. Lin Xie is only on immortal level. I'm afraid Busby wasn't killed by Lin Xie. He might have encountered something else along the way. Lin Xie, Queen Mother fell into silence upon hearing that name before speaking again. Inform all the members to stop all missions that are related to Lin Xie. Chapter 1143, Elevating to Imperial Level. Lin Huang only spent half a day on the 3rd layer of the Abyss Brink after his grand entrance and returned to Emperor City quietly. He headed straight to the Emperor Palace as soon as he stepped out of the dimensional portal. He only said one line to Huang Tianfu and the other two, I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a month. Lin Huang went into closed-door mode officially and began refining the godhead in his body with all of his might. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Huang hunting for life-based monsters in the Abyss Brink had spread through the entire cultivation world. His name became a hot topic among the people again. He went to the Abyss Brink at such a time. He's obviously going to break through to Imperial level. I'm very curious about the life-based monster he chose. With Lin Huang's ability, I'm sure he wouldn't go for an ordinary triple mutated monster. Soon, many cultivators began discussing about the life-based monster Lin Huang would choose on the internet. They were talking about that not because of his identity as the Emperor of Dynasty, but because of his title as the number 1 genius of the new era. Everyone was curious about what kind of life-based monster the legendary number 1 genius would go for. Some of them even posted long threads to analyze the matter. The biggest similarity among those threads was that most of them thought that Lin Huang would not go for a triple mutated monster. Some threads even listed the life-based monsters that Lin Huang would possibly kill in the Abyss Brink. The few monsters that were listed in the threads were pseudo-mythical level monsters that were currently available in the Abyss Brink. The combat strength ranged from Imperial level Black Gold rank to Imperial level Purple Gold rank. There was a thread that even included a few demigod level monsters in the list, causing heated discussions. After all, Mr. Fu was the only virtual god who was known to the public in this gravel world. To most people in the cultivation world, demigods were the most compelling powerhouses in this world. Meanwhile, most people thought that demigod-level monsters could not be defeated. Even the number 1 genius Lin Huang might not possess the ability to kill a demigod. Naturally, there were a minority of Lin Huang's fans who thought he could do anything at all. To them, he could even kill a demigod-level monster to be his life-base monster. Lin Huang, who was in closed-door cultivation, turned off the internet and his communication device. He immersed himself into his godhead refinement. He did not even look at the card details when the warlord and the two dark crescent snakes elevated to mythical level. Instead, he allowed Xiaohei's system to seal the 3 mythical level monster cards due to his restricted authorization. Time passed by day after day. The progress of the godhead refinement was growing every day. The progress would see a 1% boost almost every day from the 70% level before he went into closed-door cultivation. The closed-door cultivation went on for a whole 30 days. The virtual god Rank9 godhead finally disintegrated and turned into golden gravel. This golden gravel evolved into a clump the size of a fist which seemed like a living thing. It floated among the 10 life wheels like a cloud, beginning to absorb other gravel and growing as Lin Huang watched it in surprise. He thought the golden gravel that were refined from the other virtual godheads would be engulfed first before the gray gravel refined from the broken godheads. Although the gray gravel occupied more surface than the golden gravel, they simply could not fight back in the presence of the golden gravel. They were like sheep encountering a tiger, and were soon absorbed. After the golden gravel absorbed the gray gravel, its size grew less than 1% of the size of the gray gravel. Even though that was the case, the golden gravel grew to the size of 3 fists now. Lin Huang knew what to do next after seeing the golden gravel occupy the space after it was done absorbing the gray gravel. Just when he was going to activate the divine fire in his body after visualizing the life palace in his place, something strange happened. A black glow detached from Lin Huang's storage space and penetrated his body directly. He sensed that immediately and felt his body being invaded. Lifting his head to gaze up, he noticed an object that looked like a meteorite falling toward the direction of the godhead. He was shocked for a moment, but he realized what was happening in the next second. Is that a bizarre seed? Yes, the bizarre seed that could not be activated went into Lin Huang's body automatically as if it had been summoned. Lin Huang did not stop it even after knowing that it was the bizarre seed. Instead, he watched the bizarre seed falling like a meteorite in great interest. It collided with the godhead that looked like a cloud. The golden cloud began integrating the bizarre seed that came in rapidly. The cloud that was initially golden was dyed black as if it had been splashed with ink. At the same time, the black cloud hovered to the monster paradise life palace that had been formed slowly, engulfing it. Lin Huang was speechless to see that strange scene. He initially thought that he would have 2 life palaces if he maintained the monster paradise life palace. In the end, the bizarre seed took the opportunity away from him and engulfed the monster paradise life palace wholly. He could even sense clearly that the monster paradise life palace was being refined at a high speed. In reality, Lin Huang could make the life palace a card to put this process to a halt. However, he chose to let it do whatever it was doing and waited for the engulfment to be completed patiently. The monster paradise life palace was refined by the black cloud entirely within 10 seconds. The black cloud then went back to surround the life wheels. At the moment, the 10 life furnaces, life lamps, in Lin Huang's body began spitting divine fire out even before he gave his order. At the same time, a sea of divine power began penetrating the black cloud with the divine fire. The silhouette of a black palace appeared slowly as the divine fire was spat onto the black cloud. With the divine fire and the divine power, the details of the black palace formed automatically. The process went on for 10 hours before the gigantic black palace was finally formed. As there was no time to produce divine power during the process of building the life palace, the initially endless divine power in Lin Huang's body was drained for the very first time. It was all taken away by the black life palace. Seeing that the life palace seemed to be able to take in more life power, Lin Huang used 3 life power refill cards consecutively. A sea of divine power was pumped into the life palace once again. Another 30 hours passed, and the life palace grew almost 4 times bigger than it was before. This new life palace seemed to have reached its limit of taking life power in, so it stopped absorbing life power. Meanwhile, the life lamps in the 10 life wheels finally stopped spitting divine fire. They seemed to have ground to a halt completely from exhaustion. The 10 life wheels then turned into golden glows and penetrated the life palace. They were like 10 golden suns hovering on top of the life palace, resembling a giant hanging lamp. The life palace began trembling after the life wheels penetrated. Up to 1,000 lamps were lit up automatically with black divine fire burning in them. Lin Huang felt that the divine power in his body was recovering rapidly since the black divine fire was lit. Although the recovery speed was not that much faster than the divine power rotation before, it was at least 10 times faster. Within 10 seconds, the divine power in the 10 life wheels in his body was replenished. New divine power began flooding Lin Huang's body and soul, resulting in a double body and soul transformation. Chapter 1144, Summoning Authority, Pseudo-Supreme God Level. Lin Huang could clearly feel that his ability had increased by more than a level since he elevated to Imperial level. His ability was only on par with ordinary Imperial level purple gold rank powerhouse when he was on Immortal level rank 10. However, he had the confidence to kill demigods now. Naturally, he was not sure if he could fight virtual god level powerhouses before he fought one officially. After the transformation was completed, Lin Huang only sank in the changes in his body for a moment and looked into his body to check the life palace immediately. Just when he laid his eyes on the life palace, a projected box popped up from Xiao Hei's side before he could check through his life palace thoroughly. Life Palace, Monster Paradise, Territorial Range of the Life Palace, Radius of 100 kilometers from the Life Palace owner, Potential to grow, Life Palace Ability 1. Within the territorial range of the Life Palace, the dead summoning beast soul will return to the Life Palace with its body reconstructed and revived. Those that have broken souls will have their broken soul pieces recalled and recovered. Ability Restriction 1. Each summoning beast can only be revived 10 times within 24 hours. Their soul will disintegrate when the revival surpasses 10 times and they won't be able to return to the Life Palace. Potential to grow. Ability Restriction 2. Each summoning beast can only have their soul recovered 3 times within 24 hours. Their soul will disintegrate if the recovery surpasses 3 times and they won't be able to return to the Life Palace. Potential to grow. Derivative Ability. If the Life Palace owner dies within the coverage range, he can choose to use a summoning beast to substitute his death. The summoning beast that is chosen as the substitute won't be able to be summoned within 72 hours. Potential to grow. Remarks. The Life Palace owner's death can only be substituted 3 times within 24 hours. He can only be substituted once if his soul disintegrates. Potential to grow. Life Palace Ability 2. Within the territorial range of the Life Palace, the Life Palace owner and his summoning beasts will experience a double boost in their strength, speed, and spirit. The opponent will experience a 10% increase in their strength, speed and spurt. Potential to grow. Remarks. The Life Palace owner can turn off the boost and undermining effect as he wishes. Lin Huang was stunned to see the projected box. He subsequently read it thoroughly. The first question he had after going through it was, "Xiao Hei, did you turn my Life Palace into a card directly? Why am I looking at the Life Palace information in card form?" The reason why Lin Huang asked that was mainly that the Monster Paradise Life Palace earlier had been a card. He wanted to know if the Life Palace that he had just constructed was turned into a card due to the integration with the Monster Paradise as soon as he saw the card information. He wanted to know if that was the reason why he was seeing the card information directly. Fortunately, Xiao Hei's answer was not what Lin Huang was thinking about. It's not been made into a card. It's just that a new, check details, function has been added. Since the new authorization, you can read the items, information as long as they belong to you. I see. The second thing Lin Huang did was to look at his personal card after his doubt was solved. In reality, his main purpose was to see what kind of changes were made to his summoning authority. Host. Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 19 inches, combat strength, Imperial level, title, Godslayer, obtained God rule, God slaying power, integration item, origin God's heart, galactic hive, 1-page sword scripture, inheritance, demigod's brain, sorcerer goddess, secret skills, superhuman strength, seraphic speed, substitute, golden cicada, Life Palace, Monster Paradise, Sword Dao Level 6 possesses sword heart, sword spirit, sword skills, moonlit night, silent snow, Buddha killer, instantaneous slash, almighty surgical knife, killer, star dome, royal sword, gunfighting technique, thunderstorm, sandstorm, torrent, movement skills, wandering god, thunder steps, imperial flight, minor, the twisted fate scripture, seamless, fatal tactic, undefeatable warrior, heaven's wrath, omniscient nature, monster skills, divine telekinesis, divine regeneration, holy power, elemental immunity, leech pods, absolute control, divine purification light, revival, immortal warrior body, vampire particles, divine strength, divine defense, lightning lord, mirror, doll forbidden skill, punishment, divine witchcraft, knight, integration, mechanical building, god level, mechanical recovery, god level, evil blood substitute, divine disguise. Summoning authority. Activated, pseudo supreme god level, available number of summons, 30 inches. Remarks, I guess it's passable. Lin Huang glanced through his personal card. Apart from the title and integration item columns that were added, nothing much had changed. Only many of the monster skill names were changed. For instance, Purification Light was now Divine Purification Light, Warrior Body was now Immortal Warrior Body, Lightning Control was now Lightning Lord, Dark Mirror was now Mirror, Doll Secret Skill was now Doll Forbidden Skill. In reality, those skills that still had the same names had undergone a major change. The monster skills that Lin Huang extracted from the monsters were a reflection of the monsters' skills. Since the extracted skills were more powerful now, things on Lin Huang's side also changed. Meanwhile, the monsters that Lin Huang extracted the skills from had evolved into quadruple mutated mythical level now, and their skills experienced a boost by more than a level. Naturally, the extracted skills would change as well as they were boosted. What Lin Huang cared about the most was the summoning authority and the available number of summons. The summoning authority was upgraded from mythical level to pseudo-supreme god level, and Lin Huang was elated about that. He initially thought that it was highly possible to elevate to mythical level. However, if it only elevated to mythical level, it would take a while for Bai, who was on pseudo-supreme low level, to be summoned again. Fortunately, the summoning authority was boosted to pseudo-supreme god level this time. None of his monster cards had summoning restrictions now. Meanwhile, to his surprise, the available number of summons was doubled from 15 to 30. He thought it would only be boosted to 20. After all, the available number of summons increased from 10 to 15 when he was breaking through from Holy Fire level to Immortal level. Overall, Lin Huang was very satisfied with his personal card after looking through it because many changes had exceeded his expectations. He then looked at the bunch of monster cards left in his body after putting his personal card away. The cards that reached the summoning authorization went straight into the monster paradise. Life Palace. Meanwhile, those that were below the authorization, namely the mythical level and pseudo-supreme god level monster cards, remained in his body. As Lin Huang studied them, the orange monster cards turned into orange glows one after another and shot towards the Life Palace like a meteor shower. There was even a golden glow among them, which was Bai on pseudo-supreme god level. Within the span of a breath, all the monster cards penetrated Lin Huang's brand new Life Palace. Chapter 1145, You're So Smart. Lin Huang began looking at the unsealed cards after the new summoning authority was granted. Apart from Bai, who was on pseudo-supreme god level, there were 28 mythical level cards including Charcoal, Tyrant, Kylie, Grimace, Thunder, Bloody Robe, the Imp, the Fiend, the Witch, the Eclipse Boa, the Death Knight, the Fallen Knight, the Warlord, the Herculean King, Bing Wang, the Dark Crescent Snake X2, the Bug Tribe Queen Mother X4, the Multi-Eyed Worm X2, Superbrain Worm X2, the Golden Bug X2, and the Bug Servant. These cards that were initially sealed were now unsealed to Lin Huang. In addition to that, their combat strength had elevated to Imperial level Purple Gold rank automatically. Lin Huang did not doubt that mythical level monsters on Imperial level Purple Gold rank would have an ability of at least Virtual God level. As soon as the summoning authority was granted, Lin Huang's overall ability experienced a significant boost without him even considering using his God figurines combat souls. Before this, the summoning beasts Lin Huang had were just a couple of pseudo-mythical level monsters such as Lancelot. Their combat strength was only on Imperial level Yellow Gold rank, whereby their abilities were on par with an Imperial level Purple Gold rank at the most. Meanwhile, mythical and pseudo-mythical levels were on a completely different standard. Furthermore, Charcoal and the rest experienced a 2-rank boost in their combat strength, so they were on Imperial level Purple Gold rank now. It made sense for them to have their abilities upgraded. Lin Huang glanced at Bai, who was on pseudo-supreme low level, and the other 28 mythical level monsters such as Kylie. He had his eyes fixed on Lancelot and the rest who were on pseudo-mythical level. Materials were unnecessary for elevating pseudo-mythical level monster cards to mythical level. They could complete the elevation as long as there were enough advance cards. Lin Huang did not hesitate to summon Lancelot, Killer, and the Evil Dominator. He then crushed 15 advance cards which penetrated 3 of them respectively. The three of them soon turned into gigantic golden cocoons and began their elevation to mythical level. Meanwhile, Lin Huang could only put aside the tens of thousands of pseudo-mythical level bug guardians, ant guardians, lady black stripes, giant-bellied spiders, scarlet scimitar bugs and the rest of the bug tribe monster cards. He did not have that many advance cards to elevate these pseudo-mythical level bugs to mythical level. Also, it was unnecessary. Such monsters could win by sheer numbers as long as the Queen Mother was on mythical level, which gave the army their best ability. Moreover, this army already had 4 mythical level bug tribe Queen Mothers and 7 mythical level monarch level talents. They were considered a pretty solid deployment. He even had complete equipment including a bug tribe airship, a bug tribe incubator, a bug tribe genetic optimizer, a gene extractor, and more to cultivate more bug tribe armies. Lin Huang only shook bloody out of his sleeve after applying advance cards on Lancelot and the rest. I've elevated to Imperial level. It's time to elevate you to mythical level. Lin Huang looked at Bloody while grinning. Including the bug tribe monster cards, Lin Huang had more than tens of millions of legendary level monster cards in hand. Among them, Lin Huang thought he would not waste his advance cards on elevating them, but Bloody was the only one who had to be upgraded. In reality, if not for the fact that he needed Bloody to assist him, he would have elevated Bloody since the beginning, since he already had the elevation materials much earlier. This time, Bloody did not reject the offer. It did not even say anything. All it did was smile and nod at Lin Huang. Lin Huang took out the materials following the sequence for Bloody to integrate them slowly. He then crushed 5 advance cards which penetrated Bloody's body. Soon, Bloody turned into a golden cocoon which stood by Lancelot and the rest. As Lin Huang stared at the 4 cocoons to observe them, he counted the mythical level monster cards that he owned. At that moment, he thought the 30 available summonings were still insufficient. He shook his head while forcing a smile. He finally moved on from his summoning beasts and asked Xiao, now that my summoning authority has gone up to pseudo-supreme god level, I guess there should be a boost in my function cards application, shouldn't there? Due to the upgrade in your authority, the function cards are completely categorized by grades now. Grade -1 card, only applicable on living things and non-living things below transcendent. Grade 2 card, only applicable on transcendent living things and non-living things below God. Grade 3 card, only applicable on living things and non-living things below virtual God level and God. Grade 3 golden card, a special grade 3 card containing grade 3 card effects. It's also applicable on specific true God level living things and non-living things. The star on the card is golden while the star on the other cards are white. Grade 3 golden card is currently the highest authority you have. Grade 3 and grade 3 golden card, my instinct is telling me that this is a trap. Lin Huang could not help but mumble softly after seeing the grades Xiao was showing him. The system sorted out the card reward slots too. The probability of obtaining a grade 3 golden card among grade 3 cards is 1%. The card reward draw has grades now. Lin Huang widened his eyes in horror as that was bad news to him. Yes, you currently have 11,697 card draws. They belong to grade 2 rewards, so you can only draw from the grade 2 card slot. Are they any grade 3 and grade 3 golden cards in the grade 2 card slot? Lin Huang demanded immediately. There are only 1% of grade 3 cards in the grade 2 card slot. There are no grade 3 golden cards. How about the grade 3 card slot? What's the probability like? There are no grade -1 and grade 2 cards in the grade 3 card slot. You have a 97% chance of drawing grade 3 cards. You'll also have a 2% chance of drawing grade 3 golden cards and 1% for grade 4 cards. So, how do I activate the grade 3 card slot? Lin Huang asked immediately. The current grade 2 card reward draw that you have can be traded for a grade 3 card reward draw in the ratio of 100:1. You can draw the cards in the grade 3 card slot directly after you've done the trading. Lin Huang's heart dropped when he heard the ratio. It would mean that 10,000 card rewards would decrease to become just 100 times. What a trap, Lin Huang gasped. If you draw from the grade 2 card slot, although the probability of drawing a grade 3 card is only 1%, it doesn't mean that you'll definitely draw a grade 3 card from the 100 draws. It's another story if you activate the grade 3 card slot. The probability of drawing grade 3 cards doesn't exist. Moreover, there's a certain probability that you might draw grade 3 golden cards in grade 4 cards. Activating the grade 3 card slot is more worth it no matter what. What you say makes sense, but I keep feeling like I've been trapped. Lin Huang fell into deep thought while holding his chin. He asked, so, will there be something like grade 4 and grade 5 card slots in the future? You're so smart. Although Xiaohei complimented him, Lin Huang was not happy at all. He thought he had won more than 10,000 card draws and would enjoy that slowly in the future. To his aghast, he ended up with a slap in the face from the harsh reality of things. Chapter 1146. A different imperial level. Although drawing cards from the grade 3 card slot was clearly more worth it than drawing from the grade 2 card slot, Lin Huang did not do that right away. He fell into silence for a moment and asked again, since I've elevated to imperial level, I'll be given a grade 3 card draw for my cross-ranking kill. Am I right? That's right, but there's a higher difficulty in drawing grade 3 cards now. You'll only be given a cross-ranking reward if you kill monsters on virtual god level or above. You'll be given a grade 3 card draw reward for each virtual god level monster you kill. The most cross-ranking rewards you can get from killing monsters of the same combat level would be 10 times. That remains the same. What? I'll only be given a grade 3 card draw for killing virtual god level monsters. So, it's the same no matter whether I kill a virtual god rank -1 or a virtual god rank 9 monster. Even Lin Huang's voice rose a pitch higher now. That's right. There's no difference whether you kill a virtual god rank -1 or a virtual god rank 9 monster. It'll only be calculated based on the combat level. The cross-ranking kill reward will follow the same in the future. You'll be given the same cross-ranking kill reward for killing monsters of the same level, no matter whether they are rank -1 or rank -9. What if I kill a true god? Lin Huang probed again. At your current combat strength, you'll be awarded a grade 3 golden card draw opportunity if you kill a true god. There'll be a 90% probability that you'll obtain a grade 3 golden card and a 10% probably for a grade 4 card. Alright then. Initially, Lin Huang thought he would obtain more opportunities for drawing a card if he killed a true god. It turned out that the system boosted the quality of the draw instead. Lin Huang thought about it and asked, will the card draw be multiplied if I use a double reward card? Since the function cards have been categorized into grades, a portion of them of which their function range isn't clear will be restricted by the grades. The double reward cards you currently own have been categorized into grade 2 function cards, whereby they don't work on a grade 3 card draw reward. Only a grade 3 card double reward card will work on a grade 3 card draw reward. Lin Huang finally understood it after hearing what Xiaohei said. The initial double reward card, advance card, provisional combat strength upgrade card, and such were not restricted in terms of application whereby all powerhouses could use them regardless of their combat strength. However, since the system divided the function cards into grades, the functions of the cards would apply to different grades. It was equivalent to a person selling 100 square meters of land and building a 300 square meter house on the available land aside. Since the land was all sold out now, it was only natural that the house would be prohibited from being built. Xiaohei's system put those function cards with gray areas into grades whereby they would only work when applied on given grades. Alright then, excluding a grade 3 double reward card, I only have 19 grade 3 card rewards on each combat strength. In other words, I'll only have 95 card draw rewards from the 5 ranks which range from Imperial level Black Gold rank to Imperial level Purple Gold rank. I must correct you about this. Your life palace is different from anyone else's life palace in this gravel world. Your Imperial levels won't be ranked from Imperial level Black Gold rank to Imperial level Purple Gold rank. Lin Huang was shocked to hear what Xiaohei said. He suddenly recalled that the combat strength on his personal card was indeed not Imperial level Black Gold rank, but merely Imperial level. He tapped his personal card open again and checked through it. To his astonishment, he realized that the combat strength displayed on it was indeed Imperial level only. He was dumbstruck. If I don't elevate from Imperial level Black Gold rank to Imperial level Purple Gold rank like how it usually goes, how am I elevating based on ranks? Lin Huang had no idea how should he advance next. Think about the people in this gravel world. How do they elevate from Imperial level Black Gold rank to Imperial level Purple Gold rank? Said the stone tablet's voice slowly. It did not give Lin Huang a direct solution and asked him that instead. One would have to kill an Imperial level monster and take its life base for integration in order to elevate. To elevate from Imperial level Black Gold rank to Imperial level Crimson Gold rank, one would have to kill a monster on Imperial level Crimson Gold rank or above to take its life base. The process is similar to elevating from Immortal level to Imperial level Black Gold rank. Lin Huang stopped all of a sudden as he muttered, "Do you mean, I'll integrate more godheads into my life palace that has been formed to elevate it? It's a life palace anyway. The other elevation methods work no matter how different they are," the stone tablet informed while smiling. "So, how many integrations will it take for me to elevate to virtual god level?" Lin Huang asked immediately. "It depends on how many integrations your life palace can take and when will it be the limit to integrate godheads. When there's no way to integrate any more godheads, it would mean it's time for you to elevate to virtual god level." The stone tablet's tone sounded like everything made sense. "What you said seems flawless based on logic." Lin Huang took the stone tablet's advice, which was to integrate godheads when he was elevating to Imperial level earlier. Eventually, he made it. He thought about it and decided to go with it anyway. "I don't care how many ranks there are. It's not too late to elevate to virtual god level when I'm done feeding my life palace to the point that it can no longer integrate any more godheads. Meanwhile, I'll call this life palace Imperial level grade -1 then. I'll add one more grade to it each time the integration goes through. Let's see how many grades it'll take for it to reach a full cycle." Lin Huang did not notice that the information on his personal card changed automatically as soon as he said that. The original combat strength evolved from Imperial level to Imperial level grade 1. Judging by the process through which I elevated to Imperial level, a virtual god rank 9 godhead will be required as the main material for each grade of elevation, as well as other ranks of godheads and broken godheads as subsidiary materials. I only have 3 virtual god rank 9 godheads as the main material now, but I don't have many subsidiary materials. Lin Huang had obtained 3 virtual god rank 9 godheads as his reward when he was on Stairway Tree earlier. They could be used as the main material for the elevation of his combat strength. The problem was that he had used most of the other godheads and broken godheads for his previous upgrade to Imperial level. The remaining few were the ones he was now left with when his body could no longer take any more materials earlier. They were insufficient for him to elevate to Imperial level grade -2. It might be a little difficult to gather subsidiary materials to get to Imperial level grade 3 and grade 4, but it shouldn't be too hard to collect enough subsidiary materials to elevate to Imperial level grade -2. After making sure that the elevation method was fine, Lin Huang did not hesitate anymore and took out a virtual god rank 9 godhead. He tossed it into his body and threw in the remaining few godheads and broken godheads in his storage space at the same time. The godheads and broken godheads crashed into his life palace like a meteor shower. They were soon surrounded by the 10 golden life wheels that resembled suns. Maroon divine fire was spat out of the life wheels one after another and drowned the godheads completely. Lin Huang felt the refinement progress right away. The refinement speed almost doubled compared to before. Given the current efficiency of refinement alone without me activating it, it'll only take 6 to 7 months to refine this virtual god rank 9 godhead fully. If I refine it by myself at all costs, I think I'll only need approximately a month to complete the refinement. What I need to do now is to find enough godheads to elevate my life palace to grade 2 before this virtual god rank 9 godhead is refined completely. Chapter 1147. 2 specific cards. After shoving the godheads into his body, Lin Huang merely peeped at the refinement progress and stopped looking at it. Instead, he asked Xiaohei, "You told me that grade 3 cards only work on virtual god level. So, does that mean a grade 3 healing card can be used to heal Mr. Fu's injury?" "Yes, if it's a grade 3 healing card, almost all injuries can be healed for people below true god level." "Alright, I'd like to trade a grade 3 healing card. Are you sure you want to trade directly? If you trade a specific card directly, it'll take 10 times more of your card rewards. Moreover, your card rewards are grade 2, so the ratio to trade in a grade 3 card would be 100:1. In other words, it'll take up to 1000 card rewards for you to trade a grade 3 healing card." "I know. Do it," Lin Huang confirmed. He knew about the specific card trading condition since the beginning. After all, he had done that more than once. "Alright then, you currently have 11,728 card draw rewards grade 2. You'll only have 10,728 card rewards left after this grade 3 card trade, which will drain 1000 card draws. Congratulations, you've obtained a specific card, the healing card grade 3 by 1 inch. Can I trade the grade 2 and grade 3 card draw rewards as I wish? Can I trade them back if I trade them now and regret it a few days later? Are there any restrictions? Lin Huang thought about it and raised a few questions. You can trade 3 times freely with no condition. However, trading will be prohibited completely if you do that more than 3 times. I get it now. Trade in the remaining grade 2 card draw rewards, which are 100 to 10,000 times of the grade 3 card draw rewards, then put the remaining 728 times aside. Lin Huang fell into a moment of silence before ordering Xiao He. Are you sure you want to do that? Xiao He reconfirmed with Lin Huang again. After all, he was only allowed to do that 3 times and would lose a chance if he did it now. I confirm. Lin Huang nodded right away without hesitation. A grade 2 card draw reward was nothing much to him, as the remaining 700 or so times would be completely sufficient. If that was insufficient, he would trade them back with grade 3 card draw rewards. Consuming card draw rewards grade 2 x 10,000 for card draw reward grade 3. Congratulations, you've obtained card draw rewards grade 3 by 100 inches below are the available card draw rewards you have. Card draw rewards grade 2 by 728 inches. Card draw rewards grade 3 by 100 inches. Lin Huang stared at the box that popped up and asked all of a sudden, are there any cards among the grade 3 cards that can revive a person? There's a revival card, but it can only be used to revive level -1 lives. It won't work on level 2 lives above holy fire level. If you'd like to revive a level 2 life, you'd need at least a grade 4 card. The revival card is a special card that involves the rule power. Such a card will be restricted by the world rule that you're currently in, which causes this grade 3 card to only have a grade -1 effect. I know, I only need it to revive a level -1 life. Lin Huang nodded and paused subsequently before asking again, will the person I revive have any after effects due to the card? No, this card revives the deceased with the rule power. The deceased's body and soul will be recovered and regain exactly the same condition one had before death. There won't be any strangeness in after effects. That's great. Lin Huang was finally relieved. Trade me a revival card then. Trading a specific revival card will consume 10 times of your grade 3 card draws. Are you sure you want to do that? I confirm it. Consuming card draw rewards grade 3 x 10 for a specific card. Congratulations, you've obtained a specific card, the revival card grade 3 x 1. Lin Huang summoned the card immediately after the trade was successful. The front of the card was a moving image. The image depicted a burial place during midnight. All of a sudden, a tomb in the middle of the burial trembled and a man crawled out of it slowly. The man had dirt stuck to his clothes, but he did not look like a dead person at all. The man stared at his hands in disbelief after crawling out of the grave. He then placed his right hand on the left side of his chest. The card turned black while a flutter of heartbeats could be felt clearly in the dark. Lin Huang smiled after finishing the little story. He then turned the card around. Revival card, type of card, special card, rarity, grade 3 inches. Function, the card can revive a specific living thing once activated. Remark 1. This card cannot be recalled once it's been activated, so the user has to specify a target within 3 minutes. The card will disintegrate automatically if no target is specified in 3 minutes. Remark 2. The target has to be within 10 meters from the user. The card cannot be used on a target that is out of range. Remark 3. The target has to be a part of the deceased flesh or soul. It can be the deceased's body, ashes, hair, blood, soul fragment, and so on. Remark 4. The target has to be a living thing. It cannot be a collective of consciousness. If it's a living thing with many individual consciousnesses, the card can only revive 10 consciousness randomly. Use more cards to revive the other consciousnesses that are excluded from the ones that have been revived. Remark 5. This card can only be used on level 1 lives. Lin Huang read the details at the back of the card thoroughly before nodding. He then recalled the card. Naturally, he put this revival card aside for the fatty, xianxia. Although Fatty was talkative, lazy and had many bad habits, he was a remarkable person who had great cooking skills. Most importantly, he treated Lin Huang as a friend. 3 years ago, Lin Huang had no friends when he just arrived in this world. On a certain level, Fatty was actually the first friend Lin Huang had in this gravel world. Although he knew Li Lang much earlier, they only met once back then, so they were not considered friends at all. Fatty's death had been on Lin Huang's mind for the past 2 years. Although he would always say that it was Grand Mistress Wei who killed Fatty and that he had avenged Fatty for killing the mastermind, he knew very well that he was indirectly the reason why his friend was killed. If he did not kill Wei Shan and offend Grand Mistress Wei would not have sent Lily to kill him. Then, Fatty would not have encountered Lily and he would not have been killed. Now, the matter that had been bothering Lin Huang could finally be solved. Chapter 1148. So you're that kind of a guy, Mr. Fu. It was winter in the peaceful ocean when November was coming to an end. The water in the peaceful ocean was different from normal water, whereby it would not freeze easily even though the temperature dropped sub-zero. There would only be a thin layer of frost on the surface when it went below -30 degrees Celsius. However, the deeper the ocean, the lower the freezing point of the sea water. Some investigators even found out that the lowest the temperature would go at the bottom of the peaceful ocean was -270 degrees Celsius. At the moment, it was -20 degrees Celsius on the ocean. There was an ice fog covering the sea, making it seem like the entire peaceful ocean was draped in a white chiffon dress. Even demigods usually dared not enter the peaceful ocean in such terrible weather. One reason was that there would be a magnetic field interference in the ice fog which made one unable to set the coordinates and directions on their emperor's heart ring. The other reason was that the ice fog above the peaceful ocean would absorb energy. If one was lost in the ice fog for too long, even a demigod's divine power and life power would be entirely drained. Another reason was that the deep sea's temperature would drop continuously during winter. Most sea monsters and fishes would stay close to the surface as much as they could. The low temperature caused many sea kings and other monsters to lurk right below the surface, which made it at least 100 times more dangerous than usual. However, a purple-gold silhouette tore through the layers of ice fog despite the terrible conditions. It flew less than 20 meters above the sea at an insanely fast speed. If someone had powerful vision, he would be able to see that it was a purple majestic eagle with golden patterns on its body. Meanwhile, there was a handsome young man sitting on the beast's back. He seemed to be only 20 years old. Naturally, it was Lin Huang and Thunder who would travel above peaceful ocean at such a time. It was Lin Huang's first time summoning Thunder since it elevated to mythical level. All sea monsters would avoid Thunder since it was a quadruple mutated mythical level beast who had imperial level purple gold ranked combat strength. Such a monster was the born nemesis of sea monsters, what more given its current powerful combat strength. Most sea monsters would flee as soon as they sensed its aura from far away. They encountered 2 demigod-level sea kings challenging them. Nonetheless, Thunder did not bother to fight as its shriek alone penetrated the seawater and entered the sea kings' heads. The sea kings felt like there were thousands of thunder strikes exploding at the same time, stunning them senseless. The power named Thunderstrike was a new skill Thunder obtained since elevating to mythical level. The main effect was a sonic attack and soul deterrence. In reality, it would not do any physical harm. They would pass out from its shriek alone if the opponent was weak. Even if the opponent were powerful, it could stun the opponent for a moment. Thunder did not bother attacking the demigod-level sea kings that blocked its way. It only released a shriek and flew past the 2 shocked sea kings. Thunder was long gone when the sea kings snapped back to their senses a few minutes later. Naturally, Lin Huang's sudden appearance at the peaceful ocean was to look for Mr. Fu. However, he did not inform Mr. Fu about his visit in advance because he wanted to give him a surprise. After getting out of the dimensional portal at the peaceful ocean port, Lin Huang flew on Thunder's back for more than an hour and finally found Mr. Fu's spaceship. He was shocked to see what was happening as he stood up and looked at the spaceship. Mr. Fu wore blue beach shorts and a yellow floral shirt while lying in the chair and fishing with his sunglasses on. What shocked Lin Huang was that 2 female mermaids were serving him on both sides. The 2 female mermaids had fishtails and beautiful, curvy torsos. They had stunning figures which were accentuated by 2 seashells covering their breasts. One of them was massaging Mr. Fu's arm while the other was feeding him fruits. Lin Huang patted Thunder carefully before it descended rapidly. Sensing there was a monster coming toward his spaceship, Mr. Fu lifted his head to look at Thunder's direction. Just when he was going to attack by brandishing the fishing rod, he sensed a familiar aura and stopped. He raised his brow when he got a closer look at the figure. Lin Huang. Meanwhile, Thunder had landed on the spaceship deck. Lin Huang hopped off Thunder's back. "Sir." Lin Huang did not recall thunder and walked to Mr. Fu directly. Mr. Fu was stunned to see Lin Huang. A beautiful mermaid was feeding him clean sea grapes. Mr. Fu blushed and waved the two beautiful mermaids away. There's something that I need to do. You guys should leave. The two mermaids nodded in obedience, then leapt into the peaceful ocean from the deck. They bade farewell to Mr. Fu reluctantly before they left. Mr. Fu only turned his head to look at Lin Huang after sending the two mermaids off. The mermaids, you don't have to explain anything to me, sir. Lin Huang had never planned to ask about Mr. Fu's life. As half of the mermaids' bodies appeared human, some of the collectors would purchase them as their slaves for their obedient character. Some would even release their sexual desire on them. At least, Mr. Fu had mermaids and not mermen. It's not what you think, Mr. Fu proceeded to explain while looking guilty. I was grilling fish back then and attracted a mermaid tribe nearby. To eat my grilled fish, they would send 2 to 3 mermaids over every day to provide me with all kinds of services. Some would gather the ingredients for me and sometimes they would clean my ship. They've done the chores that I asked them to do these few days, so they began looking for other things to do on their own. They would give me massages when I fish and feed me fruits. We really didn't do anything else. Oh, Lin Huang's reaction was very calm. To Mr. Fu, his reaction was clearly perfunctory, so he emphasized, I'm serious. I know. Lin Huang nodded. Seeing Lin Huang remain calm, Mr. Fu opened his mouth and abruptly realized the change in his aura all of a sudden before he could say what he was about to. Your aura, you've elevated to imperial level. Just when Mr. Fu said that, he sensed oddness in Lin Huang. He could not help but mumble softly, why does he feel like a virtual god level? I've elevated to imperial level, but I didn't achieve it with the usual method, Lin Huang explained briefly. It was not because he refused to explain, but there was something more important to do. Let's not talk about me. I'm visiting you this time to solve the issue of your broken godhead. Chapter 1149. Goodbye, sir. Do you really have a solution for my broken godhead? Mr. Fu's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Huang. He had been cultivating for many years, but he had yet to find a way to fix his godhead. However, he had few doubts when he heard that all of a sudden. After all, he knew that Lin Huang was the emperor of dynasty who had an organization supporting him in the great world. He had ways that he could not imagine. Yes, Lin Huang confirmed while smiling. Is there anything that you need me to do? Mr. Fu asked again instantly, is there anything that I should prepare? There are no such concerns. Lin Huang pointed at the chair. Go lie down and close your eyes. Recall your divine telekinesis in God territory. It'll only take a moment. Mr. Fu reclined on the chair right away, then recalled his divine telekinesis in God territory. He closed his eyes despite feeling a little anxious at the moment. For almost 800 years, he had almost forgotten how anxiety felt like. Now, the feeling came rushing all at once. Lin Huang pointed at Mr. Fu's heart after he lay down and closed his eyes. At the same time, Lin Huang crushed a grade 3 healing card with his other hand. The healing card turned into a golden glow that only Lin Huang could see and flowed into Mr. Fu's heart through Lin Huang's fingertips. Almost the same time when the golden glow penetrated Mr. Fu's body, he could clearly sense that everything in his body was repairing itself rapidly. The feeling was bizarre. He was eager to know what Lin Huang was doing exactly. However, he recalled that Lin Huang asked him to close his eyes as well as recall his divine telekinesis in God territory, so he suppressed his urge to find out the truth. He did not want to interrupt Lin Huang's healing process with his impulsive curiosity. Mr. Fu's body was repairing as a whole as soon as the effect of the healing card kicked in. Not only was his body getting younger and his weak soul becoming strong now, but even the godhead in his body and broken cultivation base were also healing rapidly. Mr. Fu sensed his body going through a tremendous change every second. It was healing to the point that even his combat strength that had dropped was increasing. Virtual God rank 6. Virtual God rank 7. Virtual God rank -8. His aura was growing continuously. However, to Lin Huang, the biggest change in Mr. Fu was his body. The old man, who was initially skinny, was getting younger at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Besides his skin and muscles recovering, even his height was growing. Within a short few seconds, Mr. Fu turned from a skinny old man to a young man who only looked like he was in his early 20s. Even Lin Huang had to admit that Mr. Fu's appearance was just as charming as his. Seeing how Mr. Fu looked now, Lin Huang recalled the time when Mr. Fu visited him at his home. He disguised as exactly what he looked like now. So, he was telling the truth. He really was 1.85 meters tall back then. Meanwhile, Mr. Fu secretly glimpsed into his body. He realized that his body was changing swiftly. He could not take his eyes off the changes in the godhead. The godhead that he had was initially almost disintegrated, whereby cracks were formed all over like a spiderweb. However, those tiny cracks were entirely repaired within a few seconds and the recovery was still ongoing. The cracks that looked like spiderwebs were recovering like time had been turned back. Even the big fissure that caused the godhead to almost disintegrate was being mended continuously. In reality, the entire process only took less than 15 seconds. However, it was a long process for Mr. Fu. He did not even bother to study the other changes that were going on in his body. All he was doing was guarding the godhead's side to watch the giant fissure being filled. Eventually, it was fixed completely with not a single trace of damage to it at all. When Mr. Fu snapped back from his observation of the godhead, he realized that his godhead was not the only thing that had been repaired. His body, as well as his soul, had recovered to his peak during his younger self over 800 years ago. What surprised Mr. Fu the most was that his combat strength had recovered to peak stage Virtual God rank 8, thus he was only one step away from reaching Virtual God rank -9. Lin Huang only withdrew his finger that was pointing at Mr. Fu's heart when the transformation was almost over. You can open your eyes now. Mr. Fu finally opened his eyes after hearing Lin Huang's voice. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to turn on the camera on his Emperor's heart ring and project his own image. Check it out, I'm even more handsome when I was young. Mr. Fu leapt from the chair upon seeing himself looking like his younger self again. His head hung down and he stared at his hands. I'm pumped with energy. It feels like I've traveled more than 800 years back. Has your godhead recovered completely? Lin Huang asked immediately. It's recovered completely. There's not even a trace left behind. Mr. Fu nodded in satisfaction. What you did was insane. Mr. Fu did not ask Lin Huang what exactly he did. As a wise man, he knew there were secrets that one should not pry into. It's not just my godhead. My soul, my body, and my combat strength have recovered to their peak. I can faintly sense that my combat strength is going to break through to Virtual God rank 9 soon. You've earned that. It's been over 800 years since your combat strength elevated after all, Lin Huang replied with a grin. Hearing Mr. Fu's description, the effect of the healing card seemed to be even better than he expected. Elevating my combat strength is an opportunity that's hard to come by. I wouldn't want to miss it for the world. Mr. Fu lifted his head to look at Lin Huang. I thought I wanted to get you to stay for a few days for a decent conversation, but it seems like we'll do it next time because I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Sure, it's more important to elevate, Lin Huang agreed. I happen to have something else to do for these few days, so I wouldn't be able to stay even if you asked me to. We'll have plenty of time to chat after you get out of your closed-door cultivation. Lin Huang did not plan to stay any longer. He summoned Dimensional Portal and flapped his sleeve to recall Thunder back into a card. Mr. Fu spoke through voice transmission all of a sudden after seeing Lin Huang opening the Dimensional Portal. Thank you. Lin Huang paused and turned his head to reply through a voice transmission, You're my teacher. There's no need to be so courteous. Lin Huang paused after saying that and smirked at Mr. Fu. The more powerful your ability is, the more powerful my support is. I'm the one who'll benefit in the end. You little rascal. Mr. Fu shook his head while smiling. Lin Huang waved at him after stepping into the Dimensional Portal. Goodbye, sir. With a nod, Mr. Fu smiled at Lin Huang. He watched the Dimensional Portal close slowly and eventually vanished with Lin Huang. Chapter 1150. Fatty's Resurrection. It was drizzling in Nanmu town that was 1,300 kilometers away from Baki City. The weather was gloomy as if the sun had set when it was only noon. Apart from Memorial Day, nobody would visit the cemetery in the eastern suburbs of the town, let alone on such a drizzling day in early winter when the chill seeped into one's bones and made them ache. However, a silhouette stood before a tomb in the cemetery at that moment. It was a handsome, young man who looked only 20. He wore a dark gray windbreaker and held a black umbrella. He only mumbled to himself after standing before the tomb for a long time, "Little fatty, you should be well rested since you've been sleeping for 2 years. It's time for you to get up and chase your dream of being a food hunter." The young man moved his finger lightly as soon as he was done speaking. A silver metal egg appeared by his side all of a sudden. The egg turned into a bald head that looked human. It was shiny under the sun. Yes, that was the new look that the warlord gave himself ever since he elevated a bald robot man. To be honest, Lin Huang could not understand the warlord's standard of beauty at all. In reality, he could totally get himself a wig, but he decided to go bald like an egg. Lin Huang gave his order after ignoring the warlord's baldness. "Warlord, get me the coffin under this tomb." The warlord opened his machinery space storage, and 2 tiny mechanical creatures that looked similar to armadillos rolled out of it. They drilled underground as soon as they appeared. Soon, the tomb collapsed while the 2 mechanical creatures dragged a black coffin out. "Do we open it?" asked the warlord Lin Huang in his mechanical synthesized voice. Lin Huang put the umbrella away and created a giant, black umbrella-shaped mirror above him in the coffin. He nodded at the warlord after blocking the rainwater completely. "Open it." A mechanical creature heard the order and shoved its sharp claws between the gaps on the lid of the coffin. It pulled hard and dragged the coffin open. Lin Huang took a step forward and looked at the corpse at the bottom of the coffin. Fatty's corpse was now a skeleton. One could not tell how his body had looked like when he had been alive. Lin Huang stopped walking while a grin appeared on his face. He turned on the camera on his Emperor's heart ring with the playful intention of taking a couple of photos. This should be the skinniest Fatty would ever be in his life. I should take pictures for memory. Lin Huang took out the revival card slowly after taking those naughty photos. He crushed the card after aiming it at Fatty's corpse. After the revival card disintegrated into countless pieces, they soon turned into golden streams of various sizes and penetrated yin-hang's skeletons that were left behind. Almost the second when the golden streams penetrated the bones, Lin Huang saw the lifeless skeleton begin growing flesh and organs at a remarkable speed. Within a couple of seconds, Fatty's body had completely recovered. He looked exactly the same before he died 2 years ago. Even the flab on his body came back exactly the same. A moment later, Lin Huang heard heartbeats from Fatty's chest. Meanwhile, Fatty's vitals were waking up and getting stronger. After some 10 seconds, his vitals finally stabilized. Lin Huang felt that the effect of the revival card had faded completely. However, Fatty, who was lying in the coffin, did not wake up. Just when Lin Huang wanted to find out what happened, he heard Fatty snoring from the coffin. This guy, Lin Huang was dumbfounded. "Get him out." The 2 mechanical creatures turned the coffin over mercilessly after hearing Lin Huang's order. Fatty, who was in deep sleep, turned around and sat on the ground immediately after the fall. He looked around in annoyance. "Who's that? Can't you let me sleep?" Just when he said that, he saw Lin Huang who was standing not far away from him. He observed him while feeling odd for a moment before saying, "Hey, you look like my friend, but you're taller and stronger." Lin Huang took out a set of clothes from his storage space and tossed it at Fatty. "Put these on." Fatty looked down and realized that the clothes on him were torn. Some of his private parts were exposed, so he covered them immediately. "Who put these torn clothes on me?" Fatty said and suddenly realized that what he was wearing was familiar. "That's not right. I think this is mine. Why are they torn?" He then glared at Lin Huang with his guard up. "What exactly did you do to me? I'm telling you that I like girls. Don't you dare come closer. Think carefully. What else do you remember?" Lin Huang ignored Fatty's nonsense and asked directly. "What do I remember?" Fatty was stunned for a moment. Images were playing back in his head one after another as he opened his mouth wider and wider in shock. After a long time, Fatty looked at Lin Huang, appearing lost. "I was dead." Lin Huang nodded at him. "So, why am I?" Fatty looked down at his hands. He wanted to use his Emperor's heart ring to project how he looked like, but he realized the ring on his finger could no longer be used. Lin Huang turned his Emperor's heart ring camera on and projected Fatty's image. Fatty was confused to see himself sitting on the ground with torn clothes and a perfectly fine body. However, soon, he noticed the coffin next to him and realized something. "Did you revive me?" Lin Huang nodded again. "Are you Lin Huang's relative? Why do you look so much like him?" In Fatty's memory, Lin Huang was still a young man who was 1.7 meters tall. The difference with the current Lin Huang was significant. "I'm Lin Huang. Lin Huang finally revealed his identity. It's been more than 2 years since you died. He told him what happened briefly since Fatty still looked puzzled. The memories were coming back to Fatty. The images in his head finally matched what Lin Huang said as he recalled all the details that happened 2 years ago. Nostalgia flashed through his eyes when he thought of Zhang Mengmeng, but he soon hid his emotions. Fatty seemed excited after accepting the truth that he was revived. Since you managed to revive me, you must be a transcendent now. I'll rely on you from now onwards. Can you put the clothes on first? Lin Huang looked at Fatty, who was in torn garments, in disdain. He could almost see what was behind Fatty's shredded pants at his crotch. Fatty recalled that he was still in torn clothes. He hid behind a tomb immediately and put the clothes on. Clearly, Lin Huang's clothes were not Fatty's size. He could not button the pants and it was too long. The shirt and jacket were too tight, so his big belly was showing. Your clothes are too small, Fatty complained after putting the clothes on. You're too fat. Where are we going now? Fatty asked again. We're going home. Lin Huang passed him a black umbrella. Chapter 1151. Going back to the Yin residence, going home. Fatty was stunned and hesitated. Didn't you say that I was dead for 2 years? How do I explain myself if I go home? Just say that you were hiding from your enemy and faked your death. Lin Huang thought about it and gave an answer. Then, how do I explain my body that hasn't changed at all throughout the 2 years? Fatty asked again, feeling helpless. A young man should go through a growth spurt when he was 16 to 17 years old. Just like Lin Huang, he grew over 10 centimeters taller throughout the 2 years and was 1.83 meters tall now. He no longer looked like a teenager. He was clearly a grown man now. However, Fatty looked exactly the same as he was 2 years back when he was resurrected with the revival card. Nothing about him changed at all. His family would definitely be skeptical about that. Lin Huang thought about it for a while and explained, tell them that your body has stopped growing temporarily throughout the 2 years. It's the side effect of the elixir you took to fake your death, but the side effect has a time limit. It should only last for 2 to 3 years. Fatty nodded when he heard that, since he could not think of any explanation better than that. To outsiders, stop using your identity as xianxia. The news will spread quickly if anyone knows that you were resurrected. Then, trouble will never stop coming to you. There'll be many organizations watching you, so we can't rule out the possibility that underground organizations might carry violence out on you. By then, not only you but your family will be at risk too. I'll get you another identity. You'll live your life as xianxia's brother. Think of a name for yourself. Okay. Xianxia nodded immediately. He would not want to be the target of many organizations. Lin Huang took a good look at Xianxia again and thought what he wore would definitely attract attention. He then summoned Grimace, that had elevated to mythical level and looked like a gentleman. He had a black top hat on his head and there was a circle of diamonds mounted on the band of the hat. He wore half a golden mask on his face while his lips curled in a terrifying grin. His black robe with golden patterns was elegant and exquisite. One could tell that it was expensive by the look of it. He held a black walking stick, the top of which was adorned with gold and silver. His white leather shoes were as pure as pearl. He no longer looked like a ridiculous clown. Even his charisma he emanated made him seem like a noble gentleman who came from a well-known family that had descended for hundreds of years. Who is this? Xianxia was surprised to see Grimace appeared out of nowhere. He's my imperial beast. Xianxia took a careful look at Grimace after hearing Lin Huang's answer. He was even more surprised now. Is he really not human? No, he only looks like one. Lin Huang gave a perfunctory response and turned his head to look at Grimace. He changed the subject. Grimace, give him a disguise. The main goal is to not let anyone recognize his face. Don't change his body size. Just tweak his clothing slightly so that it won't be as terribly fitting as it is now. Grimace walked to Fatty and looked down at him for a moment. He then snapped his fingers. Instantly, Fatty looked like he had undergone plastic surgery. His face that looked immature was transformed into an uncle's face with rough skin. He wore a blue robe and looked like a stand-up comedian. Lin Huang almost laughed out loud when he saw him. Meanwhile, Fatty looked lost. He thought Grimace made him ugly, so he touched his face immediately. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with the disguise? His face is fine. Change his clothes, Lin Huang said to Grimace. Grimace rolled his eyes at Lin Huang and snapped his fingers again unwillingly. Fatty's attire finally looked normal now, but he looked like he was in a boy band with Lin Huang. Clearly, Grimace had done that on purpose. Lin Huang was thinking of getting Grimace to change his attire again, but he thought about it carefully and got rid of the thought since he had no idea what kind of prank Grimace would pull again. Make yourself invisible and stay by my side. Don't pull any tricks. Just when Lin Huang was done saying that, Grimace disappeared after snapping his fingers. Only Lin Huang could see that he was on his right. He was making silly faces at Fatty, who was less than 10 centimeters away from him. Where did he go? Is he really invisible now? Fatty looked around, feeling that a transcendence world was rather bizarre. You might obtain a similar ability when you become a transcendent in the future. Lin Huang pressed his hand on Fatty's shoulder and flew while grabbing him. A moment later, the duo appeared at the only business district in Nanmu town. Fatty looked around and stared at Lin Huang in puzzlement. Why are we here? Take a shower and put on new clothes. Can you smell the stench on you? Also, you'll have to remove your disguise when you get home. I don't think you should appear before your grandmother wearing something that doesn't fit. Fatty lifted his arm and sniffed his armpit. To his absolute disgust, he felt nauseous and almost vomited. He just realized that apart from the time they were flying, Lin Huang had been keeping a distance of 2 meters away from him. After taking a thorough shower at a bathhouse with individual showers, the duo went shopping and bought a few sets of clothes for Fatty. Lin Huang got Grimace to remove Fatty's clothes after Fatty put the new ones on. They then headed to the Yin residence. Since the family transferred Kai Hotel to Lin Huang, he did nothing to it apart from setting the direction of the development in the beginning. However, under the operation of a professional management team, Kai Hotel's profits surpassed 10 times more than 2 years ago. Lin Huang held the Yin family's 50% of shares with the family recipe. The annual profit the family had been receiving was much higher than before, so they were amassing their wealth. Tears welled up in Yin Hengyi's eyes when he saw the old house that he was familiar with. Initially, he was worried about how the family had been holding up before going there. After all, his father and he had passed away while nobody could manage Kai Hotel. However, Fatty was relieved when he saw that the courtyard was as neat as 2 years ago through the fences. He peeped at Lin Huang, who was next to him secretly, figuring that this old friend must have helped his family. The old security guard at the entrance began observing them with narrowed eyes when he noticed their appearance. He soon recognized Lin Huang. Lin Huang experienced a major growth in his height, but in reality, he did not have much changes in his appearance. Many people had been visiting the family for the past 2 years, but there was nobody else who was as young as Lin Huang. Are you Mr. Lin? Please come in. Come in. I'll tell the butler and the old lady that you're here. Very much appreciated, sir. Lin Huang nodded while smiling. He did not expect the man to remember him. Chapter 1152. When was the last time you wet your bed? Lin Huang and Yin Hengyi waited at the pavilion in the courtyard for the guard to inform the family about their arrival. Soon, the guard brought the butler over. The butler wore a black tuxedo as usual. He did not seem to have changed at all compared to 2 years ago. Fatty was slightly emotional when he saw the butler. He almost wanted to greet him, but Lin Huang, who was next to him, stopped him through voice transmission. Mr. Lin, it's been a while. The butler clearly did not recognize Yin Hengyi. He was very friendly when he saw Lin Huang. After all, he might have been dismissed by the family if Lin Huang had not taken over Kai Hotel 2 years ago. If the family's financial situation were already unstable, feeding another person would be a burden, let alone a butler like him who required a high pay. It's been over 2 years. I can't believe you still recognize me. Lin Huang exclaimed with a smile. You're the family's savior. How can we forget you? The butler replied politely. Don't say that. Lin Huang waved his hand immediately. Is the old lady home? She's waiting in the living room on the 2nd floor. The butler abruptly noticed Yin Hengyi's existence. May I know who this is? He's a friend. Lin Huang only gave a brief response and explained no more. Seeing that Lin Huang was unwilling to say more, the butler did not ask further. I'll bring you guys over. Both of them followed behind the butler and headed to the house after passing the courtyard. After entering the house, the butler led both of them to the 2nd floor. An old lady with silver hair was sitting on a couch in the living room of the 2nd floor. There was a woman sitting on her left. Lin Huang recognized the woman who was sitting next to the old lady. She was Yin Hengyi's aunt. Shaolin, it's been so long since you last visited me, greeted the old lady delightedly as soon as she saw Lin Huang. Lin Huang felt nothing, but Yin Hangyi almost burst in tears when he saw the old lady. "It's my fault. I should have visited you more," Lin Huang said with a smile. The old lady saw Yin Hangyi, who was next to him after speaking to Lin Huang. She seemed to be afraid to isolate the new guest, so she asked immediately, "This guy next to me?" Lin Huang did not reveal the answer immediately. He was afraid that the old lady was not mentally prepared, so he simply said while smiling, "This is a surprise that I brought you today." "A surprise? Are you guys performing a show for me?" the old lady asked bemusedly. However, the old lady was actually skeptical. She peeped at the calendar secretly. It was the 26th of November. She thought about this date in her head quickly, but she did not recall anything special about the day. It was not a festival or anyone's birthday. Though doubtful, the old lady did not ask why Lin Huang picked such a day to surprise her. "It's a special performance," Lin Huang responded. "I think you'll like it." "Let's begin then." The old lady could not figure out what Lin Huang was trying to do at all, but she chose to believe him. Lin Huang signaled Grimace, who was invisible next to him, and they snapped their fingers together. At the same time the fingers snapped, the disguise on Yin Hangyi's head was removed completely, revealing his original face. As soon as Yin Hangyi's face was unveiled, the entire room fell into a dead silence. The expression of the old lady, who was smiling, turned stiff before she subsequently became emotional. The aunt sitting next to her was smiling along with her at the beginning. She had shock written all over her face when she saw Yin Hangyi's face. Standing not far away, the butler was stunned. His mouth was open for quite a while. "Hangyi," the old lady's voice was shaking a little. "Is that really you?" She turned her head and looked at Lin Huang. She asked him, "Is this real?" Lin Huang nodded lightly. In reality, Yin Hangyi isn't dead. He had to fake his death back then to hide from his enemy, a royal. He got me to put on a show with him. The royal I offended came from a major organization in the core zone. I had to fake my death to prevent him from taking revenge on me. Fortunately, the clan the person came from offended someone they shouldn't and the whole clan was killed. Since then, I can finally stop disguising myself. Both of them came up with that story when they were buying clothes earlier. How about your appearance? Why do you look exactly the same as 2 years ago? The aunt raised her doubt. She noticed that because the difference was terribly stark when Lin Huang stood next to Yin Hangyi. She still remembered clearly how Lin Huang looked like 2 years ago. The elixir that I injected had a special side effect whereby my body would remain how I was when I was injected. This side effect isn't permanent. It'll only last 2 to 3 years at the most. Yin Hangyi told her the lie that Lin Huang had come up with earlier. The old lady finally calmed down and turned her head to look at Lin Huang. She stared at him seriously for a while before asking, "Shaolin, is he really Hangyi? Are you lying?" "Grandma, I might joke about other stuff, but I'd definitely never joke about this," Lin Huang replied grimly. The old lady nodded and turned her head to look at Yin Hangyi. She gave him a stern look before speaking, "If you really are Hangyi, I hope don't mind me asking something personal." "Go ahead, Grandma." Yin Hangyi nodded, feeling a little helpless. Hangyi always wet his bed when he was younger. When was the last time he wet his bed? What were the time and date? I believe you'd remember this crystal clear if you really are Hangyi. Moreover, it's pretty impossible for Hangyi to tell someone else this. Yin Hangyi looked bothered as he said helplessly after peeping at Lin Huang, "It last happened when I was 11. It was summer, and the exact date should have been the 18th of June. I remember I drank too much water the day before, and I had a dream of me looking for the toilet the entire night. I found it eventually. That's rather detailed." Lin Huang made fun of him. "Another question." The old lady nodded. "Which of my dishes did you hate the most?" There are actually 2 answers to this question. One is onion rings and another is cold noodles because I really hate onion and coriander. Fatty shared the answer. The old lady could not stop the tears from flowing when she heard the answer. "You really are Hangyi, Grandma." Yin Hangyi was holding back, but he could not help it when he saw the old lady crying. He could not stop weeping too. He rushed to his grandma and hugged her. The grandmother and grandson sobbed while hugging, finally calming down a while later. Lin Huang said nothing. Instead, he waited for the people to calm down before telling them to allow Yin Hangyi to disguise himself. The old lady and the rest agreed to that immediately and they promised to keep Yin Hangyi's return a secret. After handling Fatty and the family's matter, Lin Huang transferred K-Lai Hotel's shares back to the family. He then bade farewell to the family and returned to Emperor City in Division 1. Chapter 1153. One day, we'll definitely meet. The sky was turning dark when Lin Huang returned to the Emperor Palace after he settled the matter with Mr. Fu and Yin Hangyi. He glanced at Dynasty's headquarters that was still well lit. He hesitated before going in. As the Emperor of Dynasty, he had actually entered the building merely a few times. The security guards and front desk receptionist who worked overtime as well as the people in the lobby were stunned to see him walking into the building. They gawked at him. Lin Huang remained smiling as he nodded at the people. He walked straight to the front desk and spoke to the lady who was dressed rather fashionably. Is Tianfu here? Yes, Master Tianfu is here. The lady at the front desk nodded immediately. Thank you, keep it up, Lin Huang replied and turned around, heading to Huang Tianfu's office. The lady at the front desk watched Lin Huang left looking like she was charmed while mumbling softly, Master Emperor thank me. Lin Huang knocked on the door when he arrived at Huang Tianfu's office. Huang Tianfu's voice soon boomed from the room. Come in. Lin Huang then opened the door and entered. Huang Tianfu was stunned for a moment when he saw that it was Lin Huang who strolled in. Clearly, he did not expect him. Still busy working, Lin Huang glanced at the numerous documents that were projected from his emperor's heart ring. He suddenly felt that it was not easy being in Huang Tianfu's position. There's something that I need to handle, Huang Tianfu said and paused all of a sudden. He asked in surprise, Master Emperor, have you already broken through to Imperial level? Yes, I just did, Lin Huang confirmed with a wide grin. I thought you'd need at least a week to half a month when you went hunting for life-based monsters. I never expected you to be so quick. Clearly, Huang Tianfu knew that Lin Huang had left Dynasty early in the morning. The elevation this time was considered pretty smooth. Lin Huang did not plan to explain his cultivation system that was different from the usual since Huang Tianfu did not have to know about that. How much more time do you need to finish this? Shall we have supper together? I won't finish them just yet. I'll do it tomorrow. I heard there's a new barbecue place that's pretty amazing. Are you talking about Biggie Barbecue? They're pretty amazing indeed, Huang Tianfu replied cheerfully. They usually let the customers do the grilling themselves, but the owner has a special sauce. There are 4 flavors which are non-spicy, slightly spicy, medium spicy and extra spicy. They only open after 6 p.m. but people queue until 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. Their business is booming. Is it really that good? Lin Huang was even more excited hearing that. You'll see after you've tried it. Their sauces are amazing, said Huang Tianfu and he turned off the projection. He then projected his contact book. Let me call the owner and get ourselves a reservation. Otherwise, we'll have to queue 1 to 2 hours when we get there. Both of them departed as soon as Huang Tianfu completed the reservation. Soon, they arrived at the Biggie Barbecue restaurant. It was almost 7 p.m. There was a long queue outside the restaurant. At least 40 to 50 people were waiting to be seated. The owner came out and welcomed Lin Huang and Huang Tianfu as soon as they arrived. He led the duo to a VIP room that had just been cleared on the 3rd floor. The owner was a bald middle-aged man who looked plump and kind. However, Lin Huang clearly sensed that the guy was a transcendent. Although he was only on holy fire level, he was still a transcendent nevertheless. It's our pleasure that will last for a lifetime for the Master Emperor to come to our humble restaurant. Clearly, the owner recognized Lin Huang as soon as they met. Give us your best today. Show Master Emperor your skill, challenged Huang Tianfu while grinning. Lin Huang thought he could finally do the carving himself, but the owner ended up doing it. He merely smiled as they watched the owner's messy knife skills. Although the owner was pretty good at it, he was not considered an eligible sword cultivator. Judging from his fancy way of cutting meat, Lin Huang could tell that he was the type who went for elegance. This kind of person would most probably fail in martial Dao due to his lack of effort to grasp the true martial Dao. Lin Huang did not comment on his skills from the beginning until the end. He might have pointed out his mistakes if the owner were a cultivator. However, the owner before him had obviously excused himself from the cultivator circle and was living a normal life now. He might not want to hear what Lin Huang had to say even if he were to discuss sword Dao with him out of kindness. Naturally, the owner was perfect apart from his overly fancy knife skills. He began preparing the second batch of meat to be grilled after the first batch was done and served it to both of them. Lin Huang shoved the first piece of grilled meat into his mouth in anticipation. Just when he chewed twice after putting it into his mouth, the expression on his face turned odd. After he ate the first one, Lin Huang shoved the second piece of meat into his mouth solemnly. He put the cutlery in his hands down after eating the second one. He looked at the owner who was preparing the second batch of grilled meat. "Sir, where did you get the sauces from?" Huang Tianfu was surprised to see Lin Huang asking that question so seriously. "What's wrong? Answer me." Lin Huang raised his hand to stop Huang Tianfu from asking further. His eyes remained staring on the owner. "Who gave you the recipe for this sauce?" The owner put what he was doing down and explained while panicking. "A guy gave it to me when I was running my restaurant back in Division 7. Lin Huang looked through the photo album in his Emperor's heart ring immediately. He finally projected a photo after searching for a long time. "Was it him? Looks similar, but that's a kid in this photo. The young man that I met looks the same age as you," said the owner nervously while looking at the photo. "Which foothold did you meet him in Division 7? Lin Huang asked again. "Winter City." "When was that?" "Over 3 months ago." "Can you tell me what happened when you guys met in detail? Tell me everything you remember. Try not to miss anything out," Lin Huang requested. The owner did not decline his request. Instead, he nodded and began telling the story. "I had a restaurant in Winter City of Division 7 before this. Business was all right. 3 months ago, that handsome young man came to my restaurant and ate almost everything I stocked that day on his own. When he called for the bill, he told me that my food was okay but not my sauces. He told me that he happened to have barbecue sauces that he could give me for free. However, I must promise him one thing, which was to open a barbecue restaurant in Emperor City of Division 1, next to Dynasty's headquarters. The first reaction I had was to think that that guy was insane or that he was just a con man. However, he took out the sauces and made a batch of grilled meat for me and got me to try them. I agreed to his condition after eating only a piece of grilled meat. He gave me the recipe for the sauce and left. The rental agreement for the restaurant that I rented back then had come to an end, so I cleared my stuff and came straight to Emperor City after I made the first batch of sauces." "Do you know the guy that he's talking about?" Huang Tianfu could not help but finally ask. "If I'm not mistaken, he should be my brother." Lin Huang figured the person was most likely Lin Zan because the grilled meat tasted very familiar to him. Although the sauces had improved a lot, Lin Huang recognized it was Lin Zan's recipe after tasting them. "What else did he tell you? Think carefully. Did you miss anything out?" Lin Huang lifted his head again and looked pointedly at the restaurant owner. "Oh yeah, he said something else after giving me the recipe. He told me if the Emperor of Dynasty came to my restaurant one day and asked about him, tell the Emperor this: don't think of me, don't look for me. One day, we'll definitely meet. Don't think of me, don't look for me. One day, we'll definitely meet," Lin Huang repeated while frowning slightly. Chapter 1154. Picking a good date. Initially, all Lin Huang wanted was to discuss things with Huang Tianfu and buy him supper. He did not expect to be surprised at the barbecue restaurant. He was shocked when he heard about Lin Zan out of nowhere. It had been 3 years since he found Lin Zan. Although the little guy had only stayed for half a year with him and Lin Xin, Lin Huang treated him like family. In reality, Lin Huang had been trying to look for him for more than 2 years but to no avail. He knew nothing else apart from the fact that Lin Zan had gone to the land of origin. Lin Huang was finally relieved when he heard that Lin Zan had now appeared in Winter City where the 3 of them had lived before. At least, he was still alive, and he still remembered Lin Huang and Lin Xin. As for what Lin Zan got the restaurant owner to say, he clearly knew about Lin Huang's current position and situation. To prevent Lin Huang from wasting his efforts of searching for him, he requested the restaurant owner to pass the message: "Don't think of me, don't look for me. One day, we'll definitely meet." He wanted to tell Lin Huang that there was no need to waste his efforts and time to look for him. He would naturally show up when they should meet, and it would not take long. For their next encounter, Lin Huang nodded while smiling at the owner after hearing Lin Zan's message. "I get it now. Thanks for the message." Lin Zan might not know that his message arrived just in time. Lin Huang was planning to use Dynasty to search for him before he left this gravel world. However, now it seemed like it was unnecessary at all. He was sure that Lin Zan was safe now. Moreover, his freedom should not be restricted to judging his whereabouts. Lin Huang decided to respect his decision, so he dismissed the thought of looking for him and just waited for him to show up one day. Lin Huang got the owner to excuse himself when they were almost done with the barbecue. He then began talking business with Huang Tianfu. Now that I've already elevated to imperial level, I might leave this gravel world in a few months, Lin Huang told him his plan without hiding anything. You're leaving the gravel world when you're only on imperial level. Isn't it too risky? Why don't you leave when you've elevated to virtual god level? With your talent as the emperor of dynasty, it's just a matter of time when you elevate to virtual god level. Huang Tianfu tried to stop him. As a dynasty member, it was only natural that he hoped Lin Huang would stay longer. After all, dynasty's destiny lay completely in Lin Huang's hands. He was concerned that dynasty would be disqualified by royal if Lin Huang died after getting to the Great World. The reason I'm heading to the Great World so soon is that this gravel world is coming to an end. I must find a solution before the disaster arrives. Don't worry about me. Although I'm only on imperial level, even a virtual god rank 9 powerhouse can do nothing to me when it comes to the ability to keep myself alive, Lin Huang said while smiling. Otherwise, how is it possible for me to have managed to obtain rank authorization if I'm not capable? I'll relegate most of my power at dynasty to you, Wanan, and Tufu before I leave. As usual, the three of you will manage dynasty. I hope to see a better dynasty when I get back from the Great World. It definitely will be better. Huang Tianfu nodded immediately. He knew that Lin Huang had made up his mind, and stopping him was futile. I need you guys to help me with a few things before I leave. Shoot. Firstly, help me collect as many sword skills as you can. I need sword skills of all ranks, so collect as many as you can. Second, collect godheads and broken godheads for me. The more, the better. Thirdly, collect god-level soul crystals or god items containing a sea of spiritual energy for me. Lin Huang took a temporary storage ring out from his storage space after he was done with the three requests. He passed it to Huang Tianfu. Naturally, I'll pay for the things that I've personally asked for. This is the prepaid cash for you. Just let me know when you've run out. Huang Tianfu peered at the ring as he accepted it. He was secretly shocked. Such a ring contained almost all of the treasures that Lin Huang had obtained from ending God Bless. There were over 40 god relics alone and more than 500 demigod relics. There were also up to millions of divine stones as well as tens of thousands of miscellaneous items such as ancient relics. Handle the miscellaneous items such as the ancient relics in the ring for me. Sure, I'll sort it out tomorrow morning. Huang Tianfu merely looked through the contents and put the ring away into his storage space. I heard Tufu went to Division 3 2 days ago. Was he discussing a collaboration with the Union government of the Division 3 branch? Lin Huang asked rather casually. Yes, our organization is doing great in Division 3. With your fame in the past few months, our branch in Division 3 is almost on the same par with the Union government. They looked for Tufu this time mainly to discuss the collaboration to maintain the order in Division 3 and the follow-up work. Since their branch in Division 3 is collaborating with us, I think we can collaborate with their headquarters too, Lin Huang continued with a smile. Huang Tianfu frowned slightly after hearing that. But it would mean that we're turning our backs on other underground organizations if we do that. The other underground organizations can turn a blind eye if the branches are collaborating. After all, some of their branches have businesses with the Union government. Although we're a neutral organization now, we're still on the underground organization's side after all. If we do that, we're definitely making a statement. The heretics have always said that they're a neutral organization, but they've never dared to cross the line. It's fine no matter how the underground organization's branches want to collaborate with the Union government and the Hunter Association, but the headquarters have to remain in opposition. Furthermore, they would sometimes stir things up on purpose just to show their status of opposition. Are there no neutral organizations that are officially collaborating with the Union government at the moment? Lin Huang asked immediately after hearing that. There were some few hundred years ago, but they basically joined the Union and became Union organizations throughout the centuries. There are not many major neutral organizations now. They're all like us in the heretics, the underground organizations that want to go neutral. What are the major neutral organizations like? Lin Huang inquired. The Shadow Killer, the Heretics, the Mystic Butterfly, and us. Naturally, the Heretics were no strangers to Lin Huang since they had met. He heard of the Shadow Killer and the Mystic Butterfly too. The Shadow Killer was the #1 assassin organization in this gravel world. Never had Lin Huang thought they were actually a neutral organization. Lin Huang had also heard of the other organization called the Mystic Butterfly. It was the biggest intel organization in the underground world. Above 70% of the intel from the entire underground world came from them. I can understand that the Mystic Butterfly is a neutral organization, but how is the Shadow Killer a neutral organization too? Lin Huang could not understand it. Theoretically, the #1 assassination organization in the world, the Shadow Killer, should be the boss among all of the underground organizations. The Shadow Killer founded themselves as a neutral organization back then. Throughout the centuries, they took up almost every task as long as they made money. They also took up many jobs from the Union government too. They're pretty much one of the earliest batches of neutral organizations that have collaborated with the Union government and the Hunter Association. If they took jobs from the Union organizations, many underground organizations should know about that, shouldn't they? Lin Huang raised his brow. They basically know about it, but nobody can do anything to them as long as they do it well and leave no flaws behind. I don't think it's because they do it well and leave no flaws behind. Lin Huang shook his head as he smirked. It's because the Shadow Killer is so powerful that the other underground organizations daren't confront them even if they have sufficient evidence. Plan it out for me during these few days. Pick a good date. We'll visit the Union government headquarters to discuss a collaboration. Chapter 1155. You'll only be powerful if you go bald. In reality, Lin Huang wanted to collaborate with the Union government for many reasons. One of the main reasons was to prevent Huang Tianfu and the rest from falling back into an underground organization after he left the gravel world. It would mean that his efforts were wasted if that happened. Collaborating with the Union government publicly would tie Dynasty and the Union organization together. By the time he left, Dynasty would only have two options. One was to merge with the Union organization while the other was to remain as a neutral organization. Meanwhile, the option of rejoining the underground organization would be out of the picture completely. Naturally, there would be clear disadvantages to doing that. Within a short period of time, Dynasty would be a traitor to all the underground organizations. Some of them might even go after Dynasty for revenge. Nonetheless, Lin Huang was prepared to handle that. If there were any underground organizations that dared to go after Dynasty, he did not mind killing them to warn others. All of the neutral organizations knew that collaborating with the Union government had more benefits than disadvantages in the long run. Nobody dared to take the first step because they were afraid of being killed by a bunch of underground organizations before they could even enjoy the benefits. One must know that there were many ruthless individuals among the top underground organizations. However, Lin Huang did not care about that. He was invincible in this gravel world with his god figurines combat souls. He had the absolute ability to suppress them no matter how ruthless they were. He would kill those who dared to come at Dynasty. He was violent like that. On the next morning, Huang Tianfu passed down Lin Huang's requests to the underlings. Dynasty's purchasing department began searching for the godheads, sword skills and soul crystals that Lin Huang asked for in all safety zones. After that, Huang Tianfu spent the morning communicating with the Union government and set the official time to visit. Even Lin Huang was a little surprised when Huang Tianfu informed him about it. It's settled so soon. They contacted the Union government committee immediately after hearing that it was Master Emperor who suggested that. In less than 2 hours, the deputy chief of the Union government, Dongfang Bai, responded himself. We'll meet at the Union government headquarters in First City, Division 1 on 10th December, at 9 a.m. I've arranged for Senior Baiyu and myself to go with you. Wanan will stay to guard the headquarters. Bring Lin Xin along. You may sort out the rest. Lin Huang was worried about leaving Lin Xin alone at Dynasty's headquarters. In reality, Huang Tianfu expected Lin Xin to join the trip, so he did not object to it. They were not going to attack the Union government anyway, thus there was no need for people with high combat strength to go on the trip. Also, this morning, I've informed the purchasing department about the items that you requested last night. They're sorting it out. Huang Tianfu remembered to inform Lin Huang before he hung up the phone. All right, thanks. Lin Huang closed his eyes slowly and began cultivating seamless after hanging up the call with Huang Tianfu. Although he was already invincible in this gravel world, Lin Huang did not want to depend on his god figurines combat souls. In fact, he knew very well that his personal ability had leaps and bounds to improve in. Even though he would not be able to elevate his combat strength within a short period of time, his sword Dao, telekinesis, and twisted fate scripture had yet to reach his peak. Therefore, he did not plan to waste time and indulge during the last few months in the gravel world. Instead, He was planning to improve himself as much as he could in the last few months before heading to the great world. Cultivating seamless was the fastest way for the results to show because he could see the increment of each telekinetic threads clearly. Compared to his sword Dao, for which he had no idea when he might break through, seamless gave him a sense of achievement whenever he cultivated it. Therefore, Lin Huang put cultivating seamless in his first round of self-improvement. Ever since elevating to imperial level, Lin Huang noticed that his speed of cultivating seamless was much faster than before. He could split 2,000 telekinetic threads almost every day. He only spent 6 days boosting the telekinetic threads from 18,000 to 30,000 threads. He also broke through to level 5 on seamless. Lin Huang had gone into closed-door cultivation for merely 3 days when he was interrupted by a commotion. He glanced at the source of the commotion, and saw that it was the evil dominator who had elevated. Killer had also elevated less than 2 hours after the evil dominator did. Over 3 hours later, Lancelot finally emerged from his cocoon. After looking at the 3 brand new monster cards thoroughly, Lin Huang put the 3 cards away into his body one after another. He waited for a whole day, but Bloody had yet to complete its elevation. To his relief, the next evening, Bloody finally elevated. However, Bloody looked completely different from before its elevation. Lin Huang was stunned for a moment upon seeing the silhouette that came out of the cocoon. A lady with a drop-dead gorgeous body strolled out of the cocoon. There were circles of red mist lingering around her body. She had purple hair that reached her waist, and each strand of her hair looked like they were mumbling softly as if they were alive. Bloody? Lin Huang questioned, feeling unsure although he saw the panel information that was projected from far away. Master. Bloody appeared before Lin Huang in the blink of an eye. She was so quick that Lin Huang did not even see her trajectory clearly. Is there anything wrong with your elevation? Lin Huang could not help but ask. He thought that it was absolutely strange that Bloody had elevated to such a form. I think it's great. This human form allows me to showcase my battle ability to the max. Bloody was satisfied with her brand new form. She had learned endless human knowledge and read countless martial Dao books as well as obtained the inheritance of countless human powerhouses. Her human form was the best form that could allow her to showcase what she had learned. Lin Huang realized what Bloody's purpose of changing form was after hearing her talk about her battle ability. He had no doubt that Bloody's progress in cultivating the human martial Dao might be terrifying given the intelligence and knowledge that she had in store. He even faintly felt that she might be able to master the true meaning of martial Dao faster than he could. Won't this form affect your computing ability? Lin Huang inquired. No, this elevation boosted my computing ability to become tens of times more powerful. Moreover, each of my hair is an extension of my brain. Each of them gives me an approximate 1% boost in computing skills. I have over 100,000 strands of hair which will give me thousands of times of boost in my computing skills. In other words, the most computing skills I'll have would be tens of thousands of times more than before, Bloody explained. The only disadvantage is that such overloaded computing with that much of a boost will make my hair shed as soon as it lasts for a long time. They'll only grow back in 48 hours. So, it's true that you'll only be powerful if you go bald. This makes sense. While Lin Huang teased secretly, he could not help but check Bloody's card details. Monster card. Bloody, rarity, mythical level, monster name, wise queen, type of monster, wisdom type. Unknown tribe, nickname, the wise, combat level, imperial level yellow gold rank, major, intelligence, parasitism, major skills. Divine parasitism includes hundreds of parasitism skills, absolute administration, heart of knowledge, inheritance plunder, minor skills, supreme intelligence, divine telekinesis, immortal tinder, consciousness transfer, summon authority, activated, card remarks, recommended to train with maximum effort. Bloody had similar skills as divine parasitism, absolute administration and supreme intelligence before. Lin Huang knew the rough effect of the few skills after only taking a glance. However, there were some new skills that he could not understand what exactly their effect was. He tapped them open to read carefully right away. Heart of knowledge, extreme eagerness to learn, a 100-time boost in the learning ability for all knowledge. Inheritance plunder, allows one to plunder a host's memory inheritance by force even if the inheritance is sealed. The success rate of plundering isn't 100%, it depends on how much the inheritance is sealed. Immortal tinder. The main body can create 9 immortal tinders that contain his complete memory and inheritance. When the main body is dead, the tinder will be activated automatically and transform the host rapidly to be replaced by the main body. Remarks. This skill is best combined with consciousness transfer. Consciousness transfer. The main body can preserve his complete consciousness and transfer it to a specific host. Remarks. This skill is best combined with immortal tinder. Lin Huang thought Bloody's overall ability was countless times more powerful than it had been before after roughly reading her card. Not only did she have the talent to be a military advisor, but the three abilities including inheritance plunder, heart of knowledge, and supreme intelligence were also sufficient to make her the ultimate genius that no human could compare to. If given enough time, she could absorb all the knowledge in the entire world and become an invincible existence who knew everything and was capable of everything. I've been sleeping for more than 10 days. Is there anything that you need my help with? Bloody asked Lin Huang just when he was done reading the card details. Your elevation came just in time. I'll be discussing a collaboration with the Union government in 2 days. You can help me plan out how to maximize the benefits for Dynasty and me as well as create a win-win for the Union government. Chapter 1156. Visiting First City again. To Lin Huang, Bloody's elevation came at the perfect timing. Lin Huang came up with the collaboration proposal for the Union government after spending nearly a night discussing with Bloody. He sent the proposal he got Bloody to sort out to Huang Tianfu, asking the experienced man if there was anything that they should add or delete. Huang Tianfu was a little surprised when he got the proposal from Lin Huang. Initially, he planned to get Lin Huang out of the Emperor Palace to discuss it with him properly. In the end, Lin Huang had sent him a complete proposal directly. He was shocked after giving it a thorough read because the proposal Lin Huang had sent him was complete. It included almost everything that he thought of, even some of the matters that he did not think of. It was past 3 a.m. in the middle of the night when Huang Tianfu finished reading the proposal. He peeped at the time and read the proposal all over again to see if there was anything that he could add on. He finally went through the proposal for the second time when it was past 6 a.m. In the end, he thought Lin Huang's proposal was flawless. Lin Huang smiled when he received Huang Tianfu's message early in the morning. It seems like I can focus on my cultivation for 2 days. Huang Tianfu's message was that the proposal was alright and that there was nothing that needed amending, so they could go on with the proposal right away. Time flew by and 2 days passed. It was the 10th of December when the meeting was supposed to take place. Lin Huang was done washing up at past 6 a.m. It was not even 7 a.m. when he was done with breakfast. After preparing himself, the four of them including Lin Huang, Lin Xin, Huang Tianfu, and Huang Baiyu stepped into the dimensional portal and arrived in First City where the Union government headquarters were at 8 a.m. sharp. Lin Huang brought the few of them to a cafe near the Union government headquarters. In less than 3 minutes they ordered their coffee. The current chief of agency EA, Guan Zhang, arrived with his people. Lin Huang greeted with a wide grin after seeing the familiar person. Chief, are you here for coffee too? You're funny, Master Emperor. Guan Zhang walked over to Lin Huang. I've met Master Emperor a couple of times after all, so they sent me to ease everyone to prevent the awkwardness. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhao Lingming, the committee chairman of the Union government headquarters. This is Ms. Ran Ning, the deputy chairman. Guan Zhang stepped to his left and introduced the duo next to him to Lin Huang. The man who stood on the left was tall and tanned, and he looked serious. Lin Huang could tell by the looks of it that this man must be from the military. The way he stood was so ramrodded straight that it was hard to hide the fact that he came from the military. The lady next to him wore a pair of glasses. She looked 27 or 28. Lin Huang could not tell her actual age. This lady should be beautiful, but she wore the black framed glasses on purpose. She even had light makeup on, which was intentional, making her appear inconspicuous and easily ignored. However, Lin Huang looked at her again because Bloody's leech pod sent a message to him. This lady might have supreme intelligence. Since he could not bring any summoning beasts with him to this discussion, Lin Huang asked Bloody to cast a leech pod in his body to observe the meeting from far away and give him real-time suggestions. Meanwhile, Bloody cast her parasite on a handsome man in a hotel less than 300 meters from the cafe at the beginning. Bloody used him to check into the hotel. In the hotel room, the man who was parasitized had fallen into a deep sleep while Bloody observed everything from far through the leech pod. Clearly, the Union government delayed the collaboration meeting by 12 days to give them enough time to prepare. Judging from the current situation, they had done a great job preparing. Nice to meet you, both chairmen, Lin Huang said to both of them while smiling. At the moment, Huang Tianfu took over the conversation and introduced him to the few people from the Union government. This is our Master Emperor, and this is our dynasty's little princess, who is the Master Emperor's sister. This man next to me is dynasty's Duke Yu, Huang Baiyu. Lastly, your humble one is dynasty's Huang Tianfu. Guanzhong and the rest clearly had their eyes trained on Duke Yu for a moment when they heard his name. The ordinary organization members might not know it, but Guanzhong and the rest who were the upper echelon of the Union government knew that there were currently only two dukes who were given official titles. They were Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang, who were both virtual god-level powerhouses. Meanwhile, those who were called dukes like Huang Tianqi just had honorable titles that the outsiders called them. The title was not officially given by dynasty. They knew that Huang Baiyu, who was assigned the title Duke Yu, was a powerhouse on virtual god rank -3. He was considered one of the people with top abilities in this gravel world. Ran Ning spoke while smiling. In the next second everyone fell into silence. Her eyes focused on Lin Xin, who was next to Lin Huang. So, this is dynasty's little princess. I've heard that Master Emperor has a sister, but never had I thought she'd turn out to be a little beauty. It would be ridiculous if you guys don't know how Lin Xin looks like, Lin Huang thought to himself. However, that was not what Lin Xin was thinking about. She had her head in the clouds since Ran Ning, who was a girl, had complimented her. I heard that you used to teach in the firearms faculty when you were at the Martial Hunter College in Division 7. I happen to have a gun in my storage ring that I've just gotten a few days ago. I'll give it to you as a gift. Ran Ning spoke and took out an ancient gun relic. It was a black lady's pistol with many purple decorative patterns on it, holding a mysterious beauty. Lin Xin's eyes lit up when she saw it. Isn't this the Purple Mystic 001 that the Eagle Company has just released recently? I heard this is the first product from their Purple Mystic series. It's a limited edition with only 100 of them worldwide. Lin Xin had taken note of the pistol before. Although it was just an ancient gun relic, its price was nothing less than a demigod relic. Yeah, I know the owner of the Eagle Company and asked for one for myself, knowing that demigod Gong Wei designed it. I thought it was a great collectible. You like Gong Wei's design too? Lin Xin felt like she had found herself a best friend. Yeah, I think her design is beautiful. I collect almost every household product that she's designed. Sometimes, I get those off the market through my connection. The two ladies talked about Gong Wei and ignored Lin Huang and the rest completely. Gong Wei was one of the countable demigods in this world. Although her battle ability was not considered powerful, she was very pretty. Her dressing was classy and she landed as the focus of the media in each meeting she attended. As time passed by, she became the #1 fashionable person in this gravel world. She was also an idol to many females. No matter what she designed, the product would be a hot sell-out almost every time because she had hordes of female fans who would purchase it. Lin Huang had heard of her name before, but he had no thoughts about this lady. The reason he remembered the name Gong Wei was that she had designed a lady's backpack 2 years ago. In the end, some of them realized the backpack was too small after purchasing it and posted threads online to complain that it could not contain much. Gong Wei posted online directly after hearing about the complaints, "A bag is for one to look good. Why would you want to put anything in it? If that's what you want, why don't you just use a plastic bag?" What she said caused a heated discussion online. Many of them complained that the things she designed were impractical. Meanwhile, there were many fans who stood by her side, supporting what she said and agreeing that it made sense. That was the only impression Lin Huang had of Gong Wei the demigod. He did not even know that Lin Xin was also Gong Wei's fan. Ran Ning passed the pistol over to Lin Xin after the two ladies chatted for a while. "This pistol will be my meeting gift to you." "This is too much." Lin Xin waved her hands immediately. Although she liked it, she did not want to take away something that someone else loved. After all, Ran Ning had used some effort to obtain it. "Don't worry about it, I'm not a firearms master anyway. This pistol will be treated as a collectible with me, but with you, it could live its life to its fullest." But, Lin Huang interrupted her when Lin Xin was about to continue with something. "We can't take it for free. Let's trade." Lin Huang glanced at Ran Ning while smiling. "I asked the chief earlier. He told me that Ms. Ran, you're a sword cultivator. Let me trade a demigod sword relic with this pistol. Such a gift exchange of the same value is a kind of friendship too. Furthermore, The gifts that we exchange are very practical for both of us, Lin Huang spoke while taking a demigod sword relic out from his storage space. He had picked the sword with Ran Ning in mind. It was completely purple with beautiful shape and intricate patterns. Even Ran Ning could not help but feel stunned when she saw it. This purple phoenix will be the gift Xin exchanges with Ms. Ran, Lin Huang said and passed the sword to Lin Xin. Lin Xin looked at Lin Huang in gratitude and took over the sword. Ran Ning was speechless. She wanted to get Lin Xin a gift so that Lin Xin would remember the favor. Never had she thought that Lin Huang would interfere and that it would turn out to be a gift exchange instead. Although he did not want the demigod sword relic, she could only accept it since events had unfolded this way. The two ladies soon exchanged their gifts under the witness of many. Lin Huang could not help but smirk a little when he saw Lin Xin failing to take her eyes off the purple Mystic 001 that she had just gotten while Ran Ning put the sword away into her storage space expressionlessly. Let's head to the meeting room at the headquarters. We'll talk over tea. Guan Zhang circled back to the topic after seeing that the two ladies had stopped their chatting. He then led Lin Huang and the rest to the office building where the Union government headquarters were. Chapter 1157, How's Mr. Fu doing? Huang Tianfu and Huang Baiyu were speechless when they saw the building as they stood outside the Union government headquarters. Lin Xin looked away while blushing a little. Clearly, she recognized the shape of the building. It's huge. It's much bigger than the video projection. Huang Baiyu, who had been silent, could not help but exclaim. Guan Zhang and the rest turned away. None of them were looking straight at the building. In reality, Lin Huang had gone searching for the reason why the Union government headquarters were designed like that out of curiosity when he got back from his visit last time. In the end, he found out that it was not a joke the architect was trying to pull. The buildings were designed by a powerful demigod named Gao Lu during the new era. He was hot-tempered and possessed powerful abilities. The Union government requested him to build a main building and two subsidiary buildings, with the main building being so tall that it soared into the sky like a giant sword. Meanwhile, the subsidiary buildings had to be beautiful and tasteful. In reality, the two subsidiary buildings were 3 to 4 times bigger than what they were now compared to the draft. Apart from that, the main building looked more like a sword that pierced into the land. It should be taller and thinner than what it was at the moment. However, the Union government was unsatisfied with the draft. They thought the main building was not tasteful enough and that the subsidiary buildings were too attention-seeking. They got the architect to change the sizes again and again. After amending the draft for more than 20 times, Gao Lu could no longer take the Union government's warped sense of beauty and decided to drop the job entirely. The last version he drew was the current ratio of the trio. The Union government went looking for Gao Lu after he dropped the job, but he disappeared. Unable to do anything else, the upper echelon looked for other architects. However, none of them wanted to take the job. There were very few demigods in the entire world back then, whereby there were only less than 10 of them. As the only demigod-level architect, Gao Lu was the best architect in the field and was an idol to many architects. The act of the Union government offending Gao Lu would mean they offended everyone in the architectural industry. Without having any idea what to do, the Union government built the headquarters using the last draft version that Gao Lu designed, since the previous ones were all gotten rid of. Ultimately, it turned out to look like this: a Neo-Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong cannon. The Union government would have definitely chosen a dimensional demigod relic or god relic as their headquarters instead of constructing a building from scratch. However, the discovery of ruins had yet to take place when the Union government was founded 800 years ago during the new era. Not many people had demigod relics, let alone dimensional demigod relic and god relic. It's windy outside, let's get in. Eventually, the committee chairman, Zhao Lingming, broke the awkwardness and gestured for Lin Huang to go in. They followed Lin Huang into the main building and arrived at the 198th floor, which was the highest floor of the Union government office building by elevator. Both sides sat at the table after entering the meeting room, and they fell into silence again. After the staff served everyone tea, Guan Zhang finally broke the silence. The chief found the tree of these tea leaves in a grade 5 ruin over 100 years ago. It's considered an ancient tea. They brought 12 trees back, but only one survived. I think this should be the only ancient tea tree in the world. Lin Huang took a sip. All he tasted was a light sweetness and fragrance that lingered on his palate. There was no bitterness at all. How's the annual production of these tea leaves like? Lin Huang carried on with the topic. The annual production is extremely low with only approximately a pound a year. The chief usually serves 50% of them to our guests, sets 30% aside as a reward, and keeps 20% for himself. 1 pound is indeed a little low, Lin Huang responded. As the few of them chatted about tea leaves, they soon moved on to something else. The atmosphere in the meeting room that was initially silent was now livelier. Not long later, a few new people soon came into the meeting room one after another. There were faces that Lin Huang was familiar with, such as the deputy chief of the Union government, Dongfang Bai, and the press representative, Han Yao. Both of them always appeared in the Union government official news site, so it was hard for people not to recognize them. Apart from the two familiar faces, there was another old man with silver hair who was the committee deputy chairman of the Union government just like Ran Ning. There was also a middle-aged man who was clearly a security guard or some sort who came with Dongfang Bai. He had the same combat strength as Huang Baiyu, which was virtual god rank -3. He sat next to Dongfang Bai and almost never took his eyes off Huang Baiyu as soon as he came in. Huang Baiyu merely peeked at him and ignored him completely. Everyone introduced themselves courteously after entering. They then found themselves a seat after chatting out of politeness. When it was almost 8:55 a.m., the Union government chief, Zhang Shan, finally walked into the meeting room. He was the last to arrive. As soon as he showed up, everyone in the meeting room including Lin Huang and the rest stood up to welcome him as a sign of respect. It was Lin Huang's first time seeing Zhang Shan in real life. This man looked 35 or 36 years old and was almost 1.9 meters tall with a strong body. He wore a neat, light gray suit. Among everyone present, he was the most formally dressed. Lin Huang could not help but hold his head down to look at himself after seeing how Zhang Shan was dressed. He thought he might have dressed too casually. Zhang Shan looked through the room while standing at the door. His eyes soon landed on Lin Huang, and he walked toward him while smiling and gripping Lin Huang's hand. "Mr. Emperor, it's such a pleasure. I've heard of the name Lin Xie around half a year ago. I told myself I must meet you if I had the chance for you're such a talented young man. I never thought the #1 genius would become the emperor of dynasty in the blink of an eye. I couldn't believe it when I heard the news. And now, you're here as an organization leader. We should never underestimate the younger generation. Well, I can only say that life is unexpected. I didn't expect myself to be the emperor of dynasty as well." Lin Huang smiled while nodding. "It's fate now that I think about it. You're Mr. Fu's disciple. He's taught me before as well, so I'm considered his half-disciple. We're pretty much senior and junior brothers of the same sect." Zhang Shan soon found common ground. "It's nice to meet you, senior brother." Slyness flashed through Lin Huang's eyes. He did not think that calling Zhang Shan senior brother was a loss to him. After all, Zhang Shan was older and held a high position. Now that he was his junior, it would benefit him in the discussion later. "How's Mr. Fu doing?" Zhang Shan asked out of politeness. "Pretty great. His injury has recovered." Lin Huang's answer surprised everyone. The reason he revealed that at such a time was that Mr. Fu had informed him last night that he had elevated to virtual god rank -9. Moreover, he told Lin Huang that he could use his name when he needed to. Even Zhang Shan was stunned to hear the news. He asked immediately, "Are you serious?" "Of course, I'm serious. I never joke about things like that," Lin Huang replied grimly. Chapter 1158. The Union government's weakness. Apart from Lin Huang and Lin Xin, everyone was shocked by the news of Mr. Fu being healed. Most of the people had no idea about Mr. Fu's exact combat strength. However, Zhang Shan and the rest of the Union government upper echelons knew about it. To many, Mr. Fu, who had been severely injured over 800 years ago, was like a tiger who had lost its teeth. He was nobody to be feared of. He was nothing no matter how powerful his combat strength was, because the more divine power he used, the closer he was to his impending death. Therefore, they were sure that Mr. Fu would not retaliate. However, the situation was totally different if Lin Huang was telling the truth. Virtual God rank 8 was close to the limit that this gravel world could contain. Meanwhile, the most powerful seniors in all the top organizations only had a combat strength of virtual God rank -3. At least, that was what was known to the public. To a virtual God rank 8 powerhouse, comparing a virtual God rank 3 person was like comparing a baby less than a month old to an adult hunk that could carry 300 kilograms of weight. Their abilities were on entirely different levels. Having had his ability recovered, Mr. Fu was considered a person who should be feared in this gravel world. Naturally, the Union government was doubtful of what Lin Huang told them. After all, it had been over 800 years since Mr. Fu had been injured, and he had yet to heal throughout the years. Moreover, it was such a coincidence for Lin Huang to come with the news. They could not rule out the possibility that he had come up with a lie to win more benefits in the discussion. Lin Huang knew that Zhang Shan and the rest would most probably doubt him if he were to tell them the news. The purpose of him revealing the news was not for them to believe in him, but to make them worry. Zhang Shen took the main seat after chatting with Lin Huang for merely a moment. Everyone in the meeting room also returned to their seats. There were not many people in the entire meeting room. There were a total of 8 people from the Union government's side, including their chief Zhang Shan, Deputy Chief Dongfang Bai, Committee Chairman Zhao Lingming, the Deputy Chairman Ran Ning and Chu Shu, Press Representative Han Yao, and the 2 virtual god Rank 3 powerhouses who were responsible for their safety. Meanwhile, the people Lin Huang brought from Dynasty only made up half of the number of people from the Union government. They were Lin Huang and his sister, one of the 3 Grand Dukes, Huang Tianfu, and the virtual god, Huang Baiyu. Zhang Shan spoke directly, seeing that it was close to 9 a.m., which was the scheduled time of the meeting. Emperor Lin, you've been keeping the collaboration's agenda and direction a secret. Can you share it with us now? Lin Huang picked the cup up and took a sip of the tea before saying slowly, I'm sure every one of you from the Union government knows that the organization behind Dynasty is royal from the Great World. Am I right? He then proceeded to speak after seeing that everyone from the Union government nod. I passed the royal trial and became a royalty officially before being chosen as the Emperor of Dynasty. In reality, the Union government upper echelons including Zhang Shan knew about this, but they listened patiently. The reason I have the confidence to collaborate with the Union government is that I have royal support. This looks like a collaboration between Dynasty and the Union government on the surface, but in reality, I'm representing royal to propose a business opportunity with the Union government. The people from the Union government looked solemn as they listened. Although they figured the bargaining power Lin Huang might bring, they could not help but anticipate it when they heard Lin Huang mention it out loud. Although there are many ruins and sites in this gravel world, it's been over 800 years since the new era began. The resources available in those ruins and sites that were explored for many times are depleting. Moreover, there are fewer and fewer new ruins and sites throughout the centuries. Sometimes, we can't even find a single one throughout a year. I know you guys restricted the participants' combat strength and time to enter the newly opened ruins and sites throughout the centuries. You guys are also trying your best to control the number of old ruins and sites being explored, as well as prolonging the interval in between explorations so that the ruins and site can grow more resources. However, the resources that everyone can get from the ruins and sites are still dropping every year. After all, the world that we're currently in is merely a gravel world, whereby the number of ruins and sites are limited. The resources will continue to decrease as more people explore those ruins and sites that are already limited. It's a fact that you can't change no matter how much you guys want to restrict and manage them. The number of ruins and sites make the resources limited. Meanwhile, the bargaining power I have to bring to the table today is the solution to increase the number of ruins and sites. Let's hear it. Zhang Shan and the rest were giving him all of their attention at this point. Royal has countless mini-worlds under them, and the number of ruins and sites continue to go up every day. Well, I have the authority to explore these ruins and sites. The 8 from the Union government were a little restless as soon as Lin Huang said that. Even Zhang Shan did not expect Lin Huang to hold on to the Union government's weakness as soon as he showed up. However, he was accurate. Naturally, it was not Lin Huang who came up with that idea. Instead, it was Bloody, who was in the hotel hundreds of meters away, that transferred the information into his head through her leech pod while he merely repeated the information he was fed with. It was also the plan Lin Huang and Bloody came up with, which was to get Bloody to participate in the discussion. Just like what Bloody got Lin Huang to say, the Union government had indeed done everything they could to maintain all the ruins and sites. However, there were a limited number of ruins and sites after all, which resulted in limited resources. As the Union government members and the military department had been growing throughout the 800 years, they had more and more requirements for all cultivation resources. Meanwhile, there were fewer and fewer new ruins and sites as well as resources throughout the past century. That was the biggest issue that put the Union government's development to a halt as of late. They had been looking for solutions, but their attempts were to no avail. They had opened all the ruins and sites in this gravel world. Although there were new ruins and sites that appeared occasionally, it was just a drop in the ocean which did nothing much to help the issue. Zhang Shan finally spoke again after they discussed among themselves through voice transmission for a while. Emperor Lin, what do you guys want in return for the authorization to be extended to us? An extensive and comprehensive collaboration, including sharing of information that's circulated in the Union organizations. Basically, the sharing of resources and authorization that other Union organizations can enjoy. Lin Huang went all out. Whatever you're requesting is exclusive to our Union organizations. If Dynasty really wants to enjoy these benefits, you can actually join the Union organization directly, Deputy Chief Dongfang Bai said to Lin Huang while smiling. We're a neutral organization and we won't pick any sides, Lin Huang rejected him directly. Emperor Lin, why don't you give us a day to discuss it? Let's end today's meeting right here. Zhang Shan called off the meeting immediately upon noticing that Dongfang Bai and Lin Huang were staring at each other and nobody was backing off. Chapter 1159, It's none of your business. Since the first round of discussion came to an end, Guan Zhang checked Lin Huang and the other three of them into a hotel near the Union government headquarters. Each of them were supposed to stay in a room individually, but Lin Huang got Guan Zhang to put Lin Xin in the same room with him because he was worried. The three rooms were connected. The room Lin Huang and Lin Xin were in was in the middle while Huang Tianfu and Huang Baiyu's room sandwiched theirs. Guan Zhang soon excused himself and left after checking the four of them into the hotel. Huang Tianfu and Huang Baiyu only knocked on Lin Huang's door after waiting for Guan Zhang to leave. Master Emperor, the collaboration, Lin Huang interrupted Huang Tianfu just when he began to speak, come in. We'll talk inside. He recalled Bloody, who was hundreds of meters away, into her card form when the duo entered. Then, he summoned her again. The three of them were surprised to see Bloody, who had a knockout figure in her red dress. Lin Xin was checking Bloody out rather closely since it was her first time seeing Bloody since her elevation. Brother, who is this chick? She's Bloody. Bloody. Lin Xin was even more skeptical now. The Bloody she remembered did not look like this but was a clump of purple cloud who liked hiding in Lin Huang's sleeve. However, the person before them was clearly a human. Besides that, Lin Xin could not see any resemblance of a monster in her. She elevated and transformed into this, Lin Huang explained, feeling helpless. Seeing that Lin Xin was still in disbelief, Bloody spoke using her voice from before, Miss Xin, I'm really Bloody. I just underwent a significant change in form during the recent elevation. Lin Xin only confirmed it was Bloody after hearing her familiar voice, but she remained curious. Never had she thought that a monster that was initially a cloud would transform into a human form after elevating. Bloody turned her head and introduced herself to Huang Tianfu and Huang Baiyu when she noticed their surprise too. I'm Master Summoning Beast. My name is Bloody. This summoning beast looks terribly like a human, doesn't she? Huang Baiyu stared at Bloody for a while and could not tell her apart from a regular human. Even her aura is exactly the same as a human's. Meanwhile, Huang Tianfu was much calmer. All he did was look at Lin Huang rather curiously. Master Emperor, you summoned this summoning beast at this moment because Bloody has supreme intelligence. She's the one who came up with the proposal for the collaboration with me. Huang Tianfu and Huang Baiyu understood the reason why Lin Huang summoned Bloody as soon as he said that. Although she can't participate in the discussion, it's great to have a strategist who has supreme intelligence. Huang Tianfu grinned while nodding in approval. She just can't participate in the discussion publicly, Lin Huang said. Bloody has a special technique which allows her to observe the meeting through my eyes in real life and communicate with me from far away without anyone noticing. It looks like there are only 4 people from our side in the discussion, but in reality, there are 5 of us. Lin Huang did not go into Bloody's ability in detail on purpose when he explained. It was normal for Imperial censors to hold back on revealing their summoning beast's abilities to the public. Fortunately, Huang Tianfu and Huang Baiyu did not focus on Bloody's abilities. Having a participant in hiding from their side was undoubtedly great news. Bloody, tell us what we should do next. Lin Huang threw such a question directly before everyone to prove that Bloody deserved to participate in the discussion. It's impossible for the Union government to agree to our condition completely. After all, Dynasty is just a neutral organization. No matter how tempting the benefit that we're offering is, it's impossible for them to give Dynasty all the benefits that are exclusive to the union organizations. We'd be enjoying benefits exclusive to those union organizations without having to go along with their rules. Such a request is totally breaking their rules, so there's no way the union government will agree to that. However, judging from the response from the union government, they're eager to explore new ruins and sites. They'll only accept our request in addition to their own conditions to come to an agreement. Therefore, now we'll have to fight for what we want most as much as we can and let them reject our requests that aren't exactly important to us. After all, both sides will have to compromise to achieve a win-win situation. Bloody's clever answer won Huang Tianfu and Huang Baiyu's trust completely. Lin Xin, who was sitting on the other side, only believed that it was Bloody by then. Now, I'm sure that you're really bloody because none of brother's summoning beasts are as smart as you. Lin Huang had no idea whether to laugh or cry after hearing that. In reality, Bloody was not the only one who possessed supreme intelligence among the summoning beasts he had. Grimace, the bug tribe's queen mother, and the superbrain worm that he had just obtained earlier also possessed supreme intelligence. As for those monsters who did not possess supreme intelligence, many of them had elevated to quadruple mythical level. Speaking of intelligence, they were actually smarter than ordinary humans. Their learning and comprehension abilities were on par with human supreme geniuses. Monsters on pseudo-mythical level only have abilities comparable with supreme geniuses. Bloody was a little speechless by Lin Xin's compliment. She pretended that she did not hear her and proceeded to speak. We must put the things that the union government definitely won't let go off into consideration when we decide which condition to give up on. Even if there are authorizations that we're eager to obtain from them, if we know that it's impossible for them to allow that, we don't have to insist on it. Instead, it's better for us to be mentally prepared about what to give up on so that we can obtain benefits in other things. Bloody's suggestion helped Lin Huang and the rest set the direction of their discussion again. They looked at the list and began discussing which were the things that they must come to agreement on and which to give up. Meanwhile, the union government was in full swing discussion too. They were discussing what authorization they should give to Dynasty and which to prohibit no matter what. Time flew by and a day soon went by. The union government and Dynasty had their preliminary discussions drafted internally. The next morning, Lin Huang led his people into the union government building again after breakfast. Bloody, who was in the hotel hundreds of meters away, spoke to Lin Huang through voice transmission all of a sudden a moment after they had just taken their seats. The news of the discussion between Dynasty and the union government has been exposed. Someone took a video of you guys entering the union government building earlier and posted it on the black market forum. The entire forum is in a heated discussion now. Lin Huang went to the black market forum immediately after hearing that. As told, the first thread on the main page of the forum was, Emperor of Dynasty visited the union government headquarters secretly. Click link for video proof. Soon, Lin Huang saw the video after clicking on the thread. The video was taken outside the union government building. It only lasted for some 10 seconds and was a clip of Lin Huang and the other three walking into the entrance of the union government in the morning. Lin Huang and Lin Xin's faces were not in the video, but Huang Tianfu and Huang Baiyu, who walked behind them, had their faces captured. Many people recognized Huang Tianfu as soon as they saw the video. Naturally, it was not too difficult to recognize Lin Huang from his side profile. Heated discussions from countless underground organizations went on below the threads. Most of them condemned Lin Huang as a traitor to the underground organizations. Lin Huang thought about it and decided to comment on the thread with his personal account. Firstly, thank you everyone for your concern about Dynasty and myself. As the Emperor of Dynasty, I would like to say something representing Dynasty here. Dynasty is a neutral organization now and forever. As a neutral organization, we won't pick sides. We have the right to choose who we want to work with, and that has nothing to do with a third person's will. In other words, it's none of your business. It has nothing to do with whether it's a union organization or an underground organization as well as the size or the people involved. Dynasty is willing to work with anyone whose development philosophy is in line with ours as long as it's a win-win for both sides. We welcome all organizations to collaborate with Dynasty. Let's excel together. Chapter 1160. Lin Huang is trending again. Lin Huang closed the forum after posting that comment on the thread. He no longer followed the topic after that. He did not plan to hide his discussion with the union government from anyone anyway. It made no difference to him that it was exposed since everyone would find out sooner or later. He did not care whether people found out sooner or later. If he cared, he would have disguised himself with Huang Tianfu and the rest when they entered the first city yesterday. However, Lin Huang had no idea that the comment he posted on the thread in the black market forum became a hit. The views on the thread that was initially tens of thousands skyrocketed to over 30 million views within less than 10 minutes after he commented, and the number was rising. The comment threads grew from a few hundred to more than 100,000 now. The black market forum almost crashed from the traffic that came out of nowhere. The reason for the sudden spike in traffic was that some of them posted the thread on some other social media sites. In addition to that, some people screenshot Lin Huang's comment and forwarded it around. The criticism about that Lin Huang and Dynasty being traitors that was consistent on the black market forum took a turn after a new bunch of people flooded the site. The threads were all supporting Lin Huang. Are you guys ashamed of taking this video sneakily? The emperor wasn't even hiding it. Good job on the, it's none of your business. Because of that, I'm Lin Huang's fan from today onwards. Secret visit, my A*S. He visited the Union government publicly and didn't disguise himself at all. Instead, he walked into the building from the entrance. The video you posted shows that loud and clear, so how is that a secret visit? Do you think we're all blind? To those who called out Dynasty as a traitor, the emperor officially announced that Dynasty was no longer an underground organization 4 months ago as soon as he was appointed. They're now a neutral organization. What does a neutral organization working with Union organization has anything to do with you underground organization? Lin Huang's name became the #1 topic on all the social media sites early in the morning. Dynasty also became the second topic on trending topics, and they were popular now. The first thought that flashed through many people's minds when they saw Lin Huang's name on social media sites was, what did Lin Huang do again? Why is he always trending? Can he give a chance to the others? Everyone who clicked on the trending thread and read it thoroughly came to the same conclusion: they supported Lin Huang. The reason was simple. Many ordinary cultivators were on all social media sites while most of them loathed the underground organizations. Lin Huang's action undoubtedly made a statement that Dynasty was a neutral organization. Moreover, him working with the Union government was a plus to the ordinary cultivators. To them, the Union government represented justice. It was impossible for them to be in the same boat with evil organizations. Therefore, Dynasty's image turned positive now. In reality, Lin Huang and Bloody did not expect that to happen. One of the reasons why Lin Huang decided to work with the Union government was that the Union government had the most power. Another reason was that compared to other organizations, the possibility of the Union government backing out on their promise was slimmer. Lin Huang and the rest had no idea that the Union government was following this matter closely since early in the morning. Zhang Shan and the rest were a little surprised to see that almost everyone on the internet supported Lin Huang. Everyone on the internet supports Dynasty and Lin Huang. I really have no idea what Lin Huang fed those people, Deputy Chief. Dongfang Bai shook his head while saying, failing to understand how did that happen. It's not too hard to understand actually. Zhang Shan smiled hearing what Dongfang Bai said. Lin Huang is only 19 and he's already the emperor of Dynasty as well as the #1 genius of the era. His name doesn't represent himself alone. It's more like a symbol that the younger generation believes in. Think about it, he's a formidable genius as bright as the sun above, masking all of the light the rest of the talents shine with his ability, and he's the same age as you when you were 19. Would you worship him? Dongfang Bai fell into silence. The rest also experienced a slight change of expression. Lin Huang's existence isn't something bad. There's no need for us to be intimidated by him. Even if Lin Huang isn't the one conquering the world, it might be Zhang Huang, Lu Huang or Li Huang. It's just how reality is. A person will show up at the right time in the right position as the leader of the new era. He'll leave his mark in his time and people will remember him for years to come, Zhang Shan continued. You sure speak highly of him. Are you trying to boost his ego? Said the committee chairman Zhao Lingming while smiling. What I said is what I really feel. You must know that I was even less significant than his finger when I was 19, Zhang Shan ridiculed himself. Alright, let's stop talking about Lin Huang. We might as well call off the meeting with Dynasty and agree to all of their conditions directly if we continue to talk about him, Dongfang Bai scorned. It's almost time to go. I think the people from Dynasty are already waiting at the meeting room. Ran Ning changed the subject right away. They then stopped chatting and headed to the meeting room. Lin Huang and the other three had been waiting in the meeting room much earlier. When it was almost 9 a.m., they began the meeting officially after a moment of chatting. The Union government chief, Zhang Shan, was the first to speak. Emperor Lin, you were saying that the main bargaining power you guys have is the authority to the ruins and sites yesterday. We'd like to know how many are there going to be. Royal's GRADE 0 trial zone is the equivalent of grade -1 to grade 5 ruins and sites in our world. I can give you authorization to 300 of them. Meanwhile, a grade -1 trial zone is equivalent to grade 6 ruins and sites in our world. I can give you authorization to 30 of them. However, the condition is that we'll take a 30% commission from the items that you guys obtained from the trial zones. Lin Huang named his condition directly. Apart from the restriction whereby only Royal's affiliate organizations were allowed to enter the trial zones, members with rank A authorization actually had another privilege, which was to invite a maximum of 3 people who were not from the affiliate organizations into the trial zones. However, the guests would not obtain any points from the killings in the trial zones. Royal's internal market would not be open to them either. The only thing they could bring back would be the monster carcasses and the treasures from the trial zones. They probably gave such a privilege because Royal did not want their elite members to be too introverted. They hoped that the members could socialize like normal people and even work with other organizations instead of limiting themselves to being acquaintances with others. Meanwhile, the authorization to the ruins and sites Lin Huang was offering the Union government was actually a privilege given to rank A royalties. Chapter 1161, He's trending again. Lin Huang offered access to 330 trial zones as soon as he spoke. It was almost half of all of the ruins and sites in the entire gravel world. Moreover, the number surpassed the total number of ruins and sites that the Union government owned. The meeting room fell into silence once again hearing the offer Lin Huang gave. The Union government was mentally prepared for Lin Huang to definitely offer a high number, but never had they thought it would be so high. Although Zhang Shan and the rest were mentally prepared, they were shocked when they heard the actual number Lin Huang offered. If they agreed to that offer, it would mean that the number of sites and ruins that the Union government could explore could be multiplied. If you guys need, I can pick those trial zones that have just been opened, Lin Huang added, but there's something that I must tell you in advance. Although there are many royal trial zones, there are also many royalties, affiliate organizations. Therefore, it's very normal for you guys to bump into other organizations who would enter the trial zones the same time that you do. Even if those were new trial zones, the organizations under the royalties might have explored and taken the resources. Royal doesn't prohibit fights in trial zones. One can even say that they encourage them. So, when your people bump into other organizations in the trial zones, don't show mercy when you have to fight. Otherwise, you'll end up being the one killed. I understand that. We'll pass that message down then. Zhang Shan nodded and proceeded. I've looked at the list you sent to Guanzhong yesterday, and we've discussed it and came to an agreement. Zhang Shan read out while projecting a list. The first condition is that you guys requested to have access to the Union organization's trading channels. We're okay with that. It can be opened to Dynasty freely. The second condition is that you guys requested to enjoy the same privileges we offer to the Union organizations. We can promise you that as well. However, we can't agree to give access to Union information to Dynasty. The most that we can do is give Dynasty access to public information, not the access to the confidential stuff. The same goes for the access of books and documents of all sorts. We can only open a part of it to Dynasty. We can give access to cultivation books under God level, but not to other books, documents, and confidential stuff. As for the access to ancient sites open to Emperor Lin alone, we can do that for you, but the duration will only be 30 days. The access will be revoked as soon as 30 days have passed. We can also give a month of access to the highest authorization in the central library to Emperor Lin. However, you can't transfer or record the methods in the books to others. There were over 20 lists on the projection. Those were the conditions that Lin Huang and Bloody had discussed and listed. Among the conditions, there were only merely a few that were completely accepted. Most of the requests were not rejected by the Union government directly. Instead, they accepted them with their own terms and conditions. The Union government's way of handling the matter was completely within Bloody's expectations. In reality, Lin Huang could see where the Union government drew the line in the list. Almost all of the conditions that touched the Union organization's confidentiality were rejected instantly. Huang Tianfu and Huang Baiyu were quiet. In reality, they were pretty satisfied with the first round of discussion with the Union government. However, Bloody and Lin Huang wanted to fight for more. Soon, Bloody, who was hundreds of meters away, contacted Lin Huang. The Union government has drawn the line. I think they've shown it on purpose to prevent us from putting the Union organization's confidentiality on the table for the next few rounds of discussions. If that's the limit, we don't have to step across their baseline. Over and over again, we just have to compromise on some of the conditions as long as we get what we should fight for. Lin Huang spoke again after communicating with Bloody on their consciousness for a while. Chief Zhang, to be honest, I see your sincerity in working with us. However, there are some conditions that I hope to bargain with you. The first one, access to information. If you're only giving us access to public information, that has not much difference versus not giving us access to it at all. Everybody knows that most underground organization members have an Emperor's Heart ring with a fake identity. Moreover, the fake identities are basically members of the Union organizations, including the Union government, the Hunter Association, and Adventurer Paradise. We can look at the public information open to the Union with a fake identity ring. Therefore, the first condition that you guys offer serves no difference compared to not giving us anything. We know it's pretty impossible for you guys to give elder level authorization to us. After all, an elder level authorization would fall under core authorization. However, we're hoping to fight for transcendent level access, even if it's only holy fire level. Zhang Shan turned his head to look at his people after hearing that. He then turned his head back to look at Lin Huang after a simple communication with the remaining 7 people through voice transmission. Please give us some time to deliberate. Please do. Lin Huang nodded lightly while picking up the cup and taking a sip of tea. He waited for them to discuss among themselves patiently. Meanwhile, Bloody's voice came into his head again. There will be 2 possible results later. One of them could be they're going to change the authorization. If that's the case, we'll pick something that they'll most probably disagree with. The other result would be for them to disagree to change it. If that's the case, there's no need for us to insist on this and compromise with another condition that we're eager to realize. Approximately 7 to 8 minutes later, the Union government finally came up with their decision. Zhang Shan and the rest who gathered around fixed their attention back to the table. Zhang Shan finally spoke again. I'm so sorry, we can't give you access. As for the fake identities that Emperor Lin mentioned, we'll look into it. The public Union information is only open to Union organizations. It's not for non-members to pry. Alright, since you guys have come to that decision, I won't waste any more time dwelling on that. Let's talk about the next condition. Lin Huang shrugged and skipped to the next condition promptly. Both sides discussed back and forth for the entire day and finally came to a preliminary agreement. In reality, the progress was considered swift for a collaboration between top organizations. After the direction and conditions of the collaboration came to an agreement, Lin Huang and the rest stayed another 2 days in First City to discuss the details. Including the first day that was wasted, they spent a whole 4 days to finally officially sign the agreement. Lin Huang and Zhang Shan decided to release a statement together as soon as the agreement was signed. The statement that was posted on the Union government's official account was, "It's a historical day today. The Union government is collaborating with the neutral organization, Dynasty." The attached picture was the last page of signatures on the agreement as well as a photo of the upper echelons of the Union government and Dynasty. Meanwhile, Lin Huang was much more casual with his statement. Happy collaboration. The photo he attached was the photo taken with Lin Xin and the Union government chief, Zhang Shan, as well as the cover of both agreements. Lin Huang, who was still trending on top 10, rose to number 1 within less than 3 minutes of the statement being made. He became the trending number 1 again. Chapter 1162, Give me your report within 3 days. To avoid having interviews with media, Lin Huang and the rest returned to Emperor City as soon as the agreement was signed. Lin Huang browsed the websites on his Emperor's Heart ring as soon as he returned to Emperor City. He realized all of the headlines on the news pages was the collaboration between the Union government and Dynasty. The comments section below the news was on fire. The number of comments were growing almost every second. Although everyone knew that Lin Huang led Dynasty to the Union government headquarters in First City 3 days ago, many of them looked down on Dynasty, whereby they thought the discussion would most probably come to no avail. After all, Dynasty used to be an underground organization back then. Many of their members were still on the Union organization's blacklist until today. The 2 organizations were on different pages no matter whether it was in the past or now. Theoretically, it was pretty impossible for the Union government to come to an agreement with Dynasty. Although Dynasty was a top organization in this world, compared to the Union government, they were on a different level. Many people thought that the Union government would have everything that Dynasty had. Therefore, there was no need for the Union government to work with Dynasty at all. However, the outsiders had no idea that the bargaining power that Lin Huang offered was so handsome that the Union government could not reject it at all. Being a neutral organization aside, the Union government might be unable to decline such tempting offer even if Dynasty was still an underground organization. Naturally, if that was the case, they would definitely not make their collaboration known to the public. Instead, they would only work secretly. Apart from the news sites, the collaboration between the Union government and Dynasty became the number 1 or number 2 topic on all the forums and social media sites. Lin Huang was even trending as number 1 on some sites. Clearly, people took note of Lin Huang and the collaboration between the Union government and Dynasty. Lin Huang realized that his personal social media account experienced a boost in fans again. On the social media site that he paid the most attention to, his fans that were originally over 50 million had grown to 70 million and was still growing. Within an hour of him posting the statement, there were over 2 million comments and at least 10 million likes on his post. Lin Huang scanned through the comments roughly. Most of them basically supported what he did. Many new cultivators began following him because of the collaboration that had gone through this time. It proved that Dynasty was indeed a neutral organization because it was impossible for the Union government to work with an underground organization. At least, it was impossible for them to do that publicly. Moreover, working with the Union government publicly would be the equivalent to drawing a line with the underground organizations. It was a different story from merely saying that Dynasty was a neutral organization like Lin Huang had before. Naturally, there were criticisms in the comments too. Some of them criticized them for standing on the underground organization's side, saying that Lin Huang and Dynasty were traitors to the underground organization. Some of them were condemning them for taking the Union organization's side, accusing Lin Huang and Dynasty doing it as a show and just pretending on the surface. After all, they were still an underground organization deep down in their bones with a neutral organization's cover over their skin. Lin Huang did not respond to those jokers. He only looked through the comments and skipped through the pages, not even bothering to read the details. It was not that he was a chill person, but he just thought it was not necessary for him to waste time on those jokers. He closed the website after looking at a few pages of comments. He sat with his legs crossed and began cultivating Seamless. However, he had no idea that the collaboration between Dynasty and the Union government which he made possible had become heated discussions in many top organizations. On the Union organization's side, they were most curious about what bargaining power did Dynasty exactly have to make the Union government agree to work with them. Moreover, some of the organizations heard some of the conditions and found out about the access the Union government gave to Dynasty. Some Union organizations looked for the Union government committee and deputy chief directly to object to the collaboration. However, Zhang Shan and the rest were expecting to hear different opinions, so they carried out the solutions that they had prepared. The underground organizations were also in heated discussions. However, most of them were discussing to take revenge on Dynasty. They thought that Dynasty working with the Union government was a betrayal. They used to be one of the top 3 underground organizations and they're kissing the Union government's A*S now. Dynasty is just pure disgusting. Who do they think the underground organizations are? They dismissed themselves just like that. Did we agree to that? They kept saying that they're going to the neutral side and we didn't say anything because we know it was just something that they'd say. I thought we could just laugh about it, but they're ignoring the other underground organizations completely just to work with the Union government. We don't care about anything that you're trying to stir, but this is just stabbing a knife into our backs. Dynasty is too much. We must teach them a lesson this time. Especially that emperor, we must teach him a good lesson. He has been stirring things up ever since he was appointed. Apart from the Union organizations and the underground organizations, the neutral organizations were also in heated discussions about the collaboration between the Union government and Dynasty. This happened in Shadow Killer's headquarters in the number 1 safety zone of Foothold No 1A11 in Silhouette City. What Dynasty did this time is pretty interesting, commented a man in white as he smiled slightly while watching the news projected before him. A shadow on the ground became distorted and slowly transformed into a big, black mouth. It then spoke, "We've collaborated with the Union government hundreds of years ago. Besides the Union government, we're also collaborating with the Hunter Association and Adventurer Paradise. That's different. We're collaborating with the union organizations secretly. Dynasty announced their collaboration to the world. They're not afraid of letting everyone know about it. Perhaps the current emperor of Dynasty is a dumb ass. It makes sense for him to do such a thing without putting any consequences into consideration. The big, black mouth spoke again. No, Dynasty's 3 Grand Dukes are all smart, especially Huang Tianfu. Not many in the underground organizations can compare to him when he does something with motive. It's impossible that he doesn't know the consequences of doing this. Even if that emperor is dumb, it's impossible for Huang Tianfu to allow him to come up with such a stupid plan. Him going to the union government with the emperor for the discussion proves that 3 of the Grand Dukes approved of that. So, the only possible explanation is that Huang Tianfu knows Dynasty has the ability to handle the consequences. Meanwhile, in Foothold No. 2A13 of Freedom City in the number 2 safety zone, 13 people sat at the table in the meeting room at the Neutral Heretics headquarters. Among the 13 of them, some of them were listening to music with earphones on, some were digging their nose, some were rubbing their feet with their leg up, some were biting their nails and some were sleeping while snoring. The person who sat in the main seat was a man who wore a black robe covering his body and had a terrifying white mask on his face. The man removed his mask and revealed a harmless face that seemed like a baby's. He looked like he was only in his early 20s. Hey, can you guys at least pretend to be serious? We're in a meeting now, insisted the black-robed man while slamming the table. Boss, you can just say what you've got to say. There's no need to slam the table. We're not deaf, complained the man who was rubbing his feet before he sniffed his fingers. He then revealed a disgusted expression. I'll chop your legs off. The black-robed man growled fiercely. Boss, don't be angry. You look like a baby who is upset. That makes you lose all of your power. The middle-aged man with stubs had half of his little finger up his nostril. His voice was muffled when he spoke. It's all your fault. You guys always half-a**s everything you do. We were supposed to be the first neutral organization to collaborate with the union government. Now, Dynasty has done it first. The black-robed man pointed his finger accusingly at the people. Boss, you can't blame us for that. We have everything that the union government has. What can we offer to work with them? Said the fatty who was sleeping and snoring earlier, yawning while looking sleepy. I don't care. We can do what Dynasty did. You guys figure out what can we offer to work with the union government when the meeting adjourns. I'll give you 3 days. Each of you will have to write a report. You know what's the consequence for not passing it up on time. Chapter 1163. Misery. After the discussion with the union government was over, Lin Huang went back being a hermit crab. On the second day he returned to Emperor City. However, his emperor's heart ring began vibrating when he had just started cultivating seamless early in the morning. The interference did not bother Lin Huang since he was not in closed-door cultivation. He did not turn off the communication function in his emperor's heart ring. The reason being he knew that the collaboration between Dynasty and the union government would definitely create a stir. He was most probably needed to handle it himself. As expected, it was Huang Tianfu who was calling. Lin Huang picked up the call. Peeping at the name popped up on the communication device. Huang Tianfu's full body was soon projected before Lin Huang. However, he looked bothered. What's wrong? Lin Huang knew that it was pretty impossible for Huang Tianfu to contact him if there was nothing important. It was a consistent relationship that he had built with Huang Tianfu. Misery has just sent an invitation. They'll visit us in 3 days. Misery. Lin Huang could not help but raise his brow after hearing that. Naturally, Lin Huang was familiar with the name Misery. It was the #1 underground organization in the entire gravel world. He had no idea how powerful Misery was. All he knew roughly was that the #1 rank Misery had been sitting in for hundreds of years could not be shaken by Dynasty at all. Among the top 3 underground organizations, Dynasty and Inferno had been fighting for #2 all this time. How powerful exactly is Misery? They can't compare with the union government. Am I right, Lin? Huang asked Huang Tianfu. Misery is a little like the enhanced version of Saint. Compared to Saint members who are avid believers of their god, Misery worships the death god. The Misery followers believe that life is like cruising on a sea of misery, whereby death is the only salvation and relief. They think that killing is an act to help others to achieve salvation and relief, which also cleanses their own sin. If death is the only salvation and relief, why don't they commit suicide? Lin Huang could not help but ask solemnly. Misery followers think that committing suicide is a depraving behavior. Not only will they not be salvaged or relieved, but they'll also drown in the sea of misery after they die, and they won't be relieved forever. Any form of suicide isn't encouraged, including hiring someone to kill themselves or setting someone up to kill them. All of those are considered suicide. What double standards of logic! Lin Huang pouted. Killing others would mean offering salvation and relief, but committing suicide would put them in the sea of misery. No matter what, they had the right to an explanation whereby they could make up anything they wanted. Due to the high threshold to enter misery, their members have a compelling ability. Basically, all of their members are genius powerhouses because they worship the death god, which makes their followers fearless of death, resulting in them having extreme cultivation and battle techniques. Only a handful of people with the same combat strength are a match for them. Their average personal ability ranks number 1 in the entire gravel world. There's a rumor saying that Misery has a way to get their members to virtual god level. They might have more virtual god level members than the Union government does. Apart from having fewer members compared to the Union government, Misery can definitely suppress the Union government and all of the other organizations in other aspects. If their average personal abilities and top combat strength are more powerful than the Union government, then indeed, their overall ability is much more powerful than Dynasty. Lin Huang nodded lightly and asked Huang Tianfu, "Has Dynasty encountered Misery before?" "We don't have much contact, but we've encountered them a few times." Huang Tianfu nodded. "What do you think? Are they as powerful as what the rumor says?" "I personally think that the rumor is real," Huang Tianfu answered. "They have a minimum of 3 virtual god level powerhouses, and the most powerful one is on at least virtual god rank 3. Naturally, Misery sent us the invitation right when we're in the middle of the heat. They want to show us who the boss is. The person who will come visit us 3 days later isn't someone to be underestimated." "Master Emperor, should we get Mr. Fu?" "Don't worry, I'll work something out." Naturally, Lin Huang would not alert Mr. Fu about a rare godhead that was coming his way. "I hope they send many people here with higher combat strength so that the effect of warning our enemies will be more impactful." After hanging up on Huang Tianfu's call, Lin Huang began cultivating seamless without any distractions. Meanwhile, outside the Emperor Palace, the access that the Union government promised was granted one after another. Dynasty soon began giving all sorts of access to their members. By then, the Dynasty members gained a new level of trust in Lin Huang. On the other hand, Huang Tianfu was communicating with the Union government's business partners to purchase broken godheads and godheads for Lin Huang. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. On the evening of the 3rd day, which was the day before Misery would visit Dynasty officially, a thread on the black market forum blew up. The title of the thread was, "Dynasty will be past tense after tomorrow." The thread seemed to have been posted by someone from Misery because apart from Lin Huang and the 3 Grand Dukes from Dynasty, only a few of the upper echelons knew that Misery was visiting. However, the thread revealed the invitation, saying that Dynasty had received the invitation from Misery 2 days ago and that they would visit the next day. Although there was no photo of the invitation attached in the thread, judging by the descriptions, the thread starter obviously knew about the visit. However, although the thread created a stir, not many people believed it. After all, the contents of the thread were merely words. There was no proof to show that the exposé was real. Although the news was unreliable, many people supported it. They commented that Misery should teach Dynasty a lesson, show them the consequence of being a traitor. Some were targeting Lin Huang, saying Misery should teach Lin Huang, the daring brat, a good lesson. Soon, the screenshot of the thread was posted on all the social media sites, causing heated discussions among cultivators. Because Misery had been quiet for over 10 years, many rookies had never heard of it. There was very little information about them on the Heart Network too. Many people were asking the same question. What kind of organization is Misery exactly? Some of the people from the underground organizations and some senior cultivators began researching about Misery. However, many of the cultivators were in disdain after learning about some stuff that Misery did. They became supporting Dynasty. "I thought it was some amazing organization, but it's just a radical terrorist organization. I really don't know why such an organization exists. Killing others is a relief to them, but committing suicide is prohibited. Such double standards make me want to laugh. Such underground organizations are more disgusting as you learn more about them. It seems like Dynasty is better since they decided to get out of the dark and go towards the light. Great job. What times are they living in to be sending an invitation out? Did they really think they're underground bosses? If this threat is real, I hope that Lin Huang and dynasty will be able to brave through the disaster tomorrow. Apart from the netizens, many organizations were following the issue too. In reality, the top organizations knew that the threat was real without having to look at the proof because they had heard about it since the beginning. Even the Union government was following the matter. Should we do something about it? Dongfang Bai asked Zhang Shan. This is a conflict between dynasty and misery, Zhang Shan responded calmly. What if they really put dynasty to an end? Dongfang Bai asked while frowning. Wouldn't that mean that the collaboration we had would go to waste? Zhang Shan lowered his head to look at the projected screenshot. Since they've decided to collaborate with us, they should have the ability to bear the risk of working with us. If they didn't consider all the risks that might happen, or if they weren't prepared for this prior to the discussion, we can only say that they're not the people we want to work with. I believe Emperor Lin and the rest should know very well that taking the first step to work with us isn't difficult. The tricky part is to maintain collaboration. If they manage to maintain it, everything will be smooth sailing in the future. If they can't, it'll just be a dream. Chapter 1164. A thoughtful lamb. It was at the beginning of winter during mid-December in Emperor City. The temperature was between 5 to 10 degrees Celsius. Many citizens began wearing thin coats while the cultivators donned long pants and jackets. White frost could occasionally be seen on the damp ground in the morning while the nights were chilly. To the commoners, the 15th of December was just an ordinary day. It was the same for most people in Emperor City. However, almost all of the top organizations in the entire gravel world had their attention on Emperor City that was tens of thousands of miles away from them because something important was about to happen there on that day. The underground organization that ranked number 1 throughout hundreds of years was Visiting Dynasty. Everyone who was following this matter knew that visit was just a nice term. In reality, it was a fight. It would not only be just a fight between Misery and Dynasty, but it was also a fight for order. If Misery won this match, it would not only mean that Dynasty would be destroyed, but it would also mean that the old order could not be broken, and there would not be a second underground organization who would confront them for at least hundreds of years. There would also not be a second neutral organization who would work with the Union government. If Dynasty won the match, Misery would be defeated and a new order would be in place. By then, more organizations would become neutral and more neutral organizations would work with the Union government. One could say that Dynasty would begin a brand new era as soon as they won the match. That was the reason why all the top organizations were following this incident closely. The minor organizations and cultivators who were following this matter did not look that far into the future. All they thought was that the match between these two top organizations would be interesting. To them, Misery was the number 1 giant while Dynasty was the latest talk of the town. This match had to be an intense one. In reality, they had no idea exactly how powerful Misery was, and neither did they know what trump card Dynasty was holding. The 3 Grand Dukes and another 2 virtual god-level dukes were preparing for the day to come. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had been shutting himself away in the Emperor Palace. He was not nervous at all and had been cultivating seamless throughout the past few days. He even had a faint feeling that his divine telekinesis was improving a little each day. By the time it was 8 a.m., Huang Tianfu finally could not wait any longer and called Lin Huang. In reality, he had sent Lin Huang a message past 6 in the morning. He told him that Misery would arrive before 9 a.m., but Lin Huang did not respond. However, Lin Huang hung up the second the call was connected. Huang Tianfu received a message a moment later. "All right, I'll get out after I take a shower and have changed." The reason why he had been dragging and refused to leave the Emperor Palace until now was that he was 200 threads away from reaching 50,000 telekinetic threads at 6 a.m. As a man who had slight OCD, he only insisted on getting out after he had broken through to 50,000 telekinetic threads. In reality, he paced himself so he would only take 2 hours the most. He was sure he would not be late to meet Misery. Lin Huang opened his eyes all of a sudden less than 10 seconds after hanging up Huang Tianfu's video call request with his telekinetic threads. He had finally consolidated the last thread for the 50,000 telekinetic threads. Lin Huang only sent Huang Tianfu the message after recalling the telekinetic threads back into his body. He then got up and walked to the bathroom. After washing up and changing, he walked out of the Emperor Palace feeling fresh. He lowered his head to check the time. It was 8:18 a.m. It's still a little early. I have time for breakfast, Lin Huang mumbled softly and disappeared in a flash. He arrived at the fat auntie's dumpling store when he appeared again. However, he was speechless to see the long queue at the entrance. Such good business. Master Emperor, haven't you had breakfast? The fat auntie greeted him in a friendly manner. What would you like? I'll get it for you. The couple knew Lin Huang's identity, but they did not really understand what the emperor meant. They thought he was a governor of some sort. Although they respected him, they treated him as an ordinary person since they were already familiar with each other by now. Everybody else gawked at Lin Huang after the fat auntie said that. A few of the customers were cultivators who came from foreign lands to check out the dumplings. They began taking videos secretly as soon as they saw Lin Huang. Nonetheless, Lin Huang did not stop them when he noticed that since he had gotten used to people filming him secretly. Initially, he wanted to cut the queue after hearing what the fat auntie said. He did not do that when he realized that everyone in the queue was staring at him in respect, and there were 2 kids in the queue too. Don't worry about me, I'll queue, Lin Huang said and went to the back of the line. Including the 2 kids, there were 14 people before him. He looked at the time to see that it was 8:20 a.m. He estimated the time and figured he could still make it, so he decided to wait patiently. In the beginning, the speed of the queue went smoothly. However, a young lady could not make up her mind and took up quite some time. Later on, there was a kid who wanted to have fried buns and fried eggs. The fat uncle started frying the buns, leaving the fat auntie alone, which slowed the line down. It was almost 8:50 a.m. when it was Lin Huang's turn to order. After ordering 2 servings of dumplings, Lin Huang turned around and realized that all of the tables were basically taken. There was only 1 seat left at a table for 2. Nobody dared to sit there because there was a hunk with a scar on his face sitting at the table. He was bald and appeared fierce. Lin Huang walked straight to him. Is this seat taken? In reality, he sensed that the hunk was a cultivator and had rather high combat strength. He was a transcendent on high immortal level. And no, the hunk had been filming Lin Huang secretly. When he saw Lin Huang walk over, he panicked. You can film me if you want. There's no need to hide, Lin Huang said after seeing the hunk cover his left hand with his right, revealing the camera shutter on his emperor's heart ring between his fingers. Can I do that? The hunk did not expect Lin Huang to be so easygoing. You guys would still film me even if I said no. There are already over 10 cameras pointing at me now, so it doesn't make a difference if you're filming me too, responded Lin Huang, and he began eating the dumplings with the dipping sauce. The scar-faced hunk sitting across him could not help but ask when he had eaten half the dumplings, isn't misery visiting Dynasty today? Why are you still having breakfast at such a time? Is it 9 a.m. already? Lin Huang peeped at the time and asked casually. But, shouldn't you be getting ready? The scar-faced hunk asked again, they're from misery after all. What should I prepare? Lin Huang asked him back. He then shoved the last dumpling in the first basket and began munching on it quickly. The scar-faced hunk could not answer that question. He could not help but question again when Lin Huang devoured the second basket of dumplings a moment later. Do you have the confidence to handle the crisis? Crisis? I don't understand what you're saying. All I'm seeing is a thoughtful lamb hopping onto my chopping board. Chapter 1165. Misery's visit. 3 guests arrived at the guest lounge at Dynasty's headquarters at 8:50 a.m. The person who was leading them was a young man who looked about 20 years of age. He wore a white robe and had long hair that reached his waist. His face was so beautiful that he looked like a lady. Huang Tianfu and the rest sensed clearly that this young man's combat strength aura was imperial level purple gold rank. However, he was 2 years older than Lin Huang at the most by the looks of it. Of the other 2 gray-robed men, one was muscular while the other was skinny and slender. They stressed the virtual gods Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang out even though they did not release their aura intentionally. Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang could faintly sense danger from them. The duo could see the fear in Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang when they locked eyes. The 2 gray-robed visitors were at least mid-level virtual gods. In fact, they might be even more powerful than that. The white-robed young man had a slight smile on his face as he observed the people from Dynasty quietly. He only fixed his eyes on Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang for a moment and peeped at Huang Tianfu, Huang Wunan, and Huang Tufu. However, the 3 perfect stage demigod-level Grand Dukes did not interest him at all. He glanced at the 3 Grand Dukes and then at the few Dynasty upper echelons. However, he soon looked away, losing interest after seeing that they were demigods. A sense of disdain flashed through Huang Tianfu's eyes, but he asked with a smile on his face, "May I know how to address the three of you?" "I'm sorry, we forgot to introduce ourselves. Your humble one is Ku Zhen." The white-robed young man put down the teacup in his hand and said while smiling, "These two next to me are xianxia and Lu." Huang Tianfu and the rest experienced a slight change of expression upon hearing that. They did not know much about misery, but they knew that the members would remove their names and given nicknames since they joined the organization. Meanwhile, although they had never heard of the nicknames xianxia and Lu, they knew that the nicknames that began with Jia and Ji were the earliest batch of misery members. For Ku Zhen, who had a nickname that began with Ku, he was like the holy son from Saint. In misery's terms, they were called bodhisattva. Those who would be chosen as bodhisattvas would have to be at least supreme geniuses. They might even have abilities that were comparable with the four princes on the same combat strength. So, it's the bodhisattva and two seniors. Huang Tianfu soon adjusted his emotions. Naturally, the white-robed young man Ku Zhen noticed Huang Tianfu's change in emotions. He was quite impressed by his control. "I see you guys have done your homework." Huang Tianfu looked calm, but in reality, he was panicking. It was a few minutes to 9 a.m., but Lin Huang had yet to show up until now. Moreover, misery obviously came prepared. He was afraid that Dynasty might not be able to go through this easily. As the atmosphere in Dynasty headquarters was incredibly intense, many cultivators in the cultivation world began discussing Lin Huang again. There was no other reason why that happened, no other than the scar-faced hunk sitting across Lin Huang who live-streamed Lin Huang devouring the dumplings and airing their conversation. "Emperor Lin, you gobbling those dumplings makes me want to eat dumplings too. Which dumpling store is Emperor Lin eating at? Please provide the address and the store name. Can you gluttons be more serious? The babe behind Emperor Lin is quite pretty. Please provide her contact number." Naturally, some of them were talking about serious stuff. "I feel like Emperor Lin really doesn't care about misery. It doesn't look like he's pretending. He has a meeting with misery at 9 a.m. but he's still eating dumplings at 8:55 a.m. How serious exactly is he?" Somebody took a photo outside Dynasty headquarters. "The people from misery have entered the headquarters. And he's here eating dumplings. Emperor Lin, it's time to go back to Dynasty. Otherwise, your lair will be gone." "Who cares about the lair? To a glutton, eating is the topmost priority." Lin Huang glanced at the time when he was done with the 2 baskets of dumplings. It was almost 8:59 a.m. He stood up and walked to the fat auntie to pay his bill calmly. He then spoke to the scar-faced hunk and the rest, "I'm making a move. Enjoy your breakfast." He vanished from where he was as soon as he was done speaking. It was 9 a.m. sharp when he appeared in Dynasty's meeting room in a flash. He looked at the time projected on his emperor's heart ring just when he managed to stand still. "Ah, I'm on time." He turned off the projection from his emperor's heart ring and walked straight to the main seat in the meeting room. He took his seat and began observing the 3 people from misery. The young leader who wore a white robe was so beautiful and angelic that he did not look like a man. He had imperial level purple gold rank combat strength, but his ability might not be that low. The other 2 men dressed plainly, but Lin Huang noticed they had combat strengths of virtual god rank 5 and virtual god rank 6. In this gravel world, they were considered supreme powerhouses whose combat strength ranked just lower than Mr. Fu's. Lin Huang was suspicious of the duo's combat strengths because theoretically, demigods integrating a virtual god rank 3's godhead should be the limit. The success rate of integrating virtual god rank 4's godhead was almost 0. However, the duo's combat strengths were virtual god rank 5 and virtual god rank 6. It would mean that either misery had found a way to achieve virtual god level or they had special techniques to integrate godheads. A gleam of judgment flashed through Lin Huang's eyes as he thought about this point. "Yours truly is the Emperor of Dynasty, Lin Huang. I would like to represent Dynasty to welcome all of you for visiting." The 3 of them from misery focused their eyes on Lin Huang as soon as he appeared. Everyone was curious about this number 1 genius of the era who was also the Emperor of Dynasty. Even misery's bodhisattva was no exception. Ku Zhen squinted slightly as he observed Lin Huang. He was coming up with an estimation secretly, which was his ability to find out about someone through observation. He has just attained imperial level, but his aura is rather odd. He doesn't feel like an ordinary imperial level black gold rank. He has compelling sword Dao in him, so I'm guessing he has reached level -6. He has powerful telekinesis too. He's almost at the peak of Imperial level. That's strange. How come he's got no Imperial sensor aura? Ku Zhen nodded with a light smile at Lin Huang after his attempt to read him was to no avail. I'm Ku Zhen. I've heard so much about you, Emperor, and we've finally met today. So, you're the Bodhisattva. You're too kind. Lin Huang was too lazy to do his homework, but he had gotten Bloody to do it for him. Bloody researched Misery a bit, so it was only natural that she knew about the Bodhisattva. Huang Tianfu told Lin Huang about the other two through voice transmission. However, upon seeing that Ku Zhen did not introduce them, they did not take the initiative to introduce themselves. Lin Huang nodded quietly and lifted his head to look at Ku Zhen, who was sitting across him. I won't be beating around the bush so that we won't waste each other's time. I don't think you, the Bodhisattva, and the other two seniors happened to pass by the headquarters for nothing. You didn't state the reason in the invitation. So, why are you really here? Chapter 1166, Sparing Nobody. Huang Tianfu and the rest felt helpless. They thought they could test Misery for a little instead of turning against each other so soon. However, there was no way they could turn the situation around since Lin Huang said that. Beyond Misery's expectations, Lin Huang went straight into the subject. To them, Dynasty was at a loss. Usually people who were at a loss would not state their opinions in a discussion. Instead, they would beat around the bush to test where the one with the upper hand stood. Since Lin Huang had asked about their intentions in such a straightforward way, Ku Zhen thought he saved a lot of his effort. Since you've asked, Emperor Lin, I shan't beat around the bush and I'll say whatever I have in mind. Ku Zhen paused and continued when he saw Lin Huang nod at him. We hope that Dynasty will cancel their collaboration with the Union government. Ku Zhen had been staring at Lin Huang when he said that. He wanted to see what kind of reaction Lin Huang would have. Lin Huang only smiled lightly. Don't you think you guys are sticking your noses into our business? Misery is the underground boss. It was in the past, and it still is now. You guys working with the Union government broke the underground organization's rules. This is under our jurisdiction, Ku Zhen explained. Dynasty is now a neutral organization. We've got nothing to do with underground organizations. I don't care where you stand among the underground organizations, but you can't do anything to us, Lin Huang warned, not buying it at all. You guys can't dismiss yourself from the underground world as you wish. Dynasty will still be an underground organization as long as Misery hasn't given permission for you to do so. Dynasty will still be under Misery's jurisdiction. The notice you guys announced doesn't count. Such behavior isn't in line with our underground organization's rules. Ku Zhen began denying Dynasty's power of statement. It's our business whether to dismiss ourselves from the underground world or not. It has nothing to do with other organizations. I don't care if Misery agrees with that or not, but we've already done that. It's a fact. The Union government working with us publicly has proven that they approve of us as a neutral organization. Lin Huang paused before speaking again. If Misery has something to say about us dismissing ourselves from the underground world, you should have come to us when we announced it. You shouldn't be doing what you're doing now, telling us that we're breaking the rules after we've made the announcement 4 months ago. You guys only announced it with a written notice 4 months ago. Nobody would have taken that seriously. Do you think we should visit all the organizations that want to dismiss themselves from the underground world one by one? We wouldn't have come if you guys didn't work with the Union government and broke the rule. Ku Zhen retaliated against what Lin Huang from through Misery's angle. Whether you agree with that or not, Dynasty is a neutral organization now and we've come to an agreement to work with the Union government. Everything has been set, so you can't change the fact even if you've come all the way here. You can change the facts. I suggest you think it over again, Emperor Lin. A gleam of coldness flashed through Ku Zhen's eyes. We, Dynasty, will never take our words back. Lin Huang shook his head and declined immediately. Why are we still wasting our time talking to them? Xianxia, who was sitting aside, finally could not take it any longer and revealed a ferocious expression. Let's just kill them. The skinny Ji Lu next to him held Xiaxia's arm and looked at Lin Huang calmly. You have two choices. One is to cancel the collaboration between Dynasty and the Union government and dismiss yourself as a neutral organization. Release a notice within 3 days to inform the world. The second choice is to end Dynasty from this world entirely, sparing nobody's lives. Huang Tianfu and the rest had a slight change of expression as soon as Ji Lu said that. Lin Huang was the only one who maintained a light smile on his face. He seemed to not take Misery's threat seriously at all. "You're pretty old. I can't believe that you're so immature." Ku Zhen, who had been observing Lin Huang secretly, was suspicious of Lin Huang's reaction. His detective ability found out that Lin Huang did not fake his confidence. However, he could not figure out what kind of trump card did Lin Huang exactly possess. The only trump card he has now might be Mr. Fu. If Mr. Fu is at his peak, we might be scared of him. However, currently, Mr. Fu's ability is merely on virtual god rank 4 or rank 5 at the most. "You're seeking death, brat." Xianxia yelled at Lin Huang before Ji Lu could speak. "Huang Tianfu, we forgive this brat for not knowing the rule. Are you guys unaware of the rule as well?" Meanwhile, Ji Lu ignored Lin Huang completely and looked at Huang Tianfu instead. Huang Tianfu and the rest looked terrible. They were really unsure if Lin Huang's trump card would work out. At that moment, Huang Tufu was the first to stand up. "I support the emperor no matter what his decision is. If you're going to fight us, we're all in." He had returned from Division 3 just for this. Never had Lin Huang thought that Huang Tufu would be the first one who supported him. Huang Tianfu hesitated for a moment. Then, he said while sighing when he saw Huang Tufu standing by the emperor's side, "The emperor's decision is dynasty's decision. I'm merely dynasty's butler. Naturally, we'll do whatever the master wants. As for the consequences, we'll bear it together." Huang Wunan shrugged, feeling helpless, and walked to Huang Tianfu without saying a word. While the rest looked conflicted, Xianxia grinned all of a sudden. "Those who are against this brat's direction, you'll live as long as you stand your ground." Lin Huang remained unbothered and did not comment anything on what Xianxia said. Apart from those who had stood their ground, Huang Baiyu, Huang Haoyang, and the other right demigods were the ones remaining on Dynasty's side. Huang Baiyu was a little conflicted initially, but he walked up to Lin Huang after hearing what Xianxia said. "I didn't agree with what Master Emperor is doing initially, but I can't take it when you guys are trying to break us apart." Huang Haoyang also could not take it and finally piped up, "Although I'm unwilling to fight Misery, I respect Master Emperor's decision. Also, you trying to break us apart is just a cheap act. It always backfires. It's been hundreds of years since the last time I used this technique." Ku Zhen and Ji Lu could not help but peek at Xianxia next to them as soon as Huang Haoyang said that. Since Huang Haoyang stood his ground, the remaining 8 demigods stood on Lin Huang's side without hesitation. None of them objected to the decision. Lin Huang looked at the 3 of them across while smirking. He spoke again while having his eyes on Ku Zhen. "Bodhisattva, I've got a question for you." "Do tell." Ku Zhen nodded lightly. "You guys said that you'd end Dynasty if we rejected your suggestion, sparing nobody's lives. Is that a threat or will you guys really do that?" Everyone could not figure out what Lin Huang was trying to do. Ku Zhen was stunned for a second and subsequently answered while smiling, "Of course, it's not a threat. If you guys insist on rejecting our suggestion, we can only end Dynasty to show others the consequences of betraying the underground organization." "I get it now. If that's the case, I'll give you guys a multiple choice question too." Lin Huang nodded while smiling hearing that. Ku Zhen and the other 2 were puzzled to hear Lin Huang saying that out of nowhere. "You have 2 choices. One is to leave now. I'll pretend that you guys were never here and pretend that whatever happened today never took place. Dynasty and Misery won't get into each other's business. We will live in peace. The second is to leave your dead bodies here and I'll go ahead ending Misery. Nobody from Misery will be spared. I'll eradicate all of you." Chapter 1167. Lin Huang's trump card. Everyone was bewildered to hear what Lin Huang said. Even Huang Tianfu and the rest had no idea what trump card he had to be saying that. The people from Misery were shocked while Xianxia and Ji Lu were completely enraged. "You imbecile. I'll catch you alive today and send you to the ghost prison after sealing you. They'll torture you every day with cruel punishments. I bet that'll teach you a lesson." Xianxia glared viciously at Lin Huang. Naturally, Lin Huang knew what kind of place the ghost prison was. It was the darkest and cruelest place in the black market. Almost all the high-quality slaves in the black market came from that place. It was said that no matter how strong a person's will was, they would be turned into a slave physically and mentally as long as they stayed in the place for a long time. It was impossible for them to ever find themselves again. However, Lin Huang grinned when he heard the threats. "Your suggestion sounds great, but I don't usually like to leave anything behind. I won't spare your life to prevent you from escaping the ghost prison. You'll just be wasting my time if I go after you should you be out there playing tricks again. I'd like to see if you can still be so high and mighty when I got you. Xianxia attacked as soon as he was done speaking. He stretched his hand from where he was, and a huge golden hand arrived before Lin Huang in the next second. Seeing that he was going to get Lin Huang, Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang did not bother helping him at all. However, the golden hand caught nothing but thin air. Besides Lin Huang vanishing, even Huang Tianfu and the rest disappeared. Instead, the trio from Misery was astonished to see a monster that looked like a tiger with a long trunk appeared next to the golden hand out of nowhere. Where did all of the dynasty people go? Hu Zhen did not see how Lin Huang and the rest disappeared at all, so he asked both of them. However, Jia Sha and Ji Lu did not see it clearly either. They must have been teleported away by this monster with some sort of technique, Ji Lu explained while frowning. He subsequently said to Jia Sha through voice transmission, "Be careful. I can't sense this monster's combat strength." However, the long trunk monster mauled with its claw as soon as Ji Lu spoke, crushing Jia Sha's golden hand instantly. In the next second, the long trunk monster vanished from where it was. Jia Sha's pupil shrunk and he backed away immediately. However, the long trunk monster appeared behind him as soon as he did that. Then, he abruptly realized pain radiating all over his body. He held his head down and it dawned on him that his head was separated from his body. Hu Zhen and Ji Lu were shocked. All they saw was blood spurting out of Jia Sha's body and him being sliced into pieces. Even the god relic on his body retreated back into his body from the single attack alone. What? Ji Lu gulped. As Jia Sha's partner, he knew his ability very well. Although he had a slightly more powerful ability than Jia Sha, there was a limit to it. Since the monster managed to kill Jia Sha within a second, it would mean that it was easy for the monster to kill him too. Although it might not kill him in one blow, it could definitely kill him with 2 to 3 hits. Hu Zhen was completely dumbstruck. Never had he thought the 2 people that he brought along would die. His mind went blank at that moment. Just then, the long trunk monster turned its head slowly and glared at its second target, Ji Lu. Ji Lu had goosebumps when he locked eyes with the long trunk monster like a terrified cat. He dared not move at all, afraid that any action he took would trigger the monster to attack him. However, the long trunk monster stepped out anyway and disappeared. Ji Lu did not see its movement at all, but he retreated quickly by instinct. He gripped his god relic battle sword in front of his body in a defensive stance. Just when he was moving, he felt an immense strength shaking his battle sword. His right arm that was holding the sword was crushed. The terrifying impact pierced through the battle sword and crashed into the god relic battle armor on his chest. At the same time that Ji Lu was thrown out, he felt the divine power in his body being drained. Without the support of divine power, the god relic battle sword and battle relic retreated back to his body automatically. Although Ji Lu was not killed by the attack, his divine power was drained fully and he lost an arm. Apart from that, the ribs under his chest were all crushed. Such insane ability. It has to be on at least Virtual God rank 8 or even Virtual God rank 9. A glimmer of fear flashed through Ji Lu's eyes. Never did he expect Lin Huang to have such a trump card. However, he had no idea that the Nightmare Taper held back a significant amount of his ability. In the dreamland that it had created, the Nightmare Taper was just revealing peak stage Virtual God rank 8 ability. Therefore, Ji Lu was not killed instantly by the attack. If the Nightmare Taper was to give his all, he might be able to kill a Virtual God rank 9 in one hit. How is Lin Huang controlling an Imperial Beast on such a level? Just when Ji Lu was having doubts, he saw a yellow silhouette appear above him in a flash. He looked up to see a pair of cold eyes staring at him. *T. Just when Ji Lu thought that, his body was cleaved into pieces. He saw his body separating from his head at the very last moment when he was still conscious. Meanwhile, his body that was sliced into pieces fell onto the ground pathetically. Within 3 seconds, Hu Zhen saw 2 virtual gods being killed consecutively. His throat felt dry and constricted as his mind that had gone blank earlier was now in chaos. He could not understand how Lin Huang was controlling such a powerful monster at all. As the Nightmare Taper walked to him step by step, he felt like the Grim Reaper was approaching with every step he took. Just when he was giving up hope, an idea popped into his head all of a sudden. Lin Huang, I'm only on Imperial level. You're being a bully, summoning a virtual god level monster. Do you dare to accept my challenge to make this a fight between Imperial level? The nightmare taper stopped walking after a moment of silence, and Lin Huang revealed himself next to it. Such prodding is so low. Lin Huang patted the nightmare taper's head while smiling. Upon seeing that, Ku Zhen was sure that the nightmare taper was Lin Huang's summoning beast. His heart plummeted, but he had yet to give up his last hope of fighting. Let's have a fair match. You can do anything to me if you win. If I win, you'll have to let me go. I heard that people from misery aren't afraid of death, but it seems like a bodhisattva like you cherish your life, Lin Huang teased while smiling. I'm not scared of death, but death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. I just hope that I won't die in vain, Ku Zhen argued. Lin Huang continued smiling without saying anything. Naturally, he did not believe in a thing that Ku Zhen disputed. You want a fair match, don't you? I'll give you that. Ku Zhen's eyes lit up when he heard his promise. Lin Huang grinned. You won't be fighting me, but him. A man wearing a black cloak and a hat appeared next to Lin Huang as he uttered those words. Chapter 1168, Mythical Level, Regal Sword Killer. The man who was standing before Lin Huang was approximately 2 meters tall. The hat he wore on his head was maroon and had black dragon patterns all over it. The massive hat covered his head under the shade. One could only faintly distinguish that he should be a man from his body. He merely slung the black cloak on his shoulder casually, leaving his hands outside the sleeves. There were no patterns on the cloak, only golden dragon patterns on the edge of the collars and cuffs. He stood there with his hands on his chest, as still as a rock. Ku Zhen's pupils shrunk without him even realizing it the moment he saw the man in the hat. The person stood before Lin Huang quietly without moving, and he could sense the suppressive aura coming from him clearly. His name is Killer. He's also a sword cultivator and has Imperial level purple gold rank combat strength just like you. Lin Huang gave a simple introduction. I think it should be fair enough to give you such an opponent. Am I right? As the bodhisattva of misery, Ku Zhen did not doubt his ability. He knew very well that his ability was close to invincible below virtual god level. He was fearless even when he encountered a perfect stage demigod. However, the suppressive aura that the human form monster Lin Huang summoned before him was similar to a virtual god despite the fact that they had the same combat strength. Can this summoning beast be a quadruple mythical level? A thought flashed through Ku Zhen's head all of a sudden. The only explanation that made sense for someone having same combat strength as he did but gave out such a suppressing aura was that the monster was quadruple mutated. Ku Zhen could not help but seem a little troubled after coming up with this logical explanation. He had only heard about quadruple mutated monsters, but never had he thought he would see a live one. Although he had definite confidence in his ability whereby he was fearless of opponents under virtual god level, he had no confidence of defeating a quadruple mutated monster. He stared at Killer for a moment with his guard up. He turned away all of a sudden and began looking at Lin Huang instead. Emperor Lin, it's boring for me to fight your summoning beast. Why don't both of us fight? I hear that you're the #1 genius of the era. I've actually been wanting to spar with you. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. Lin Huang interrupted Ku Zhen amusedly. I'm an Imperial censor. The battle technique I love to use the most is to summon a bunch of Imperial monsters to surround and fight my opponent. Are you sure you want to challenge me in doing that? I have a couple of Imperial monsters like Killer. Ku Zhen was speechless. Initially, he thought he would fight Lin Huang himself. However, he had just realized that as an Imperial censor, Lin Huang would usually summon his Imperial monsters to fight according to what he had just told him. Meanwhile, he did not even have the confidence to fight Killer alone. If it was true that Lin Huang had other Imperial monsters with similar abilities, him challenging Lin Huang would be seeking death. How about this? I'll give you a chance to fight me if you manage to defeat Killer. I'll show you the rest of my Imperial monsters, and whether you win or not, I'll let you go. Lin Huang smirked because there was another thing that he did not say out loud. Given that you managed to survive being surrounded by a bunch of Imperial monsters. Naturally, Ku Zhen managed to read between the lines. He was looking even more aghast now. Initially, he could have left as soon as he defeated one Imperial monster. The situation backfired when he attempted to play it smart by challenging Lin Huang himself. Lin Huang ignored Ku Zhen's reaction and turned his head to say to Killer with a smile. Kill him and I'll reward you with 300 sword skills. But if you lose, you'll lose 3 months' worth of snacks. Two golden glaring beams of light lit up under the hat when Lin Huang said that, while two electric arcs stretched from the glows almost at the same time. Killer appeared before Ku Zhen in the blink of an eye. That's quick. Ku Zhen's pupils shrunk. He did not see Killer's movements at all, so he could barely catch his movement trajectory. He swung the long, narrow battle sword in his hand and charged. At the same time, Killer stretched his big hand under the cloak. A huge, black sword appeared in his hand secretly. The blade alone was at least 2 meters long, while its width was similar to the size of Killer's waist. One could imagine how heavy such a sword was. However, it seemed like it weighed nothing in Killer's hand. He held a sword up and charged the pitch-black sword forward like a lightning bolt. It collided with the long sword in Ku Zhen's hand in a heartbeat. Ku Zhen's robe fluttered while life power charged out of his body. White mist lingered around his body. However, Ku Zhen felt an immense strength coming from the sword during the point of collision. The intense impact made him shoot out without him having the ability to control it. He felt that his right arm that was holding the sword had gone numb. He almost lost grip of the long, narrow battle sword in his hand. Clearly, the opponent's strength was on a different level. On the other side, Killer stood immobile like a rock. His cloak was fluttering with the flapping sound in the air while black mist coiled around his body. The only thing that could be seen were the two golden glows under the hat as he gazed in the direction where Ku Zhen had fallen in a condescending way. The eyes under Killer's hat lit up before Ku Zhen fell onto the ground completely. His cloak was fluttering like boiling water all of a sudden before he disappeared from where he was. Two golden beams flashed through the sky, and a black silhouette appeared above Ku Zhen. He had a slight change of expression when he noticed the golden glow approaching. Killer was swinging his sword again while Ku Zhen's right arm that was holding the sword was still numb. He could not do anything. If the sword touched him, even though the attack would be blocked by his god relic battle armor, the divine power in his body would be drained significantly. An idea flashed through Ku Zhen's head as he thought about this. In a split second, he summoned a combat soul. A bronze Buddha statue appeared, blocking Ku Zhen and Killer. The statue held up its palm, which collided with the giant sword in Killer's hand. As the statue flew backward, Ku Zhen bought himself time to escape, seizing the opportunity. Dust flew up as he landed on the ground, covering his body. Killer hovered in the air while sensing Ku Zhen's location with his territory skill. Meanwhile, Lin Huang, who was watching the battle from far away, raised his brow. He figured that the combat soul that Ku Zhen had summoned to save him was clearly a god figurine's combat soul, because only a god figurine's combat soul could have withstood Killer's sword attack earlier. He's only on Imperial level purple gold rank. How did he manage to activate a god figurine's combat soul? That's nothing surprising. After all, he has divine power in his body, the stone tablet piped up. Divine power, in an Imperial level purple gold rank's body. Lin Huang narrowed his eyes. Which means his cultivation technique is different from the usual one in this world. It's different indeed. The stone tablet explained slowly. The cultivation technique he has is similar to an organization that used to be in the Great World. The organization was called the demonic Buddhist sect. However, it was destroyed by a heavenly god from an organization called the Buddhist sect after existing for over 100 years. The Buddhist sect cultivates reincarnation Tao, whereby they would salvage souls for reincarnation. Meanwhile, the founder of the demonic Buddhist sect, the demonic Buddhist old man, found a way to cultivate by engulfing souls from a Buddhist sect's forbidden skill. He then created a new method, the demonic Buddhist telekinesis, with the forbidden skill as the foundation. This brat from misery seems to be cultivating demonic Buddhist telekinesis. He must have engulfed quite a number of souls since his divine telekinesis is almost formed. Its intensity is even higher than your pseudo-divine telekinesis. Moreover, the shape of the inked relic in his body that's similar to a godhead has formed. There's a sea of divine power in it. He'll be able to form it completely within half a year to a year. He'll get to destiny level, virtual god level, by then. So, are you saying that the demonic Buddhist sect that's been destroyed in the Great World might be misery's mastermind? That's pretty impossible. The demonic Buddhist sect has been destroyed over 50,000 years ago, while misery has only been founded over 600 years ago. There shouldn't be any relationship between these two. The stone tablet dismissed such a possibility directly. Why is it impossible? What if someone from the demonic Buddhist sect survived back then and escaped to our world? Lin Huang asked again. Well, that's possible, the stone tablet proceeded. There's no need for us to guess on our own. You'll find out after you read the trio's minds later. Chapter 1169. A losing battle soon. Killer, who was in the air, locked onto Ku Zhen's coordinates with its territory skill. He picked up his sword and swung it from where he was. The black crescent-shaped sword attacks charged insanely at Ku Zhen one after another. Ku Zhen dodged the attacks in the dust without stopping. He tried his best not to confront Killer's attacks as much as he could, appearing very clumsy. His white robe was filled with dust and soil, and there were many tears on it too. Lin Huang, who was watching the battle from far away, could not help but smirk. He knew what Ku Zhen was planning to do. The goal was simple. He wanted to drain Killer's life power. Killer's attacks would drain life power tens of times more than he would. As long as he dragged it out long enough, it was sufficient to drain Killer's life power. Naturally, Ku Zhen's plan would work theoretically. The problem was that apart from the life power in his body, Killer would obtain life power from Lin Huang's side, and his life power was almost endless. Ku Zhen's plan was clearly a smart idea that would never work. Of course, he should not be blamed. Most experienced powerhouses might do what Ku Zhen was doing when they encountered such a sword cultivator monster with powerful attack abilities like Killer. However, Ku Zhen was unfortunate to have encountered Killer today. Even though Killer's capability of draining the life power was tens of times more than his, if he compared who would drain their life power first, Ku Zhen would definitely be the one. Unfortunately, Ku Zhen had no idea about that. He was thinking to himself while dodging Killer's attacks. Clumsily, let's see how much longer you can attack like this. I'll let you brag for now, and I'll teach you a lesson when your life power is drained. Lin Huang was watching Ku Zhen running around like a dog that had lost its home in the dust gleefully. He did not plan to tell Ku Zhen that Killer's life power was impossible to be drained at all. He was watching a show, waiting for Ku Zhen to realize something was wrong. Time passed in the dreamland. Ku Zhen had been suppressed by Killer to the point that he only managed to attack a few times. All the while, he had been dodging and defending himself from Killer's attacks. The dynasty headquarters was in a mess in the dreamland. Apart from the Emperor Palace, a few god relic palaces, and the mothership that were in one piece, all of the other buildings had turned into ashes. If not for the layer of defense covering the place, Ku Zhen would have escaped from dynasty since the beginning. Ku Zhen was persistent in his battle plan as he did not want to fight Killer head-on. The battle went on for half an hour. Ku Zhen gave everything that he could to dodge the attacks. He would drain his life power to defend himself from those attacks that he could not dodge in time. Sometimes, he might be hit by the impact of the attack. In reality, those were draining his life power significantly. He had drained more than half of the life power in his body throughout the half an hour. However, Killer who initiated the attacks did not seem tired at all. Ku Zhen finally noticed something wrong. He realized that Killer did not exhibit any exhaustion at all. Theoretically, such a high-frequency attack that would be harmful should drain his life power significantly. However, Killer did not seem to experience a drop in his attack frequency and strength. On the contrary, it was even boosted a little bit. The peculiarity made Ku Zhen suspect that Lin Huang might be using some special technique to replenish Killer's life power. He then raised his suspicion. Emperor Lin, this is just a sparring session. Do you really think you should replenish your summoning beast's life power? Oh, I forgot to tell you this. This summoning beast of mine is rather special whereby the life power in his body is endless, so it can't be drained, Lin Huang explained while smiling calmly. Ku Zhen was speechless to hear that. He did not suspect the authenticity of what Lin Huang told him. Mythical-level monsters could not be measured in theory, thus it was not surprising for them to have a certain ability. However, Ku Zhen realized that he had wasted half an hour after finding out about Killer's ability. He was running around like a stray dog, not even daring to fight back because he was scared to lose his precious life power. However, he drained over half of his life power throughout the half an hour. Meanwhile, his opponent attacked him for over half an hour but none of the latter's life power was drained. The thought of it alone made him mad. No, my life power will be drained if I go on like this. I'll be the one who will be killed by then. Ku Zhen frowned and thought hard about it. He realized there was only one way to end this cycle, which was to fight with all his might. After making up his mind that he had no second option, Ku Zhen clenched his teeth and leapt with immense strength. He got out of the dusty area and dodged Killer's attacks one after another as he charged towards Killer. He's fighting a losing battle. Lin Huang's eyes lit up. He was excited to see the head-on battle between the two sword cultivators. In the air, Ku Zhen managed to dodge all of Killer's attacks like a slippery loach. Soon, he arrived before Killer. He smashed his long, narrow sword against the gigantic black sword in Killer's hand. Ku Zhen was attacking out of rage. He held almost nothing back, even activating the divine power in the inked relic in his body. He wanted to destroy Killer unexpectedly. Killer did not hold back either. As a quadruple mutated mythical level monster, although he was only on Imperial level purple gold rank, he could activate his divine power too. However, he did not usually do it because it brought more burden upon his body. Ku Zhen activating his divine power triggered Killer to activate his too. Inky black divine power flowed out like liquid and engulfed his entire battle sword in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Ku Zhen's divine power was white, completely contrasting to Killer's. The different divine powers collided together through the swords. Glaring golden glows of light shot into the sky from the point of collision in the next second. It was only a small dot size of a sesame seed, but it began growing rapidly in the next second. Within almost 2 breaths, it turned into a giant, golden sphere with a diameter of over 3 meters. It then exploded. The glaring golden light spread tens of kilometers away. Clearly, the defense in the dreamland did not block the peculiar scene out entirely. The golden glow that exploded from Killer and Ku Zhen's collision illuminated tens of thousands of kilometers away like a sun. Fortunately, it was just a dreamland. If this happened in reality, one would wonder how many innocents would be involved in this battle and died from the impact of the collision. Lin Huang's eyes lit up as he watched the phenomenon. He could barely look away from the golden sphere that erupted. That's my Killer. His ability has totally reached virtual god level standard. Chapter 1170. Death is the starting point. To the other side, a white silhouette flew out of the battle the moment when the golden light exploded in the air. Lin Huang looked closely to see that it was Ku Zhen in a white robe. In reality, Lin Huang expected that to happen. Killer showcased his virtual god rank -1 ability in this battle. Although Ku Zhen's ability was also powerful, he was slightly weaker than a virtual god level. He might be able to fight a perfect stage demigod level when he encountered one. In fact, he might even win, but that was the best that he could do. However, Lin Huang clearly sensed that Ku Zhen's aura did not fade. Although he had been suppressed by Killer in the collision, he was not dead. Lin Huang could even tell from his aura that he was not harmed physically. Lin Huang looked at the layer of white glow that was spinning rapidly around his body. He plainly saw that the layer of divine power did not defend the impact of the golden glow by force. Instead, it was spinning quickly around his body and absorbed most of the impact. This guy is pretty good in battle. Killer charged immediately since the attack did not kill his opponent, going after Ku Zhen again. Ku Zhen did not choose to retreat. Instead, he activated his divine power again and went after Killer as he moved. The white and black silhouettes collided again and again in the air. Circles of energy waves and strong winds were created. The dynasty headquarters was a mess in the dreamland. Apart from the areas that were protected by god relics, almost every inch of the land looked like it had been dug by excavators on Earth. Although Ku Zhen had given up his battle model of not draining his life power, even initiating the attacks, the difference in the duo's ability soon began one-sided. Ku Zhen would always be the one who would be shot out during each collision. Killer would go after him again and again, but Ku Zhen was extraordinarily persistent. He had the upper hand depending on the god relic sword in his hand and god relic battle armor. Together with his exquisite movement skill and unique charging methods, he managed to avoid being annihilated by Killer with all of the techniques that he had. Desperately looking for opportunities to attack again and again, he would swing his sword whenever he found an opening. He was unwilling to lose any chance of winning. This guy has compelling battle talent. He's considered the top among supreme geniuses. He might be on par with Chando, Lin Huang could not help but comment. He even began to be curious about other bodhisattvas from misery after watching Ku Zhen's performance. In comparison, Killer lacked battle experience. In reality, his ability was a level more powerful than Ku Zhen's. With his endless life power and divine power, theoretically, he should have the upper hand. However, he failed to kill Ku Zhen as they fought for more than 10 minutes. However, Lin Huang did not panic at all. He saw Killer improving throughout the battle with Ku Zhen, so he did not bother urging him. Instead, he was happy to see Killer practicing with Ku Zhen, who was like a sandbag to him. Time passed by, and Ku Zhen's will was decreasing. His divine power and life power were almost drained. Meanwhile, his opponent's life power was endless, like what Lin Huang said. From the beginning until the end, his battle will did not dip even for a second and his attacks remained consistent. Lin Huang, who was watching the battle, smiled as he watched Ku Zhen changed his battle model again. He began dodging Killer's attacks and refused to fight head-on again. He should only be left with less than a tenth of divine power in his body. The possibility of him turning the tables around is slim. In reality, Killer's ability in the battle was not stagnant. As Ku Zhen's life power was dropping, he was learning continuously. His mythical level learning ability allowed him to digest Ku Zhen's battle model in less than an hour. He had also found a way to counter him. Killer's attack mode changed all of a sudden as Lin Huang watched in surprise. His initial attack mode was quick and fierce. However, his attack this time became a mix of light and heavy, quick and slow, and even illusory sometimes. Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he saw the change. Ku Zhen was dodging even more clumsily since the change. While he tried to figure out why Killer changed his battle model, he felt more and more troubled. A respectable bodhisattva like him had become a monster sandbag. What was more pathetic was that the monster was somebody else's summoning beast. As Ku Zhen felt anxious, a black silhouette flashed by and stopped before him. He looked up to see that it was Killer. However, his sword remained in the scabbard, and he seemed like he was not planning to attack. "Show me what else you have. Otherwise, you won't ever have the chance again." Killer's voice was deep and a little husky. He sounded like a middle-aged man who was a heavy smoker. Ku Zhen grinned ferociously just when Killer was done speaking. The narrow, long battle sword in his hand lit up. Almost at the same time, he disappeared from where he was. Lin Huang's pupils shrunk. In the air, a white glow shot out like a lightning bolt, reaching Killer in almost the blink of an eye and targeting his forehead. Nevertheless, Killer was calm. He twisted the giant sword in his hand. Then, it shrunk rapidly and turned into a long, narrow sword. It was even thinner than Ku Zhen's sword. Killer only changed while swinging his battle sword after the sword experienced a change in form. Soon, he disappeared. His black sword also flew forward like a lightning bolt. It was even a few times faster than Ku Zhen's attack. Even Lin Huang could barely capture Killer's trajectory. What surprised Lin Huang was that he saw the shadow of the sword's skill thunder sting that he cultivated before in the swing of the sword. Clearly, Killer had integrated many human sword skills with his own sword skills. It was evident that Ku Zhen did not expect Killer to be able to change the form of the battle sword in his hand. Besides that, his sword was even a few times faster than his top speed. The black and white bolts of lightning collided in the air. Before an explosion could erupt from the collision, Killer had activated the divine power in his body this time. The black divine power was like a flood that broke out of a dam, suppressing Ku Zhen's charge of life power that was depleting. Ku Zhen's heart dropped entirely when he saw the black divine power coming at him like a wave. In reality, he was attempting to win by speed whereby he would sever Killer's head when he was unaware. Therefore, he held nothing back when he attacked earlier. He funneled all of the divine power in his body into it, causing him to drain the divine power in his body completely. Even the God Relic armor and the God Relic battle sword in his hand retreated back into his body because his divine power had been drained. Without his God Relics, Ku Zhen stood where he was calmly. He watched the black wave coming at him expressionlessly. Seeing that he was going to drown, Ku Zhen opened his arms wide all of a sudden. He mumbled softly while showing a slight smile. Death is the starting point to the other side. His entire body was engulfed by the black wave completely before he was even done speaking. Chapter 1171. Misery's Secret. Lin Huang commented while he looked at Killer after getting out of the dreamland. There's space for your battle skills to improve. However, you're pretty skilled overall. After all, your opponent this time is pretty powerful and you're improving fast. The giant sword in Killer's hand disintegrated slowly. He then nodded at Lin Huang lightly. Indeed, this battle had exposed his flaws. Lin Huang extended his hand subsequently and pressed it on Killer's hat to share over 300 sword skills that he promised. This is the reward that I promised you. Take your time to digest them. With a flourish of his hand, he recalled Killer back into a card. Later on, Lin Huang looked at the three bodies that were in Dynasty's meeting room. The three of them from Misery had lost their vital signs completely, but they remained sitting just like how they were before the nightmare taper pulled them into the dreamland. They had not even closed their eyes. How's the progress of retrieving their memory? Lin Huang asked the nightmare taper all of a sudden. It's done. Lin Huang summoned Bloody again after hearing the nightmare taper's response. Donning a red dress, Bloody was a beauty no matter one was admiring her body or her face. However, she never had any expression on her face. Even Lin Huang had never seen her smiling in this form. Bloody knew why she was summoned. She leapt and appeared before the nightmare taper, then pressed her hand against the nightmare taper's chin. She retrieved the memory within 2 to 3 breaths while sorting out the information at the same time. She bounded as soon as she let go and appeared before Lin Huang, pointing her finger between his brows. Lin Huang received the information some 10 seconds later. He finally figured out Misery's biggest secret after scanning through the trio's memories. So, this is how Misery grew. According to xianxia and Ji Lu's memories, Misery discovered a ruins unintentionally over 500 years ago. The ruins had been a Buddhist city back in the ancient era, and it accommodated up to 100 of temples of all sizes. Many inheritances were left behind in almost each of those temples. There were even many methods that could get one to true god level. Misery depended on those methods to cultivate many powerhouses and soon became number 1 among the underground organizations. Meanwhile, the demonic Buddhist telekinesis that Ku Zhen cultivated was the quickest to be acquired among those methods. Therefore, it became one of the main methods that Misery members cultivated throughout centuries. However, apart from cultivation methods, there were all sorts of Buddhist techniques exclusively for battles among the other inheritances. Apart from the inheritance, Misery also obtained many resources from the ruins. There were hundreds of god relics, let alone demigod relics and other equipment. Never had I thought that such a ruins would have been left behind by the ancient Buddhist era. Lin Huang could not help but exclaim. It was such a waste for the ruins to be discovered by Misery. Had it been the Union government or the Hunter Association who found it, many Buddhist cultivation inheritances would be passed on and spread, churning out a few times more powerhouses compared to Misery. Lin Huang had picked up something about the ancient era unintentionally when he was reading a lot back when he was a teacher. He only found out during that time that the ancient era was between 80,000 to 30,000 years ago. Buddhist cultivation was the main cultivation direction the powerhouses practiced during that era. However, until now, there were limited ancient era ruins that were excavated in the entire world. Even if there were, those were just medium or small ruins, and no inheritances were left behind. Never had Lin Huang thought the ruins Misery discovered 500 years ago had so many Buddhist cultivation inheritances. Apart from that biggest secret, Lin Huang also found out many hidden secrets from scanning the trio's memories. For instance, there were actually 13 virtual god-level powerhouses in Misery. There were actually not that many demigods more than virtual gods, as there were only 18 of them. If not for the lack of resources, Misery might have had more than 30 virtual gods throughout the years. Meanwhile, among the 13 virtual gods, the one with the highest combat strength was on virtual god rank -9. There was only one, who was the actual leader of Misery, but he was only a demigod and had only been assigned the position for publicity. However, he basically did nothing. Apart from the virtual god rank 9 powerhouse, Misery had 2 high-level virtual gods on virtual god rank 7 and rank -8. Below them were 7 mid-level virtual gods from virtual god rank 4 to rank 8 and 3 on virtual god rank -3. Among the 13 virtual gods, 11 of them broke through by cultivating, while only 2 virtual god rank 3s elevated through refining godheads. The number of virtual gods Misery had alone had made them the king of the entire gravel world. However, Lin Huang found out about a secret that had nothing to do with Misery, but with the Union government. The reason why Misery had been refraining from attacking the Union government was that they knew the Union government had a technique to kill gods. It could kill all powerhouses below true god almost in just one blow. However, Misery had no idea how exactly the technique worked, which irritated Lin Huang. He could only speculate from all sorts of limited information that it might be a weapon that was similar to the God Crasher. Even though Bloody had filtered the memories, the data in the trio's memories were almost endless. Lin Huang only scanned through them roughly, studied the parts that he was interested in and saved that part of the memories temporarily. Lin Huang walked to the trio calmly after snapping back to reality. Then, he began searching for loot from their bodies. He found 8 god relics from them alone and 5 emperor's heart rings. With his divine telekinesis, he scanned through the 3 bodies carefully. He then looked at Xianxia and Ji Lu's chests after making sure that he had not missed anything out. I wonder if I can refine those inked relics in their bodies. The form that was consolidated is different due to different cultivation methods. In reality, inked relics and Buddhist cultivators, warrior relics are pretty much the same in nature. The stone tablet initiated its explanation after hearing what Lin Huang said. Since I can refine them, I won't leave them behind. I happen to need godheads, said Lin Huang and turned his head to look at the nightmare taper. Dig out the inked relics in their bodies for me. The nightmare taper nodded and appeared before the three bodies in a flash. He unsheathed his claws. A moment later, 2 round, pitch-black gems floated out of Xianxia and Ji Lu's bodies and hovered before the nightmare taper. Lin Huang watched closely and discerned that the 2 gems were merely the size of an adult thumb. They were like 2 pitch-black glass spheres that had faint golden patterns on them. The one in his body has disintegrated. The nightmare taper pointed at Ku Zhen. It's okay. 2 will do. Lin Huang stretched his hand out and grabbed the 2 inked relics in his hand. He played with them for a while and flicked them into his body. The 2 inked relics were like meteorites shooting into Lin Huang's life palace one after another. Lin Huang lifted his head and looked far away to the west after snapping back to reality. It's time to visit Misery, Chapter 1172. I'll give you 2 options. Foothold number 1A13, Nirvana City in Division 1 was where Misery's headquarters was located. The tallest building in the entire Division 1, the Sky Pagoda, was in this foothold. The 999-story Sky Pagoda was over 3,000 meters high. It stood tall in the central zone of the entire foothold with the building penetrating into the sky. Although it was an underground organization's headquarters, many tourists would visit this place every year. The adventurous ones might even visit more than one foothold under the jurisdiction of the underground organization. In reality, they knew very well that the safety in those footholds where the underground organization headquarters were was not as lackadaisical compared to the Union government. Safety would affect the number of residents directly, which, in turn, would affect the number of investors. The number of investors would make or break the economy of a foothold. Therefore, the footholds where the underground organization's headquarters were based would usually be bearable. At least, it was for the commoners on the surface. Even most of the underground organizations welcomed tourists to visit their footholds because tourism made good money. The effect also spilled over to many other businesses, which was beneficial for the foothold's economy. Nirvana City was one of the underground organization's footholds that was considered wealthy in tourism. The Sky Pagoda was the highest artificial building in Division 1, and it attracted many tourists each year. Misery even made the areas around the Sky Pagoda into tourism zones with all sorts of amenities. At the moment, an elevator containing many tourists was rising from the foot of Sky Pagoda. The Sky Pagoda was an attraction not to be missed when one visited Nirvana City. All the tourists flocked to it. Almost all of the 10 or so tourists in the elevator were snapping videos and photos. A little boy of 7 or 8 pulled his father's hand all of a sudden. "Dad, look, someone's flying over there." His exclamation drew many people's attention, so they looked where he was pointing. A silhouette to the right of the elevator was flying high at a speed tens of times faster than the elevator. "It's a transcendent," someone exclaimed out loud. The elevator erupted into chaos all of a sudden. Many people began adjusting the angle of their cameras in an attempt to document this moment. However, the silhouette soon disappeared into the clouds above. "Dad, why is the transcendent flying above the pagoda?" piped up the little boy again. The kid's father looked pretty young. He was speechless from the question as he had no idea how to explain it. At that moment, an uncle next to them said, "Kid, this Sky Pagoda has a total of 999 floors, but this elevator that we're taking can only go to the 990th floor. We can't access the last 9 floors. I heard that the 9 floors above are the headquarters office. The office area has no elevator, so you can only fly if you want to get in." The person who was flying should be a member of Misery. As those tourists were talking about Misery's headquarters, Lin Huang had passed through the clouds and arrived on the 999th floor of the Sky Pagoda. "Why didn't the dynasty's master emperor notify us about your arrival? We must roll out the red carpet." A deep male voice came from not far away just when Lin Huang stood still. A man in a red robe walked out of the dark slowly. There were 10 people in gray robes who followed behind him. Lin Huang noticed that most of the 11 of them were glaring at him like an enemy while a minority of them had no expression on their faces. Meanwhile, the leader had a faint smile on his face. Clearly, These people had heard about Ku Zhen, Jia and Ji Lu's death and knew that he would come. Didn't you guys know that I was coming? Lin Huang smirked and said to the person who was leading the group. He could sense that the person's aura was nothing below the Master God's clone of God Bless. He should be Misery's leader. Secretly, he observed the person. Both his height and features looked mediocre. He was one of those who looked inconspicuous if he were to be thrown into a crowd. Let me introduce myself. Your humble one is GG. You can say that I'm Misery's current abbot, the red-robed man said calmly. Lin Huang from Dynasty. Lin Huang gave a simple introduction of his identity. He was sure that everyone knew who he was anyway. Master Emperor, you came alone. What a man, GG said while smiling lightly. You guys sent people to visit Dynasty, so I thought I'd visit Misery myself. It's reciprocity, I guess, Lin Huang replied. Let's talk in the meeting room then. GG gestured for Lin Huang to take a step forward. Lin Huang did not decline the invitation and stepped out directly. He had the Ninetails links hiding in the alternate dimension and the nightmare taper which had shrunk to hide in his sleeve anyway. The duo would fight if anything were to happen. Everyone sat around the table after following GG and Lin Huang into the meeting room. GG sat at the main seat while Lin Huang sat across him. A bald man in a gray robe served everyone tea after they had settled in. Master Emperor, try this snow tea. I brought a few of these tea trees from a ruins over 500 years ago. They only sprout when it snows. I plucked this batch of tea leaves during the first snowfall half a month ago, GG introduced graciously. Lin Huang picked up the teacup and took a sip. He was not afraid that the tea might be poisoned since he had divine fire in his body. As long as it could not kill a true god, anything could be refined with divine fire. Meanwhile, according to Ji Lu and the rest's memories, no poisoning techniques were found in the inheritance from the ruins. The tea was sweet. Indeed, the tea leaves were considered the best Lin Huang had ever tried. It could almost compare with the batch of ancient tea the Union government chief, Zhang Shan, had. The people from Misery were surprised to see Lin Huang drink the tea without hesitation. A few of them were waiting for Lin Huang to refuse the tea. They thought they would have a chance to tease Lin Huang. However, Lin Huang sipped it instantly, so their anticipation was short-lived. Some were a little pissed, so they held their heads down and refused to speak. However, GG remained calm since the beginning. He pretended as if nothing happened and told the story about the tea leaves. Lin Huang was just as patient. He was chatting with GG happily as though he was not there to seek trouble. After a few cups of tea, GG was done with his story. Lin Huang smirked slightly. Now that we've drunk the tea and talked about other things, shall we get down to business? The atmosphere that was eased in the meeting room became heavy all of a sudden after everyone heard what Lin Huang said. Do you guys not want to know why I visit you? Lin Huang looked at GG and smiled wryly. Lin Huang, you killed. A bald hunk in a gray robe stood up all of a sudden. However, GG applied pressure to his shoulder from far away before he could finish speaking. Sit down, Jia say. GG's voice was soft. The bald hunk wanted to say something, but he held his head down upon seeing GG's expression. He dared not say anything. GG then looked at Lin Huang after stopping the bald hunk and continued smiling. Master Emperor, so what's the purpose of you visiting us this time? Lin Huang smiled since they were finally on track. Ji Lu gave Dynasty two options when he visited us this morning. One was to cancel the collaboration between Dynasty and the Union government and dismiss ourselves as a neutral organization. The second choice was to eradicate Dynasty from this world entirely, sparing nobody's lives. I'll also give Misery two options now. One is to serve me unconditionally and become the second organization under me. The second is to be killed by me, sparing nobody's lives. Chapter 1173. Come at me, all of you. The 11 virtual gods from Misery, including GG, were shocked when they heard Lin Huang's declaration. Then, rage settled into their hearts. In the entire meeting room, apart from GG who appeared calm, the remaining 10 of them glared deadly at Lin Huang. 3 of them stood up directly in a stance which left no doubt that they were going to fight Lin Huang. Lin Huang, do you know what's the consequence of challenging us, Misery? Spoke an old man with a mustache sitting on GG's left all of a sudden. His tone was clearly furious and threatening. From Ji Lu and the rest's memories, Lin Huang recognized this as Jia Wu, Misery's powerhouse whose combat strength was right behind GG's. He seemed skinny and inconspicuous. In reality, He had a combat strength of virtual god rank 8 and was also Misery's second leader. In their memory, although Jia Wu's combat strength was a rank lower than Gigi's, his ability might be comparable with Gigi, who was on virtual god rank -9. Lin Huang peeked at Jia Wu but eventually ignored him. Instead, he looked away quietly and fixed his eyes on Gigi, who was sitting beside him. I can give you guys 3 minutes to discuss it. Jia Wu was seething from anger when he was ignored directly. However, Gigi, who was sitting aside, gripped his shoulder. Jia Wu only calmed down slowly after seeing that Gigi shake his head at him. However, he continued glaring at Lin Huang in rage. Please take your seats. Gigi gestured to the 3 of them who had stood up. After everyone in the meeting room took their seats in silence, he frowned slightly for a moment before lifting his head to look at Lin Huang. How about this, Master Emperor? I know that you brought your Imperial monsters and that there are 2 virtual god rank 8 Imperial monsters hiding in this room. The remaining 10 of them were stunned as soon as Gigi said that. They then looked around immediately. Lin Huang did not expect Gigi to find out about the Ninetales lynx that was hiding in the alternate dimension and the nightmare taper that had concealed itself with an illusion. He smiled and refused to comment on that, saying nothing at all. Gigi continued, why don't we make a bet? Pick your most powerful Imperial monster to fight me. If your Imperial monster wins, we'll serve you willingly. If your Imperial monster loses, we won't drag the rest of the dynasty members into this. I'll send your body to dynasty myself. Lin Huang could not help but grin when he heard his stakes. Clearly, Gigi was a wise man who wanted to take the opportunity to see how powerful his trump card was. If his trump card was powerful enough, he would not lose anything by surrendering. However, if his trump card was measly, it would mean that he was but a lamb sending itself to a tiger's jaws and seeking death. Lin Huang did not respond to the bet right away. Instead, he glanced at the other 10 slowly and smirked more. This bet of yours isn't exciting enough. Why don't you get all 11 of them to fight together? That way, you can prevent anyone of you from being upset when you lose. I'll still be sending only 1 Imperial monster from my side. Although the virtual gods from Misery felt they were being underestimated, at the same time, they thought there was something wrong with his head. His changing the bet would mean raising the bar for himself. If that's what you say, brat. Next to Gigi, Jia Wu was so mad that he was cackling. He thought Lin Huang completely underestimated his abilities. A raging fire in his body was rearing to go and was ready to be released later. Yes, mark my word. Lin Huang tilted his head at everyone. Does anyone have anything to say? It's best that you say it now instead of backing out if you lose later. While they were secretly cursing Lin Huang for being arrogant, they were also glad. All of them thought Lin Huang changing the bet was undoubtedly digging his own grave. Naturally, none of the 11 of them objected. Among the 11 of them, Gigi was the only one frowning a little, but he still said nothing. Although they had the upper hand in the bet, he had the feeling that Lin Huang was either up to something no good or he was really confident about changing the bet. However, since the bow was already knocked on the arrow, it had to be released. Since you suggested that, Master Emperor, we'll change the bet as you wish. The condition of the bet remains, Gigi concluded out loud. Lin Huang nodded while smiling and shook his sleeve. You may come out now. The nightmare taper leapt out of Lin Huang's sleeve as soon as he said that. It restored its original size and revealed itself. The first impression it gave everyone in his tiger form and long elephant trunk was that it was a ferocious beast. However, Gigi and the rest sensed that the monster before them only had virtual god rank 8 combat strength. Gigi suspected something was up at that point. Master Emperor, are you sure you're using this Imperial monster to fight in this bet? I only have 3 monsters with similar abilities, so I'll choose him, Lin Huang confirmed with a feeble smile. Meanwhile, Gigi and the rest did not notice that Lin Huang faded and disappeared after he said that. Jia Wu, come with me. The rest of you will defend where you are. Beware that he might have some unknown attack techniques. Their opponent was a virtual god rank 8 monster. Because Lin Huang had gotten it to fight them, it could possibly mean that it was a quadruple mutated mythical level. The monster might not be defeated by low-level and mid-level virtual gods. Even a virtual god rank 7 virtual god might not be able to break its defense. Therefore, Gigi did not attack directly but delegated the responsibilities to the rest. The nightmare taper did not attack immediately either. A gleam of disdain flashed through its eyes when he saw the 11 of them summoning their god relic battle armors and weapons right away and glaring at it with their guards up. GG was the first to move. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he was running towards the side rapidly. He seemed to be trying to attract the nightmare taper's attention from the looks of it. Meanwhile, Jia Wu was the second to move. He headed towards the opposite direction while GG went quietly. Clearly, both of them planned to attack the nightmare taper from the front and behind. However, just when the duo stayed in position and charged at the nightmare taper from the front and back, it swung its trunk and shrieked louder than thunder. The deafening shriek pierced through the 11 people's eardrums like some demonic tune hurting their heads. Even Jia Wu and GG who were charging at it covered their ears immediately. They felt like tens of thousands of thunderclaps had exploded in their heads. The roar of endless thunders was screaming in their heads continuously. However, it was useless to cover their ears since the shriek pierced through their souls directly. GG and Jia Wu only felt their heads hurting terribly, but the remaining 9 of them from misery collapsed onto the ground one after another. The 3 powerhouses on Virtual God Rank3 fell onto the ground almost as soon as the shriek was released. The 5 mid-level virtual gods only lasted less than 30 seconds before also collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, the virtual god Rank7 spat foam after lasting for almost 3 minutes. GG and Jia Wu, on the other hand, began to adapt to the headache 3 minutes later. Then, they struggled to stand up still. They realized they were the only 2 left among the 11. Until then, GG and Jia Wu finally understood why Lin Huang had gotten the 11 of them to fight together. GG understood Lin Huang's ironic act of kindness and could not help thinking to himself, this monster really has the ability to fight 11 people. Chapter 1174. The Cat and Mouse Game. In reality, GG already had speculation about the ability Lin Huang was hiding when Jia Xia and Ji Lu were killed. He guessed that his ability should be above Virtual God Rank7. Now that he saw Lin Huang and noticed his 2 Virtual God Rank 8 Imperial monsters, he developed new speculation about Lin Huang's ability. He felt that Lin Huang had techniques to fight a Virtual God Rank -9. Even though he thought he had overestimated Lin Huang's hidden ability, he never expected Lin Huang to summon a Virtual God Rank 8 Imperial monster and defeat almost all of Misery's core team in one go. Seeing the other members on the ground, GG and Jia Wu glanced at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. This guy is definitely quadruple mutated. Be careful. GG guessed that only the Nightmare Taper was quadruple mutated earlier. However, he was sure of it now. I'll distract him and you can check on the rest of them. Jia Wu nodded lightly and appeared next to the other members in a flash. He was relieved after checking on them. He then spoke to GG through voice transmission. They're just unconscious, but they're alright. In reality, both of them knew very well that the low-level and mid-level virtual gods were still alive because the Nightmare Taper held its power back. Clearly, Lin Huang hoped to take over the complete team after he won the battle. Seeing the 9 of the 11 fall while the remaining 2 had adapted to his attack and were walking, the Nightmare Taper finally began the first round of attack. The thunderous roar that screamed in their heads stopped all of a sudden. GG and Jia Wu's heads were peaceful now, and they felt like the world was beautiful again. To prevent the battle from affecting the remaining 9, Jia Wu dragged them into his god territory. On the other hand, GG used his divine telekinesis to check the floors below. He was completely relieved when he found out that the floors outside the defense layer were not affected. Don't worry, this is just a sparring session. I know my limits. The Nightmare Taper's voice came into their ears slowly. If you give your attention to something else, both of you might be killed by me in the next attack. Jia Wu glared at the Nightmare Taper madly without saying anything. Meanwhile, GG nodded at the Nightmare Taper calmly. Indeed, we were a little distracted earlier, but we'll pay attention now. The Nightmare Taper grinned when both of them adjusted themselves and paid it all of their attention. That's more like it. Seeing the Nightmare Taper encouraging his opponents, Lin Huang, who was watching the battle outside the Dreamland, was speechless. Why are you encouraging them? Don't be reckless and lose the battle. Don't worry, they can't defeat me in my Dreamland. The Nightmare Taper's response made Lin Huang even more speechless now. Where exactly did you learn to be so full of yourself? Lin Huang could not help but mumble softly. It's the god figurine's combat soul that you visualized. Naturally, their consciousness is a reflection of your own. The stone tablet's voice came all of a sudden. Lin Huang had no idea how to argue back after hearing that. I'm only full of myself occasionally, alright. The stone tablet paused before speaking again after waiting for Lin Huang to admit it himself. Of course, apart from the reflection of consciousness from you, the god figurine's initial consciousness will remain, as well as the monster tribe's bloodline that you visualized. If you must categorize the god figurine's combat soul's consciousness in detail, the reflection of your consciousness would occupy approximately 50% while 30% comes from its own consciousness and around 20% from its bloodline. Are you doing this on purpose? Don't you need to breathe when you speak? In reality, Lin Huang knew that his god figurine's combat souls were very different from others. The combat souls that he consolidated from his visualization were complete individuals whereby their combat strength would not be restricted by his own combat strength. If there were enough resources, their combat strength could almost elevate endlessly to the limit they could bear. Moreover, the combat souls were consolidated through the visualization of Protoss's god figurine as the foundation and the powerful monsters on the true spirit guide as the mold and the sea of spirit energy. Their level easily surpassed quadruple mutation. Apart from that, his god figurine's combat souls came with complete personal consciousness and even had terrifying learning abilities. Meanwhile, the combat strength of the combat souls belonging to the rest of the people in this gravel world would be restricted by their master's combat strength. The highest the god figurine's combat souls could go would be their master's combat strength. The combat souls level would also be limited by the monsters they hunted. Most of them were triple mutated. There were very few that were triple and a half mutated. As for the combat soul's consciousness, only their battle consciousness was left behind. They would only move by command without any ability to think. Even though they managed to refine a god figurine and integrated the combat soul, they would only have a god figurine's puppet. Compared to normal combat souls, their god figurine's combat souls were not much different from the normal combat souls apart from the fact that their bodies were slightly more powerful and had a better ability to carry out the skills that the god figurines could initially do. Because of all these reasons, many people thought Lin Huang's god figurine's combat souls were his summoning beasts when they saw them. Under normal circumstances, only summoning beasts had complete self-consciousness and high intelligence. In reality, due to the god figurine's combat souls, numerous flaws, many powerful genius powerhouses were unwilling to spend time refining them. To them, god figurine's combat souls were not a great help. Besides draining an immense amount of divine power, their combat efficiency was only so-so, hence they would rather fight on their own. They would rather elevate their own combat strength or cultivate battle skills than spend the time to refine god figurine's combat souls. However, Lin Huang broke many limitations of the god figurine's combat souls and they became his trump card. It gave him the ability to conquer the entire gravel world with his imperial level combat strength. Meanwhile, the nightmare taper was at ease as it fought the duo in the dreamland. In reality, it already had the ability to kill virtual god rank 9s when it was on virtual god rank 5 back then. Even though Gigi and Jia Wu's abilities were slightly more powerful than normal of virtual god rank 9s, there was a limit to it. Moreover, it was no longer on virtual god rank 5 now. The nightmare taper had been holding back its abilities and merely performed at Gigi and Jia Wu's level to play a game of cat and mouse. Since it had the ability to copy the skills that it had seen in the dreamland, Gigi and Jia Wu were having a tough time fighting it. Lin Huang, who had been watching the battle, said nothing. After all, the nightmare taper needed the opportunity to practice and he was worried that it would be excluded from performing techniques that were on par with true god. Meanwhile, Gigi and Jia Wu were extremely clumsy in the dreamland. The nightmare taper's ever-changing techniques made them fail to expect what was its next move at all. Within half an hour, they had drained more than half of their divine power. In reality, the duo only managed to attack efficiently only a few times together and they spent most of the time running away from the nightmare taper's attacks. The draining of their divine power was mainly caused by the impact of the nightmare taper's attacks. Chapter 1175. I'll be a little more serious. In the dreamland, the 999th floor of the Sky Pagoda was thrown into chaos. Jia Wu was running while panting hard. His eyes were a little bloodshot and he was obviously in disbelief. Not far away, Gigi's chest was going also heaving up and down. However, his eyes were clear while he maintained his calmness. Theoretically, this guy's divine power should have been drained many times more than ours. However, it doesn't seem tired at all and its divine power has remained at the same level. It proves that it might have some special technique to replenish its divine power. No matter what the reason is, our chances of winning will drop if this goes on, Gigi said to Jia Wu through voice transmission. I've told you to kill it since the beginning, but you told me to preserve our divine power and find the opportunity to fight back. Now, it's been half an hour. This monster with the trunk has attacked us more than 4,000 times and we've only attacked it 4 times together, Jia Wu mocked through voice transmission. The mustache above his lips looked like it was flying away. Indeed, I miscalculated, Gigi admitted his mistake. So, what's the plan? Do we take his attacks on directly, fight him for 1 round and mess up his rhythm? Jia Wu asked first and gave his own suggestion later on. We can't do that, it'll drain too much of our divine power. Gigi shook his head to decline the suggestion. He only spoke a moment after thinking it through. I'll defend. You'll be responsible for attacking. Gigi took out a god relic shield as soon as he was done speaking. He stopped running all of a sudden after inserting divine power into it. Then, he spun around and defended the nightmare taper's air slices from mauling him by force. Jia Wu hid behind him in a flash. The golden shield created a half-golden sphere shield after being inserted with divine power. It protected the duo. Seeing that the duo changed the battle model all of a sudden, the nightmare taper could not help but raise a brow. It subsequently revealed a delighted expression that looked human instead of feeling stunned. In reality, chasing and suppressing the duo was boring for it. Clearly, the duo's defending and retaliating was much more interesting. Fight me now. That'll be more interesting. The nightmare taper was smirking in joy. Gigi headed towards the nightmare taper swiftly, holding the golden shield. Meanwhile, Jia Wu followed closely behind him. The tip of the spear that he was holding had a white glow the size of a rice. Just when Gigi was 100 meters away from the nightmare taper, it did not seem to have sensed the danger around it. Instead, it stood where it was. However, behind Gigi, Jia Wu vanished in a flash. Jia Wu arrived around 10 meters before the nightmare taper when he appeared again. Before the nightmare taper could react, he charged with the bronze spear in his hand. Endless white glow shot out of the tip of the spear and drowned the nightmare taper in it. Is it over? Jia Wu and Gigi thought of that almost at the same time. However, a voice entered their ears at the moment. What are you guys waiting for? Are you looking for me? The duo spread their divine telekinesis as soon as the voice boomed. They searched anxiously for the nightmare taper's coordinates. However, Gigi had goosebumps as soon as he spread his divine telekinesis. The nightmare taper was just 10 meters behind him. If he hadn't spoken earlier and attacked directly, I think I might have been dead now. Gigi saw a whip coming at him just when he thought about his mortality. The whip was growing at an alarming speed, so he backed off immediately. At the same time, he inserted divine power into the shield. Meanwhile, Jia Wu, who was on the other side, noticed that Gigi had lured the nightmare taper to attack him. He flashed and swung his spear at the nightmare taper again. The silver spear charged like a lightning, arriving before the nightmare taper in the blink of an eye. The stars that were shining at the tip of the spear were pointing at its head. Almost immediately, the nightmare taper mauled it with its claws, which collided with the silver tip of spear. The intense contact flung Jia Wu out. On the other side, the nightmare taper's trunk collided with Gigi's shield almost at the same time. Gigi also flew out with the shield. If the nightmare taper did not hold back its ability, the duo would have definitely died from the collision. However, since the nightmare taper suppressed its ability to be on par with Gigi and Jia Wu, they only shot out from the collision instead of suffering any physical injuries. The duo adjusted themselves and went back into their high morale battle mode. The intense battle began again. Since their collaboration went well, Gigi and Jia Wu were becoming more and more in sync. The 3 silhouettes collided over and over again in the air. Gigi was not always the one who was responsible for defending, whereby they would exchange their responsibilities occasionally, causing a bit of trouble for the nightmare taper. However, the nightmare taper's divine power remained stable as time passed by. No matter how it attacked relentlessly, the nightmare taper's divine power seemed to be bottomless. Meanwhile, Gigi and Jia Wu, on the other hand, could not do the same. The draining of their divine power was clearly faster than before since they initiated the attacks. Their divine power was almost non-existent within the short 20 minutes. Gigi and Jia Wu were helpless. It seems like we're losing. My divine power is only sufficient for one last attack. Mine too. Naturally, the nightmare taper noticed the changes in the duo's divine power. It knew that they were coming to a dead end. The both of your divine powers are finished. To show my respect, I'll be a little more serious in my last attack. You guys will lose in vain if I keep dragging you around like this. Ji and Jia Wu were puzzled. This guy held back his abilities. Who is it kidding? I think it's just bragging. After all, everyone knows how to brag. A gleam of disdain flashed through the nightmare taper's eyes again when it saw that they were in disbelief. With an aggressive swing of its trunk, a red glow lit up in the sky all of a sudden. All Ji and Jia Wu could feel were the red glow approaching them at the speed of light. They were drowned in the red glow before they could even react. They flew out directly, the very last drop of divine power in them evaporating. Without the support of divine power, their god relics retreated back into their bodies. Their bodies that had lost the protection of the god relics were fragile under the immense suppression, so their bones were crushed completely. Ji and Jia Wu gaped at their bodies in shock. Their bones began to be pulverized from the chest spreading all over their bodies. From their shoulders to the tip of their fingers, from their pelvic bones to their toes, and from their chest to their back, at that very moment, Ji and Jia Wu sensed the very horror of death. As their bones were crushed, their organs turned into mush. They watched their bodies become distorted and sunken. It was the longest and scariest 1 second that they had ever experienced in their lives. Fortunately, all of the bone crushing and tremors came to a halt abruptly right before the horror spread to their skulls. Only able to move their heads, they felt like they were fish on the chopping board at the moment, waiting for death. Until then, they finally realized their differences in abilities compared to the nightmare taper. However, the nightmare taper did not tell them that that was not even its maximum performance level. Chapter 1176. From today onwards, you guys will have support. In reality, the nightmare taper's last attack was very close to a true god's attack. Although one had no idea if the attack would be rebounded back by the gravel world if he were to perform a true god's ability, his real combat strength was only on virtual god rank 8 after all. Recalling Lin Huang's warning earlier, the nightmare taper maintained the attack below true god without stepping out of the line. Even though that was the case, the attack suppressed Ji and Jia Wu like a piece of cake. He even had the ability to control the intensity of the attack to stop it from spreading before it arrived at the duo's heads. Ji and Jia Wu felt like they escaped death from the attack. The divine power in their bodies were drained completely when the collision happened. As a result, their god relics retreated back to their bodies. The intense attack crushed their bodies one after another when it reached their bodies. If the nightmare taper did not manage to control its power, their skulls and brains might have turned into mush by now. Left with their heads, the duo saw darkness envelop them and the nightmare taper then released them from the dreamland. All 11 of them from misery looked puzzled when they returned to reality all of a sudden. Apart from Ji and Jia Wu, the rest had no idea what happened. All they remembered was the nightmare taper's thunderous shriek and they blacked out. To their absolute surprise, they were sitting at the meeting table in peace when they woke up. Ji and Jia Wu were in shock. They only realized that the tough battle that they were in was only a dream after seeing that their bodies were perfectly fine while they were sitting in the meeting room and everything around them was in one piece. Never had they thought they would be dragged into the dreamland without realizing it. Nevertheless, they dared not underestimate the nightmare taper. They knew that if they were killed in the dreamland, they would truly die in reality. They would not have a chance of waking up. Meanwhile, the nightmare taper had shrunk and laid by Lin Huang's feet at that moment. The Ninetails lynx also revealed itself. It shrunk into a kitten and lay on Lin Huang's shoulder. Ji and Jia Wu looked at the nightmare taper in fear. However, their pupils shrunk when they saw the kitten that was pretending to sleep on Lin Huang's shoulder as they sensed its true aura. Lin Huang smirked and trained his eyes on Ji directly. I won the bet. Ji nodded before Lin Huang proceeded to speak further. We've lost. We're willing to do as we promised. From today onwards, misery will be under your jurisdiction, Master Emperor. We'll publish an announcement within 24 hours telling the entire gravel world about this news. Oh, no, we're the only ones who need to know about misery being under my jurisdiction. There's no need to inform the world. You don't have to announce it, so the Union government won't think I'm trying to take over them, Lin Huang waved his hands and said while smiling. Lin Huang was even delegating all of his responsibilities as the Emperor of Dynasty. He knew that he could not take up the responsibility as chief of the Union government. He had never thought of taking over the Union government. Although it was glorious being a leader, the role would come with great responsibilities. In reality, the Union government had been doing a great job throughout the hundreds of years. From building safety zones from nothing and building as well as maintaining all sorts of regulations, Lin Huang knew he definitely could not do any better than they had. Moreover, compared to being the leader of a gravel world, he would rather explore a bigger world to see what was outside this gravel world. Misery is still misery on the surface. Nothing has changed, Lin Huang continued. I don't need you guys to convert into a neutral organization either, but we hope that Misery will be the leader of the underground world and law enforcer, just like the Union government's position in the Union organization. Your mission is to standardize all the underground organization's doings. The people from Misery initially looked upset as they thought Lin Huang would make their organization a neutral one. They never thought Lin Huang would have made such an arrangement instead. I'll come up with a code of conduct for underground organizations. You guys think of ways to promote it. I'll give you guys some suggestions. You can use Dynasty being dismissed from the underground world as a reference. GG and the rest frowned slightly as people from the underground organizations obeyed no one. The mission that Lin Huang had assigned them was definitely a tough one. Oh yeah, you actually do need to publish an announcement. However, it has nothing to do with me. It's about Misery's statement of agreeing to Dynasty pulling out from the underground world. Just make it simple. We'll sort it out later. GG nodded lightly. I'll treat you well for being under my jurisdiction. You guys will have the same treatment as Dynasty does. Whatever Dynasty has, you guys will have it too. I'll register you guys as an affiliate organization of Royal, so you'll enjoy the same treatment as Dynasty does. You guys didn't have support in the Great World back then, but now you do. By doing so, Lin Huang was binding himself completely to Misery. Misery would become an organization under him officially instead of having a vague verbal agreement. After all, Misery was the #1 underground organization. Throughout the years, they had heard of Royal that was behind Dynasty. Although they did not know much about Royal, they knew that it was a major organization in the Great World. Naturally, Misery was willing to have support from such a major organization. Just like Dynasty, we'll give you access to the many trial zones in Royal. It depends on how willing you are to give and to obtain cultivation resources. GG and the rest's eyes lit up when they heard that. Misery's current issue in development was the lack of resources. If they had sufficient resources, Misery could have over 30 virtual gods now. As for the ruins and sites that you currently own, they'll still be yours. Just like Dynasty, we'll have our own possessions, and nobody will interfere with each other. Of course, if you guys are lacking the manpower to explore ruins and sites, you can ask me for Dynasty's help. On the other hand, I'll also request assistance from you if Dynasty has such a need. Lin Huang said intentionally to tell GG that he was not interested in the Buddhist city ruins that they were hiding. I won't be going through Misery's treasury, but there are a few things that I hope that you guys can collect for me. Lin Huang had already seen what was in Misery's treasury in Ji Lu and the rest's memories. Indeed, there was nothing that he was interested in. Do tell, Master Emperor. The first are the godheads and broken godheads. The more, the better. The second one would be the god-level soul crystals. The higher the grade and the more of them there are, the better. The third thing, other items that contain a sea of spiritual energy. Chapter 1177. Misery's announcement. After adding Misery to Royal's list, then getting GG and Jia Wu's signature as well as stamping the list with Misery's chop, Lin Huang finally owned his second affiliated organization. Since the registration was done, Lin Huang delegated the responsibilities to GG and Jia Wu after holding a simple meeting with the 11 Misery virtual gods. Naturally, he did not forget to return Jia Sha, Ji Lu, and Ku Zhen's bodies to Misery before leaving so that they could be buried. It was almost noon when he returned to Emperor City. Huang Tianfu was the first to welcome him after seeing his return. Master Emperor, how was the discussion with Misery? It was pretty successful, Lin Huang said with a wide grin. They'll publish an announcement either today or tomorrow to verify the fact that Dynasty has been pulled out of the underground world. Wow. The people from Misery let you off so easily. Huang Tianfu was baffled to hear that. After all, Lin Huang had killed people from Misery, so it was pretty impossible for them to be so friendly to him. They're Buddhist cultivators after all. They'll listen as long as what I say makes sense, Lin Huang explained smugly. He did not utter the last sentence that he wanted to say. Everything makes sense when you have a bigger fist. The impression Huang Tianfu had on Misery was different. Hearing how Lin Huang made it so simple, the more he thought that Lin Huang's ability was unfathomable. "Oh yeah, how's the gathering of the godheads and the rest that I asked you to collect for me?" "We didn't collect many godheads. There are only 11. Very few organizations are willing to sell that. We have slightly more broken godheads. There are over 200 of them. There are also very few high-grade god-level soul crystals. We've only collected 3. Huang Tianfu took out a temporary storage ring and gave it to Lin Huang, who then patted Huang Tianfu's shoulder. "Thanks for the hard work. Continue to collect them and let me know if the money is insufficient. Don't use Dynasty's money. These are things I personally asked for after all. Your humble one understands." Huang Tianfu nodded. "Anything else? If not, I'll go into closed-door cultivation in the Emperor's palace." Lin Huang could not wait to refine the godheads that he had just obtained. "I can basically handle the rest here. However, the heretics sent an invitation this morning saying that they'll visit us. I think it's better for you to be present, Master Emperor." "The heretics?" Lin Huang was stunned to hear the familiar name. "Why are they visiting us?" "They didn't specify the exact reason. They only said that they're visiting since they're also a neutral organization," Huang Tianfu informed the reason the heretics included in the invitation helplessly. "It does sound like what they would say." Lin Huang could not help but recall the time when he fought the heretics. They were insane like that. "Let them come then. We'll just chase them out if they stir trouble up here. I won't be going into closed-door cultivation these 2 days then. Let's see what the heretics want." Lin Huang began sorting out the loot he had obtained that day as soon as he returned to the Emperor's palace. It was a rewarding trip to Misery this time. Misery had more than 100 godheads of all grades alone and up to 100 broken godheads. There were more than 10 types of god-level soul crystals and at least 10 different treasures containing spiritual energy. Lin Huang had retrieved the methods the people from Misery cultivated from Ji Lu and the rest's memories. Nevertheless, he got Ji to make a copy of all of the methods that they excavated from the ruins. After sorting out the loot, Lin Huang did not go into cultivation immediately. Instead, he summoned Bloody. There are up to 100 Buddhist cultivation methods here. Most of them can get one to virtual god level. You can refer to them and see if you can integrate them with the ancient methods that I gave you before coming up with a few sets of new methods. I'll try. In her red dress, Bloody sat with her legs crossed in the Emperor's palace after getting the Buddhist methods from Lin Huang. She then began to study those Buddhist methods that she had just obtained. Lin Huang, on the other hand, took out the god-level soul crystals from his storage space and summoned the Shackle Serpent. As a control type of God figurine's combat soul, the Shackle Serpent had mediocre battle ability but remarkable sealing ability. Lin Huang had taken some time to think about it before deciding to pick it as the 4th God figurine's combat soul to be elevated to virtual God rank -8. He tossed the soul crystals at the Shackle Serpent, which opened its jaws wide and swallowed all the 18 soul crystals into its stomach. Subsequently, Lin Huang took out the treasures containing spiritual energy and fed them to the Shackle Serpent one after another. Although the Shackle Serpent's aura was being upgraded, it was still some distance away from elevating its combat strength after finishing all the materials. In reality, the elevation of the God figurine's combat soul's combat strength was the easiest to Lin Huang. As long as he had sufficient resources, the upgrade was possible. However, now that the resources were insufficient, their combat strength elevation would become a long, arduous journey. Since Lin Huang knew that, he did not feel troubled at all. He patted the Shackle Serpent's head and recalled it back to his body. Lin Huang left Bloody alone upon seeing that she was in the zone with her legs crossed. He took out all of the godheads and broken godheads, then tossed them into his body without hesitation. The godheads and broken godheads he obtained this round combined together with the virtual god rank 9 godhead he had were sufficient to get him to imperial level rank -3. However, since the heretics were visiting tomorrow, he had to wait for a day before he could go into closed-door cultivation. Sensing the broken godheads being refined automatically in his body one after another and flowing into his life palace after turning into divine power, he could clearly feel that the divine power provided by the broken godheads was decreasing. The broken godheads' effect is dropping immensely before I've even gotten to imperial level rank 2. I think the broken godheads would lose their effect entirely when I get to imperial level rank -3. Furthermore, the effect of the virtual god rank -1 and rank 2 godheads would have dropped by heaps by then. Considering that he had something to deal with tomorrow, Lin Huang refrained from refining the godheads. He was afraid that he might be unwilling to stop as soon as he got into refinement mode. He thought about it for a while and sat with his legs crossed. Then, he began cultivating seamless. However, Lin Huang had no idea that the entire cultivation world was stirred up not long after he stepped into the emperor's palace. The announcement published by Misery was the reason for the uproar. This was the rough content of the announcement. After a friendly discussion between Misery and Dynasty, Misery feels sorry that Dynasty is pulling out of the underground organization. However, we respect the decision that Dynasty has made, and we wish Dynasty the best in their development as a neutral organization. The simple two sentences caused many different encryptions by countless people. Most of them thought Dynasty had bribed Misery. They must have come to a secret agreement for which Dynasty might have paid a big price. Only organizations such as the Union government that knew Lin Huang's ability very well could figure out this matter might not be as simple as it seemed. In the Union government headquarters, Zhang Shan looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window while frowning a little. Lin Huang's ability is so much more powerful than we estimated. Chapter 1178. 8 sedans, is that grandeur enough? The announcement from Misery caused a stir. Misery, which had been staying low-key for many years, became the #1 trending topic on all the social media platforms. Dynasty soon trended as no. 1. However, not many talked about Lin Huang this time. After all, it did not seem to be very much related to him this time. Dynasty has been doing so many things recently. They came up with an agreement earlier and it has only been 2 to 3 days, but they're already at peace with Misery. I wonder what will happen next. They had just dropped from the top 10 trending topics this morning and they've risen back to #2 in the afternoon. They're amazing. They're trending every day. I'm a little tempted to join Dynasty for the exposure. The neutral organization, Dynasty, welcomes everyone to join us. You can join as long as you pass Dynasty's assessment and are at least 16 years old. No matter what your gender is, what kind of person you are, how you look like, your height, weight, and sexual preferences, we don't discriminate. We welcome minors below 16 too as long as you've got your guardian's permission. That was the response Dynasty posted on their official account. Damn, their official account is so playful. Can a gender bender join too? Asking for a friend. Of course, there's no gender restriction. *3 responded the official account. Are you talking about yourself when you said you were asking for your friend? Many people commented below. I'm also asking for a friend. Can a person who weighs 800 pounds join? Sure, we accept anyone who passes the assessment, the official account replied again. 800 pounds, did you eat the weighing machine when you were growing up? Wow, that weight is 10 times more than mine. The commenter who said he's 80 pounds, you must have looked at the wrong unit. Am I right? Misery's account was jammed-packed as well. However, the admin taking care of Misery's account seemed to be a cold person, and he replied to none of the comments. No matter what the people commented, the admin remained silent. It was crowded on all the social media sites, and even more so on the black market forum. After all, it was about Misery. It attracted tons of attention as soon as the announcement was made. However, the first thought everyone had when they saw the announcement was, the account that posted the thread has to be fake, isn't it? However, the account was verified by the forum when they refreshed the thread. It caused a stir among the commenters. Nobody could believe that Misery compromised with Dynasty and permitted them to pull out. Initially, most people from the underground organizations were upset with Dynasty's decision. How could a top 3 underground organization pull out from the underground world and convert to a neutral organization? However, most of them were only criticizing Dynasty online. None of them had the guts to confront Dynasty face to face. Hearing that Misery visited Dynasty, they thought Misery was going to claim justice, whereby they would definitely teach Dynasty and Lin Huang a good lesson. They never thought that that would be the outcome. They could not believe that Misery permitted Dynasty to pull out. Many of them looked dumbstruck when they saw the announcement Misery published. However, many people shifted their rage away from Dynasty to Misery in the thread. Why don't you guys pull out from the underground world just like Dynasty did? The neutral organization would definitely welcome you guys with open arms. This announcement, they were obviously bribed. I thought Misery would claim justice. I can't believe they put up a show like this. Although many people were criticizing them on the black market forum, Misery did not explain themselves. Meanwhile, in Foothold No. 2A13 of Freedom City, the 13 of them gathered in the meeting room of the Heretics' headquarters. The baby-faced man sitting in the main seat took his mask off. He wore a black robe. He glanced at everyone before speaking. I'm visiting Dynasty tomorrow. Those who are willing to go with me, please raise your hand. The 12 of them at the meeting table were doing everything else, such as digging their noses and rubbing their feet. None of them seemed to be listening to their leader. None of them even raised their hands. Babyface cleared his throat, feeling a little embarrassed upon seeing that. He changed his way of conveying the message by shouting directly, "Those who are unwilling to go, raise your hand." The meeting room was peaceful. Still, nobody raised their hands. Babyface looked helpless. Clearly, it was not the first time such a thing had happened. Since none of you are volunteering, I'll pick on my own. Whoever I pick later must go with me. I don't care if you're unwilling by then. Boss, I remember that girl, Xianxia, spoke to Lin Huang before. You can bring her with you. It's easier to go with someone familiar with the emperor after all. Moreover, she's a virgin. She's a suitable candidate to go to the meeting with you. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with stubbles on his face and was picking his nose. His voice sounded nasal. Hey, stop giving stupid ideas, okay? The hunk, who was rubbing his feet, could not help but confront him. Xianxia told me about her encounter with Lin Huang before. She was trying to bring Lin Huang back to the heretics back then, but he fought back hard, so the mission failed. It should be an upsetting experience for Lin Huang. Ah, so that's what happened. Indeed, I've never heard of this story before. I thought they were friends. The hunk, who was picking his nose, dug a sticky booger out of his nostril without a care in the world and flicked it at the trash can with a sign written, "Residual," on it. Hey, can you stop doing such a disgusting act in front of everyone? How is that disgusting? Have you never dug your nose in your whole life? Furthermore, how's your habit of rubbing your feet any better than mine? The middle-aged man digging his nose confronted and taunted before he was done. All right, stop fighting, pacified Babyface immediately. I'll ask Xianxia later. She'll go with me if she's okay with it. How about the rest? Do you guys want me to go with just a little girl? I'm the heretics, presiding judge after all. If we don't show any grandeur, people will think that the heretics are dead, Babyface argued again. What kind of grandeur do you want? You're not getting married anyway, complained the young lady who was biting her nails in silence. Although her voice was soft, everyone heard her loud and clear. That's right. Do you want us to rent 8 sedans and get 8 muscular hunks to carry you to Dynasty's headquarters? Argued the middle-aged man digging his nose in his nasal voice. Is that grand enough? I think that's a terrific idea. We'll definitely trend the next day. I've already thought of the news title. Breaking news. The heretics, presiding judges married to Dynasty, crowed the hunk rubbing his feet. Are both of you eager to be smacked? Babyface glared at both of them and subsequently looked at the rest. Since none of you volunteered, I'll pick the candidates then. Chapter 1179. Heretics visit. Lin Huang was woken up from his cultivation by the alarm on his emperor's heart ring at 8 a.m. He stopped cultivating seamless immediately and left the emperor's palace after getting up to wash up. He left Bloody behind in the palace to continue coming up with the methods. The meeting with the heretics would be at 9 a.m. It was not even 9:50 a.m. when he came back from breakfast. Just as he stepped into Dynasty's headquarters, a voice echoed all around Emperor City. The heretics, presiding judge, Sun Zhou, visits Dynasty with the vice presiding judge and the virgin. Lin Huang stopped walking upon hearing the voice. He turned towards the direction of the voice, looking stunned. They're the heretics all right. They even brought their own announcer. It was crowded in the Emperor City, especially with those cultivators. Someone soon posted about it on the Heart Network and all the social media platforms. Dynasty that was initially trending as number 2 achieved first place in less than 10 minutes after the news spread. All the social media platforms were busy. Early in the morning, Holy sh*t. They're conquering the Union Organization, the underground organizations, and the neutral organizations. Is Dynasty planning to conquer the world and become the ruler? They were involved with the Union government a few days ago. They flirted with misery yesterday and are dating the heretics today. Dynasty is a classic A**shoal. The commenter above is so accurate in his description. I already have the live version in my head. They really look like A**shoals if you put it this way. I'm crying from my laughter. 4 official accounts responded to that comment. Asshole. Commented the heretics, official account. Asshole. Commented the Union government's official account. Hee hee. Commented Misery's official account. Commented Dynasty's official account. As people were discussing fervently on the internet, the people from the heretics had walked into Dynasty's headquarters. Lin Huang and the three Grand Dukes welcomed them. The heretics, presiding judge, looked the same as Lin Huang had seen from the video a few years ago. He still wore his black robe and a terrifying white mask on his face. I'm the heretics, presiding judge, Sun Zhou. The presiding judge in a terrifying mask introduced the other three behind him after a simple self-introduction. There was a man and two ladies standing behind him. Lin Huang noticed the middle-aged man behind him immediately because the man clearly had a virtual god Rank3 aura. He looked like he was over 40 years old with a plump body. He had stubble all over his face and looked like he was sleep-deprived. This is our vice presiding judge, Zhou Tong. This is our presiding judge elder, Cao Ya. Sun Zhou then pointed at the one who was skinnier among the two ladies. The lady was very petite. She was less than 1.5 meters tall even in her shoes. She looked like a 12 to 13-year-old girl. She dyed her hair purple and divided it into two ponytails. She did not look like an adult no matter what. However, Lin Huang knew very well that her real age definitely exceeded what she seemed like because her combat strength was clearly on demigod level. As for the last lady, Lin Huang actually recognized her as soon as he saw her. The lady was the heretic's virgin who had attempted to capture him back to the heretics last time. This is the heretic's virgin, Xia Yu. Sun Zhou and the rest were secretly observing Lin Huang's response when Sun Zhou said that. Lin Huang merely peeked at Xia Yu and nodded. I know, we met 3 years ago. However, he only glanced at her and stopped giving her attention. The heretic's virgin had been on blue flame level back then while Lin Huang, who had been on bronze level, could only run clumsily when they met. Now that 3 years had passed, although this lady had experienced a great improvement whereby she was on immortal level rank 5 now, he had surpassed her by heaps. Meanwhile, Xia Yu was observing Lin Huang secretly. She had a deep impression of Lin Huang because he was the one and only mission that she had ever failed in her life. Since she found out about Lin Huang's identity as the emperor throughout the half a year, she would occasionally follow the news about him. She would always feel it was absurd whenever she saw Lin Huang doing something dramatic on the news. The little guy who had only been on bronze level back then had surpassed her immensely no matter whether it came to combat strength, ability, or identity. After the heretics introduced their people, Lin Huang also gave a simple introduction to his people. They then entered the office with the heretics. He closed the meeting room door after the 4 heretics had entered. The heretics, presiding judge finally removed his mask then. Lin Huang finally saw how he really looked like. He could not believe that he had such a baby face that made him look like he was only in his early 20s. Huang Tianfu and the other two were surprised too. I never thought the heretics, presiding judge would be so young, Lin Huang teased while smiling. Stop teasing me, Master Emperor. My parents gave me this face, so there's nothing that I can do about it. I've always been treated as a little brother by everyone who's the same age since I was a kid, Sun Zhou said while smiling helplessly. Lin Huang could roughly understand why Sun Zhou insisted on wearing a mask whenever he was out. In reality, not only did he have a baby face, but he also looked like a harmless, kind person. One could say that he was not threatening at all. Although Lin Huang was also young and handsome, his glory on the stairway tree was known to the world. Nobody dared to underestimate the #1 genius of the era. Furthermore, as long as he did not smile and showed a poker face, he would be taken seriously no matter where he went. However, Sun Zhou would look like a dummy if he had a poker face with how he looked. He would look like an irritated baby when he was mad, and it would be funny. Therefore, wearing a mask was actually a wise move. As they were chatting, Lin Huang noticed that Xia Yu had been observing him. She looked like she had something to say but was hesitating. Is there anything that you would like to say, Virgin? Lin Huang asked with a smile. Xia Yu hesitated and decided to speak up anyway. I'm just very curious about how you cultivated. How did you manage to cultivate so fast? The reason why Xia Yu asked that was that she was also a supreme genius, and she could not figure out how Lin Huang had surpassed her so much in terms of cultivation speed. How do I explain this? I can only say that it depends on the body that we're born with. I adapt to life power faster whereby I can break through without spending too much time digesting whenever I reach each rank. Lin Huang told her the excuse that he had prepared beforehand with a grin. Naturally, He could not tell her that he managed to elevate so quickly because he could obtain a sea of life power by getting his imperial monsters to kill other monsters instead of refining life crystals to replenish his life power slowly. I'd bring you back to the heretics even if it meant death for me if I knew you have such potential back then. Xiaoyu shook her head while sighing helplessly. Until now, she regretted having passed the chance to make a good bud such as Lin Huang back then. Sun Zhou and the rest had a slight change of expression after hearing that. They told Xiaoyu to stop talking about that through voice transmission. After all, this part of the history was not glorious to Lin Huang. On the other hand, Lin Huang smiled while waving his hand. He accepted everything that had happened to him in the past. There's nothing that I can't talk about. This might be fate. If you really had captured me for the heretics back then, I might not have achieved what I have today. We have to make many choices at the crossroads in our lives. It might seem unimportant when we make our decisions, but it might decide where our future leads. I just happened to be fortunate enough to have made the right choice. Chapter 1180. You're such a nice person. They finally got in business after a while of chatting. Lin Huang did not bother to beat around the bush, so he went straight to the topic. Presiding Judge, we're happy that you guys are visiting Dynasty. However, I still don't know what your purpose of visiting is since our chat earlier. Can you tell me more about that? Purpose? Sun Zhou raised his brow when he heard Lin Huang. Of course, we're looking into collaborating. Didn't you guys invited people to collaborate with Dynasty in the video a few days ago? Here we are, said the vice presiding judge Zhou Tong sitting on Sun Zhou's left while digging his nose. Lin Huang frowned at what Zhou Tong was doing. Since he entered the meeting room, he had been picking both of his nostrils alternately with his left little finger as if he would feel uncomfortable if there was no finger stuck up one of his nostrils. Noticing that, Lin Huang frowned at Zhou Tong. Sun Zhou explained softly through voice transmission immediately, Zhou Tong has always had this peculiarity since way back. He loves digging his nose. Don't mind him, Master Emperor. I see. I thought something was wrong with his nose, Lin Huang smiled while replying through voice transmission. After looking away from Zhou Tong, Lin Huang unintentionally caught sight of Xiaoya who was sitting next to Zhou Tong. She was biting her fingernails. Just when Sun Zhou wanted to explain, Lin Huang spoke through voice transmission, peculiarity. I get it. Among the three people that Sun Zhou brought along, Xiaoyu was the only one who appeared normal. Lin Huang could not help but sympathize with Sun Zhou. It was pretty tough to lead such an odd team. Hearing what Zhou Tong said, as the one responsible for all matters in Dynasty, Huang Tianfu spoke, what kind of collaboration are you looking at? Sun Zhou laughed when he heard that question. Of course, collaboration in all aspects. He signaled Xiaoya who was biting her fingernails after he said that. Xiaoya took her finger out from her mouth calmly and projected a document from her emperor's heart ring. Lin Huang looked at the projected document while Huang Tianfu next to him turned on his emperor's heart ring and accepted the document Xiaoya shared. Lin Huang glanced through the outline of the documents roughly. Apart from the financial collaboration, the heretics listed many other aspects in the outline. It seemed like they were planning to form a thorough collaboration with Dynasty. I'll get Tianfu and the rest to look at the proposal. Let's chat. Lin Huang turned his head and said to Huang Tufu, get the kitchen to prepare some desserts. He thought of something all of a sudden just when he said that. He asked Sun Zhou, is there anything that you guys don't eat or are allergic to? I'm allergic to nuts, Xiaoya answered before Sun Zhou could speak. Sun Zhou shook his head helplessly. Only Xiaoya is allergic to nuts. The rest are fine. All right. Lin Huang nodded and said to Huang Tufu again, get them to avoid nuts in the desserts. And ask them to prepare a few glasses of fruit tea. Huang Tufu nodded and left after standing up. Lin Huang began chatting with Sun Zhou since Huang Tufu left. Huang Tianfu and Huang Wunan, on the other hand, began to study the heretics' proposal. Soon, Huang Tufu had returned. Sun Zhou and the rest were surprised when they saw him taking desserts out from his storage space because he had just left for less than 2 minutes. That's quick, Huang Tufu smiled while nodding. I got them to prepare this beforehand, so it was ready even before you guys get here. I told them to leave out the 2 desserts with nuts and brought the rest here. Lin Huang smiled while speaking upon seeing Huang Tufu bring the fruit tea out. Try the tea. It's a secret recipe that our back kitchen had just come up with earlier. You can only taste it at Dynasty at the moment. There were many food cultivators in Dynasty's back kitchen, including some retired food hunters with amazing cooking skills. They had many secret recipes that they would not share with anyone. A particular chef might be the only one who could make that specific dish in the entire gravel world. The fruit tea that Lin Huang mentioned was clearly one of those secret recipes. Hearing that it was a secret recipe, the people from the heretics could not help but sip it immediately. It's so delicious, Xiaoya and Xiaoyu exclaimed almost at the same time. It feels like we're slurping on a frozen watermelon in summer, Zhou Tong said with a dazed smile after taking a sip. Sweet, fragrant, and a magical taste that lingers. Sun Zhou nodded lightly. This fruit tea is interesting. Try the desserts. We have a pastry chef in our back kitchen. His skill ranks among the top 3 in the entire gravel world. Lin Huang promoted again. Is he Master Zhou? Sha Yu asked immediately. Yes, he only stays with Dynasty for 3 days per month. He happens to be here today. These 3 desserts we have today are made by him. Lin Huang did not tell them that the reason Master Zhou was here was that Dynasty had gotten him back after the people from Misery visited yesterday. Sha Yu's eyes lit up when she heard about the chef. She had loved desserts since she was a kid. Master Zhou has a store called Hardy in the business district near my house. The store opens at 8 a.m. but there will be people queuing from 5 a.m. until they close at 10 p.m. There's always a queue. It's even crazier during the weekends. There would always be more than 100 people queuing. It's the most popular store in the entire business district. It even boosted the business of hiring someone to queue and purchase pastries for you. I'll have to hire someone to buy it for me every time I'm craving for their desserts. There's one near my house too. True, there's always a queue every day, Xiaoya agreed. Those pastry chefs at Hardy were trained at the academy that Master Zhou owns. It isn't Master Zhou who teaches them but some of his students. Sometimes, it's even the students of his students. Nonetheless, the desserts that we're having today were made by Master Zhou himself this morning. Huang Tianfu could not help but interrupt them after hearing them talking about the desserts. Come and try, Lin Huang invited while smiling. He picked up a piece as well. It's so heavenly. Sha Yu and Xiaoya cried out almost at the same time again. It's never too much for me to eat 10 pounds of these every day. Zhou Tong shoved the desserts into his mouth immediately. To be honest, I'm not a dessert person, but I can eat this every day, Sun Zhou said while grinning after eating one. Boss, I think we should include Master Zhou in this collaboration. Let him work for the heretics 3 days a month too, Zhou Tong announced in a muffled voice as he spoke with his mouth full. If he can't do 3 days, 1 day will work too. Sha Yu offered. Sun Zhou was speechless. We can't be deciding this for Master Zhou, but since he happens to be here today, I'll bring you guys to see him after our discussion is over later. You guys can discuss the part-time matter with him, Lin Huang said while smiling. Emperor Lin, you're such a nice person. Xiaoya looked grateful while Sha Yu next to her nodded. Chapter 1181. Were always the realist and liberated Huang Tianfu and the other 2 finally looked through the heretics' proposal more than half an hour later. They also came up with a preliminary conclusion. Sun Zhou noticed that Lin Huang did not participate in the discussion throughout the process. Instead, he delegated the task to the 3 Grand Dukes in relief. He looked at Huang Tianfu and the other 3 and then at the 3 people he brought. He was getting more and more depressed upon recalling the bastards at the heretics' headquarters. We're both bosses. Why are we being treated so differently? After the 3 Grand Dukes were done with the discussion, Huang Tianfu went through the main points of the heretics' proposal with Lin Huang and informed him about the conclusion that they came to through voice transmission. Lin Huang nodded after listening and said to Sun Zhou, Presiding Judge, we've already come to a preliminary conclusion. Tianfu, please go on. Then, he passed the stage to Huang Tianfu who nodded and projected the heretics' proposal from his emperor's heart ring. The proposal that the heretics have provided is very thorough. It covers almost all aspects of the possible collaboration between Dynasty and the heretics that might occur in the future. They even gave very solid suggestions in some aspects which inspires us. In reality, this proposal is fantastic in the long run. However, we feel that this multifaceted collaboration might be a little too rushed. At the moment, Sun Zhou could not help but speak up, maybe we weren't clear about this. This proposal itself is an idealized version of the final collaboration for both sides. Therefore, we included all possible collaborations as much as we could. The reason why we didn't include the details was mainly that we aren't sure what kind of collaboration Dynasty is looking at. I was going to ask about the details because we didn't see it in the proposal, Huang Tianfu responded, but we can discuss them now. I think financial collaboration can be the first step. Dynasty can give our collaborators access to our internal trading system at all times. We're ready for that. We can give the access tomorrow morning if we reach an agreement today. In reality, we synced our trading system a day after we signed the agreement with the Union government 5 days ago. The trading rate throughout the past few days experienced a 50% boost and it's still growing every day. The four heretics looked interested as they listened keenly. Sun Zhou could not help but ask, if we sync our system with yours, can we get access to the Union government trading system too? We've thought about this in the beginning and discussed with the Union government. They give our collaborators access but it's limited. Approximately 12% of products are banned sales. Even though the trading access is only 88%, it's much higher than the 61% the Union government gives to the public. Moreover, since the collaborators will be given online access to the trading system, there'll be a 17% premium to the sales. It's considered as commission for Dynasty. A 17% premium. That's a little high. Auctions usually only charge a 5% handling fee. Zhou Tong gasped. 17% isn't actually high because you're given insider prices. Even with the 17% premium, the price that you pay is similar to the price you find in the market. No matter whether they are auctions or black markets, there'll definitely be a higher premium compared to the price you find in the market. In reality, it's not us who set the 17% premium. We were asking for 10% from the Union government in the beginning, but they're afraid of affecting the market price, which might cause the butterfly effect and influence the entire market. Of course, the ratio isn't fixed whereby it will be adjusted following the market price. Moreover, we'll reduce the commission accordingly for organizations that we're closer with in the future, given the condition that the items won't be resold. There will be a more detailed condition by then. Huang Tianfu provided a comprehensive explanation. How about the items from Dynasty? Can we enjoy insider prices too? What's the ratio of banned sales like? It depends on the price the heretics are giving us. At the moment, we give the Union government an insider price just like what the Dynasty members pay. There are no banned sales. We're not the Union government. We have no military businesses. All of the resources are obtained from hunting and exploring ruins and sites. Therefore, there's nothing that we can't sell. The only difference between the Union government and Dynasty members is that the latter has the priority to buy an item that they are keen to purchase at the same time. I get it. Priority purchase. Right. We understand that. Sun Zhou nodded lightly when he heard the clarification. I'll discuss the price and banned sales with the headquarters later. May I ask what's the banned sales ratio like working with the Union government? Zhou Tong asked all of a sudden. Of course, you don't have to tell me if it's too much to ask. Huang Tianfu looked at Lin Huang to get his approval. Lin Huang nodded at him since it was not actually a secret. The banned sales were given as 3%. Wow, this ratio is similar to the Hunter Association, isn't it? Sha Yu exclaimed. Not exactly. The Hunter Association has an even lower figure. No organization can compete with how close they are to the Union government. Huang Tianfu did not reveal more. Let's end the discussion of trading access here. We'll discuss the detailed conditions when the heretics have set the price. We'll give access within 24 hours as soon as the agreement is done. Sure, let's end it here. We'll talk about the detailed conditions tomorrow morning when we're done on our side. Sun Zhou never thought that they would set the first project so soon. In reality, the agreement was basically in place now that they were in discussion. He did not expect Dynasty to be so open before coming here. Not only were they sincere in the collaboration, but they were not perfunctory at all. Let's talk about the next project then. About the data access, Huang Tianfu moved on to the second project directly. Sun Zhou stayed 3 days in Emperor City with the other 3 heretics. They spent most of the time in Dynasty's meeting room. In reality, the meeting was mainly run by Huang Tianfu and the other 2 Grand Dukes. They went into detail about the few projects that could be accomplished in the first round of collaboration. They also raised many questions, even giving Sun Zhou and the rest some solutions for their reference. The people from the heretics witnessed the 3 Grand Dukes' professionalism, especially Huang Tianfu, who was totally an all-rounder butler. Sun Zhou even had the thought of poaching Huang Tianfu back to the heretics quite a few times. However, he decided to be wise and give up on the idea. Poaching Huang Tianfu would mean an end to the collaboration with Dynasty. On the other hand, he realized apart from his combat strength, he could not compare with Lin Huang in many aspects. At least, his charm was ahead of Lin Huang's. Throughout the meeting, although Lin Huang only gave his opinion a few times, he would always strike with core questions every time he spoke. The three Grand Dukes would almost accept whatever he said and they genuinely respected him. Even Zhou Tong and the other two clearly became quieter after spending 3 days in the meeting room. On the last day of the meeting, Zhou Tong became more enthusiastic. He was more engaged in the collaboration than Sun Zhou was. As the 3-day meeting ended, the first collaboration among Dynasty and the heretics was finally sealed. With the enthusiasm from both sides, the discussion was smooth, and they came up with many projects together. After they had a celebratory dinner at Dynasty, Sun Zhou dragged the 3 of them for steamboat in the middle of the night. Sitting at the steamboat table, Sun Zhou finally could not hold it any longer and asked, "Why exactly were you guys so quiet throughout the 3 days?" The 3 of them had their lips sealed. Cao Yao was the first to speak after a while. "Boss, do you think that we're useless? We can't do anything and we're always causing trouble." Not really." Sun Zhou was stunned and waved his hand later on. "Why do you ask such a question? Did you see how amazing the 3 Grand Dukes are? They're so competent. They can solve anything. They've taken care of everything even before the Emperor speaks." Cao Yao said, "If there are people like that in the heretics, we would definitely be so much better off than this. We can't be envious of some things." Sun Zhou shook his head while grinning. "Each organization has their own style. The heretics are the heretics because of you guys. If all of you are as serious as Huang Tianfu and the rest, I might pull out of the organization after staying for a month." "Really?" Cao Yao widened her eyes. "Of course. That's who you are. You don't have to pretend when you're in the heretics. Nobody will judge you. Didn't you join the heretics because of this back then? This is also the founding motto of the heretics. No matter how the outside world is, no matter how the past is, and no matter how the future will be, as long as you're in the heretics, we're always the realest and most liberated." Zhou Tong and the other 2 had their eyes lit up when they heard that proclamation. "How about you, little girl? Why have you been so quiet?" Sun Zhou looked at Sha Yu. "I think Lin Huang has changed so much. He was only a little guy on bronze level 3 years ago. Within 3 years, he's totally transformed like he's a different person. Not only is there a change in his combat strength, but he's also different from who he was before. Moreover, he looks more like a boss than you do." "Boss," Sha Yu spoke her mind, "I wonder if it's because I'm not working hard enough. Is that why he's so much farther ahead than me?" "Don't belittle yourself, Xiao Yu. You've improved a lot throughout the 3 years. You got to immortal level when you were 20, and your cultivation speed is considered fast. Fewer than 30 people in this entire world can do that. You're just comparing yourself to the wrong person. Comparing yourself with Lin Huang is simply creating trouble for yourself. The things that Lin Huang has gone through these 3 years might be more than what a person has ever done in his or her whole life. His terrifying talent and potential isn't the only factor of his growth. He's definitely killed many to achieve what he has today. The path that he's taken is so tough that most people can't imagine it. He's the only one who would know how many battles and kills he has experienced, how many times he was involved in life and death battles, and how many times he escaped death." What Zhou Tong said did not only make Sha Yu and Cao Yao fall into deep thoughts, but even Sun Zhou was looking at him in puzzlement. "Hey, old Zhou, what's wrong with you?" Sun Zhou could not help but prod. "Let's not talk about you involving yourself in the collaboration today. You're even promoting Lin Huang now. Are you planning to join Dynasty?" "BTCH, please, I joined the heretics before you did." "You've got to be dreaming if you want to get me to pull out of the heretics," Zhou Tong condemned mercilessly. "Then, why, I'm just speaking what I think about Lin Huang. In reality, I've been observing him these few days. However, the more I observe him, the more I can't see through him, but now I understand why Huang Tianfu and the rest respect him like that, and I also roughly figured out how Dynasty developed so quickly. The terrifying thing isn't his combat strength and ability, or his talent and potential. It's that he has a different way of looking at issues compared to ordinary people. His perspective doesn't seem to be restricted by this world. Now that I think about it, you're right. The few questions that he asked in the meeting were a little strange, but they were pointing at the crux of the matters. And the solutions that he proposed were never heard of." Sun Zhou thought about it carefully and nodded. The reason I was enthusiastic about our collaboration with Dynasty is Lin Huang's performance. I think he might be the pioneer of a new era. Dynasty will go a long way with his leadership. Then, I thought about the heretics' current situation, so I have an interesting idea. Since we can't be a pioneer, why don't we butter up a pioneer and excel with him? Sha Yu and Cao Ya roared in laughter at what Zhou Tong said. However, Sun Zhou fell into a long silence while frowning. He only lifted his head to look at Zhou Tong after a while. What if the path Dynasty goes on turns out to be a dead end? Zhou Tong was stunned to hear that. He understood what Sun Zhou meant. Nobody had done this before, so nobody knew if such a model Dynasty was adopting could last long. It seemed great now, but nobody could foresee what would happen in the future. Meanwhile, the heretics would be at a great loss as soon as something happened the closer they were with Dynasty. It's been over 200 years since the heretics have had any changes. I've no idea when we'll have a transformation if we miss this chance. Of course, you make the last call. I'm just giving my perspective and opinion. We'll support you no matter what your decision is in the end. Sun Zhou fell into silence for a moment after hearing that. He chuckled out loud all of a sudden. I've no idea why I was concerned. We've already signed the agreement, but the fear of making the wrong decision came out of nowhere. However, now that I think about it, there's nothing to regret since the decision has been made. Let's just take the bet. Let's see where this sugar daddy dynasty will bring us. Chapter 1182. Bloody's discovery. Lin Huang rushed back to the emperor's palace as soon as the 3-day meeting with the heretics was over. There was no reason for his hurry other than Bloody coming up with the cultivation methods at noon and telling him that she found out about something through voice transmission. Lin Huang had been holding the piece of information until he signed the agreement with the heretics. He then returned to the emperor's palace immediately. The lights were shining brightly in the emperor's palace. In her red dress, Bloody sat with her legs crossed under Lin Huang's throne. She only got up calmly when she saw Lin Huang entering the emperor's palace. Bloody, what exactly did you find out? There's no rush. Let me tell you slowly, Bloody said while smiling. I was studying the Buddhist methods that you gave me throughout these few days. I came up with 3 sets of simple cultivation methods from up to 100 Buddhist methods. When I was coming up with the 3rd set of methods this morning, I realized that it's very similar to a set of ancient methods that I came up with earlier. I then compared both methods and simplified the cultivation steps. I found out that there are only 3 steps in these 2 cultivation systems to get 1 to virtual god level foundation building, accumulation of energy, and formation of the core. These are the differences. The first one, there's a different way of building the foundation. Secondly, there are many types of ways for the accumulation of energy whereby each method is different. Some methods to accumulate energy only have 2 steps while some have 5. It causes the categorization of ranks to be completely different. Last would be the formation of the core. In reality, it is natural as to consolidate a solid energy substance just like the Godhead in your body. However, different cultivation systems form different energy substances. Lin Huang recalled what the stone tablet had said before about the human cultivators in an era. Cultivating the foundation is the first step. However, they did not continue the topic further and they stopped at the foundation. At that time, he did not think of asking further. So, what's the conclusion? Lin Huang asked immediately. The conclusion is that the cultivation system of the gravel world that we're currently in is messed up. The accumulation of energy is placed before the foundation building, making the formation of the core difficult. In reality, Lin Huang had heard about Bloody's conclusion from the stone tablet before. Bloody proceeded when he was going to explain that he knew about this. However, there's a benefit out of all this mess. Without building the foundation, it would mean that one has yet to step on the path of cultivation. Your body can cultivate the methods that start with building the foundation which doesn't collide with the current system. To put it simply, those who are below imperial level and haven't consolidated their life palace can cultivate methods that build their foundation. They can then perform the accumulation of energy and consolidate godheads. Naturally, whether one can elevate to virtual god or not depends on the compatibility of the methods. Also, it depends on one's potential and talent. How about people above imperial level? Is there any solution to this? Lin Huang asked immediately. There is. Bloody looked at Lin Huang grimly. You can do that by destroying your life palace and building your foundation from scratch. Lin Huang was stunned to hear her answer. In reality, there should be people who had considered that in theory, but he figured not many would have the guts to actually try that. Most of them would fear that not being able to cultivate once their life palace was destroyed. What if they had to be stuck on immortal level forever? Are you sure that's viable? Lin Huang asked while frowning a little. It totally can, theoretically. Bloody nodded, although she dared not promise that either. How about those demigods who failed to elevate to virtual god? Can they fix it? Lin Huang asked again. That's much more difficult than imperial levels. Theoretically, it would work if one destroys the broken godhead in their body. However, the impact of exploding a godhead is different from destroying a life palace. I'm afraid most people can't handle such an explosion. Even if it was a broken godhead, it's a high-density energy crystal. A major explosion will definitely take place as soon as it's destroyed. It's much easier to destroy a life palace because a life palace won't explode. It'll only collapse and disintegrate. But it doesn't mean that it's impossible for a demigod to fix that issue. As long as the accumulation is sufficient, theoretically, the demigods can consolidate a complete godhead with the help of the exploding broken godhead in their body. It would be great if they didn't die from the explosion. How is consolidating a new godhead possible? Lin Huang thought Bloody's theory was too optimistic. In reality, I've done a simulation. It's possible if a high-level virtual god-level powerhouse steps in, Bloody explained. It's just that nobody has even tried this before and I haven't found a way to do it safely. The success rate at the moment is less than 3%. There's no need to dwell on this since the success rate is so low. Lin Huang shook his head while smiling grimly. If a high-level virtual god-level powerhouse were to help, what's the probability of stabilizing the explosion from the broken godhead? If we rule out the nature of a person's body, the success rate is pretty high overall at approximately 83%. The higher the person's soul and body are, the higher the success rate, especially when one has a powerful soul. The reason being, when the broken godhead explodes in one's body, the first thing that will be impacted will be one's soul. Naturally, the 83% success rate I mentioned is the probability after using a soul-type god relic. Without the soul-type god relic, except for people with compelling souls, the survival rate of an ordinary person would basically be zero. So, what happens to people who survive the godhead explosion? Lin Huang asked again. Their combat strength will drop to immortal level rank 9 directly because godheads are formed by life palaces. As soon as the godhead is destroyed, the life palace will go too, Bloody said, like everything made sense. After some time of rest and when the inner world has stabilized, one can build their foundation again. Although Bloody made it sound very simple, Lin Huang knew that it was much more troublesome to carry out something like this. He asked again after a moment of silence, have you done a simulation of all that? I began the simulation in the afternoon. I've done it approximately more than 5,000 times now. In reality, I'm still doing the simulation in my head at this very moment. I've only divided a part of my consciousness to speak with you now. I'm planning to do the simulation 1,000,000 times and see if there's any way to stabilize the godhead explosion. How long will it take for you to simulate it for 1,000,000 times? Judging from my current progress, it'll take around 57 days. I'll go into closed-door cultivation for almost 2 months anyway. Let's do it together. Lin Huang estimated the speed of him refining godheads. It would take him almost 2 months for him to refine all of the godheads. He would be on imperial level rank 3 when he got out of the closed-door cultivation by then. Chapter 1183. Circles. After sending the people from the heretics off, Lin Huang informed Huang Tianfu before going into closed-door cultivation. This time, he was no longer cultivating seamless but breaking through his combat strength by refining godheads. Together with the 2 virtual god rank 9 godheads that he tossed into his body, as well as the 136 complete godheads and 1,528 broken godheads, they were enough to boost him by 2 ranks. His leveling up to imperial level was completely different from the rest. He did not have to look for life base monsters and killed them to obtain its life base. All he had to do was to refine enough godheads to transform his life palace automatically. In reality, compared to obtaining his life base, this was much easier. The only problem was that it was time-consuming. Fortunately, there was a boost in his divine fire since he elevated to imperial level. The speed of refining godheads was a few times faster than when he was on immortal level. Initially, he would only refine 1% of virtual god rank 9 godheads throughout a full day of maximum effort. Now, He could refine over 3% per day, which would take him a month to complete refining all of them. Lin Huang merely peeked at Bloody, who was focused on the simulation in the Emperor Palace, and glanced away. He also found a space to sit with his legs crossed. Quieting his mind, he began to activate the divine fire in his body to refine the godheads. The 1,500 or so broken godheads that he put in his body earlier were refined by the divine fire automatically within an hour. Throughout the 3 days, even though he did not refine them on his own, more than 40 virtual god rank -1 and rank 2 godheads were refined by the divine fire. Even half of the virtual god rank 3 godheads were refined. As Lin Huang activated the divine fire himself, the refining speed skyrocketed 6 to 7 times faster. Lin Huang looked into his body, and could even see 21 virtual god rank 3 godheads melting rapidly at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In less than half an hour, half of the virtual god rank 3 godheads were melted by divine fire fully and turned into clumps of golden gravel. Some 10 hours later, all of the virtual god rank 4 godheads were refined. Over 20 hours had passed, and all of the virtual god rank 5 godheads were refined. Later on, Lin Huang spent 2 days refining the 13 virtual god rank 6 godheads. He then spent approximately half a month to refine all of the other godheads apart from the 2 virtual god rank 9 godheads. He soon arrived on the brink of breaking through to imperial level rank 2. However, he was not sure if it was a lack of divine fire intensity, but the speed of refining the 2 virtual god rank 9 godheads was 1-fold slower when they were refined together. 15 days had passed, but only a quarter of them was refined. Lin Huang did not rush nonetheless. No matter what, looking at the progress, they would be completely refined 1.5 months later. Time passed by. Lin Huang's aura was growing almost every day in the Emperor Palace. Meanwhile, the collaboration between Dynasty, the Union government and the heretics were getting on track since half a month had passed. Since the trading system opened, the members of 3 organizations soon familiarized themselves with the new trading model. The transformation of the trading system added more choices. It also caused the members of the 3 organizations to be more enthusiastic to hunt for resources to purchase the items they desired. Apart from the trading system, Dynasty's intel department also began working with the Union government and the heretics. They expanded Dynasty's intel channel by heaps as well as boosted the efficiency of obtaining information. The heretics gained many benefits from the collaboration. On the underground organization's side, Misery also carried something out throughout the half a month. Using Dynasty's pulling out of the underground world as an excuse, Misery began engaging in all aspects of the underground world and came up with a series of new regulations. They seemed like they were going to take charge of the entire underground world. Everyone in the underground world was discussing it. Many thought that Misery must have been triggered by Dynasty. However, the top organizations could tell that Misery was using it as an excuse and was taking the opportunity to integrate the entire underground world. Although Misery had many fans, they had many haters too. The promotion of Misery's new regulation throughout the half a month was considered a failure, and they even received many objections. As Lin Huang was refining the last 2 godheads with all of his might, it was getting closer to New Year's Eve. Usually, all the organizations would slow their activities down when it was close to New Year's Eve because most people would spend time with their families. However, since Dynasty had just collaborated with the heretics and the Union government this year, both neutral organization members were extraordinarily active. On the Union organization's side, the Union government had begun their exploration in Dynasty's trial zones. Before Lin Huang went into closed-door cultivation, he had given Huang Tianfu the authorization, so his closed-door cultivation did not affect the Union government going into the trial zones. Apart from that, the underground boss, Misery, had preliminary success in promoting the new regulations. They even killed 2 organization members who were playing tricks secretly to warn the people for the sake of promoting the new regulations. The few top underground organizations, including the Purple Crow and Saint, dared not object any longer. The consecutive activities in the Union organizations, the neutral organizations, and the underground organizations made the last month before New Year's Eve even more crowded than before. Naturally, not all the organizations were merely watching. As the top spy organization in the entire world, the Mystic Butterfly was the first to notice something going on with the heretics. They went prying around after realizing that the people from the heretics became more hardworking. They were familiar with the heretics, so they knew about their casual and lazy way of handling things. Finally, they found out about the truth. They were surprised to find out that the heretics were collaborating with Dynasty and working with the Union government indirectly. They had even obtained internal trading access to the Union government. The mystic butterfly did not blow things up after learning that. Instead, they visited Dynasty secretly. Although they did not get to meet Lin Huang during the visit, the discussion was smooth with Dynasty's 3 Grand Dukes. They only spent 2 days coming up with the agreement. They became Dynasty's 3rd collaboration partners after the agreement was signed. The mystic butterfly obtained the trading access they desired while Dynasty obtained access to the mystic butterfly's data. After the mystic butterfly joined Dynasty, the Union government also got the Hunter Association within less than 3 days. However, the Union government reserved the leading position for the Hunter Association coming in instead of Dynasty. Dynasty and the Union government were the core of the collaboration circle. It grew stronger after involving a few organizations within less than 2 months. Even Huang Tianfu and the rest did not expect that the collaboration method Lin Huang came up with could attract so many people to join them within such a short period of time. They had no idea that it was called a circle on Earth. However, the circles on Earth were mostly created by business moguls and not the entire organization joined them but individuals. Chapter 1184. Lin Huang comes out of closed-door cultivation. The winter in Emperor City was not considered cold. It would drop below 0 degrees Celsius occasionally and sometimes it would snow. However, it was mid-February at the moment. It was close to the new year, and half of the winter had passed. The temperature was slowly turning warmer. As it was close to the new year, the entire Emperor City seemed rather prosperous. It'll be New Year's Eve the day after tomorrow. When will brother come out of his closed-door cultivation? Lin Xin had been feeling down the past few days because in 2 days, it would be New Year's Eve, but Lin Huang was still in closed-door cultivation. Master Tianfu said that the emperor will be in closed-door cultivation for 2 months, so he should be out within these 2 days, comforted Xiaomo who was sitting next to her. He had officially joined Dynasty. Naturally, he was addressing Lin Huang and Huang Tianfu differently now. However, the task Huang Tianfu had assigned him was very simple. It was the same as before, which was to protect Lin Xin at all times. I hope that he can get out from his closed-door cultivation before the year ends so that I can say goodbye to him. Chando, who was aside, could not help but speak up. Boss Chan, are you really going back to the Chan clan? Lin Xin asked immediately. It's New Year's Eve after all. I must be with my family no matter what. Moreover, I can't be hiding the truth that I'm alive from them forever, Chando replied while smiling. But your memory? Xiao Mo was a little concerned. Although my memory has yet to recover, my combat strength had elevated by 3 ranks within half a year in Dynasty. I'm on Imperial level white gold rank now, and I can fight a demigod by force if I ever encounter one. As long as those old monsters hiding in the organizations don't show up, I should be able to protect myself. Even though I don't remember how my parents look like, this is a problem that I must face at the end of the day as long as my memory doesn't fully recover. There's no need to keep dragging it out. I'd rather face it now and solve it as soon as I can. Also, I thought going back to the Chan clan might be helpful to recover my memory as I'd be in an environment that I was once familiar with. Chan Bai explained what he was thinking about honestly. So, will you come back to Dynasty, Boss Chan? Lin Xin asked again. I will visit all of you when I have the time, Chando said with a gentle smile. In reality, he had no idea when he would come back after he left this time. As the few of them were chatting, the doors to the Emperor's palace opened all of a sudden. 2 silhouettes walked out with Lin Huang being one of them leading the way. He wore a black trench coat while Bloody in her red trench coat was not far away behind on his left. Lin Huang walked straight to Dynasty's office as soon as he got out of the Emperor's palace. With his divine telekinesis, he sensed that Huang Tianfu and Huang Wen'an were around. Everyone gaped at Lin Huang as soon as he stepped into the office building. Master Emperor. Lin Huang nodded lightly at them. Proceed with your own stuff. Ignore me, he said and walked straight into the elevator with Bloody. As soon as the elevator doors closed, everyone in the lobby began discussing excitedly among themselves. Who is that girl? She's so pretty. Could she be the Master Emperor's girlfriend? That might be possible. Didn't you see they were wearing couple trench coats? The colors were just different. One is black while the other is red. Although the elevator was going up rapidly, Lin Huang, who was currently on Imperial level rank 3 and Bloody, who was on Virtual God rank 2, heard the gossip loud and clear. Lin Huang could not help but peek at what Bloody was wearing next to him. Her style indeed looked similar to his. Perhaps she had copied it when she saw him. It was no wonder people misunderstood. Nevertheless, he did not say anything about that. His combat strength had broken through to Imperial level rank 3 during the closed-door cultivation this time. Initially, he thought the combat strength of his summoning beasts would not elevate since he was on Imperial level. However, just when he elevated to Imperial level rank 2, something happened to Bloody. Her combat strength broke through Imperial level and arrived on Virtual God rank -1. Lin Huang then checked through all of the other cards to find that all of the quadruple mutated mythical level cards had elevated to Virtual God level. Meanwhile, Bai, who was on pseudo-mythical level, had elevated too. As he advanced to Imperial level rank 3, there was a transformation in the combat strength of his monster cards again. They reached Virtual God rank 2. Overall, there was an immense boost in Lin Huang's overall ability. Lin Huang only felt that it was a pity that the 10,000 pseudo-mythical level bugs, the pseudo-mythical level soul-assimilating beast, and the 2 white-haired sword fiends that he had yet to elevate did not go on to Virtual God level automatically. In the monster world, pseudo-mythical level was the lowest grade to elevate to Virtual God. However, not all pseudo-mythical level monsters could get to Virtual God level successfully. However, it was clear that the 10,000 pseudo-mythical level cards that failed to be elevated did not lack potential. It was a bigger possibility was that it was the system default, assuming that all pseudo-mythical level monsters would not elevate automatically. As Lin Huang had his head occupied about the bug tribe army, the elevator arrived at the highest floor of the building. Naturally, Huang Tianfu, who always had his territory skill activated, sensed Lin Huang's arrival immediately. "Master Emperor, you're out." Lin Huang nodded at Huang Tianfu. "Has Tufu gotten back to Division 3? Or is he still in Emperor City?" "He has returned to Division 3. Is there anything that you need from him, Master Emperor?" "There's something that I need to tell you guys. I'll tell him in private later since he's not here. Get one in here," Lin Huang ordered. Huang Tianfu did not ask what exactly was happening. He told Huang Wunan to come through voice transmission immediately. Knowing that Lin Huang was looking for him, Huang Wunan put what he was doing down and arrived in Huang Tianfu's office in a flash. Lin Huang signaled to Bloody, who turned around and closed the office door and performed a witchcraft rune to build a shield that covered the entire office. Huang Tianfu only asked when the shield was completed, "Master Emperor, what do you need to tell us that's so serious?" "I've found a way to elevate demigod levels to Virtual God level." Lin Huang suddenly noticed something was off as soon as he said that. He corrected himself immediately. To be exact, it was a method that Bloody simulated. "Really?" Huang Tianfu and Huang Wunan exclaimed in unison. "I've done more than 1,000,000 simulations and found the right way for the elevation. The success rate is 97.1%. As long as one's soul and body have no major flaws, the success rate is almost 100%. Bloody announced her simulation result calmly.